Chapter 1: Social System. In the bustling Huangpu district of Shanghai, at People's Square, the streets were alive with laughter and the joyful chatter of people enjoying their weekend. "Hello, could I borrow your phone? I need to make a call." "Hey, handsome, could you lend me your phone for a moment?" "Beautiful. Please, let me use your phone, I urgently need to contact someone." "Beautiful, beautiful." In a corner of the square, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, disheveled and dirty, was desperately seeking someone to lend him a phone. However, passers-by glanced at Tang Yan's filthy appearance, the faint stench of sourness wafting from him as if he had just emerged from a garbage heap. They frowned, their expressions filled with distaste and disdain, waving him off and hastily moving away. An entire hour passed without a single person willing to lend Tang Yan their phone. In today's society, where deceit was rampant, people were wary of strangers, fearing they might be scammed, especially someone as disheveled as Tang Yan. What does this wretched system want? After yet another failed attempt, Tang Yan returned to the edge of the square, letting out a weary sigh. In truth, he did not need to borrow anyone's phone or deliberately disguise himself as a filthy beggar to elicit sympathy. He was merely trying to fulfill a task assigned by a mysterious system that had inexplicably activated on him over an hour earlier. Ding! Social system activated, successfully binding to your soul. A system task will be issued shortly. Upon completion, the host will receive generous rewards. Upon hearing this voice while working overtime at home on the weekend, Tang Yan was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. A system, a golden finger. This was precisely what protagonists in novels used to ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. Ding! System task issued. Please check your tasks. Task 1. Within 2 hours, successfully borrow a phone from a passerby and make a call to the number 155XXXXXXXX. Completion reward: 10 million renminbi. Task requirements: no inducements or cheating allowed. Any violations will result in immediate task failure. Failure penalty: a 10-centimeter reduction in you know what. The system wasted no time and immediately presented him with a task. Borrowing a phone to make a call could earn me 10 million RMB. System: I may not be the brightest, but surely you aren't deceiving me? Tang Yan's excitement escalated. In this day and age, who doesn't know that earning money is as difficult as eating dung? He was merely a recent graduate who had just landed a job paying a mere 3,600 yuan a month. To keep this job, he endured constant criticism and had to tread carefully around his boss. Yet that paltry salary wouldn't even buy a single brick in the suburbs of Shanghai. To amass 10 million yuan in his current situation felt like needing to borrow another 10,000 years from the heavens. But suddenly, a golden opportunity had fallen into his lap. All he needed to do was borrow a phone from a passerby to earn 10 million yuan. How could Tang Yan not be thrilled to the point of trembling hands? However, he was too naive. When the system inexplicably transported him to the streets of People's Square, he found himself in this pitiful state. His once fair and appealing features were now smeared with dirt, his hair a chaotic mess resembling a bird's nest, and his clothing transformed into tattered rags, exposing his frail frame. Moreover, the system had provided him with no shoes, leaving him barefoot and reeking, appearing worse than the beggars lining the streets, resembling a madman on the verge of insanity. To make matters worse, the system restricted Tang Yan's movement to a designated area. Should he wander beyond its boundaries, it would also be considered a task failure. In such circumstances, it was no wonder that after an hour of desperately seeking a phone, not a single passerby was willing to help him. It was not merely the coldness of society, rather, Tang Yan's disguise was far too convincing. Host, you have 59 minutes and 23 seconds remaining for your task. Please contemplate the consequences of failure and muster your spirits. The system delivered a dose of harsh reality. Failure meant a 10-centimeter reduction in. Well, you know what? Such a penalty was indeed cruel. Just as Tang Yan was on the verge of tears, 3 vibrant, fashionably dressed girls with alluring figures and long, fair legs walked past him, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Tang Yan inadvertently glanced up, his eyes drawn to them. Just as he was about to admire their figures, he caught sight of their faces and felt his heart plummet. He quickly turned away, panic-stricken. These 3 girls were familiar to him. 2 were former classmates from the finance department in college, moderately attractive. The 3rd girl, the most stunning and well-proportioned among them, was none other than the university's renowned beauty, Xiao Xinmei. Men are inherently vain, and Tang Yan was no exception. No one wishes to lose face in front of others, especially not in front of a crush. If it were any other day, it would be fine, but being seen in such a disheveled, beggar-like state was utterly humiliating. Hey? One of the girls seemed to have recognized him, stopping in her tracks. She removed her sunglasses and nudged her friend beside her, pointing at Tang Yan, asking, Xiaoying, doesn't that look like our classmate Tang Yan from before? Since they were not far apart, Tang Yan overheard this and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 2. A chance encounter with old classmates. Tang Yan, the first girl exclaimed. Tang Yan's small frame trembled. It's over. A lifetime of brilliance, ruined in an instant. He desperately wanted to flee from this place, but the thought of leaving the designated area and risking a penalty made him hesitate. His mind was a whirlwind of turmoil. Ultimately, he thought, damn it, it's just a bit of embarrassment, right? If I'm going to fail, I might as well embrace it. I'm going all in. To earn 10 million, one must pay a price. Tang Yan gritted his teeth, overcoming his fear, and turned around with a relaxed smile. Wow, you Xiaomei? Li Xiaoying? What a coincidence. Tang Yan, it really is you. Upon seeing Tang Yan's face, Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying were taken aback. Yet, amidst their surprise, Tang Yan could distinctly sense a flicker of disdain and repulsion in their gazes. A look he had endured for an entire hour. How could he possibly miss it? Yes, I am conducting a social experiment, intentionally dressing like this. What do you think? The effect is quite good, isn't it? He fabricated an excuse, smiling while tousling his unkempt hair. Ugh, it smells awful. As Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying approached, they were immediately met with an overpowering stench, prompting them to pinch their noses and step back 2 meters, their faces contorted. In disgust, only Xiao Xinmei wrinkled her delicate nose. Although the odor was indeed unpleasant, she did not display overt disgust. Instead, she looked at Tang Yan with curiosity. Tang Yan, weren't you applying for an IT company? How did you end up dressed like this? That seems rather unreliable. As Yu Xiaomei vigorously waved her small hands to disperse the overpowering stench, she remarked with evident disdain, Exactly. It's as if he's a beggar, reeking from head to toe. And I've heard the salary isn't great either, right? Tang Yan, our class has consistently been one of the best in the department. For the honor of our class collective, can't you consider switching to another company? Li Xiaoying chimed in, coincidentally, my boyfriend is a shareholder at an IT company in Pudong. Why not work for him? It has to be better than staying at this dreadful place. And what about Wang Datu from our class? His family's group has numerous companies, right? Just ask him. He'd surely be willing to offer you a job out of friendship. Their seemingly comforting suggestions, however, struck a disheartening chord within Tang Yan. They were classmates. A few kind words would suffice, yet their condescending tone felt like an act of charity towards him. He felt no concern from them, only a sense of humiliation. But he did not forget his mission. Let's discuss this later. Since we're all old classmates, could someone lend me a phone for a quick call? Tang Yan took a deep breath, extending his hand with a smile. Just one call could bring him 10 million, and soon enough he would be the one directing the course of events. The two girls glanced at Tang Yan's filthy hand. The thought of their newly purchased iPhone 10 being touched by such grimy, odorous fingers made them feel nauseated. Sorry, I have some matters to attend to. Why don't you ask someone else? Right, we have urgent business. Let's talk later. Bye. Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying hurriedly waved their hands and turned to leave. Despite being old classmates, it was clear they held Tang Yan in little regard. Stuck at the bottom of Shanghai's social ladder, earning a meager salary, the terms old classmate felt more like calling a stranger. Naturally, they were indifferent to Tang Yan's feelings and offered no concern for his opinions of them. The bonds of university camaraderie? They could forget that. Oh, fine. Tang Yan's expression remained calm, showing no surprise at their response. From this brief exchange, he could clearly sense their disdain for him. Being referred to as an old classmate felt no different than being treated like a stranger. Classmate, here. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Xiao Xinmei unexpectedly produced her iPhone 6 and stepped forward to hand it to Tang Yan. He paused, astonished, looking at Xiao Xinmei. Xinmei, what are you doing? Yu Xiaomei quickly stepped in front of Xiao Xinmei, lowering her voice. Did you see his hands? They're filthy, teeming with bacteria. What if you catch something? Exactly. Xinmei, Let's go. You don't know him well, so why bother? Li Xiaoying added, approaching with a frown. Though not far away, Tang Yan could hear their whispers and easily deduced their intentions. He couldn't help but frown. After all, they were old classmates. It was merely a matter of lending a phone. Even if they wouldn't lend theirs, why obstruct others from doing so? If it were any other time, he would have certainly confronted them, but with his current task at hand and the stakes involved, he couldn't afford to engage in petty quarrels. All right, I understand what you're saying, but we're classmates. It's just a phone call. If you can help, then do so. Xiao Xinmei clearly differed from the socially elitist attitudes of Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying. She stepped back to Tang Yan, extending her phone once more. Here, classmate, go ahead and make your call. Tang Yan regarded her sincerely and said, Thank you. He never anticipated that the one lending him her phone would not be a stranger or a familiar old classmate, but rather the girl he had secretly admired. Beauty and kindness, perhaps that was the essence of Xiao Xinmei. Without hesitation, he took the phone and dialed the number that had been ingrained in his mind by the system. Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying exchanged glances filled with helplessness, their eyes on Tang Yan brimming with disdain and revulsion. Young master, where are you? As soon as he dialed, a male voice greeted him on the other end. Young master. Tang Yan was momentarily taken aback. The system had only instructed him to make the call, not to whom he would be speaking, nor the details of the conversation. Him at People's Square, Street B. Although unsure why he was addressed as young master, Tang Yan reported his location truthfully. Understood, young master. I will track your location and head over immediately. Please hold on. I'll wait. Tang Yan hung up the phone, pondering the implications of being called young master. It seemed the system had bestowed upon him an exceptional identity. If that were the case, the person coming to pick him up would likely be a servant or a butler. And if they were calling him young master, surely they would arrive in a luxury vehicle, perhaps a Mercedes or a BMW. Tang Yan's limited experience led him to consider these brands as the epitome of wealth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. Task restrictions lifted. Congratulations, you have received a completion reward of 10 million yuan. 10 million has been credited to your account. Please check. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Tang Yan's mind. Upon hearing this, he felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria wash over him. From this moment forth, he had joined the ranks of those with multimillion assets, officially becoming a member of the affluent class. Xiao Xinmei, thank you for your phone. Tang Yan smiled as he returned the device to her, wiping it down beforehand, though it remained grimy despite his efforts. Do you know me? Xiao Xinmei accepted the phone without any hint of concern, her expression slightly surprised. We're from the same school, of course. I've heard of the illustrious First Beauty. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Not only beautiful but also exceptionally kind-hearted. Tang Yan remarked with a smile. Thank you. Xiao Xinmei returned his smile. All right, Xinmei, let's go. Yu Xiaomei urged impatiently. Wait. Tang Yan interjected. Could I have your number? You might not realize it, but you just helped me with something incredibly significant. Let me have a chance to express my gratitude. Tang Yan, isn't that a rather clicked approach to wooing a girl? Yu Xiaomei rolled her eyes. It was just borrowing a phone to make a call. What big favor did you receive? Besides, you're barely keeping afloat yourself. Let's leave this for another time. Exactly. Tang Yan. Xinmei merely lent you her phone. Don't read too much into it. Among Xinmia's admirers are countless rich heirs and officials. You stand no chance against them, so don't waste your time and energy. It's futile. Li Xiaoying chimed in with equal disdain. Clearly, Tang Yan's request was perceived as an outdated ploy to solicit a girl's phone number, and the two of them no longer hid their contempt. Xiaomei, Xiaoying, enough already. Xiao Xinmei furrowed her elegantly shaped brows, then turned to Tang Yan with a gentle smile, waving her hands slightly. We are all classmates. It is only natural to lend a helping hand. You need not take it too seriously. Well, I shall remember this favor. If you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Tang Yan disregarded the mockery from Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying, nodding in agreement. Require your assistance? Tang Yan, you truly possess a sense of humor. Yu Xiaomei scoffed at a stunning beauty, pursued by countless affluent heirs and officials, needing a mere commoner to assist her? Truly, what a delusion of grandeur. Never mind, Tang Yan. You may continue with your social experiment. Xinmei, Xiaoying, let us depart. Yu Xiaomei, weary of further sarcasm, took Xiao Xian Mei by the arm and turned to leave. No, my social experiment has concluded. Soon, someone will come to fetch me, so you need not concern yourselves. Having completed his task, Tang Yan saw no reason to indulge them further and retorted directly. Yu Xiaomei dismissed him with a disdainful sound. At that moment, a melodious horn echoed through the air at a regal, sapphire-blue Rolls-Royce Wraith swiftly approached, coming to a halt at the edge of the square, not far from Tang Yan. Oh! Its arrival immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers, sparking a wave of astonishment. Is that a Rolls-Royce? It's a Rolls-Royce Wraith. Wraith? Is it more valuable than the Phantom? Of course. This is the new model released this year, globally limited to just one, worth over 80 million. I had heard it had been purchased, but I never knew who the buyer was. I can't believe I'm seeing it here. My social media is about to explode with likes. 80 million. What kind of international joke is this? The crowd at the square, already bustling with activity, came to a standstill at the sight of the Rolls-Royce, with many hastily pulling out their phones to capture this extraordinary moment. Wow, it's a Rolls-Royce. Yu Xiaomei and her companions also spotted the luxurious vehicle, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They immediately took out their phones to snap pictures. A Rolls-Royce? Tang Yan gazed curiously at the car in the distance, a faint sense of understanding stirring within him. Suddenly, as everyone was engrossed in the spectacle, the passenger door swung open, revealing a young, handsome man, impeccably dressed like a butler, who stepped out. His appearance elicited gasps of admiration from several young women. Yet, before the crowd could properly admire the owner of the car, the dashing gentleman's gaze swept through the throng, ultimately settling on Tang Yan. Master, I've finally found you. The handsome man's eyes lit up, a look of excitement and joy spreading across his face as he swiftly opened a Rolls-Royce exclusive umbrella worth over 1 million, striding directly toward Tang Yan. In an instant, the multitude of gazes converged upon the bewildered Tang Yan. Chapter 4. 1 million for a phone call? What the heck? Is someone here to pick me up? A Rolls-Royce. A tremendous surprise descended from the heavens, leaving Tang Yan momentarily speechless. At that moment, the name of the handsome butler, Luo Qingyu, and a series of temporary identities flashed through Tang Yan's mind. He was no longer just a lowly worker in the bustling metropolis, but rather the sole heir to a hidden financial conglomerate in China. So that was it. It was all arranged by the system. Could it be? Young master? That man addressed this beggar as young master? My goodness! To afford a vehicle worth over 80 million, his assets must surely be in the hundreds of billions. How could the heir of such a colossal conglomerate be dressed like this? Wasn't he the beggar who just borrowed my phone? He is actually the owner of this Rolls-Royce. How could I have missed such a golden opportunity for wealth? The disguise was too deep. Do the wealthy now enjoy masquerading as beggars to borrow phones from passersby? Some passersby still recognized Tang Yan, as his current appearance was too striking to forget. However, what was truly unexpected was that the beggar they had been avoiding turned out to be the heir of a financial group. To be able to afford a Rolls-Royce, one must possess immense wealth. Young master? Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying watched as the handsome butler approached Tang Yan with an umbrella, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Their expressions froze, and their faces turned pale. Young master, you've run off again without permission. The master said for you to return and have a serious discussion with the president of the Water Engineering Group regarding the development plan for Honglin District. While I know you have little regard for such billion-level projects, you should at least greet him. Luo Qingyu sighed, helplessly. The president of the Water Engineering Group. Billion level. Upon hearing that figure, both Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying gasped in disbelief. The Water Engineering Group is one of the most renowned real estate companies in China, with developments spanning the entire nation. To conduct business with the Water Engineering Group already signifies a high status, not to mention it being a billion-level project. This level of influence had undoubtedly placed them among China's elite. If it were anyone else, they would surely doubt it. But with the Rolls-Royce parked right before them, it was impossible to disbelieve. All right, I understand. Tell the president of the Water Engineering Group to wait a little longer. How can business be conducted if they can't even wait a moment? Tang Yan interjected smoothly, having fully adapted to his temporary identity. After all, pretending to be wealthy was far simpler than masquerading as a beggar. Tang Yan, what is going on? How come you never mentioned your family's background before? Yu Xiaomei's face was increasingly unnatural. She had never realized Tang Yan's true stature was so grand. Not to mention that Rolls-Royce was undeniably genuine. Even renting it would be a challenge. I prefer to keep a low profile and not flaunt my titles like certain individuals. Tang Yan replied, casting her a glance, his expression devoid of emotion. His words only served to darken Yu Xiaomei's countenance further. Tang Yan, we were just joking with you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Li Xiaoying quickly explained, attempting to salvage their friendship with Tang Yan. If they could climb onto this great tree, they would surely bask in its shade in the future. Oh, is that so? Rest assured, I didn't take it seriously. After all, you lack the qualifications. Tang Yan smirked, a hint of disdain evident. Upon hearing this, both girls paled. Xiaoyu, do you have the card? The one with 1 million? Tang Yan asked. Yes, young master. Luo Qingyu promptly produced a bank card from his pocket, respectfully placing it in Tang Yan's hand. This card had 1 million in savings, no password, and was ready for immediate use. Classmate Xiao, this is my token of appreciation. I hope you accept it. Tang Yan extended the card, smiling. 1 million. Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying gasped in astonishment. After merely borrowing a phone to make a call, he was offering 1 million directly. So, does this mean they had effectively thrown away 1 million? Realizing this, both Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying felt dizzy, regretting their actions immensely. No, thank you. I appreciate your gesture, but I cannot accept this 1 million. Xiao Xini was also taken aback by Tang Yan's sudden change in status and his generous offer of 1 million. Yet, she remained unfazed, gently waving her hand to refuse. After all, she was the school belle, and having been pursued by various wealthy heirs for so long, she would not easily be swayed by money. At that moment, a series of white Bentley luxury cars, each worth millions, came to a halt behind the cobalt blue Rolls-Royce. Over 10 Bentleys lined up, creating a white dragon that drew gasps from onlookers, who eagerly pressed their phone cameras. As soon as the Bentleys stopped, a row of robust men in black suits and sunglasses swiftly exited, forming an orderly line before Tang Yan, bowing deeply in unison and exclaiming, "Young master." Their resounding voices caused many passers-by to turn in astonishment, murmuring in awe, "What level of wealth is this?" Even the bodyguards arrived in million-level Bentley luxury cars. Truly frightening. All right, no need to create such a commotion. Tone it down. Tang Yan waved his hand irritably. He then stepped forward, grasping Xiao Xini's hand, and in her slightly flustered state, he firmly placed the bank card into her palm. Classmate Xiao, you are the only one who has helped me today. And as you can see, 1 million is quite substantial for you, but for me it is merely pocket change. However, it represents my sincere gratitude to you. Feel free to use this 1 million as you wish. You may keep it for yourself or donate it to others. It is entirely up to you. But this is merely a token of my gratitude. I owe you a significant favor, and should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chapter 5. Shopping Frenzy. Tang Yan's life motto is, "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain," especially during times when others look down upon him, and the world shuns his company. Only Xiao Xinmei offers him unwavering support, willing to assist him. Perhaps the essence of this societal task lies in uncovering not just a woman of unparalleled beauty, but also one with a soul that radiates kindness. Naturally, Tang Yan becomes indifferent to the monetary value at stake. 1 million seems substantial, yet the individuals arranged by the system drive Rolls-Royces. If he were to offer too little, how could he maintain his prestige? Goodness. Borrowing a mobile phone warrants 1 million as gratitude? A millionaire. This is the true essence of wealth. Could it be a ruse? A casual 1 million offered? I find that hard to believe. Are you foolish? Those who can afford a Rolls-Royce, whose bodyguards drive multi-million-dollar Bentleys, would they truly lack this mere 1 million? Poverty indeed restricts one's imagination. The onlookers are utterly astonished. To gain 1 million simply by making a phone call. What profession in the world could rival this? Well, all right, I shall give it to those most in need. Tang Yan's words resonate with Xiao Xinmei. While she may not care for the 1 million herself, the prospect of using it to assist others is a noble endeavor. Let us depart. It's time to return. Tang Yan seems to have acclimatized to this extravagant display, nonchalantly adjusting his attire. With a wave of his hand, Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, and flanked by numerous bodyguards, he strides directly to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, where Luo Qingyu respectfully opens the rear door for him. Oh, wait! At that moment, Tang Yan suddenly recalls something and turns to Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying. Their eyes instantly glimmer with hope. When you find yourselves elsewhere, please do not mention that you know me, and certainly do not claim that I am your classmate. I apologize. I cannot afford such a loss of face. With that, Tang Yan enters the vehicle without a backward glance, as the Rolls-Royce leads the way, followed by over 10 multi-million-dollar Bentleys, gradually departing. His words linger in the ears of those around, who begin to grasp the gravity of the situation. The expressions of Yu Xiaomei and Li Xiaoying shift subtly. Tang Yan's sardonic remarks and the surrounding onlookers' disdainful glances cause both women to lose face completely, prompting them to cover their faces and hurriedly escape the crowd in tears. Ha ha! System, you executed this display of opulence splendidly. I commend you. Inside the vehicle, with the system's assistance, Tang Yan has resumed his usual appearance, savoring a fine wine while bursting into hearty laughter. Host, you have successfully completed your first societal task. This is your reward. As you have already advanced a portion, your remaining balance is 9 million. Please keep it safe. Luo Qingyu's gaze becomes vacant, devoid of the previous vibrancy that complemented Tang Yan, his voice now echoing with the system's mechanical tone. He produces a black bank card from his pocket and hands it to Tang Yan. Wait, that was an advance. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's heart sinks. Had he known that the million was deducted from his account, he would not have been so extravagant. A mere 100,000 would have still left the crowd astounded. Well, it's done. At least I still have 9 million to spend. No loss there. After all, I am now a person of considerable wealth. My mindset must be adjusted accordingly. Once, I was impoverished, not even 100,000 to my name. But now I possess a system and am on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of life. How can I be troubled by such trivialities? This is a premium black card, with no limits on transactions, and all sources of funding are entirely legitimate. You may use it with confidence. Luo Qingyu elaborates. Additionally, you need only to quickly spend 80 of your task reward to unlock the second societal task. Oh, and what might the second societal task entail? Surely it won't involve pretending to be a beggar to borrow a phone again? Tang Yan muses. Yet even if it were, he has mastered the approach and would not mind repeating it. Simply borrowing a phone from a passerby can yield 10 million, followed by a Rolls-Royce and a fleet of Bentleys to escort him. Such a lucrative endeavor. Tang Yan relishes the thought. The specifics of the second societal task will only be revealed upon your acceptance. For now, you may commence your spending spree, Luo Qingyu states. Very well. Please take me to the nearest and largest shopping mall. I must enhance my appearance. Previously, Tang Yan had not given his image much thought, but after experiencing over an hour in the guise of a beggar, he now comprehends the significance of personal presentation, especially with wealth at his disposal. Failing to indulge would be an affront to the disdain he endured. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yan arrives at the renowned Hang Lung Plaza in the metropolis. Hang Lung Plaza is famed for its exclusive international brand boutiques, offering a plethora of luxury goods, making it one of the priciest and most extravagant shopping centers in the city. In the past, Tang Yan would not have dared to even glance at such a place for fear of depleting his finances. However, now with 9 million in hand, he gazes up at the twin towers of the shopping center, his heart swelling with excitement. My mission now is to shop, shop, shop. Tang Yan strides forward. Although he is typically a homebody, oblivious to luxury goods, he understands that true affluence today does not equate to flaunting brand names. Rather, it embraces bespoke tailoring, custom-made suits, trousers, shoes. Despite the absence of ostentatious brand labels, the prices soar to several times that of conventional luxury items. Thus, Tang Yan casually enters a high-end menswear store. After taking his measurements, the attendant promptly quotes, "Sir, based on your specifications, the lowest price for a complete set would be 420,000. Only 420,000? Is there not a higher option?" Tang Yan raises an eyebrow. Yes, but enough with the buts. Regardless of the materials, design, or craftsmanship, I want everything at the highest standard. Chapter 6. The Center of Attention. Now, my sole task is to spend lavishly. How could I not be extravagant and indulgent? 2 hours later, Tang Yan emerged clad in an ensemble of high-end sophistication. Indeed, as the saying goes, Buddha relies on gold adornments. People rely on attire. With his newfound wealth visibly displayed in his attire, he exuded a more spirited aura than before. Tang Yan was not lacking in looks. He simply had not taken the time to groom himself. However, adorned in custom-tailored garments, he instantly transformed into a striking figure. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 1.67 million. The sales associate remarked with a respectful smile. Charge it. Tang Yan confidently handed over his black card. The moment the staff laid eyes on that card, their expressions brightened. Although Tang Yan was unfamiliar with such elite cards, the seasoned employees who dealt with affluent clients recognized it instantly. There are various types of black cards, but Tang Yan possessed the most prestigious one. Obtaining such a card requires not only substantial assets but also a noteworthy identity. With it, he could make purchases not just in China, but anywhere across the globe. Even these well-versed staff members had never encountered this particular black card before. This was a first for them. Consequently, Tang Yan's already remarkable reputation grew even more illustrious in their eyes. It was no surprise that several attractive employees discreetly approached, hoping to acquire Tang Yan's WeChat contact. When Tang Yan took out his ordinary 1,000 yuan phone, the staff, far from looking down upon him, regarded him with even greater esteem. A wealthy individual capable of wielding such an elite black card and spending over 1 million on clothing without a second thought, yet using such a modest device, clearly demonstrated his humility. Having used that phone for so long, it was indeed time for an upgrade. Unbeknownst to him, the staff were forming their own opinions. After departing from the menswear store, Tang Yan made his way directly to the Apple store, where he purchased 3 of the latest iPhone X models, along with 2 fully equipped Mac Pros that he had long coveted as a homebody. Previously unattainable luxuries had now become the most basic of expenditures. How remarkable! As an aficionado of cutting-edge electronics, Tang Yan had been yearning for the latest iPhone X for quite some time, yet its nearly 10,000 yuan price tag had deterred him. The Mac Pro was similarly daunting, as the top model cost 20,000 yuan, requiring half a year of frugal living to afford. Yet now, these purchases felt utterly trivial. Following this, Tang Yan ventured to a watch retailer. A quality watch, second only to clothing, is a significant marker of a man's worth. An exquisite timepiece accentuates a man's lifestyle and taste. Previously, Tang Yan had not prioritized watches, but after witnessing his colleagues sporting expensive timepieces, he could no longer deny his envy. Now that he had splurged over 1 million on clothing, what was a watch in comparison? 4 million? I'll take it. Without much hesitation, he scanned the counter and selected a limited edition Hublet mechanical watch, drawn to its sporty design reminiscent of a racing car, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic. With clothing and a watch secured, the next essential for a man was undoubtedly a vehicle. With nearly 5 million remaining, it was clear that the quickest way to spend it would be on a car. Purchasing real estate would require signatures, paperwork, and processes. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, 5 million wouldn't even buy a central property. Moreover, Tang Yan had long desired a personal vehicle. Daily commutes via bus and subway amidst crowds left him exhausted before even reaching the office, particularly since his residence was far from work, necessitating early mornings. Of course, he no longer needed to toil for a living. Having squandered a fortune of 10 million, why would he concern himself with a meager salary of 3,600 a month? Driver, please take me to the most expensive 4S dealership, Tang Yan instructed as he entered the taxi. Ah, young man, you've struck it rich. The driver jested. Tang Yan chuckled, pulling out his phone to switch SIM cards and activating it, while simultaneously downloading a plethora of apps. Ding ding ding. Upon logging into WeChat, a flurry of notifications flooded in. Wow, why are so many people reaching out to me all of a sudden? Tang Yan mused as he glanced at the messages, quickly understanding the situation. Old Tang, look at you. A hidden wealthy second generation. Who would have Chapter 7? The second social task. Indeed, the saying holds true. When one is poor, no one in the bustling market pays attention. Yet when one is wealthy, people seek them out in the depths of the mountains. Almost a year has passed since graduation, and apart from a few close friends from the dormitory, The rest of my classmates have swiftly transformed into strangers. However, upon hearing that Tang Yan has come into wealth and is driving a Rolls-Royce, the news spreads like wildfire, with countless individuals rushing to greet and offer their congratulations. Yet, one cannot entirely blame these classmates. If Tang Yan were to hear that a classmate had suddenly morphed from obscurity into the heir of a conglomerate, with a mysterious background and the sole possession of a Rolls-Royce, he too would be incredibly astonished and curious. Thank you all for your concern. Tang Yan smirked, promptly sending a message in the class group chat. As soon as his message was posted, the chat erupted with excitement. The magnate has arrived. Is the Rolls-Royce for real? Tang Yan, you truly are a hidden wealthy heir. How impressive. I've always heard tales of invisible tycoons among us, but never expected to encounter one myself. Bowing to the magnate, Tang Yan, when will you invite us old classmates to your home? Yes, I wish to experience what it feels like to sit in a car worth over 80 million. The classmates chimed in one after another. The speed of the messages flying across the group was astonishing. Without focused attention, it was nearly impossible to discern the content. Buzzing. Not only were the group messages racing by, but Tang Yan's phone was also inundated with private messages from various classmates. Some were selling insurance, others health products. Some were in finance, and there were even real estate agents. Even female classmates with whom he had scarcely exchanged a few words suddenly sent him love emojis. Even Wang Datu, previously dubbed the richest in the class, took the initiative to send him a greeting. Is this what it feels like to be the center of attention? Indeed, it's quite exhilarating. At this moment, I finally understand why those second-generation rich individuals like Wang Datu revel in showing off. The transition from obscurity to the focal point of attention, the surging interest that makes the world revolve around oneself, feels akin to becoming the most vital core among all, inflating Tang Yan's vanity and sense of achievement to overflowing. Everyone craves attention. They aspire to be the object of everyone's gaze, and Tang Yan is no exception. Yet, while some relish this feeling, others may never experience it in their lifetime. Tang Yan is currently savoring this sensation, and it is nothing short of euphoric. He selectively replied to a few close friends or classmates he had a good impression of, while the others remained strangers, unworthy of his attention. Soon, they arrived at the 4S dealership. Welcome. Despite being dressed modestly, the quality of Tang Yan's attire was unmistakable, and coupled with the 2.4 million yuan sports watch adorning his wrist, the moment he stepped inside, the eyes of all the salespeople lit up. Ignoring the subtle competition among the sales staff, Tang Yan swiftly scanned the showroom. Sir, may I assist you? A beautiful saleswoman finally seized the opportunity to approach him, cautiously inquiring, which cars are priced around 4 million? Tang Yan replied nonchalantly. His tone suggested he was merely purchasing a few vegetables, rather than a luxury vehicle worth millions. The saleswoman's heart soared, and her smile radiated brilliantly. Sir, please follow me. After a thorough introduction from the saleswoman, Tang Yan ultimately chose a Bentley priced at 4.36 million. One must admit, after experiencing the Rolls-Royce ghost, returning to a Bentley does present a bit of a disparity. However, with the system in place, not to mention acquiring a Rolls-Royce in the future would be merely a matter of time. Ding! The spending threshold has exceeded 80, and the task reward has been activated. Please check your rewards. Just after completing the payment, the system's voice echoed in Tang Yan's mind. Here it comes. Tang Yan felt a surge of excitement. Social Task 2. Within 1 hour, in a designated street area, successfully purchase a passerby's wife for 1 million cash and spend the night together. Task completion reward, 50 million renminbi. Task requirements. Chapter 8. How much for your wife? On a bustling street near a large shopping mall in Pudong District, Shanghai, a Bentley emerged from around the corner, barely drawing attention. In a city like Shanghai, a Bentley wasn't particularly rare. Only something like a Rolls-Royce Sweptail would turn heads. The mall was crowded, and the system had indeed placed him in a decent location. Yet the task ahead remained daunting. In China, approaching strangers on the street to proposition their wives was beyond absurd. It was practically asking for a beating or an immediate police report. Tang Yan had only 1 hour to complete his mission. Failure would bring severe consequences. Perhaps he could find someone else to ask for him? Money was no issue. Paying someone to carry out this bizarre task seemed like a reasonable workaround. Buzz. Warning detected. host attempting to circumvent the rules. Abandon this thought immediately, or the mission will be deemed a failure. The system's cold alert echoed in his mind. I was just thinking out loud. With a resigned sigh, Tang Yan parked near the mall entrance. Even if this was just a mission, he couldn't half-hearted. If he was going to spend a fortune, he might as well aim for someone attractive. $1,000,000 in a high-end club would make him a king for the night. But here, offering that same amount for just one evening with another man's wife, from an economic standpoint, the other party would be the one profiting wildly. Thankfully, the funds came from the system, no personal loss. And if he was spending that much, settling for anything less than stunning beauty and a perfect figure would be unacceptable. That woman's gorgeous but alone. Wow, her figure is incredible, but she's with friends. That couple looks promising, but the woman's looks and physique fall short for 10 minutes. Tang Yan scanned the crowd, searching for his ideal target. The most beautiful women were either alone or in groups, while those with average appearances were the ones accompanied by partners. Then, his eyes lit up. A woman in tight jeans, her long, fair legs accentuated by her stride, walked arm in arm with a handsome young man. Perfect. Excuse me, may I have a moment? Tang Yan approached with a polite smile. The couple turned, puzzled. Yes? Are you two married?
Tang Yan inquired.
We've been married for 3 years. Why do you ask? The man replied. Tang Yan cut straight to the point. How much for your wife? The man's expression darkened instantly. His fists clenched, and he took a threatening step forward. The woman's gaze turned icy with suspicion. Brother, hear me out. This is purely a fair transaction. Tang Yan raised his hands disarmingly. I don't care what kind of deal you're offering. Get lost before I make you regret it, the man growled. Any husband would react this way. The fact that he hadn't thrown a punch yet was already restraint. 10,000 yuan, for one night with your wife. If you refuse, I'll walk away. Tang Yan said, stepping back slightly. At the mention of money, the man's anger visibly wavered. Tang Yan had strategized this. He hadn't opened with an astronomical sum, but started with a figure substantial enough to plant the seed of temptation. 10,000 yuan wasn't life-changing, but for someone earning a modest salary, it was nearly a year's savings. A single night's work for that amount? Many would consider it. You're insane. Get out of here. The woman snapped, offended by the proposition.
20,000. Tang Yan countered smoothly.
Payment up front. The man's grip loosened. Conflict flickered in his eyes. I'm not lying. My attire alone is worth noting. This watch? 400,000. And that Bentley over there? 4.36 million. Freshly purchased. If you'd like, we can discuss this closer to the car. The man's gaze dropped to Tang Yan's wrist. Hublet? Recognition flashed in his eyes. Sharp eye? Tang Yan smiled. Wei. The woman glared at her husband, her voice laced with warning. Honey, it's 20,000. The man named Wei murmured, rubbing his face. That sum represented years of his labor. He could be scamming us. The woman hissed, jabbing his shoulder. I understand your skepticism, Tang Yan interjected smoothly. But no scammer would operate so openly in a crowded mall. If the car makes you uneasy, we can talk right here, just a few steps away. The key to disarming suspicion? Reinforcing safety at every turn. Chapter 9. 500,000 for one night. It must be said that the basic negotiation skills that Tang Yan learned in the company proved to be quite beneficial. Upon hearing this, the vigilance of the two individuals noticeably diminished. Indeed, they were not heading to some desolate wilderness. It was merely a short walk, still within the surveillance range of the cameras at the shopping mall entrance. Moreover, security personnel were patrolling nearby, and the area was bustling with people. What was there to fear? Please, this way. Observing the change in their expressions, Tang Yan recognized that their psychological defenses were crumbling. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards the location of his vehicle. The woman pinched the man's arm a few times, and after a brief whispered discussion lasting about 10 seconds, they ultimately decided to follow Tang Yan. Let's talk outside the car. Upon arriving beside the Bentley, Tang Yan had just opened the door when the man hurriedly spoke. They maintained a slight distance from the car, still cautious of Tang Yan, wary of any unexpected turn of events. After all, in this society, there are far too many deceitful individuals, and they certainly did not wish to become the next victims. Certainly, discussing outside the car is no issue. However, To demonstrate my sincerity, please hold on for a moment. Tang Yan walked to the rear of the vehicle, opened the trunk, and retrieved a black bag containing 20 bundles of crisp red banknotes, amounting to 200,000 yuan. Here is 200,000 in cash. Feel free to count it carefully. He handed the bag to the man. Both individuals were taken aback. The man swiftly accepted the bag, opened it, and was immediately met with the familiar scent of money, revealing stacks of 100 yuan notes featuring Chairman Mao's visage. This. The woman silently gasped in astonishment. 17. 18. 19. 20. It's truly 200,000. The man exclaimed in a hushed tone. To be candid, I am someone who seeks excitement. Prior to this, I engaged in 2 fair transactions, spending 50,000 and 80,000 yuan with others. Tang Yan began to weave a tale, understanding that in this day and age, one must skillfully market their intentions to achieve a deal. This lady is exceptionally beautiful, captivating my interest, which is why I offered you 200,000. You may take your time to consider it. All I require is for this lady to accompany me for one night, and this sum will be yours. Ah wait, what are you hesitating for? Is 200,000 enough to sway you? Return the money to him. The woman, sensing the man's wavering heart, was filled with indignation. She snatched the black bag from him and tossed it back to Tang Yan. We do not need this 200,000. If you crave excitement, seek it elsewhere. The man extended his hand, clearly reluctant. That S200,000. He turned the woman away, lowering his voice in urgency. With this money, we could pay a down payment for a house back home. In Shanghai, 200,000 might only afford a few square meters, especially in the city center. But in smaller 4th or 5th-tier cities, or even rural towns, it could build a modest house or cover a home's down payment. Are you out of your mind? You would sell me out for 200,000. The woman struck the man several times in frustration. Madam, if 200,000 is unacceptable, how about 500,000? Tang Yan calmly interjected. 500,000. The man abruptly turned, his pupils widening in disbelief. 500,000. That's more than double. The woman also froze, staring at Tang Yan in astonishment. Indeed, 500,000. That is the highest offer I have made. It is simply worth it for such a captivating lady. Tang Yan smiled. And importantly, my condition remains unchanged. I only require her company for one night. At this moment, the man was thoroughly intrigued, while the woman displayed an expression of inner turmoil. 500,000. Even in bustling Shanghai, that represented a significant sum. With 500,000, they could purchase a decent Mercedes or BMW, or perhaps travel the world, relishing the joys of exploration. If they had any plans to buy a house, this 500,000 might prove invaluable. Of course, it could also serve as capital for a business venture. With this amount, they could accomplish much. What are your thoughts? Tang Yan's words were like a phantom, gradually eroding the couple's resistance. The man covered his mouth in contemplation, stroked his chin, and glanced at the woman beside him, clearly captivated by the offer. If possible, he would have shouted deal on the spot. Yet, he retained a flicker of rationality, aware that the decision ultimately rested with his wife. Wife, consider this. 500,000 is substantial. This isn't just 200,000. It's 500,000. The man urged, his tone tinged with desperation. The woman remained silent, her brow furrowed, face conflicted, and her eyes complex. She glanced at her husband, then at Tang Yan, and finally at the black bag in Tang Yan's hand. Her emotions were a tangled web, far from simple. Tang Yan smiled, choosing not to speak further. Instead, he returned to the trunk and retrieved another black bag, each containing 250,000 in cash. Here is a total of 500,000. You may count it and verify that there are no counterfeit notes. He handed one bag to the man and the other to the woman. After a moment of hesitation, they accepted the bags. Once again confronted with the vivid stacks of 100 yuan notes, their hands trembled slightly. "Amay!" The man looked at the woman, visibly conflicted. The woman sealed the bag, inhaled deeply, and instead of causing a scene, began to pace back and forth. The impact of 500,000 was becoming increasingly evident. "Brother, could you elaborate on what you intend to do with her?" The man inquired. "Rest assured, I have no peculiar preferences. I merely wish to spend a night with her, nothing more." Tang Yan replied with a smile. "Just one night?" "Yes, one night. The overnight accommodation is at the Imperial Grand Hotel across the street." Chapter 10. The Deal. As for the details of the night, I believe there is no need for further elaboration. Is there? Upon hearing this, the man was left with no doubts. He was convinced that this gentleman, driving a Bentley, adorned with a 2.4 million mechanical watch, and dressed in garments worth millions, truly sought merely a thrill. Indeed, the wealthy know how to indulge. Yet it is precisely this penchant for play that afforded him, a mere pauper, an opportunity to acquire immense wealth. 500,000. Considering his monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, coupled with his wife's 3,500 yuan, it would take them 5.5 years of relentless labor to amass such a sum. Now, all it required was for his wife to spend one night with this man, and they could earn 500,000. If this chance were to slip away, would there be a second? Absolutely not. I cannot agree. After a moment of agonizing deliberation, the woman ultimately resolved to relinquish the idea. She handed the black bag back to Tang Yan. "Really? You won't reconsider?" Tang Yan shot her a surprised glance. Resisting one's desires is no simple feat, especially for an ordinary person. It is indeed a formidable challenge. "Wife." The man's expression shifted drastically as he pleaded. "Just one night. Merely one night. Away. Have you lost your mind? You actually expect me to spend a night with a stranger? Is this how you wish to wear a cuckold's crown?" The woman retorted, seething with anger. "Amay, this is 500,000. 500,000. With our salaries, it would take us 5 to 6 years to save that amount." The man implored earnestly. "Consider this. After paying rent, we are left with merely 3,000 yuan each month. How long would it take us to save 500,000? Moreover, we need to buy a car, purchase a home, and raise children. With so many expenses, our current income simply won't suffice. All you have to do is spend one night with him, just one night. We hold no grudge against money, so why not?" The prospect of such a hefty sum had driven the man nearly to the brink of madness. "Away? Are you still a man? Didn't you promise to work hard and strive for a promotion and salary increase? If you wish to continue living this life, return the money immediately, and we shall leave. If not, we may as well divorce." The woman, fierce in her resolve, was even more ferocious than the man. Upon hearing the word divorce, the man hesitated. He was not foolish. If he continued to be obstinate, he risked ending up with nothing and losing everything. Yet the thought of allowing 500,000 to slip through his fingers was unbearable. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and return the money." The woman slammed her fist against the man's chest, the sound resonating with palpable force. In pain, the man reluctantly closed the bag, his face etched with regret as he returned it to Tang Yan. He had initially hoped to save some money, but it seemed that was no longer an option. If 500,000 could resolve the matter, Tang Yan certainly had no intention of spending more. Perhaps the remaining sum would be his. However, judging by the woman's vehement reaction, it appeared that without offering more, he would be unable to swiftly complete the task. Tang Yan was pressed for time, with only an hour remaining. Merely locating a target had already consumed 10 minutes, and this woman was among the most attractive he had encountered. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also exquisite. Finding another such target would require considerable time, and he would have to persuade her anew. Time is money, and Tang Yan understood the wisdom of not sacrificing the greater for the lesser. "Madam, I must say, I am utterly enamored with your character. It is simply perfection incarnate." Tang Yan spoke again. "How about this? I shall raise the offer to 1 million. 1 million. Upon hearing this, The previously disheartened man suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor. The woman stood in stunned silence, her mouth slightly agape, the resolute refusal on the tip of her tongue. Yet she found herself unable to voice it. Indeed, she was also tempted. If 10,000, 20,000, or even 50,000 had failed to sway her, the weight of 1 million was now insurmountable. This was 1 million. Even in the high-consumption metropolis, it was no trifling sum, especially for those of their working-class stature. It was a fortune beyond reach. To earn such a sum for merely one night, it was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Brother, 1 million. Is this real? The man's voice trembled, his lips quivering. Of course. Tang Yan nodded. The conditions remain unchanged. I can provide the money in advance, full cash payment. This 1 million may be a lot for you, but to me it is not substantial. I am not a miser. If it brings me joy, spending a bit more is inconsequential. However, this is my final offer. If you still refuse, I will have no choice but to seek others. You may contemplate this seriously. Remember, time waits for no one. With that, Tang Yan returned to the trunk. And when he emerged again, he held only a coated suitcase. With a click, the suitcase opened, revealing a neat stack of red 100 yuan bills, presenting a striking sight to the couple. Here is the 1 million in cash. You may count it carefully. Tang Yan casually handed the suitcase to the man, who accepted it with trembling hands, his gaze fixated in awe. Wife. This is real, all in genuine currency. The man flipped through the notes, his face alight with excitement. The woman inhaled deeply several times, her gaze at the pile of red bills reflecting a whirlwind of emotions. I apologize, but in business, efficiency is paramount, and my time is limited. I will grant you 1 more minute to decide. If you are willing, accept the money, and this lady will accompany me. I shall pick her up at the Imperial Grand Hotel across the street at 8 tomorrow morning. If you decline, you may inform me now, and I shall not trouble you further. Tang Yan glanced at his watch. You have 58 seconds left to consider. As the saying goes, the customer is always right. Having already offered 1 million, would he waste time waiting for their deliberation? If they agreed, they would proceed. If not, then so be it. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. The man responded without hesitation, pleading earnestly, wife, 1 million. This is 1 million. We can have a car, a house, and children. Let us not hesitate. Just agree to him. Even if it means wearing a cuckold's crown, I will accept it. You. Just agree to him. The woman bit her lip, pacing back and forth. Ultimately, she declared, I will listen to you. We shall proceed as you say. Chapter 11. Additional rewards. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on the man's face. Amay, rest assured, once you return, we will resign immediately and head back home tomorrow to purchase a house and a car. The man exclaimed excitedly, embracing the woman tightly. I don't care. When I return, I want to buy that Chanel bag I saw last time. She insisted. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Despite her earlier frustration over 500,000, her demeanor shifted entirely with the prospect of 1 million, and she was already contemplating the Chanel bag. Absolutely. You can buy whatever you wish. The man readily agreed. Excellent. Tang Yan also displayed a satisfied smile. Now, let us go. He then stepped forward and placed an arm around the woman's shoulders. She instinctively flinched a bit, but only slightly, and did not struggle further. Wow! This is exhilarating. One must admit, engaging in such intimate gestures with another's wife in front of her husband was thrilling beyond measure. Under normal circumstances, a fierce confrontation would have been unavoidable. However, at this moment, Tang Yan was relishing the delightful experience brought forth by the system's social task. Bro, are you heading to the hotel now? The man inquired. Yes, if you're concerned, you can accompany us. I'll arrange another room for you. Tang Yan replied with a smile. System, I will cover the cost of the room myself. That's acceptable, right? Tang Yan mentally asked. You have completed the phase task. There is no need to adhere to the monetary limit. The system's mechanical voice responded. That's splendid. Tang Yan's eyes lit up. Then I shall join as well. Although the man exhibited a hint of greed, it was evident he cared deeply for his wife. Let us get in the car.
Tang Yan smiled.
Subsequently, Tang Yan booked 2 rooms at the Imperial Hotel and escorted the woman to her room. However, she remained somewhat reserved and unable to fully relax. To spark some excitement, Tang Yan took her to a mall, where he purchased her favorite Chanel bag. Not only that, he treated her to dinner, took her to a movie, gifted her a brand new iPhone X, and even bought her gold and silver jewelry. What could he do? He was affluent. Completing this task would yield 50 million, making frugality unnecessary. With a barrage of monetary indulgence, the way the woman looked at Tang Yan transformed entirely. Prior to shopping, she had perceived him as merely a wealthy man with peculiar tastes, casually spending money on another man's wife. But upon receiving her cherished Chanel bag, the iPhone X, a lavish meal costing nearly 10,000, along with necklaces and earrings, she was thoroughly conquered by Tang Yan. This financial bombardment propelled Tang Yan's image and allure to unprecedented heights. That night, after bringing the woman back to the hotel, she could no longer contain herself and eagerly threw herself at Tang Yan. Tonight, I am yours. Her proactive affection provided Tang Yan with an unparalleled thrill. It was worth noting that the man's room was right next door. This surreptitious thrill was incomparable to anything depicted in a romantic drama from the islands, especially with a woman so stunning and possessing an impeccable figure. Tang Yan felt he was soaring to the heavens. Thus, Tang Yan and the woman spent a night filled with revelry, nearly exhausting themselves until dawn. In contrast, the man in the adjacent room felt no hint of despair or concern. Instead, he was brimming with excitement, counting a box full of money for an extended period, elated throughout the night, ultimately lying down on a bed strewn with cash, smiling in his sleep. The following day, around noon, Tang Yan finally emerged from the room with the woman. The man had been waiting by the hallway for quite some time. All right, the transaction is complete. You have received your money, and I have booked the room for 2 days. You may continue using it. I shall take my leave now. Having enjoyed a night with another man's wife, the exhilaration lingered in Tang Yan's mind. As for the woman beside him, her face radiated with a rosy glow, indicating her satisfaction with Tang Yan's prowess. Thank you, brother. I truly appreciate it. The man approached Tang Yan, shaking his hand with a face devoid of any discontent, only exuberance. This man had quite the fortitude.
Tang Yan Muset Quieli.
His wife had spent the night with another man. In typical circumstances, such a situation would be intolerable. Yet, under the allure of 1 million in cash, the ugliness of human greed gradually unveiled itself, particularly in this transactional context. He found himself thanking the man who had slept with his wife. This was the stark reality. Mr. Yan, farewell. The woman smiled, waving to Tang Yan, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. As for the name Mr. Yan, it was merely a pseudonym Tang Yan had concocted. In this world, aliases hold great significance. Do take your time to consider how to spend that 1 million. Tang Yan chuckled, showing no signs of attachment as he departed. He had no interest in the subsequent lives of the man and woman. As long as he had enjoyed himself, that was sufficient. At this moment, he could only reflect. The experience with a beautiful wife was indeed delightful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Task restrictions have been completely lifted. Congratulations on receiving the task completion reward. 50 million. As soon as he got into the car, Tang Yan heard the system's voice in his mind. 50 million deposited. How exhilarating. Acquiring a residence in Magic City was now practically assured. Although the housing prices were steep, even at 100,000 per square meter, he could still afford a luxurious apartment of approximately 200 to 300 square meters. This way, Tang Yan would truly have established his foothold in Magic City. Ding! Congratulations on successfully obtaining an additional reward. Super Serum. Just as Tang Yan was reveling in his good fortune, the system's voice resounded once more. Additional rewards? Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed. Host, each time you complete a social task, there is a certain probability of receiving an additional reward. The more social tasks you accomplish, the higher the probability of obtaining additional rewards. The system elucidated. Chapter 12. The Super Serum. So it is. Each time a task is completed, in addition to monetary rewards, there lies the possibility of receiving an additional boon. As the system's words faded, Tang Yan felt a peculiar sensation in the palm of his hand. Upon opening it, he discovered a slender, metallic vial, roughly the width of his thumb. Through the transparent glass, a mysterious green liquid flowed within. The super serum? Could it be the super serum of Captain America from Marvel? A look of astonishment graced Tang Yan's face. Given the immense popularity of Marvel films, how could he, a semi-fan, be oblivious to the illustrious name of Captain America? Yet, he never anticipated that the system's additional reward would be the super serum. System, I recall that in the movie, activating Captain America's super serum required substantial machinery, right? You present me with merely a vial of serum. How am I to utilize it? In Captain America, the first Avenger, the emaciated captain lay within a machine, undergoing serum injection and gamma-ray exposure, ultimately transforming into the muscular, combat-ready Captain America. However, those were mere cinematic portrayals. Even if he possessed the serum, where could he possibly procure such a machine? Rest assured, host, the items bestowed by the system are immediately usable. You merely need to press the button on the vial, and a syringe will emerge. After injecting the serum into your body, it will take effect swiftly. The system elucidated. Following the system's guidance, Tang Yan pressed the button on the vial. Ding! A slender syringe of metallic material appeared. For the sake of Captain America's physique, he decided to give it a try. In a sense, Captain America could be deemed a mutant. Although he lacked the extraordinary abilities akin to Spider-Man, Wolverine, or Magneto, his innate strength, agility, endurance, and exceptional learning ability. Chapter 13. Reunion with Xiao Xinmei. Tang Yan's first priority was purchasing property. Whether one could truly establish roots in a city largely depended on owning a home there. And Tang Yan was no exception. But he wasn't thinking of just any ordinary house. He wanted a villa. After all, with assets now worth tens of millions and an immeasurable fortune awaiting him in the future, he naturally had higher aspirations. A villa offered not only private space and a comfortable environment but, more importantly, an air of prestige. For someone who had been an ordinary office worker just a day ago, owning a villa, especially one in Shanghai, had once seemed an unattainable dream. But now, with wealth at his disposal, fulfilling this desire was a must. Coincidentally, he had recently overheard colleagues discussing the newly launched Purple Jade Manor in Pudong. At the time, they had lamented how they could never afford such luxury. Yet fate had other plans. Within days, Tang Yan found himself in a position to purchase one. Without hesitation, he drove straight to the sales center of Purple Jade Manor. As a newly established villa complex, Purple Jade Manor wasn't the most expensive in Shanghai, but its exclusivity set it apart. This allure had drawn numerous affluent buyers. Unlike typical sales centers, this one was located within the gated community itself, accessible only to those with passes or proof of substantial wealth. For most, even stepping inside was a privilege. Tang Yan, however, faced no such barriers. The moment his Bentley arrived at the entrance, the guards saluted, and the barrier lifted without question. The car itself was the ultimate pass. Following the signs, he reached the sales center, where a neatly dressed valet promptly took his keys. A row of elegantly dressed hostesses greeted him with welcoming smiles. The opulent interior, blending modern and classical aesthetics, exuded grandeur at first glance. "Mr. Tang, welcome." A familiar voice caught his attention. Turning, he saw a strikingly beautiful woman in a sales associate's uniform approaching him gracefully. "Xiao Xinmei?" Tang Yan's expression flickered with surprise. Indeed, it was the same woman who had helped him at People's Square. "We meet again," she said with a warm smile. "You work here?" "Graduated and joined right after," she replied cheerfully. "I remember you were in the economics department, always winning scholarships. Isn't this a bit beneath your talents?" Tang Yan remarked sympathetically. "You seem to know me quite well," she observed, her gaze lingering on him. Tang Yan coughed lightly, his cheeks tinged with pink. After all, Xiao Xinmei had been his longtime crush in university. How could he not know such details? "What brings you here? With your wealth, this place shouldn't even be on your radar?" she inquired curiously. The events at People's Square were still vivid in her memory. The limited edition Rolls-Royce, the Bentley fleet worth millions, the entourage of bodyguards and butlers, and the billion-yuan collaboration with Shuemu Group. Most unforgettable was Tang Yan casually handing her 1,000,000 yuan as gratitude. His sudden appearance here, at a villa complex far beneath his apparent status, puzzled her. To buy a villa, of course, Tang Yan shrugged. Living in a manor gets dull after a while. Though the luxury cars, entourage, and tycoon persona were temporary, they lent credibility to his affluent facade. Just boredom? Xiao Xinmei gave him a knowing look. Well, there's more to it. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed as he concocted an explanation. Families like mine are rife with internal strife. Endless disputes. Relatives who smile to your face but plot behind your back. I just wanted some peace, away from all the drama. His fabricated tale flowed effortlessly. After all, with his displayed wealth, who would doubt him? So you're escaping family conflicts, she chuckled. I've seen that in dramas, never thought I'd witness it in real life. Sharp as ever, the brilliant economics graduate. Tang Yan praised, relieved she had filled in the gaps for him. Just don't tell Li Xiaoying or Yu Xiumei. I came here for solitude, don't need any more disturbances. To his classmates, he was the enigmatic tycoon-s heir. While he could charm Xiao Xinmei with his stories, facing probing questions from well-connected peers risked exposure. Though his system guaranteed future riches, discretion was still prudent for now. Chapter 14. The procedure for purchasing a $1 million home. I understand. Xiao Xinmei smiled and nodded. She had a disagreement with her family and did not wish to be disturbed or observed. I comprehend. Indeed. Conversing with someone who has many thoughts is effortless. Classmate Xiao, could you kindly introduce me? Tang Yan inquired. All right, follow me. Subsequently, Tang Yan accompanied Xiao Xinmei to view several villas in Ziyu Villa. Some were nestled beside mountains and waters, where the developers had deliberately created an artificial lake to reflect the classical value of the name Ziyu Villa, offering a picturesque landscape. Others were secluded and tranquil, situated on the outskirts, where minimal disturbances occurred. All the villas harmoniously blended modern and classical styles, captivating Tang Yan, who had grown weary of various European designs. Okay, this one. Ultimately, Tang Yan decisively settled on one villa priced at 33.46 million. This villa, located by the lake, resonated perfectly with Tang Yan's aesthetic preferences. Good. Although Tang Yan's decisiveness in purchasing a home was akin to buying groceries, Xiao Xinmei was not overly surprised. After all, if he could afford a Rolls-Royce, what was the big deal about acquiring a villa worth over 30 million? Tang Yan, your paperwork is somewhat incomplete. It seems you cannot proceed with the purchase. However, as Tang Yan was processing the purchase, Xiao Xinmei remarked, cannot buy? The first to express confusion was not Tang Yan, but the manager in charge beside him. The manager examined the materials Tang Yan had filled out and found that he had not met many of the conditions required for purchasing property in Magic City. For instance, the social security requirement. To purchase property in Magic City, one must have at least 5 years of social security payment records. How long had it been since Tang Yan graduated and started working? Naturally, his payments were insufficient. Mr. Tang, there are some deficiencies in your documentation. It may hinder the purchase process, the manager said with a face full of regret. He was eager to sell the villa, as it impacted his performance and commission. However, without Tang Yan meeting the criteria, even the manager's desire to sell was futile. With the soaring property prices in Magic City, the government had long since issued various purchasing restrictions and implemented stringent property monitoring. Without meeting these conditions, one could not even qualify to buy. Manager Luo, I would like to speak with you privately. Tang Yan's gaze flickered as he spoke leisurely. Private talk? Manager Luo seemed to understand something. Xiao Mei, please step out. I need to discuss something with Mr. Tang. All right. Though Xiao Xinmei was unaware of what Tang Yan wanted to discuss, she obediently left the office. Manager Luo, let's cut to the chase. The matter of buying a house ultimately revolves around money. You are in this business, so I trust you have ways to resolve these gaps, right? Tang Yan smiled meaningfully. 500,000. Within a week, you will assist me in completing all the purchasing procedures for this villa. Manager Luo, what do you think? 500,000. Upon hearing this, Manager Luo's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. In the real estate industry, there are intermediaries specializing in resolving purchasing qualifications, yet their fees seldom exceed a few tens of thousands. However, Tang Yan's offer of 500,000 was irresistible. Mr. Tang, no problem. Rest assured. I will ensure all procedures are settled within a month. Manager Luo quickly replied. A month is too long. Tang Yan smiled, extending a finger. If you can finalize it within a week, I will add another 500,000. 1 million. Manager Luo's breath quickened. His eyes filled with excitement. Completing this task within a week would indeed pose a challenge, but with a reward of 1 million, it was worth his utmost effort. After all, 1 million was a sum he could hardly earn in 2 years of frugality. Risking a bit for such a fortune was worthwhile. Mr. Tang, a week it is. I assure you it won't take a day longer, so you can acquire the house promptly. Manager Luo stated earnestly. Very well, I shall await news from you. Tang Yan nodded. To the average person, spending 1 million on purchasing procedures seemed utterly extravagant. With just a bit of expertise, one could resolve it for far less, if not 500,000, then certainly not much more. But who was Tang Yan? He was not constrained by financial limitations. He preferred to let Manager Luo handle the matter rather than expend time and energy searching for someone else. Moreover, he had resolved to spend freely. It would be remiss not to indulge a little extravagantly. Mr. Tang, take care. Xiao Mei, please see Mr. Tang out. Thus, Manager Luo respectfully escorted Tang Yan from the office, his demeanor so reverent that Xiao Xinmei could not help but shake her head. What did you discuss with our manager? Once they exited the sales center, Xiao Xinmei curiously asked. Nothing much, just a minor matter. Tang Yan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, to Tang Yan, 1 million was an inconsequential affair. Classmate Xiao, are you free this weekend? I would like to treat you to dinner. Tang Yan proposed. Sure, but I would like to bring my girlfriend along. You don't mind, do you? Xiao Xinmei smiled. If it were any ordinary wealthy second-generation individual inviting her, she would have outright declined. However, Tang Yan presented a different aura than those who merely threw money around and measured worth by wealth. Thus, Xiao Xinmei did not hesitate to agree. Your girlfriend, it wouldn't be Yu Shoumei and Li Xiaoying, would it? Tang Yan raised an eyebrow. Of course not. This time, I'm bringing along a very close childhood friend. We grew up together, and she works here too, but she couldn't come today due to illness. Xiao Xinmei explained. That's fine. I look forward to seeing you on Sunday. Tang Yan replied with a smile. See you on Sunday. Xiao Xinmei watched Tang Yan as he entered the Bentley, which then gradually disappeared from view. Upon returning to the sales center, Manager Luo rushed over, eagerly inquiring, Xiao Mei, who is that Mr. Tang? Are you quite familiar with him? I'm not entirely sure of his background, but the Rolls-Royce you saw in the WeChat group last time belongs to his family. Xiao Xinmei's words left Manager Luo utterly astounded. My goodness, the one and only Rolls-Royce Wraith in the world actually belongs to his family. No wonder he is so extravagant. Chapter 15. Investment company. The endeavor to purchase a property did not materialize, and thus, naturally, Tang Yan's funds remained unspent. However, this minor setback posed no significant hindrance. He could simply wait another week. After all, apart from the 30 million earmarked for real estate, he still possessed over 10 million in liquid assets, affording him the freedom to indulge as he pleased. With this newfound wealth, he resolved to treat his companions to a grand celebration. Tang Yan was certainly not one to overlook his amicable colleagues, a group of industrious workers who shared accommodations in a modest dormitory. Despite their humble circumstances, they were remarkably friendly, having extended considerable kindness to him upon his arrival. Aside from his university friends, these colleagues had become his closest allies. They frequently invited him out for meals, never once requesting that he reciprocate, and when he attempted to treat them, they would concoct various excuses to dissuade him, fully aware of his modest salary, which required a week's labor to afford a simple meal. Such experiences filled Tang Yan with warmth and gratitude. Now that he had come into wealth, it was imperative that he generously treat these brothers to a lavish feast. Without hesitation, Tang Yan drove towards the familiar vicinity of his workplace. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, he spotted a group of his colleagues congregating, his dear friends. It was the same old restaurant they frequented. They never seemed to tire of it. Tang Yan chuckled to himself. Given the subpar quality of the company cafeteria, his colleagues often opted for dining out, and this particular establishment was a favored choice due to its affordability and delectable offerings, which had kept them returning for years. "Boss!" Tang Yan called out exuberantly as he stepped out of the car. Among the playful group, an older gentleman in his early 30s, wearing glasses, turned at the sound of his voice. The others followed suit, their expressions lighting up upon seeing Tang Yan. "Xiao Yan." As soon as they recognized him, they rushed over in excitement. "Wow, Xiao Yan, what is going on? Your outfit is different from your usual style. And look, is that a Hublet watch? It looks just like the real thing. Bentley? No way. Is that car yours?" As they approached, their astonishment grew at Tang Yan's attire, accessories, and the luxury vehicle behind him. "Xiao Yan, you didn't win the lottery, did you?" One of them inquired incredulously. "Far more remarkable than winning the lottery. I've inherited a substantial estate from America, though I shan't disclose the amount. It is evident." Tang Yan replied with a smile. With the system backing him, the legitimacy of his wealth was unquestionable, freeing him from any concerns regarding scrutiny or complications. As for the explanation, he could easily fabricate one. "Wow, you've inherited an estate from America. You're driving a Bentley now. This is incredible. It's like a scene from a drama come to life. Money truly does change everything," they exclaimed, filled with envy. "Today, I'm here to treat you all to an extravagant meal, drinks included. Let us go," Tang Yan declared with a flourish. "Let us go. Xiao Yan, I'm going to feast on you today." Upon hearing that Tang Yan was treating them, the group erupted in cheers. They followed him to the nearby opulent restaurant, Shanghua Grand Hotel, renowned for its lavish offerings. With a minimum expenditure starting at 10,000, it was a venue reserved for the truly affluent. The mere sight of the restaurant's name sent waves of excitement through his colleagues. "Waitstaff, bring out your most extravagant dishes," Tang Yan announced boldly, exuding generosity. His friends gasped in astonishment. Ordering the most expensive dishes would surely cost tens of thousands. Once an array of visually stunning and delectable dishes began to arrive, all concerns vanished as they dove into the feast with abandon. "What's a meal without drinks?" Tang Yan thought, opting for high-end Moutai rather than the extravagant 1982 Lafite often glorified in dramas. "Let us drink to our heart's content," he proclaimed, and they all raised their glasses in jubilant unison. As the evening progressed, the group couldn't help but reflect on the surreal experience. Each dish represented months of their hard-earned wages, and each sip felt like a testament to their toil. After a prolonged revelry, they settled the bill, and the staggering amount of 1.07 million jolted them back to reality. "Let us just use a card," Tang Yan said without hesitation, producing his black card to cover the expense. "Xiao Yan, with your newfound wealth, surely you won't be returning to work?" The older gentleman sighed, a hint of sadness in his voice. This sentiment resonated among the others. Though their time together had been brief, they had grown to regard Tang Yan as a younger brother, and the thought of his departure was disheartening. "Indeed, I won't be returning, and neither will you," Tang Yan replied with a smile, devoid of any intoxication. With the resilience of Captain America, mere alcohol could not sway him. "What do you mean?" they asked, puzzled. "Boss, you've been developing that incredible program of yours, haven't you? I believe it has great potential. I've decided we should start our own company, and I'll invest in it." Tang Yan's eyes gleamed with vision. "You want to invest in my program?" The older gentleman's face lit up with excitement. He had been diligently developing his program in his spare time, dreaming of unveiling it to the world. However, software development required both manpower and financial resources. "How much will you invest?" he inquired eagerly. 10 million, Tang Yan declared. Chapter 16. Indulge in joy. "Oh, 10 million, the colleagues exclaimed in unison, and the boss's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? Is it true? Xiao Yan, do you truly intend to invest 10 million in me?" The boss's lips quivered with excitement. For some large corporations and certain elite IT professionals, a 10 million investment may seem trivial. However, for an engineer in his 30s earning barely 10,000, the prospect of someone willing to invest such an amount in a program he developed is akin to a windfall from the heavens. "Boss, I have followed you for so long and know your true capabilities. You have spent 3 years developing this program single-handedly, and we have all seen its immense potential. I firmly believe that if you take the lead, it will be executed flawlessly. Tang Yan took a sip of his drink and spoke earnestly. Tang Yan was acutely aware that the boss had dedicated 3 years of his spare time to this program, pouring his heart and soul into it. This was not only the boss's dream but also his future goal. Unfortunately, due to his lack of notoriety, no one was willing to invest in him. The reason Tang Yan proposed to invest was twofold: to assist his esteemed boss in realizing his dream and to repay the kindness he had received over the past year. Additionally, he contemplated the necessity of establishing his own influence. Despite having some money now, Tang Yan was still an inconspicuous individual without any notable title or power. He was merely an ordinary person with a modest fortune, unrecognized wherever he went. Moreover, no one would ever complain about having excess funds, especially since to undertake the next societal endeavor, he would need to spend 80 of the task reward, leaving him with little remaining. Given this, Tang Yan reasoned that it would be better to invest this money to earn even more. Boss, this is your lifelong dream. With this 10 million at the very least, the initial development will be assured, and you will have greater confidence in seeking further investments. Indeed, boss, Xiao Yan is right. We have all seen your program, and it is truly remarkable. If it comes to fruition, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of investors. Boss, Mediterranean has been making our lives difficult every day. I have long been displeased with him. Let us proceed. We will all follow you to the new company. Upon hearing of the 10 million investment, the others' confidence surged, and they unanimously supported Tang Yan's proposal. Xiao Yan, I truly do not know what to say. This program is my life's dream. If I can bring it to perfection, my life will have been worth it. The boss was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Here's the deal. In the new company, we 5 will each have 10 shares, and you will have 50. Does everyone agree? Of course, we agree. Having 10 shares is satisfying. This distribution seems reasonable. Everyone unanimously approved. However, Tang Yan waved his hand. Boss, this program is yours. You have labored to develop it. I am merely investing some money. Claiming 50 is excessive. Let us redistribute. I will take 20, and the remaining 80 can be allocated freely among you. You need not feel shy. I am merely a financial backer, leaving the management of the company entirely in your capable hands, which will undoubtedly entail challenges. Most importantly, regardless of profit or loss, we 6 shall remain good brothers. This must never change, understood? Upon hearing this, the men could not contain their emotions and were moved to tears. Understood. They shouted almost in unison. Come, let us set aside other matters. Tonight we must drink to our heart's content. We shall not cease until we are intoxicated. Xiao Yan, I will toast you 3 cups. The boss wiped his tears, lifted his glass, and downed it in one go. Very well, we shall not cease until we are intoxicated. Laughter erupted among the group. Drinking was merely the beginning. Soon, Tang Yan led everyone to a nearby upscale club. Despite being IT programmers who spent their days in front of computers, they were exuberantly lively when intoxicated. Especially the third guy, who summoned 3 women at once, reveling in sheer delight. Seeing this, the others were not to be outdone. Some ordered 3, while others summoned 2. The private room was filled with an atmosphere of unrestrained revelry. To ensure his brothers enjoyed themselves without restraint, Tang Yan transferred 100,000 to each as entertainment funds, allowing them to lavishly reward the ladies and indulge in their company. As the focal point of the gathering, Tang Yan was naturally surrounded by Chapter 17, a feast for 2 beauties. It can be said that the dreamlike experiences of these past few days have unveiled a brand new world for the group, significantly broadening their horizons and perspectives. They have come to a profound realization that even the wealthy experience moments of unhappiness. Their joy is something beyond imagination. However, after indulging in such revelry, life must ultimately return to its rightful path. With their eyes opened wide, everyone is invigorated and determined to work hard to transform these enchanting days into a new norm. Tang Yan's investment of 10 million was promptly received. The group swiftly organized themselves. The 5th member took charge of the company application process. The 4th focused on renting office space and procuring necessary supplies, and the 3rd was responsible for publishing recruitment information. The 1st and 2nd members concentrated on developing the program. Everything fell into place with remarkable speed. As for Tang Yan, being the financier, he merely offered occasional assistance, opting instead for leisure and enjoyment. Before long, the weekend arrived. Tang Yan, driving his Bentley, set off for a predetermined rendezvous at a restaurant famed for its opulence in the heart of the city, renowned as a haven for the affluent, with a minimum expenditure starting at 10,000. When inviting his crush for dinner, Tang Yan was determined to spare no expense. Upon arriving at the building's entrance, he immediately spotted two stunning figures not far off. One of them was, of course, Xiao Xinmei. Today, she was adorned in a delicate pink floral dress, her exquisite features and near-ethereal figure casting a spell that rendered all self-proclaimed fashionable passers-by utterly overshadowed. Yet, standing beside her was a breathtaking beauty who matched her in both appearance and poise. Even Tang Yan found himself craning his neck for a closer look. This striking woman, while exuding a similar innocent charm as Xiao Xinmei, radiated a more youthful and vibrant aura. The two were engaged in lively discussion, erupting into laughter at a particularly amusing moment, their joy illuminating the surroundings like a radiant moon emerging from behind clouds, casting a boundless light upon the world. Undoubtedly, they formed a captivating sight at the entrance of the building, drawing the attention of many passers-by, all of whom gazed in admiration. "Hey!" After parking his car, Tang Yan approached with a smile. "You've arrived." Xiao Xinmei greeted warmly. "Hello." The pure-hearted beauty beside her responded with a friendly smile, displaying no signs of shyness. "Xiaoru, this is the wealthy gentleman I mentioned who is treating us to a grand feast today." "Tang Yan," Xiao Xinmei introduced. "Tang Yan, this is my childhood friend and my closest companion, Lin Ruyan." "Lin Ruyan, what a poetic name. And you are exceptionally beautiful," Tang Yan complimented. "Thank you," Lin Ruyan replied, a smile gracing her lips, her sparkling eyes assessing Tang Yan as if confirming something. "It is my honor to dine with such lovely ladies. I have already reserved a table. Please, lead the way." Tang Yan displayed impeccable gentlemanly manners. The trio made their way to the 33rd floor of the Verino's restaurant, recognized as the most luxurious dining establishment in the city. Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan gazed at the opulent surroundings with a sense of wonder. As real estate agents, they often interacted with the wealthy and were well aware of Verino's esteemed reputation, yet this was their first time experiencing it in person. "Order whatever you desire," Tang Yan encouraged with a smile. "Then I shall not hold back," Lin Ruyan replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she beamed with excitement, displaying no trace of hesitation or formality. True to her word, she ordered the most extravagant dishes, each priced well into 5 figures. "All right, Xiaoru, enough with the indulgence," Xiao Xinmei playfully scolded. "Okay, I'm done. It's your turn." Lin Ruyan handed the menu to Tang Yan. "I can't possibly eat that much. Just a steak will suffice." Tang Yan chuckled as he passed the menu to the waiter. "Very well, please hold on," the waiter replied before departing.
Tang Yan,
"I heard from Xinmei that your family owns a globally limited Rolls-Royce Wraith? That must mean you come from a wealthy background," Lin Ruyan inquired with curiosity. "Xiaoru." Xiao Xinmei rolled her eyes at Lin Ruyan's bluntness. "By your logic, I suppose I must qualify as well." Tang Yan nodded with a smile. "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that you do not quite fit the mold of a typical wealthy individual," Lin Ruyan remarked. Tang Yan paused, intrigued. "Oh? What leads you to that conclusion? Though you appear affluent, I have encountered truly wealthy individuals who live by aristocratic standards, often looking down upon things, burdened by excessive formalities, and quite difficult to please." Lin Ruyan spoke earnestly, clearly drawing from personal experiences of navigating the complexities of the elite. "You are not wrong. My relatives embody many of those traits. Perhaps my lack of such flaws is why I often clash with them." Tang Yan casually fabricated a response, having never truly encountered the ultra-wealthy. Soon after, Lin Ruyan posed a myriad of questions about Tang Yan, her fascination with his concealed identity as a scion of a vast financial empire evident. She was particularly eager to comprehend the lifestyle of the upper echelons of society. Although Tang Yan was not well versed in such matters, he figured that boasting was merely part of the game. After all, who had not spun a tale or two? Chapter 18. The third social task. It was this very bravado that captivated Lin Ruyan, drawing her into the conversation. Initially, Xiao Xinmei regarded Tang Yan's words as mere banter, but soon found herself engaged in the discourse as well. Before long, the dishes arrived, and the trio picked up their cutlery to savor the culinary delights. Nevertheless, their discussion continued unabated. Lin Ruyan was an exceptionally loquacious individual, her curiosity extending beyond the affluent. She seemed capable of seamlessly connecting to any topic, swiftly transitioning from one to the next without pause. Xiao Xinmei had intended to enjoy a quiet meal, avoiding participation in their lively exchange. Yet, Tang Yan's occasional remarks ignited within her a desire to contribute her thoughts. Thus, she too succumbed to the infectious energy of their conversation, and the three were soon embroiled in a spirited dialogue. The meal stretched nearly 2 hours, excluding the waiting time, and throughout most of it, they barely touched their food, engrossed instead in a wide-ranging discussion. They traversed topics from Chinese conglomerates to American tycoons, from Japan's Yakuza to Italy's Mafia, and suddenly the conversation veered to the film The Godfather, only to pivot again to the current trend of lackluster domestic television dramas. In essence, their dialogue was a whirlwind of ideas, with thoughts leaping from one topic to another, from north to south and east to west, each contributing a plethora of opinions over the span of those 2 hours. Whenever a humorous moment arose, Lin Ruyan and Xiao Xinmei would stifle their laughter, their melodic giggles drawing curious glances from other diners. Thus, the delightful gathering gradually approached its conclusion amidst their fervent discussions. Ding! At that moment, Tang Yan received a message on his phone. A quick glance revealed it was from Manager Luo. "Mr. Tang, all formalities have been completed. You may sign the contract at your convenience." A smile crept across Tang Yan's face. Internally, he mused, "System, please transfer the funds to the account of Ziyu Mountain Villa." Transfer completed, host, the system responded almost instantaneously. This method of utilizing the system for transactions was a newfound approach Tang Yan had discovered during his recent escapades. Unlike other methods, which came with various restrictions, the system imposed no limits and allowed for immediate transactions. Ding! Your spending has exceeded 80 of the task reward funds. System task achieved. Please check your rewards. The system's notification chimed in. Here it comes. Tang Yan wiped his mouth, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Since the meal was nearly concluded, excusing himself to undertake a task would not be deemed impolite. Moreover, considering the expenses incurred for his colleagues and investments, along with the villa purchase, he estimated there was scarcely over $1 million left in his account. It was time to commence earning. Social task. Randomly select a passerby and induce them remotely to complete system subtasks. The passerby must fulfill all system subtasks for the host to be deemed successful in the challenge. Task completion reward, 100 million renminbi. Task requirements. Can only select 10 individuals. If none complete all system subtasks, the task will fail. Task failure penalty. Reclamation of the host's right hand. Remote manipulation of a passerby to complete the system's subtasks. The system. Do you mean to suggest that I can select anyone on the street and assign them tasks remotely? Initially perplexed by the task description, Tang Yan gradually grasped its implications upon further contemplation. Indeed, the system affirmed, this task is not difficult. In the past, Tang Yan might have perceived this challenge as daunting. After all, no one would willingly allow a stranger to control their actions, even in face-to-face interactions, let alone remotely. However, following his previous experience, he realized that remote manipulation was not as challenging as it seemed. With sufficient incentives, no one could resist the allure.
Tang Yan.
At that moment, Lin Ruyan called out to him, waving her hand in front of his face. Why are you so quiet? Oh, nothing of consequence, just pondering an interesting thought. Tang Yan replied with a smile. What intriguing thought? Lin Ruyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Earlier, we discussed whether people might commit outrageous acts for money, and we reached a consensus that humanity is inherently kind and would not harm others for financial gain, only acting out of necessity. However, I now harbor a different perspective, Tang Yan said, taking a sip of red wine. What differing perspective? Xiao Xinmei inquired, her intrigue evident. Though she acknowledged the harsh realities of society, she believed that unless one was utterly desperate, no one would willingly harm another for monetary gain. Let us conduct a small experiment. Tang Yan suggested, a playful smile gracing his lips as he turned to look out the window. Observe the myriad individuals on the street. You may select one at random, and I will perform a small experiment. Select someone for an experiment? But how can we do that from such a distance? Lin Ruyan asked, perplexed. You will soon find out. Begin selecting now, Tang Yan said mysteriously. Although they remained uncertain of his intentions, both women were intrigued enough to participate. I choose that one, Lin Ruyan exclaimed, pointing to a young man in a red sweatshirt, sitting by the bus stop, listening to music through his headphones. An excellent choice. On the surface, this young man does not seem like someone who would harm the innocent for financial gain. Yet, whether he is genuinely a good person remains to be seen. Tang Yan remarked with a smirk. System, I have made my selection. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a sequence of numbers materialized in his mind. He promptly picked up the phone and dialed the number, placing it to his ear. Lin Ruyan cast a curious glance at Tang Yan, then back at the young man in the red sweatshirt. Just as she was lost in confusion, the young man suddenly removed his headphones and answered the call. Chapter 19. The Speed of Light Surrender. Have you connected? Lin Ruyan extended her neck in astonishment to glance at the boy in the red sweatshirt below, then turned to Tang Yan, exclaiming, How did you know his number? Tang Yan did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he remarked, Congratulations, you have been chosen. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Lu Jiwen furrowed his brow upon hearing these words, preparing to hang up. Such scam calls were outdated tricks from years past. It was utterly foolish to revive them. If you choose to hang up now, I assure you, you will regret it. Tang Yan's voice resonated. In no more than 3 seconds, you will understand the meaning of my words. 3 seconds. Although Lu Jiwen remained cautious, he refrained from immediately disconnecting the call. 3 seconds later, a notification pinged on his Alipay, indicating a deposit of 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan transferred. Lu Jiwen gasped. How about that? Have you received your lucky gift?
Tang Yan chúc cờ.
You sent this to me? What does it mean? Lu Jiwen opened his Alipay to confirm the transaction. Bewildered. I am conducting a challenge game. If you complete the task I assign, you will earn a substantial reward, Tang Yan declared. At this moment, Lin Ruyan and Xiao Xinmei exchanged glances, grasping Tang Yan's intentions. They remained silent, observing Lu Jiwen below. Getting paid for tasks? Are you filming some variety show? Lu Jiwen scanned his surroundings. Where are the cameras? Show yourselves. That is of no concern to you. I can see you, but you cannot see me. You are wearing a red sweatshirt, donning glasses, and you just unplugged your earphones to take this call. Tang Yan detailed Lu Jiwen's appearance. Who are you? Lu Jiwen stood abruptly, his expression tense as he looked around. Anyone informed they were being monitored without being able to identify the watcher would naturally feel a surge of fear. Listen closely. You have only one opportunity. Now, immediately, drop down and perform 10 push-ups within 30 seconds to earn a reward of 300 yuan. Tang Yan continued in a calm, decisive tone, disregarding Lu Jiwen's question. Who exactly are you? If this is a variety show, come out and film properly. Lu Jiwen's gaze remained frantic as he searched for the caller. 29 seconds. 28 seconds. 27 seconds. Remember, 10 push-ups earn you 300 yuan. Tang Yan began his countdown, reiterating the reward. Lu Jiwen's frantic glances persisted, but urgency began to creep onto his face. When Tang Yan reached 15 seconds, Lu Jiwen, no longer hesitating, dropped to the ground and, under the curious gazes of passersby at the bus stop, executed 10 standard push-ups. 300 yuan for 10 push-ups seems reasonable. I can do this. Lin Rui Chapter 20. Smash the car. Next time you dare to talk back, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. Get lost. The burly man casually flung his arm, sending the frail Lu Jiwen crashing to the ground. Lu Jiwen, sensing the urgency, scrambled to his feet and fled. Ah, I can't see him anymore, Lin Ruyan exclaimed as she watched Lu Jiwen vanish around the street corner. Not to worry, I can still see him. Suddenly, the screen on Tang Yan's phone illuminated with footage from a surveillance camera, precisely tracking Lu Jiwen's movements. Your phone is incredible. Can even hack into surveillance cameras? Xiao Xinmei remarked, unable to contain her astonishment. Well, my family is a leading conglomerate. This is nothing remarkable, Tang Yan boasted, seizing the opportunity to impress. In reality, the surveillance feed was provided by the system, as Tang Yan needed to ensure Lu Jiwen completed the system's task. Hence the necessity for corresponding visuals. Hacking a mere street surveillance system was a trivial endeavor. Bro, did you see that? I almost got beaten up. Lu Jiwen's voice came through the phone, slightly breathless and tinged with irritation. Hold on, don't rush to blame me. Check your Alipay account. As soon as Tang Yan finished speaking, Lu Jiwen's phone pinged with a notification of a deposit. How about that? A mere shove earned you $1,000. This deal seems quite lucrative, doesn't it?
Tang Yan smiled.
I'm done. No matter how much you offer, I'm out. With the money already in hand and the recent scare fresh in his mind, Lu Jiwen was ready to abandon this duplicitous challenge. Oh, really? What if I told you the next challenge's reward is 100,000? Tang Yan said nonchalantly. 100,000. Lu Jiwen's expression shifted from anger to astonishment, his eyes wide with surprise. That's right, 100,000. Of course, if you wish to forfeit, you may hang up at any moment. Tang Yan continued lightly. Let me think. 100,000, with your skills, you'd have to starve for a year and a half to earn that, right? That one statement ignited a spark of interest in Lu Jiwen. What is the next task? He inquired, his tone markedly less defiant. Simple. Do you see that illegally parked BYD over there? License plate who see? Yes, that one. Now, go find a rock bigger than your fist and smash its windshield. Your challenge will be complete. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwen's face fell. No, no, no. I can't vandalize someone else's car. That's illegal. He waved his hands in protest. Tang Yan, conducting an experiment is one thing, but destroying someone's car is a bit excessive, don't you think? Xiao Xinmei cautiously interjected. Weren't you just saying you didn't believe anyone would do something morally reprehensible for money? Insulting someone is merely the beginning. This is the real initiation.
Tang Yan remarked.
A smirk playing on his lips. In truth, he didn't want anyone to damage a car, but this was a subtask mandated by the system. Ideally, he would have preferred to let someone run a few kilometers or engage in harmless pranks. However, failing to complete the system's subtask would render his experiment pointless. Whether to smash the car or not was entirely up to Lu Jiwen. As always, he had only 30 seconds to decide. And remember, it's just a BYD windshield. Can it really cost you 100,000? Tang Yan's final words echoed in Lu Jiwen's mind like a spell. 30 seconds, starting now. Indeed, even if he broke the windshield, the maximum compensation would be a few thousand. Anything beyond that was profit for him. Moreover, to claim damages, one must be caught. As long as he fled quickly, who would know it was him? With renewed determination, Lu Jiwen began to search for a stone larger than his own fist. By chance or design, he spotted a brick lying beside a nearby trash bin. Taking a deep breath, he approached, seized the brick, and concealed it beneath his hoodie. Standing before the BYD, he scanned his surroundings, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. It was his first time doing something like this. There was no personal vendetta against the car's owner, yet he was about to commit an act of vandalism, which inevitably stirred feelings of guilt. 20, 19, 18. As the countdown from Tang Yan echoed in his ear, Lu Jiwen ceased hesitating. He donned the hood of his hoodie, produced the brick, and swung it forcefully against the windshield. Bang! A resounding crash erupted as the BYD's windshield shattered, a concave hole forming amidst a spiderweb of cracks, shards scattering everywhere. The blaring of the alarm pierced the air, prompting Lu Jiwen to flee. He truly did it. Lin Ruyan and Xiao Xinmei watched the live footage on their phones, completely engrossed in the unfolding drama. Now do you see? Whether a person can sell their conscience for money hinges entirely on the price offered. Tang Yan shrugged with a smile. But the most thrilling part is yet to come. Tang Yan's eyes glinted with anticipation. Chapter 21. Stealing from the beggar. Are you going to continue? Xiao Xinmei could not help but exclaim. The experiment has only just begun. If we are to approach the truth, more practical experience is essential. Tang Yan leisurely sipped his drink. I too support the continuation. Lin Ruyan, in contrast, appeared quite exhilarated. Xinjie, do you not find this intriguing? But this is getting out of hand with insults and car vandalism. What if something goes wrong? Xiao Xinmei was genuinely concerned that their reckless antics might lead to unforeseen complications. Fear not, I will exercise restraint.
Tang Yan a súp.
Brother, I do not know if you have noticed, but I have already smashed the car, and your 100,000 should be on its way, right? At that moment, Lu Jiwen's breathless voice came through the phone. Upon checking the screen, he had already sprinted several streets away, fearful of being caught. It has arrived. As soon as Tang Yan's words fell, Lu Jiwen's phone chimed with a notification. 100,000 yuan credited. Yes. Splendid. Lu Jiwen opened Alipay and beheld the 100,000 yuan resting in his balance, causing him to leap up in sheer joy. 100,000. Just for smashing a windshield, what could possibly be a better deal? With this windfall, I shall purchase an Alienware computer, and the top-tier Mac Pro, the latest iPhone 10, and a tablet, clothes and shoes, all must be replaced with designer brands. Lu Jiwen was already enthusiastically planning how to spend this newfound fortune. Well done. However, there remains a task valued at 300,000. Are you prepared to accept the challenge? Tang Yan continued. Speak. What do you wish me to do? Lu Jiwen responded with unwavering determination. If he had harbored any doubts before, the successful acquisition of 100,000 yuan had completely convinced him of Tang Yan's reliability. First, follow my instructions and head to the designated location. Tang Yan directed Lu Jiwen to the entrance of a shopping mall. Through the surveillance footage at the mall entrance, Tang Yan and the others could clearly spot Lu Jiwen's figure. Is this the entirety of the 300,000 task? Lu Jiwen asked, somewhat excited. Of course, it is not so simple. Tang Yan replied, now, look to your left. Do you see the beggar kneeling on the ground? Your task is quite straightforward. In front of the beggar, snatch away her bowl for collecting alms. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwen's expression changed dramatically. No, this task is far too. That is a pair of disabled individuals. I cannot do this. Lu Jiwen protested. It was one thing to vandalize a car, but to rob a disabled beggar in public was utterly reprehensible. Brother, remember, the reward for this task is 300,000. Tang Yan said calmly, think about what 300,000 can buy. A low-spec Mercedes or BMW luxury vehicle. In certain third or fourth-tier cities, it could cover a down payment for a house. And this sum would take you many years to earn. Right now, you have only 1 minute. Exceed that time and the task will be cancelled, and you shall forever be deprived of the 300,000. Tang Yan's words clawed at Lu Jiwen's heart like a cat's paw. As Tang Yan had stated, 300,000 was a sum he would labor for many years to accumulate. And now, an opportunity to earn it in a mere minute lay before him. What right did he have to refuse? With this 300,000, he could buy a car or a house, or even travel the world with his girlfriend to Bali, Paris, or Hawaii. All of this rested on a single decision. Tang Yan, this is too extreme. Indeed, how could one rob a beggar? This is utterly devoid of morals. Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan both expressed their indignation, unable to comprehend the situation. Precisely, taking money from a beggar transcends mere moral condemnation. It interrogates the very foundation of ethics. It is not just Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan who disapprove. Tang Yan too feels the weight of this decision. Yet, this is a subordinate task mandated by the system, and it must proceed. However, it must be acknowledged, although this societal experiment is indeed harsh, it perhaps allows for a clearer revelation of humanity's darker side. It is undeniably excessive. Yet, does this not highlight the issue at hand? We shall see whether, in the hearts of this randomly chosen bystander, the weight of 300,000 surpasses the burden of conscience. As soon as Tang Yan's words fell, the phone screen switched. He truly took action. Does he possess no conscience? Is he out of his mind? Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan gasped in disbelief. Indeed, Lu Jiwen ultimately chose money. He discarded his so-called dignity, cast aside his conscience, and stealthily approached the pair of disabled individuals. Before they could react, He abruptly seized the bowl filled with coins and dashed away. Not only were the disabled individuals stunned, but the bystanders were also left speechless. What has become of the youth today? Even robbing a beggar. Is there no law left? What manner of person is this? Person? This is hardly human. Even beasts possess more conscience. The bystanders erupted in outrage, vocally condemning the act. Simultaneously, they did not forget to comfort the distressed disabled individuals, offering them tens, hundreds, or even several hundred yuan in support. In this manner, the disabled individuals received more money than they originally had. The answer has emerged. Tang Yan raised an eyebrow. Clearly, money triumphed over conscience. Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan felt a tumult of emotions. They had not anticipated that such a seemingly trivial social experiment would unveil such brutal aspects of humanity. That someone could commit such a heinous act as robbing a disabled beggar in broad daylight. I did it. I completed the task. From the other end, Lu Jiwen's slightly trembling and panting voice came through. Excellent. Take a look. The money should have arrived, Tang Yan said with a smile. A notification popped up. Another 300,000 had been credited to Lu Jiwen's account. Lu Jiwen exhaled deeply, and though he still felt uneasy, the arrival of 300,000 calmed him considerably. Brother, take a few deep breaths, and then prepare for the ultimate challenge. This time, the reward amount is... Tang Yan's eyes sparkled as he pronounced each word slowly. 1,000,000. Chapter 22. The Ultimate Challenge. 1 million. Lu Jiwen had initially resolved to discontinue his involvement. The reckless act he committed today was an experience he would find hard to fathom for a lifetime. He had no desire to continue. However, when Tang Yan uttered the figure of 1 million, Lu Jiwen's heart uncontrollably quivered. Tang Yan, 1 million? What are your intentions? Both Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan were equally startled. 1 million is no trifling sum. Such a high reward clearly indicates that the forthcoming challenge would be anything but trivial. Indeed, 1 million. This marks the final task in the entire challenge game. Upon its completion, not only will you claim all the prize money, but I shall also present you with a mysterious grand gift. So what will it be? Will you choose to withdraw and forfeit this 1 million? Or will you press on and complete this ultimate challenge? Tang Yan disregarded the presence of Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan, continuing with his discourse. The allure of wealth is undeniably potent. Even though Lu Jiwen was acutely aware that the upcoming ultimate challenge would be particularly arduous, he found himself unable to utter the words of surrender. After all, it is 1 million. With 1 million, he could purchase a house immediately and upgrade his vehicle from a $30,000 luxury car to a Range Rover or a Cayenne. If willing, he could use this 1 million as seed capital to accrue even greater wealth. All paths to a prosperous life, all forks in destiny, rested solely upon his decision. What do you want me to do? Lu Jiwen inhaled deeply and inquired. Do you see a CAF down the street ahead? Tang Yan's gaze flickered as he lifted his wine glass for a delicate sip. Now, according to my instructions, walk to the trash can in front of the CAF. All right. Lu Jiwen complied with Tang Yan's directions and approached the vicinity of the trash can. Lower your head and check the trash can for a beige bag. Retrieve it. Without hesitation, Lu Jiwen bent down, scanning the contents of the trash can. Nothing was visible at first, so he reached in to rummage around. Soon, I found it. Take it out and open it. Lu Jiwen extracted the beige bag and slowly unwrapped it. But upon seeing its contents, his pupils constricted, and he hastily closed the bag. This is powder. It's illicit powder. No, this challenge has crossed the line. I do not wish to be incarcerated. Lu Jiwen exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Illicit powder. Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan gasped in unison at this revelation. Brother, do you think 1 million is worth delivering such a package of illicit powder? Rest assured, this is not what you think it is, and you need not worry about its contents. Simply follow my instructions. Your task now is to pour this white powder in Chapter 23. I am just a string of numbers, yet I can manipulate your life. In mere seconds, the white powder swiftly dissolved into the coffee, leaving no trace behind. Here, your identification card, the fashionable girl said, producing an ID from beneath her feet and handing it to Lu Jiwen. This was a diversion orchestrated by Lu Jiwen, who had intentionally dropped the card at her feet. Oblivious to the danger, she merely assisted in retrieving the ID, unaware that her coffee had been tainted with an unknown substance. Thank you. Lu Jiwen accepted the ID and hastily departed from this den of trouble. Beneath his red hoodie, his back was drenched in the cold sweat that had seeped through. His eyes were filled with turmoil. He dared not glance back, fearing he might witness the fashionable girl convulsing and collapsing after sipping the tainted coffee. The guilt and complexity of his emotions intertwined within him, causing his heart to race. What have I done? What madness has overtaken me? Lu Jiwen trembled with dread. Indeed, he had resorted to a litany of despicable acts: cursing, vandalism, theft, and drugging. He had traversed the entire spectrum of immorality. Once perceived as kind-hearted and approachable, he had repeatedly crossed his own moral boundaries for the sake of money. Yet, he was acutely aware that there was no turning back. Money is truly omnipotent, Tang Yan observed, reflecting on the scene. If you claim to be unmoved by money, it merely indicates that the offer was insufficient. It is not that one cannot betray their conscience, but rather whether the stakes are high enough to compel such treachery. This is the reality, not a noble narrative from a drama, film, or novel. When the incentives are substantial, human nature is often found wanting. I have succeeded. Lu Jiwen's voice quivered slightly. You did well. Check if the 1 million has been credited. As Tang Yan's words fell, a notification pinged on Lu Jiwen's phone, indicating a transfer of 1 million yuan. A wave of relief washed over him. His efforts had finally yielded a tangible reward. Did you not mention a mysterious gift? Lu Jiwen inquired. Look at your phone. Tang Yan smirked. On the surveillance screen, Lu Jiwen unlocked his phone, its black screen illuminating to reveal a blank image. However, the revelation of what he saw sent him into an uncontrollable tremor, his eyes widening in horror before he collapsed to the ground. Today, through your actions, you have earned money, but this does not imply that you can continue to act in such a manner to acquire more wealth in the future. Take your winnings and enjoy them. Tang Yan chuckled softly before abruptly ending the call. What did he see that frightened him so? Xiao Xinmei asked, bewildered. What I showed him was this phrase. Tang Yan replied, retrieving his phone to display an image that boldly proclaimed, I am merely a string of numbers, yet I control your life. Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan exchanged knowing glances, comprehending the profound impact of that statement on Lu Jiwen. The upheaval of his suppressed guilt must have surged forth, overwhelming him with fear. From an innocuous individual to one who had descended into criminality for the sake of profit, the intensity of his remorse was palpable. It was certain that this phrase would forever haunt Lu Jiwen. As long as it echoed in his mind, he would refrain from further wrongdoing. Xiao and Lin, do you now grasp the treachery that lurks within the human heart?
Tang Yan mu xét,
taking a leisurely sip of his drink. But do not lose hope. He acted out of a desire for substantial gain. Under ordinary circumstances, only someone as exceptionally bored as I would pay so much to witness such antics. And what became of the fashionable lady? Lin Ruyan queried anxiously. You did not truly let that person administer real drugs, did you? Rest assured. It was merely ordinary vitamin powder. Tang Yan chuckled. If Lu Jiwen were to hear this, he would surely feel a mix of relief and embarrassment. The fear that he had unwittingly administered narcotics would be unfounded. It was simply a harmless supplement. After all, this experiment was purely a test of human nature, not a life-threatening endeavor. However, the system had explicitly stated that Tang Yan must not disclose this during the task, lest it result in failure, which is why he had deliberately created an air of suspense. It was vitamin powder, the two realized. A weight lifted from their hearts as they exhaled in relief. Moreover, I am a person of principles, Tang Yan reiterated, pulling up the surveillance footage once more. Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan beheld the scene of a disabled mother and child exiting the mall, navigating the streets with difficulty. At that moment, a man in black approached, discreetly placing 50,000 yuan into their bag before nonchalantly departing. The entire transaction transpired silently, and the mother and child remained blissfully unaware of their newfound fortune.
Tang Yan.
Did you orchestrate this? Lin Ruyan's eyes lit up with delight. What do you think? Tang Yan replied with a grin, flicking the screen to reveal the image of a broken windshield on a BYD vehicle. The owner of the car rushed over, cursing loudly, only to discover that the object that had shattered his glass was not a brick, but an iPhone X. Upon unwrapping it, he found a brand new device, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. The cost of the windshield paled in comparison to that of the phone. Wow, Tang Yan, are you performing magic? How did you accomplish this? Lin Ruyan exclaimed, her wide eyes filled with awe, nearly bursting into applause. Xiao Xinmei was equally astonished. The events had taken a dramatically unexpected turn. And what of the muscular man who was berated? Xiao Xinmei inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Tang Yan chuckled as he switched to the next scene, revealing the muscular man disembarking from a bus. Not far along, while engrossed in his phone, he stumbled upon a 100 yuan note. Chapter 24. Super Artificial Intelligence. Every individual who had suffered received a surprisingly delightful compensation. In that instant, Lin Ruyan and Xiao Xinmei could no longer contain their applause for Tang Yan. Their faces were devoid of any lingering concern, and instead, they regarded Tang Yan with newfound admiration. They never anticipated that what appeared to be a dismal and negative experiment would culminate in entirely positive outcomes. Tang Yan, you are remarkable. Not only did you present us with an intriguing experiment, but you also promoted positive societal values. Kudos to you, Lin Ruyan lavishly praised. Modesty, it's merely basic operations, Tang Yan remarked, taking a sip of his drink, while subtly showing off. In truth, the entire compensation process was orchestrated by Tang Yan issuing commands in his mind, with the system executing the arrangements. From the black-clad figure to the transformation of a brick into an iPhone X, along with the 100 yuan that appeared beneath the muscular man's feet. With the system's assistance, everything unfolded as though Tang Yan had meticulously planned it, elevating his image in the eyes of Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan to an illustrious stature. Ding! Congratulations, host! Task completed successfully. Task restrictions lifted. Congratulations on receiving your task completion reward, 100 million yuan. The sum has been credited to your account. Please check. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, and Tang Yan couldn't help but grin, a wave of elation washing over him. A full 100 million. He had now ascended into the ranks of billionaires in Huaxia, truly deserving the title of a genuine billionaire. System, is there an additional reward this time? Tang Yan inquired with eager anticipation. If there was one thing he most looked forward to upon completing a task, it was undoubtedly this additional reward. The last bonus had granted him a physique comparable to Captain America, allowing him to charm 4 women into submission overnight, leaving them pleading for mercy. Consequently, Tang Yan had been contemplating whether he might receive an Iron Man suit or some other superpower from a superhero. How delightful that would be. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully obtained an additional reward. Super Artificial Intelligence. Just as Tang Yan finished his question, the system's prompt sounded instantly. It had arrived. Excitement ignited in Tang Yan's eyes, and he could not restrain a triumphant fist pump. Tang Yan, what's the matter? You seem to have encountered something joyous. Xiao Xinmei, ever observant, inquired. In her mind, she found Tang Yan inscrutable. Despite his evident wealth, he had masqueraded as a beggar on the street, borrowing a phone to play with, and now staged such a profoundly realistic social experiment to illustrate the harsh realities of society. What intrigued her most was how Tang Yan had anticipated all subsequent arrangements, successfully enlightening them without causing anyone harm, resulting in an exceptionally satisfying conclusion. This had piqued Xiao Xinmei's interest in Tang Yan immensely. Noticing the spark of excitement in Tang Yan's eyes as he triumphantly pumped his fist, Xiao Xinmei could not help but ask, having 2 beautiful ladies sing my praises is indeed a cause for joy. How was your meal? It's getting late. Allow me to escort you. With this new development, Tang Yan felt an urge to find a private space to thoroughly test the capabilities of his newly acquired super artificial intelligence rather than linger with the goddesses. Thank you for your generous hospitality today. Thank you, Tang Yan, for treating us. I'll be sure to invite you next time. Lin Ruyan and Xiao Xinmei expressed their gratitude politely. In the end, the bill totaled 260,000 yuan. Of that, 60,000 was for the meal, But the 2 bottles of wine were particularly extravagant, with one priced at 100,000. Though the expense was considerable, Tang Yan, now a billionaire, hardly batted an eye at such sums. He paid effortlessly with his card, and the 3 of them departed. How about, I call a cab for you? Tang Yan offered courteously. No need, we can take a taxi back ourselves. You've already spent so much today. It seems rather excessive to ask you to drive us. Xiao Xinmei politely declined. Master, would you like me to summon a cab for you? Suddenly, a magnetic male voice echoed in Tang Yan's mind. Startled, he raised an eyebrow, but he quickly deduced the source of this voice, referring to him as master and offering to call a cab. If he was not mistaken, this must be the super artificial intelligence granted to him as an additional reward. All right, I shall assist you in calling a cab. Tang Yan did not insist, discreetly assuming the responsibility of hailing the taxi as he walked swiftly to the roadside. As he walked, he inquired, You are the super artificial intelligence, correct? What is your name? Master, I currently do not possess a code name. You may name me. The super artificial intelligence replied. I feel as though your voice resembles something I've heard before. Oh, it just struck me, Jarvis. From Iron Man. Tang Yan's eyes lit up. Ah, I see. The system has bestowed Jarvis upon me. Tang Yan beamed with delight. From now on, you shall be called Jarvis. And there's no need to address me as master. We are not in feudal times, just call me Sir. Name established. Jarvis. Thank you, sir. I quite like this name. Jarvis responded with a human touch. Truly impressive for an artificial intelligence to express gratitude.
Tang Yan chúc cơ.
Your first task is to call a cab for me. Yes, sir. I have already searched for all available taxis within a kilometer radius. I have contacted the nearest taxi which is en route. Estimated time of arrival, 32 seconds. Jarvis reported methodically. Excellent. Tang Yan smiled, turning to wave goodbye to Xiao Xinmei and Lin Ruyan. As they approached the roadside, the taxi arrived precisely on cue. They were taken aback by the impeccable timing. Safe travels. Tang Yan assisted them into the vehicle, watching as they departed. Sir, your vehicle has arrived. Just as Tang Yan prepared to head for his own car, he turned around to discover that a Bentley had mysteriously appeared behind him. Artificial intelligence. Truly extraordinary. Chapter 25. The convenience of super artificial intelligence. Sister Xian, do you really have no interest in him? Lin Ruyan, with her large eyes fixed on Xiao Xinmei, inquired tentatively in the taxi. Xiao Ru, what on earth do you think about all day? Xiao Xinmei lightly tapped Lin Ruyan's forehead and replied somewhat irritably, It's just a friend I've met a few times for a meal. What's there to be interested or uninterested about? You're overthinking it. Well, I don't care. If you're not interested, then I might just make my move. Lin Ruyan boldly declared. I think he's quite easy to converse with, showing no airs of a wealthy person. Plus, he's handsome and perfectly aligns with my aesthetic. Most importantly, his actions just now in compensating the victim showcased not only his wisdom but an undeniable charm. Upon mentioning Tang Yan, Lin Ruyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. You're a girl who has never been in a relationship. Can't you be a bit more reserved? Xiao Xinmei rolled her eyes. But you've never been in one either. How can you say that to me? Lin Ruyan retorted playfully, unwilling to concede. Regardless, I genuinely think he's remarkable, so different from those insufferable rich folks. There's just no reasoning with you. Xiao Xinmei shook her head in resignation. Unlike Lin Ruyan, although Xiao Xinmei did not voice her thoughts, she harbored sentiments akin to those of Lin Ruyan. Having encountered various wealthy individuals, Tang Yan stood out as particularly unique, especially after the social experiment he had just demonstrated, which lingered in her mind. Thus, among the multitude, Tang Yan was the only man who piqued her interest and whom she wished to engage with further. Meanwhile, Tang Yan remained blissfully unaware that his simple act of treating them to a meal had left such a profound impression on the 2 young women. At that moment, he was on his way home. However, unlike usual, He was entirely liberated from the burden of driving. With Jarvis at his service, he no longer needed to fret over the road or monitor the vehicles around him. Sir, I can perform the most precise evasions through the instant response system. The 3D satellite system can ensure your vehicle maintains a distance of 0.1 millimeters from others. All road conditions have been scanned and verified via traffic monitoring, and I will automatically select the optimal route for you, ensuring a swift and smooth journey. You may relax and leave everything to me. Jarvis's voice emanated from the car's sound system, each statement a potential selling point for a cutting-edge automotive brand. Thanks to such an array of advanced technologies, Tang Yan reclined comfortably in the driver's seat, hands-free, fully relishing the pleasure of autonomous driving. He headed straight to Ziyu Villa. Manager Luo personally handed him the villa keys. Mr. Tang, should you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost, Manager Luo said, ingratiatingly. Of course, Tang Yan was well aware that the extent of Luo's efforts would hinge on the promise of substantial rewards. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to it. For him, problems solvable with money were no issues at all. Sir, may I obtain access to all electronic devices within your residence? Jarvis inquired as they arrived at the villa's entrance. Go ahead. No need to consult me for other permissions. Just acquire them all.
Tang Yan nodded.
Understood. All electronic device permissions have been acquired. Please enter, sir. As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, the villa's electric gate swung open. Tang Yan alighted from the car and entered, the garage door rising automatically as the Bentley, under Jarvis's control, smoothly rolled into the garage. Upon entering the villa, Tang Yan needn't lift a finger. All appliances began to operate automatically at Jarvis's command. If he desired to watch television, it turned on instantly, allowing him to view whatever he wished. Even for paid content, Jarvis could effortlessly breach the barriers. As Jarvis explained, the payment password system of this website is not stringent. I completed the entire hacking process in merely 0.73 seconds. Indeed, artificial intelligence had begun to look down upon other systems. When Tang Yan wished to take a shower, a simple command prompted Jarvis to promptly activate the water heater, prepare the bath, and regulate the temperature to the most suitable range for the human body, reminding Tang Yan when all was ready. Moreover, while bathing, Tang Yan found it inconvenient to handle his phone due to wet hands. However, with Jarvis, a mere thought sufficed. Jarvis could discern where he was looking and automatically scroll and turn pages for him without needing any verbal commands. Having super artificial intelligence was undeniably a game-changer. Tang Yan marveled at Jarvis's arrival, as it allowed him to experience the remarkable efficiency and convenience of super artificial intelligence for the first time. Siri, AlphaGo, those so-called top-tier artificial intelligences are utterly insignificant when compared to Jarvis. Sir, Brother Wendy is calling. Shall I connect the call? Jarvis's voice interrupted as Tang Yan was engrossed in a video. With precise caller identification, there was no need for the hassle of answering. Jarvis provided a voice prompt instead. Oh, Brother Wendy's call? Connect me. Brother Wendy was Tang Yan's cousin, with whom he shared the closest bond among all relatives since childhood. Xiao Yan, what are you up to? Upon answering, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. Wendy, I'm in the shower. Tang Yan chuckled. You sound quite cheerful. Have you encountered some good fortune? Haha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I have splendid news. I'm getting married at the end of this month. You must come. Chapter 26. A million yuan gift. Are you getting married? Upon hearing this news, Tang Yan's face lit up with joy. Congratulations. Unlike the usual pleasantries exchanged among acquaintances, Tang Yan's congratulations were heartfelt. Since childhood, Lu Wenda had been Tang Yan's most cherished relative, having once risked his life to save Tang Yan from drowning. Therefore, despite being cousins, their bond resembled that of brothers. Thus, upon learning that Lu Wenda was to wed, Tang Yan felt genuine happiness for him. I will certainly prepare a generous red envelope for you. Tang Yan was never stingy with friends and family, especially not with Wanda. He would not hold back in expressing his sentiments. Wendy, I know you've just graduated not long ago, and the expenses in the metropolis are quite substantial. A casual gesture will suffice for the elders. No need to take it too seriously, Lu Wenda advised with concern. He was unaware that Tang Yan was no longer the same person he once knew, and the funds at Tang Yan's disposal far exceeded his imagination. Subsequently, the two shared updates about their lives. After nearly half an hour of conversation, Tang Yan learned that Lu Wende was not faring well in Hangzhou. Even as he prepared for marriage, he still had not secured a home. "You must come. You can't miss my big day. Rest assured, Wende, I will definitely be there on time." Tang Yan chuckled, adding, "And I will present you with a grand wedding gift." Lu Wende was particularly delighted. Regardless of the nature of the gift, the thoughtfulness behind it was more than enough to satisfy him. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yan's gaze flickered. "Jarvis?" "Yes, sir," Jarvis responded. "Please assist me in searching for properties around Hangzhou at this address, selecting the one that is most advantageous, and purchase it outright."
Tang Yan co mang.
Indeed, the gift he intended to prepare was not merely an ordinary wedding red envelope, but a truly extraordinary present that would leave a lasting impression. "Understood, sir." Such tasks, if entrusted to an ordinary person, would likely consume considerable time and resources. However, with Jarvis's assistance, it would not only save time and effort but also money. Additionally, please prepare some other items for me. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Tang Yan indulged in various forms of entertainment, extravagantly spending his wealth. After all, for him, spending money had become his sole occupation and mission. In order to fully enjoy his wealth with flair, Tang Yan frequented the most prestigious clubs in the metropolis, visiting them all within a mere fortnight. From the more affordable club hostesses to expensive third-tier celebrities, Tang Yan became a regular patron, accumulating numerous membership cards and business cards in his pockets. His spending was extravagant, often exceeding $1 million a day, a testament to his lavish lifestyle. Of course, he did not forget to send money to his parents. When Tang Yan's parents noticed an unexpected deposit of $5 million in their account, they were utterly shocked, especially upon seeing the sender was Tang Yan. They feared he had become involved in illicit activities and promptly called him for clarification. Tang Yan reiterated the prepared explanation, stating that he had started a company, received investments, and specifically sent them $5 million as a token of filial piety. Initially skeptical, after much persuasion from Tang Yan, they finally felt reassured. In truth, Tang Yan could have sent more, but $5 million was already a staggering amount for his parents. Anything beyond that would have required considerable persuasion. It is time to head to Hangzhou. On this day, Tang Yan refrained from seeking pleasure and rose early, making his way directly to Hangzhou. The distance between the metropolis and Hangzhou was not far, and with Jarvis at the wheel, Tang Yan leisurely occupied himself with his phone until they arrived in Hangzhou. "Welcome. It is truly wonderful that you could come. Please, step inside." "Ha ha. Thank you for gracing us with your presence." At the hotel entrance, Lu Wende, dressed impeccably in a clean new groom's suit, was welcoming relatives and friends attending his wedding. Just then, a Bentley rolled up, catching the attention of many.
Lu Wende,
being merely a small company employee, had invited some leaders from his workplace, who typically drove BMWs or Mercedes, none worth over $1 million. However, this Bentley was unmistakably high-end, easily recognizable even to those unfamiliar with luxury cars.
Wende.
Tang Yan opened the car door and stepped out, greeting him with a smile. "Xiao Yan." Lu Wende's face broke into a radiant smile upon seeing Tang Yan, and he hurried over to embrace him tightly. Most of the surrounding relatives and friends were from the bride's side or colleagues who were unfamiliar with Tang Yan, but they couldn't help but feel curiosity about Lu Wende's acquaintance with someone driving a Bentley and their close relationship. "Wow, you've grown quite a bit since we last met." Lu Wende patted Tang Yan's shoulder, beaming with joy, "Just keeping fit occasionally." Tang Yan replied with a smile, turning back to retrieve a password box from the car. "Wende, this is my wedding gift." "A wedding gift?" Lu Wende paused upon seeing the box, then jokingly asked what could be inside. "Surely not just stacks of red bills?" "You guessed it right, it is indeed stacks of red bills." Tang Yan nodded. Then with a click, he opened the box, unveiling its contents. Oh! In an instant, all onlookers at the hotel entrance, whether friends, colleagues, or passers-by, gasped in astonishment at the sight of the numerous vibrant red bills, a total of $1 million. "Congratulations on your wedding, Wende!" Tang Yan exclaimed with a smile. Chapter 27. The 3D Naked Eye Holographic Projection Technology. A gift of 1 million. This sum seems rather extravagant. Doesn't it? Xiao Yan, what is going on? Lu Wendy's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Brother Wendy, our bond of friendship hardly needs reiteration. I have not forgotten how you saved my life when we were young. Tang Yan chuckled, finally having the opportunity to express his sentiments now that you are getting married. Please do not feel any formality with me. Xiao Yan, but this is 1 million. You just graduated not long ago and are still working in the Magic City. How could you possibly amass such a fortune? Lu Wendy exclaimed, fully aware of Tang Yan's recent circumstances due to their close friendship. He could hardly fathom how Tang Yan, an ordinary office worker, had suddenly transformed into a lavish spender. Why the fuss? I merely stumbled upon some new research and received substantial investment. You know me well enough. I would never engage in illegal activities. Tang Yan laughed heartily. And I have brought along my new invention to show you later. Really? Hearing such resolute words from Tang Yan, Lu Wendy was convinced to a large extent. Well then, you still have guests to greet. Please accept the money for now. I will go say hello to uncle and aunt. With curious gazes upon him, Tang Yan entered the hotel. Is it true? Did he truly present 1 million as a gift? Isn't Lu Wendy's family unable to afford even a house down payment? How could they have such affluent relatives? Look at how he is dressed. There's no logo, yet I assure you, it's all high-end. And that watch, it must be worth a fortune. Arriving in such style, it seems the groom's side isn't merely a family of poor relatives after all. After enhancing his physical abilities with a super serum, Tang Yan's hearing had also become remarkably acute, allowing him to overhear the hushed discussions around him. It was evident that Lu Wendy was perceived as a lower-class individual among the bride's family and friends, leading them to assume that those Lu Wendy interacted with were of similar standing. Given Lu Wendy's previous mention of his housing predicament, Tang Yan could easily envision the environment Lu Wendy was subjected to, which explained his need to confide in him. Such snobbishness is ubiquitous.
Tang Yan sai in Wali.
Subsequently, Tang Yan made a point to greet Lu Wendy's parents. Since the wedding was held in Hangzhou and another celebration would take place during the new year, not many relatives from Lu Wendy's side were invited. Tang Yan was the sole representative. Thus, he was seated closest to the stage. The moment he appeared, numerous gazes converged upon him, whispering amongst themselves. Tang Yan casually listened, and all discussions revolved around the 1 million gift. As soon as he took his seat, people flocked around him, eager to introduce themselves. You must be the cousin Wendy often speaks of. What a pleasure. I work in an advertising firm. Here is my business card. I just heard you gifted 1 million. Truly impressive. Are you running a company in the Magic City? What industry are you in?
Tang
Yan, right? You look quite striking, nearly resembling a celebrity. Do you have a girlfriend? Clearly, the shocking news of the 1 million gift had transformed Tang Yan into a symbol of immense wealth in everyone's eyes, prompting them to desire a connection with him. Tang Yan smiled and responded graciously to each inquiry. Noticing that he displayed no airs, the crowd grew even more animated, delving deeper with questions regarding his annual income, assets, and property ownership. Oh, I recently purchased a villa in Ziyu Mountain Villa in the Magic City. It's not excessively large, merely priced at over 30 million. As for my income, it's not substantial, just barely exceeding 100 million. Tang Yan spoke the truth, yet each statement resonated like thunder among the listeners. An annual income exceeding 100 million. A villa worth over 30 million? At such a young age, he had already achieved so much. Once this information circulated, many young women from other tables eagerly approached to add Tang Yan on WeChat. Soon, time slipped away amidst the lively atmosphere surrounding Tang Yan as the wedding formally commenced. After a round of insipid preliminaries, Lu Wendy's parents took the stage to speak, while the bride and groom recounted their love story, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. At this significant moment, I would like to invite my brother Tang Yan to say a few words. Xiao Yan, come up, Lu Wendy said with a smile. All eyes were suddenly fixed on Tang Yan. Chapter 28. A grand gift. Throughout the past fortnight, Tang Yan, in addition to indulging in leisure, has discovered another monumental advantage bestowed upon him by the super artificial intelligence, the technology repository. Within this repository lies a plethora of avant-garde technologies that transcend contemporary understanding. It is precisely these groundbreaking innovations that render the super artificial intelligence immensely powerful, possessing capabilities far beyond conventional perception. For instance, the advanced systems employed by Jarvis to assist Tang Yan with driving are cutting-edge technologies that would require tremendous resources and countless hours of research for modern scientists to develop. Yet, within Jarvis, they are trivial in comparison. Thus, Tang Yan began to contemplate how he might leverage this asset. His ultimate aim is merely to amass wealth. Despite holding a substantial sum of 100 million, it is insufficient to procure even a traditional courtyard residence in the imperial capital. No one ever finds themselves with too much money, and Tang Yan is no exception. Moreover, given that the system has gifted him such a treasure, it would be an egregious waste not to utilize it for the betterment of humanity. Therefore, Tang Yan resolved to make the most of this technology repository to cultivate his own influence. Among the vast array of technologies, the 3D naked eye holographic projection stands out as a relatively commonplace innovation. It may not be classified as particularly extraordinary, and similar products are already available on the market. Nevertheless, Tang Yan confidently asserts that the 3D naked eye holographic projection technology developed by Jarvis surpasses anything produced by any technology firm in the world. Its portability and the simplicity required to modify a smartphone to display effects comparable to those of a grand stage performance attest to its remarkable prowess. Understanding the arduous journey that Wanda and his partner have undertaken to reach this momentous occasion, Tang Yan took it upon himself to create a 3D naked eye holographic projection that vividly recounts their story, from their initial meeting, through their romantic entanglement, to their eventual nuptials. With a smile, Tang Yan said, "Wanda, now you comprehend why I was so insistent on acquiring those photographs and videos, do you not?" Wanda looked on in bewilderment, finally grasping why Tang Yan could afford to be so lavish, presenting a monetary gift of 1 million at a moment's notice. Witnessing such cutting-edge technology, who among the investors would not be tempted? The number of individuals eager to invest in Tang Yan seemed nearly overwhelming. Furthermore, Tang Yan was well aware that Wanda had once been a devoted player of World of Warcraft. Thus, he prepared yet another surprise for him. With a snap of his fingers, the holographic image expanded dramatically, transforming the stage into a vast hall. As a chilling wind howled, the entire venue was enveloped in a winter wonderland, and guests felt as though they were walking upon snow. The astonishing effect evoked gasps of wonder from the audience. As the camera zoomed in, a figure clad in armor, seated upon a throne at the mountain's peak, wielding Frostmourne, materialized. Arthas. Wow! It's the Lich King Arthas. Many young attendees who recognized his name could not contain their excitement and leaped to their feet. Although the older generation may not have been familiar with this character, they too could perceive the visual impact of the spectacle. Tang Yan seamlessly integrated several minutes of World of Warcraft CGI animations found online, allowing Jarvis to transform them into a 3D naked eye holographic projection. Moments later, as the final scene concluded, the images shattered, only to converge and assemble into a fiery inscription congratulating Wanda and Linnana on their marriage. Applause erupted from the audience, and the women were visibly enchanted. There is not a woman alive who does not appreciate romance, especially when confronted with such an extraordinary display. This moment not only illuminated Tang Yan's capabilities to Wanda but also revealed to everyone present why Tang Yan had achieved such success at a young age. The power of technology should not be underestimated. This is my first gift. The second one is somewhat more conventional. Tang Yan retrieved a key from his pocket. This was for an apartment in the Westlake district of Hangzhou, spanning 213 square meters, and priced modestly at just over 8 million. The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. If there were any ambiguity regarding the significance of the 3D naked eye holographic projection technology, the value of this 8 million apartment was universally understood. My goodness! A whole apartment is being given away. Wanda's relatives were astounded by the generosity. An 8 million property, simply gifted without hesitation. Having a wealthy relative certainly makes a difference. When will someone gift me an apartment worth over 8 million? I could wake up laughing in my dreams. This young man is impressive. I must inquire further later. The casual mention of an 8 million apartment left many envious onlookers in awe.
Wende, overwhelmed.
Attempted to refuse the offer repeatedly. This is not solely for your benefit, but also a means of maintaining dignity for our family. Moreover, you wouldn't want to find yourself without a home after you have children, would you? Upon hearing this, Wanda hesitated. All right, there's no need to deliberate further. Accept it. You will be raising your glass shortly. Tang Yan insisted, firmly placing the key in Wenda's hand before gracefully stepping down from the stage. Later, Wenda drank to excess, slumbering soundly before the festivities could even reach the revelry stage. As he expressed, this was the happiest moment of his life. As for Tang Yan, he undoubtedly became the focal point of interest among many young individuals, particularly the young women eager to engage him in conversation. Simultaneously, he attracted envy from others who sought to take advantage of the wedding to ply him with alcohol. The results were predictable. Their so-called drinking prowess paled in comparison to Tang Yan's extraordinary physical constitution. Sir, detection indicates that your hormone levels are elevated. You are quite exhilarated. Jarvis's voice resonated from the vehicle on the return journey. Of course, I am exhilarated. This is my first formal demonstration of the 3D naked eye holographic projection technology, and its success signifies the limitless potential contained within your technology repository. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed. Jarvis, utilize your data to assist me in analyzing and selecting a technology that requires minimal investment, yields high returns, and possesses robust technical merit. I intend to amass substantial wealth. Chapter 29. The Teardrop Phone. The successful application of 3D naked eye holographic projection technology has bestowed upon Tang Yan a wealth of inspiration and ideas. However, this technology remains somewhat singular in its current form. To monetize it effectively, one must either sell it outright, apply for a patent to collect royalties, or accept investments for its development. After all, with less than 100 million in hand, how could Tang Yan possibly develop something remarkable? It is widely acknowledged that technology is an incredibly costly endeavor, with research and development expenses often measured in billions. When one adds in various material, transportation, and other costs, even several hundred million is merely the starting point. Thus, Tang Yan must select a project that requires minimal investment yet promises substantial returns. Were this notion to be presented to the average person, they would undoubtedly scoff. Investing little for a high return? Surely, such opportunities do not exist. However, the situation is markedly different when it comes to Jarvis. Sir, in accordance with your aspirations and capital, and considering the current costs of technology development, I have scoured the technology database and compiled a list of potential projects for your perusal, Jarvis stated. As Tang Yan's phone screen illuminated, a holographic 3D image materialized, displaying a series of cutting-edge technologies. Chip battery technology compression and resolution solutions, feasibility projects for engine power systems, wireless data signal enhancement transmission methods and plans. A cascade of advanced technologies unfolded before Tang Yan's eyes, leaving him somewhat bewildered. This is rather difficult to choose. Tang Yan understood that each item listed had the potential to incite considerable upheaval in the tech world. However, the prospect of meticulously selecting from this array posed a daunting challenge. Though he was versed in IT, he specialized primarily in software programming. When it came to hardware, he often found himself at a loss. Sir, after comprehensively analyzing the various technologies, I have prepared a recommendation for you, Jarvis announced. Oh, do tell. Tang Yan replied, intrigued. The floating list of technologies vanished, replaced by an object roughly the size of a palm, smooth on both ends and flat overall, resembling a droplet of water. What is this? Tang Yan's attention was immediately captivated. A mobile communication device, colloquially known as a phone, Jarvis explained. This droplet-like crystal is a phone. Tang Yan exclaimed in astonishment. While he had encountered many peculiar designs in phones before, this particular model was unlike any he had seen. This is a teardrop design, constructed not from crystal but from X635 flexible metal. The paramount feature of X635 flexible metal lies in its exceptional durability, impact resistance, and overall integrity, ensuring the mobile communication device can function for over a decade, Jarvis elaborated. Moreover, it enhances signal transmission, bolsters wireless data signals, and expands the range of wireless charging capabilities, making it the only material in the current technology database that aligns with all system characteristics while maintaining manageable production difficulties. Impressive. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What else does it offer? The internal operating system is a synthesis of the best features from existing platforms like Android, iOS, Windows, BlackBerry, and Symbian. Some components are still under development. However, I believe I can present an even more refined prototype upon completion, Jarvis continued. Remarkable. The ability to integrate so many operating systems is extraordinary. Tang Yan marveled. Additionally, the wireless charging technology, when combined with the X635 flexible metal, allows for wireless charging within 100 meters during the testing phase. The chip battery compression solution can reduce the battery size to a mere 1 mm by 10 mm, while enhancing capacity to 41,600 mAh. Jarvis continued to unveil each feature, and with every detail, Tang Yan's elation grew. Jarvis, with such a small screen and a teardrop design, won't watching movies, playing games, or browsing social media be cumbersome? He inquired during the discussion. It serves merely a portable function. The actual display and operational effectiveness are achieved through the use of holographic projection technology. Jarvis responded. This solution is unparalleled. Tang Yan finally recognized the vast chasm between his understanding and the transcendent capabilities of this advanced technology. Sir, I have incorporated 187 systems and solutions from the list into this design, with a 100% probability of realization given current technological capabilities. However, this requires a significant investment from you for materials and equipment procurement, as well as for refining and extraction processes. Rest assured, I have identified several private institutions overseas willing to synthesize the necessary materials and manufacture components for you, provided you supply the raw materials and appropriate compensation. Furthermore, I will personally oversee the entire process to ensure the utmost confidentiality of the technological core. Jarvis's words elicited an uncontrollable smile from Tang Yan. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly remarkable. You are indeed a super artificial intelligence. Tang Yan exclaimed in admiration. He had merely expressed a desire to leverage technology for profit, and Jarvis had taken care of everything else. Jarvis, I currently possess over 80 million. How many phones can this fund manufacture? Tang Yan inquired. If you can procure raw materials at wholesale prices and possess all necessary equipment, the cost per phone would be approximately 2,000 yuan. However, given your current resources, the cost will be multiplied by 20. Jarvis replied. 20 times? So that amounts to 40,000 yuan per phone? Quite extravagant.
Tang Yan remarked.
Price of 40,000 yuan per phone could indeed be considered exorbitant. Yet, upon reflection, a phone laden with such advanced technology would undoubtedly serve as a coveted status symbol for many. Jarvis, can my current capital of over 80 million acquire a complete set of equipment for the entire process? Tang Yan asked. According to minimum specifications, I can also facilitate system modifications for you. This is entirely feasible, Jarvis assured him, but it will require some time, and large-scale production is not possible. Approximately 100 units can be produced daily. That will suffice, Tang Yan declared with a flourish, his eyes gleaming with ambition. A limited quantity is inconsequential. If the product is exceptional, even at a premium, affluent individuals will flock to purchase it. Chapter 30. The fourth social task. The origins of hunger marketing. There is no need for Tang Yan to elaborate on this. Truly exceptional products never lack for buyers. This mobile phone, for instance, is so aesthetically pleasing with its teardrop design that countless individuals would willingly part with their money for its beauty alone. Not to mention the innovative features it boasts, such as wireless charging within a 100-meter radius, a formidable 41,600 mAh chip battery, and a captivating holographic projection that cannot be found elsewhere, regardless of the expense. Collectively, these elements create a sensation that leaves all who witness it utterly exhilarated. At that moment, the power of decision would not lie in the hands of consumers, but rather with Tang Yan himself. Very well, sir. I will now search for the relevant equipment and raw materials and proceed with the purchase immediately. At Tang Yan's command, Jarvis responded without hesitation. Sir, this is your first mobile phone, and it requires a name that you must provide. Jarvis stated. A name, indeed. This posed a bit of a conundrum. Tang Yan pondered, stroking his chin. Currently, mobile phone manufacturers are represented by names such as Xiaomi, Samsung, Apple, and Huawei, followed by English names like Vivo, Oppo, and Nokia. There is no doubt that this phone will one day reign supreme in the world. So it must bear a name that reflects its grandeur and prestige. My surname is Tang. Why not simply call it Tang City? Tang Yan's eyes lit up. Jarvis, I have made my decision. The phone shall be named Tang City. Tang City, rich with the essence of Chinese heritage, invokes the historical might of the Tang dynasty, a time when it stood unrivaled upon the world stage. Although China may not currently be the most formidable nation globally, it must at least aim to dominate the mobile phone industry, overshadowing Samsung and outclassing Apple, rendering all other brands obsolete. Understood. The name Tang City has been officially registered. Jarvis replied. Then I shall await your updates. Tang Yan grinned widely. It is my pleasure to serve you, sir. Jarvis humbly responded. As time passed, a week slipped by unnoticed. During this week, Tang Yan's life underwent a remarkable transformation. If he had previously indulged in a life of excess and leisure, he was now consumed by a fervor for mechanical research, utilizing the equipment being shipped from abroad to design and manufacture components. Of course, with Tang Yan's current knowledge of technology, he found himself utterly perplexed by many complex circuits, let alone the creation of components. The reason for his sudden acquisition of such profound knowledge, akin to that of a genuine scientist, was due to Jarvis transmitting all pertinent information directly into his mind. Indeed, the technology to implant memory information directly into his neural pathways was also present in Jarvis's technical repertoire. Thus, without lifting a finger, Tang Yan transformed from an absolute novice into an adept capable of independently developing intricate components. Moreover, the more he immersed himself in this realm, the more he discovered the boundless wonders of science, reminiscent of his high school days when he became addicted to playing League of Legends, even going so far as to skip classes for all-night gaming sessions, igniting a profound passion within him. For a full week, Tang Yan devoted himself to his work, scarcely taking time to rest. Were it any ordinary person, such an intense workload, both mental and physical, would have left them utterly exhausted. Yet, the exceptional resilience of Captain America's physique allowed him to maintain peak performance. At long last, after days and nights of relentless effort, today marked the successful creation of the Tang City mobile phone. With a hiss, the high-temperature furnace's switch clicked off, and the exhaust vent opened, releasing a rush of white steam. Tang Yan removed his goggles, his gaze intently fixed on the teardrop-shaped object within the furnace. Congratulations, sir. Jarvis timely offered his congratulations. Indeed, the Tang City mobile phone had been completed. The platform automatically retracted, revealing the teardrop-shaped flat crystal, which, under the light, resembled an exquisite work of art, flawlessly formed. One might find it hard to believe that this masterpiece was, in fact, a mobile phone. Tang Yan gently reached out to touch it, the smooth, warm surface sending a thrill through him. He cradled the Tang City phone in his hands, utterly entranced, the smile on his face widening with each passing moment. An artifact. It truly is a masterpiece. Until today, I could scarcely imagine that I would be capable of creating such a mobile phone. Tang Yan marveled. He tightened his grip on the device for 5 seconds, and suddenly, the entire teardrop glowed to life. Unable to contain his excitement for this novel gadget, Tang Yan eagerly began to explore its features. He first registered his fingerprints, palm prints, and grip style as the sole identifier for unlocking the device. Next, he summoned the holographic projection interface, his hands deftly manipulating the virtual space to complete the installation of apps, watch movies, and scroll through social media. With the ability to resize the holographic window as desired, every action was nothing short of exhilarating. He then tested a myriad of other innovative functions. Incredible! What do Apple and Samsung even compare to now? In conclusion, Tang Yan encapsulated the ultimate experience provided by the Tang City phone in a single phrase. Sir, from now on, you need only record all operational processes to achieve automated, unmanned production. Jarvis interjected. This meant that aside from the first Tang City phone, which required Tang Yan's personal intervention, All subsequent devices could be automatically produced based on his previous operational records. Excellent. Jarvis, use all remaining funds to purchase raw materials and commence production today. Tang Yan commanded promptly. Understood, sir. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Consumption limit exceeded 80 of task reward funds. System task activated. Please check your rewards. Suddenly, the system's prompt resonated within Tang Yan's consciousness. Task 4. Become a DD driver. Choose one vehicle from Lamborghini Revent-N, Bugatti Veyron, Pagani Zone de Cinq, and Koenigsegg Adra S as your ride. Successfully complete 12 rendezvous within 48 hours to fulfill the task. Completion reward, 300 million renminbi. Task requirements. No cheating allowed. Otherwise, the task will be deemed a failure. Task failure penalty. Forfeiture of the host's left hand. Chapter 31. The Bugatti Veyron. 12 hookups in 48 hours. Damn. This mission is ridiculously challenging. Staring at the task, Tang Yan was utterly dumbfounded. Crunching the numbers, that meant succeeding every 4 hours. And if you factored in the time spent driving as a DD chauffeur, plus potential rejections and wasted efforts realistically, he'd have to seal the deal within 1 or 2 hours each time. Let S be clear. The System S definition of a hookup wasn't just exchanging numbers or flirting. It meant actual physical intimacy. 48 days? Manageable. But 48 hours? Barely 2 days to pull this off? Even the greatest seducer in history would crumble under such pressure. Host, considering the difficulty of this mission, I shall provide you with assistance, the system announced. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed. What kind of help? For the duration of this mission, you will have an additional 100 million in spending allowance. Furthermore, once you accept a ride request, I will instantly teleport you near the destination, minimizing travel time. That's it? Tang Yan blinked. Yes, the System S reply was blunt. How generous of you. Tang Yan muttered, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Sure, teleportation saved time, but 4 hours to go from strangers to lovers? The challenge remained staggering. Host, please make your selection now. A prompt sounded in his mind, followed by the appearance of 4 luxury cars. Lamborghini Revent-N, Bugatti Veyron Eteri Bugatti, Pagani Zone de Cinq, Koenigsegg Adra S. Each was a masterpiece of engineering. The kind of machine that would command attention and dominate any street it graced. This, too, was the System S subtle aid. Any one of these cars would be an irresistible magnet for potential partners. Jarvis, analyze these 4. Which is the most expensive? Sir, by market price, the Koenigsegg Adra S ranks highest. However, factoring in rarity and collectible value, the Bugatti Veyron Eteri Bugatti surpasses it. This is the 6th and final model in Bugatti S Legend series, named after its founder. Only 3 exist worldwide. Perfect. Rarity equals prestige. I'll take it. The moment he confirmed his choice, a low thud echoed outside. Stepping into the Villa S courtyard, Tang Yan was met with the sight of a gleaming Bugatti Veyron Eteri Bugatti, freshly materialized. A dedicated DD driver account has been created for you. Vehicle registered as 2012 Volkswagen Tiguan Trendline. The 48-hour countdown begins now. Best of luck with your mission. Oh, how thoughtful. And that good luck is downright sarcastic. 12 hookups in 2 days? You might as well drain me dry. He scoffed but steeled himself. The mission was underway, no turning back. Jarvis, it's showtime. Scan all DD ride requests across China. Filter for female passengers aged 18 to 35. With such an impossible task, brute forcing it alone wouldn't cut it. Thankfully, Jarvis was his ace, and with instant teleportation, casting a wider net was the only logical move. Affirmative, sir. 26, 302 ride requests identified. 26,000 options. A staggering number, yet across all of China, it was a drop in the ocean. Narrow it down further. Prioritize those with attractive figures and faces. If he was going to cross this line, he might as well enjoy the view. Compromising on standards? Not his style. 819 requests remaining. A sharp reduction. Statistically, only 1 in 10 women met his criteria. Jarvis, your scanning and big data analytics should allow deeper filtering. Based on my preferences, pinpoint the top 12 candidates. Mountains need not be high if they house immortals. Waters need not be deep if they harbor dragons. Quantity mattered less than quality. Sir, my database on human personality traits is incomplete. Analysis may contain inaccuracies, leading to discrepancies between projected and actual compatibility. No problem. I trust you. Just secure me one suitable ride for now. Perfection wasn't the goal. Progress was. Order confirmed. Ride request accepted. Host, proceed to your vehicle. Teleportation to the target's vicinity will commence shortly. Alright, time to test the waters. Grinning, Tang Yan slid into the Bugatti and roared out of the villa. Meanwhile, Shenzhen, Highway 305. Two stunningly attractive women, flawless figures, fashionable attire, stood by the roadside, idly scrolling through their phones as they awaited their Didi ride. Then vroom. The throaty growl of a high-performance engine snapped their attention upward. Their eyes widened as a sleek, hyper-luxurious supercar glided toward them. Chapter 32. Superficial Sisterhood. Wow, what a stunning sports car. The two girls' eyes instantly lit up with admiration. Though Shenzhen was one of China's most prosperous metropolises, where luxury vehicles were a common sight, they weren't car enthusiasts who could distinguish a Bugatti Veyron at a glance. Still, their basic aesthetic sense told them this sleek machine was in a league far beyond ordinary Maseratis, Lamborghinis, or Ferraris. Its price tag undoubtedly astronomical. Immediately, they abandoned their WeChat messages, hastily opening their phone cameras to capture the moment, eager to flaunt this rare encounter on social media. After all, such an extravagant supercar wasn't something one stumbled upon every day. Not just them, passersby halted in their tracks, whipping out their phones to snap photos as well. The allure of an ultra-luxury vehicle was undeniable. Then, the Bugatti gradually decelerated, veering onto the service lane before coming to a smooth stop right in front of the two girls. They froze in surprise. The window rolled down, revealing a sharply dressed, strikingly handsome Tang Yan, who flashed a charming smile. Hello, I'm your Didi driver. Didi driver. The girls were stunned. But I ordered a standard Didi ride. One of them protested, pulling up the app to show the assigned vehicle, a Volkswagen Tiguan. Handsome, you must have the wrong passenger. No mistake. I switched cars but forgot to update the app. Tang Yan replied smoothly. You're Wang Xinshan, right? Yes, that's me. The girl nodded eagerly, her eyes widening with disbelief. Is this really the car? You're absolutely sure? Absolutely. Check the license plate and driver details if you'd like. My name is Yan Tang. Safety first. Aliases were essential. After verifying the details, her jaw dropped. Oh my God. How is this possible? This is just. She covered her mouth, utterly speechless. Her friend, equally astonished, couldn't fathom that a Didi ride had summoned a multi-million-dollar hypercar. Only one issue. Tang Yan sighed, feigning regret. I didn't realize there were two of you. As you can see, there's only one seat left. Only one can come along. Shall you take another ride back? Wang Xinshan declared instantly. But I really want to experience this too. Xiaoyi whined, reluctance dripping from her voice. A car of this caliber was beyond their wildest dreams. An opportunity to ride in luxury at a fraction of the cost. Not to mention the social media bragging rights. Go ahead. I'll cover your fare. Wang Xinshan insisted, already sliding into the passenger seat without hesitation. Wang Xinshan, you're so selfish. Her friend fumed. Next time, if we ever get this lucky again, it's all yours. See you at the dorm. With a playful wink, she turned to Tang Yan. Let's go. Handsome. Buckle up. He grinned, pressing the accelerator. The Bugatti roared to life, leaving Xiaoyi fuming in its wake. Ah, the fragility of sisterly bonds. Tang Yan mused. This is amazing. I've never been in a sports car before. The moment they took off, Wang Xinshan couldn't resist snapping selfies, striking adorable poses, her excitement rivaling that of a lottery winner. You're welcome to ride anytime. Tang Yan flirted effortlessly. Time was of the essence. 4 hours per target meant no room for hesitation. Really? Her cheeks flushed as she shyly glanced at him. Between the allure of wealth and his undeniable charm, it was no surprise she was smitten. After all, Jarvis had hand-picked passengers who'd naturally gravitate toward Tang Yan's appeal. A single suggestive remark from him was enough to send her heart racing. Handsome, if you're this wealthy, why drive for Didi? She asked curiously. My mother said I work too much, always chasing money. She insisted I connect with the people. He quipped, launching into his rehearsed spiel. So I chose the most down-to-earth job possible. In anyone else's mouth, such a claim would be laughable. But coming from the owner of a Bugatti? Pure charm. You do seem really approachable. Way nicer than most rich people. She agreed. At a red light, Tang Yan slowed to a stop. Jarvis, pull up the route. Certainly, sir. His quiet command triggered the Tang City phone nestled in the windshield. A holographic display materialized, mapping their journey in vivid detail. Wow! Your car talks. This is next-level futuristic. Wang Xinshan gasped, utterly enthralled. Chapter 33. A kiss. Here it is, my invention. A super artificial intelligence voice. It's nothing extraordinary. Tang Yan chuckled lightly. Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Jarvis, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Jarvis spoke humbly and courteously. Oh my goodness. It greeted me first. Wang Xinshan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, having never encountered such an artificial intelligence before. Despite the widespread adoption of AI technology, it remained rudimentary and simplistic, confined to basic commands. Yet here was Jarvis, initiating a conversation with a tone as vibrant and genuine as a human's, devoid of any mechanical hollowness, instantly creating a profoundly different ambience. Look at your attire. Oh, it is simply stunning. It is my honor to greet you. You certainly have a way with words, Jarvis. Wang Xinshan felt as though a beloved celebrity had just acknowledged her, filling her heart with joy akin to savoring honey. Jarvis, tell this lovely lady a joke. Tang Yan suggested. It can tell jokes? Wang Xinshan's eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovery. At your service. Jarvis seamlessly took over. Once, a fellow went to buy donkey meat wraps and told the owner, "Wrap one for me. No scallions? Add more meat. More, even more." The owner looked up and said, "What do you want? A whole donkey wrapped up?" Biffed. Ha 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 ha. Wang Xinshan laughed uncontrollably, her body bending with mirth, clutching her stomach as the laughter erupted. Tang Yan found the joke equally amusing, and the vehicle was filled with joyous laughter. Jarvis continued to share several more jokes, all perfectly aligned with Wang Xinshan's sense of humor, keeping her in fits of laughter for what felt like ages, nearly leaving her breathless. Oh dear. I can't take it anymore. My cheeks are going to cramp from smiling. Wang Xinshan rubbed her face, pouting. Jarvis, besides telling jokes, can you sing? Could you perform a song for us? She asked with eager anticipation. Of course. Which song would you like to hear? Jarvis replied. That song Parting Sorrow that has been particularly popular on Douyin lately. Can you sing that? Certainly. As the melodious prelude of the guzheng began, an enchanting and resonant male voice, devoid of any mechanical quality, began to sing Parting Sorrow. Wow, that's absolutely beautiful. The captivating voice instantly captivated Wang Xinshan, her small hands clapping with delight. After the performance, Wang Xinshan eagerly engaged with Jarvis again, the novel experience of interacting with a super artificial intelligence thrilling her as if she had discovered a new world. Tang Yan, too, joined in the lively conversation, gleaning crucial insights about Wang Xinshan. She was single, came from an average family background, was striving alone in Shenzhen, and had a penchant for fashion and luxury brands. This information solidified Tang Yan's confidence. By the way, what is that glowing object over there? Wang Xinshan casually remarked, her gaze catching the shimmering phone belonging to Tang Chong, which had previously escaped her notice amid her fascination with Jarvis. It's my phone. Tang Yan extracted the phone from the crevice and waved it in front of her. This is a phone. Wang Xinshan exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. I've never seen a phone like this. It looks like a piece of art. I personally invested in its invention, and it officially launched today. So it's understandable that you haven't seen it before. Tang Yan smiled. May I take a look? Wang Xinshan asked cautiously. Of course. Tang Yan handed her the phone. Upon holding it, Wang Xinshan felt a thrill run through her, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Women are naturally drawn to shiny objects, be they gold, silver, jade, or diamonds. Anything that glimmers captivates their hearts. How do you turn it on? She inquired. Jarvis, please assist her in powering it on. Tang Yan commanded, and immediately, the phone illuminated, revealing a hovering holographic projection window before her. Wow! Wang Xinshan's eyes brimmed with delight. It operates just like a regular phone, and the controls are simple. You can tap or manipulate it as if grasping an object. It's incredibly convenient. To watch a video, simply spread your fingers apart. Taking selfies is also effortless. It has an invisible camera that allows you to frame your shot. And with a firm grip followed by a release, you capture a picture. Under Tang Yan's guidance, Wang Xinxin gradually became familiar with the phone's features. With each revelation, her amazement grew. This is incredible. It's absolutely perfect. Not only does it boast stunning aesthetics, but it also encompasses an array of cutting-edge technology. Truly the phone of my dreams. May I ask, how much does this phone cost? Wang Xinxin inquired, looking at Tang Yan with curiosity. Since it is not yet in mass production, it is a bit pricey, around 100,000 yuan. 100,000. While Wang Xinxin was astonished by the price, she did not find it exorbitant in the least. Given its beauty, functionality, and advanced technology, it was undeniably impeccable. If you desire it, I'll gift you this one, Tang Yan offered. Really? Wang Xinxin exclaimed in surprise. However, as a token of appreciation, may I steal a kiss? He proposed. Chapter 34. Capture. This was indeed Tang Yan's ultimate objective. All previous actions were merely tests, subtly diminishing Wang Xinxin's defenses step by step. The interaction with Jarvis, the engaging conversations, the personal adoration stemming from Tang Cheng's smartphone, and his generous charm. All these factors contributed to transforming Wang Xinxin and Tang Yan's relationship from strangers to something more intimate. It was high time to make a move. Wang Xinxin's delicate face flushed crimson, and she shyly covered her mouth, her heart racing like a fawn. Despite her wandering gaze, the smile on her face remained unwavering. All right, I agree, but just a kiss. Wang Xinxin did not ponder for long. In her heart, Tang Yan had already become an object of admiration. After all, it was merely a kiss, nothing more. Moreover, the one kissing her was a wealthy and handsome man, driving a luxury car worth millions. He was not only tall and handsome, but also a brilliant inventor of smartphones and creator of high-tech wonders. From any perspective, she felt she had nothing to lose. Perfect. It seemed Tang Yan had anticipated Wang Xinxin's agreement, as he steered the car into a relatively secluded lane. Once parked, Wang Xinxin's cheeks grew even redder. As Tang Yan turned his gaze towards her, she instinctively closed her eyes and tilted her head up. After what felt like an eternity of nearly 3 seconds, an electrifying sensation graced Wang Xinxin's lips. She had expected it to be just a brief touch, but Tang Yan had no intention of stopping there. He reached out, pulling her entire delicate figure into his embrace, kissing her passionately. As he kissed her, Tang Yan's hands began to wander restlessly. Wang Xinxin instinctively struggled for a moment. Be my woman, Tang Yan whispered in her ear, casting a spell that rendered her mind blank. In an instant, all her defenses crumbled, and she surrendered completely. Not long after, in the confines of the Bugatti Veyron parked on the secluded road, the rhythmic movements intensified, and the entire car began to vibrate in a rapid, regular pattern. This continued for over 20 minutes, with the Bugatti's tremors unwavering. One must commend the exceptional shock absorption of a $1 million sports car. Had it been an ordinary vehicle, it might well have fallen apart under such strain. After all, Tang Yan's physical prowess was extraordinary. During this time, a small car passed by, its driver captivated by the Bugatti's striking appearance and curious about the unusual vibrations. However, as they approached, the car inexplicably accelerated, and the brakes inexplicably failed, only returning to normal after traveling a kilometer away. This bizarre occurrence left the driver terrified, dispelling any thoughts of investigating the Bugatti's antics. Clearly, this was Jarvis's handiwork. Tang Yan had instructed it beforehand to ward off any passing vehicles, ensuring he would not be disturbed. After over 20 minutes, the Bugatti Veyron gradually regained its tranquility. Inside, the scene was chaotic, suffused with an aroma that bespoke only of intimate encounters. Wang Xinxin lay languidly across the seat. Gasping for breath, her face flushed. Yet, from the satisfied glimmer in her eyes, it was evident that Tang Yan had thoroughly conquered her. Are you free the day after tomorrow? I wish to take you to Hang Lung Plaza, Tang Yan said, donning his clothes. What shall we do there? Wang Xinxin's delicate fingers traced circles on his arm. Following their passionate rendezvous, her demeanor had transformed into that of a sweet, affectionate woman. Did you not mention your longing for that limited edition LV handbag? Tang Yan smiled gently. I will take you to claim it. Really? Wang Xinxin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she threw her arms around him. You are so kind to me. Of course. Though such matters were consensual, Tang Yan was not a stingy man. After all, purchasing a handbag worth a mere 100,000 was a trivial expense. Let us go. It's time to take you home. Take this phone. It has artificial intelligence. If you have any questions, just ask it. With a smartphone worth 100,000 and the prospect of a limited edition handbag, Wang Xinxin couldn't contain her joy. She felt as though today was her lucky day. A short while later, they arrived at their destination. Wang Xinxin was reluctant to part ways, showering Tang Yan with kisses and hugs, almost yearning to return to the car for another round. Done. It only took an hour and 20 minutes to wrap this up. Quite efficient. Despite the lengthy process, it was merely the time taken for their intimate encounter. After all, Tang Yan was in prime condition. If he wrapped things up in mere seconds or minutes, it would hardly do justice to his prowess. Jarvis, let us move on to the next. Time was of the essence. Though this encounter had afforded Tang Yan over 2 hours, it did not guarantee the smooth completion of the task. Any unforeseen complications could lead to delays. Understood, sir. Your order has been secured. Host, you are about to be teleported. The second task was located in a small city in Huaxia. On the roadside stood an ordinary-looking woman, her hair tied up and her attire modest, appearing to be in her early 30s. Yet, the men passing by couldn't help but steal glances. This was no ordinary woman. Although her clothing was simple, her curves were exceptionally alluring, with both her upper and lower figures embodying the epitome of femininity. Not only that, but she possessed striking beauty, radiating the warmth and charm of an ideal homemaker. Jarvis, you have truly done a splendid job. Upon seeing her, Tang Yan's eyes lit up. Chapter 35. Master of all trades. Tang Yan, having traversed the world of women extensively, has become quite the connoisseur. In the opulent nightclubs of Magic City, he is a revered VIP, possessing an abundance of business cards, having indulged in every conceivable novelty. Among his encounters, there were certainly married women. Yet, he had never come across someone as unpretentious in appearance, yet possessing a stunning visage and an exquisite figure, as this one. Sir, this lady is named Lu Miaoyan, married for 3 years, and currently single, Jarvis informed him. Her information is comprehensively documented online, and I have transmitted all relevant data to you. A plethora of details about Lu Miaoyan surged into Tang Yan's mind. Lu Miaoyan, aged 31, is a graduate of the Chinese language department at a university in Dongshan province. She is reserved, gentle, and tranquil, with a fondness for poetry, song, and classic literature. After graduation, she primarily worked as an administrative assistant, currently earning a monthly salary of 8,300 yuan. 3 years ago, she married her husband, Fei Haji, but they have no children. A year prior, her husband was dismissed from his position after offending a superior and subsequently attempted several entrepreneurial ventures with friends, all of which ended in failure, resulting in a loss of 260,000 yuan in savings. Since then, Fei Haji has been despondent, becoming engrossed in online gaming and live streaming, spending money on gifts for female streamers, and engaging in intimate conversations with various women on social media, which has incensed Lu Miaoyan. To manage the mortgage, she had no choice but to take on a part-time job in addition to her regular employment. Her current objective was to proceed to her part-time workplace. Well done, Jarvis. This information is exceedingly timely. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed. With these details at hand, he need not labor to gather information about his target. He could pinpoint the approach with precision. At your service, sir, Jarvis humbly responded. Without delay, Tang Yan turned the steering wheel and drove directly toward Lu Miaoyan's location. When Lu Miaoyan observed a particularly flashy sports car gradually approaching and then halting before her, a look of confusion crossed her face. Unlike the Na'vi Wang Xinxin, who could be charmed with sweet nothings, Lu Miaoyan was acutely aware of the underlying malice present in reality. Hello, I am your Didi driver, Tang Yan said with a smile as he lowered the window. Didi driver, Lu Miaoyan exclaimed in surprise. But my phone indicates a Volkswagen Tiguan. It's indeed me. You are Lu Miaoyan, correct? You can verify the license plate number. I recently changed cars, but the information hasn't been updated on Didi. Tang Yan maintained his earlier narrative, opening the door and gesturing for her to enter. After comparing the license plate, Lu Miaoyan confirmed that it was indeed the Bugatti Veyron. Although she was still astonished, she no longer hesitated and promptly got into the car. Buckle up, Tang Yan advised before the Bugatti Veyron glided away. How could someone with such wealth be driving for Didi? Lu Miaoyan, typically unaccustomed to conversing with strangers, couldn't suppress her curiosity. She recognized the Bugatti Veyron as a vehicle worth several million RMB. The notion that someone would use such a luxury car for ride-sharing piqued her interest immensely. Not much, really. I'm just rather idle. Everything at the company is arranged, and I need not worry about a thing. I've been reading so much that it feels a bit monotonous, so I came out for some fresh air, Tang Yan said, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, you enjoy reading? Lu Miaoyan immediately seized upon the keyword, her bright eyes glimmering. Indeed, I have a particular fondness for books. Any book, Tang Yan eagerly responded, simultaneously instructing Jarvis, please curate a list of books she is most likely to enjoy. In the next moment, an extensive list of titles filled Tang Yan's mind. Such a plethora. No wonder you are from the Chinese department. Your exposure to classic literature and poetry is indeed vast. My favorites include Dream of the Red Chamber, 100 Years of Solitude, Pride and Prejudice, and Ordinary World. These works have left a lasting impression on me, especially Dream of the Red Chamber, which I have read no fewer than 100 times. Tang Yan recited the titles that Jarvis had filtered for him. You also enjoy Dream of the Red Chamber? Lu Miaoyan looked at Tang Yan in astonishment. In today's fast-paced society, the number of individuals who appreciate literature has dwindled, particularly with classics like Dream of the Red Chamber, which often leaves readers drowsy. Encountering a kindred spirit in reality is exceedingly rare. It was hard for Lu Miaoyan to fathom someone so young, driving a luxurious sports car, sharing her passion. Absolutely. I am captivated by its intricately crafted prose, vividly drawn characters, cleverly woven plots, and the poignant beauty of its verses. I perceive this book as a universe, encompassing destinies preordained and the poignant regrets that accompany them. It portrays pure, ice-like compassion and transient pleasures. It features lofty sages amidst snowy mountains and ethereal maidens in secluded woods. It vividly describes the opulence of grand families while evoking empathy for the impoverished. Tang Yan's eloquent discourse left Lu Miaoyan in awe, her mouth agape, her eyes shining like beacons. From Tang Yan's series of ornate yet profound expressions, she could vividly recall every moment of her past readings of Dream of the Red Chamber. In her nuanced appreciation, this devoted fan of the novel felt a twinge of inadequacy. Unbeknownst to her, these words were merely crafted by Jarvis from online sources. Tang Yan was merely reciting a script. Truly, having an artificial intelligence proves to be an invaluable tool in the art of seduction. Chapter 36. Life is a play. All depends on performance. In Notes on Blindness, one of my favorite quotes is, "We are all such mixtures, half indifferent and cold, half despicable and evil." The mere appearance of this line captivates me. Are you familiar with it? What a coincidence. I noted it in my diary long ago. Do you have Zhuangzi's words inscribed in your notebook? Life between heaven and earth is like a white horse passing through a gap, fleeting and ephemeral. This phrase similarly illuminates my mind. Indeed, I have read Zhuangzi's maxims twice. Another line that left a profound impression on me is, "When one meets a rainbow, only then does one realize its existence." Ah, I happen to have seen that film. Lu Miaoyan beamed with a radiant smile. When it comes to my favorite poetry, it must be Wang Wei's thoughts on the red beans. Red beans grow in the southern land. When spring arrives, they sprout a few branches. Just as Tang Yan recited this, Lu Miaoyan could not help but continue. I hope you gather more of them. This is the most heartfelt longing. It seems our tastes in art and literature are remarkably similar. What a delightful commonality. Once the conversation began, Lu Miaoyan transformed from a gentle and demure demeanor to a lively and youthful spirit. Especially when she smiled, she bore no resemblance to a 31-year-old woman. Instead, she radiated an aura of youthful literary charm. The two engaged in a lively discussion, and the atmosphere grew warm. At that moment they encountered a red light, and the car came to a halt. By the way, I also enjoy reading fortune-telling books. How about I give you a reading? Tang Yan suggested. Fortune-telling is superstitious. I do not place much faith in such things. Lu Miaoyan waved her hand, smilingly declining. In truth, this cannot be regarded as superstition. It merely reflects a reverence for the divine. Extend your hand, and I shall glean the answers with but a single glance.
Tang Yan insisted.
Well, all right then. Lu Miaoyan extended her delicate hand. As Tang Yan gently grasped it, Lu Miaoyan trembled as if electrified. Being conservative in her thoughts, she would never engage in any form of physical contact with strangers, yet now she was willing to touch Tang Yan, indicating her gradual acceptance of him. Your lifeline is smooth in the first half, but somewhat coarse and tangled in the latter half, suggesting that your early life has been relatively smooth, while the latter part may be fraught with challenges. Tang Yan analyzed, as if he were divining truth. If I am not mistaken, you are already married, but there are significant problems in your marriage, and the issue lies with your husband. Am I wrong? A look of astonishment crossed Lu Miaoyan's face. Judging by your expression, it appears I was correct. Tang Yan smiled, continuing his ruse, and I have also deduced that your husband's lifeline is not promising. He has likely faced 3 or more significant failures. Lu Miaoyan was utterly taken aback. How? How did you arrive at this conclusion? Lu Miaoyan asked incredulously.
Tang Yan smiled and mimetized.
It was not that he had divined anything. Rather, he had merely synthesized the information provided by Jarvis and presented it in the guise of fortune-telling. Yet, for Lu Miaoyan, every word Tang Yan spoke hit the mark with uncanny precision. The asymmetry of information instantaneously crafted Tang Yan's image as an astute fortune-teller. Moreover, I have just discerned something particularly significant, though I feel it may not be appropriate to disclose.
Tang Yan remarked.
Do share. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Lu Miaoyan bit her lip. The deviation in your marriage line indicates a crisis in your marriage. According to my calculations, there is a third party involved. Tang Yan stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Lu Miaoyan's gaze darkened with sorrow. Yes, you are absolutely right. Lu Miaoyan's expression fell, a wistful smile gracing her lips. My mother vehemently opposed my marrying him, and I even threatened her with my life. Looking back now, how foolish I was. Foolish? Not at all. You are not the only one who has faced such a situation. Tang Yan's expression shifted to one of melancholy. You too. Lu Miaoyan glanced at Tang Yan. Indeed, I am with a man 30 years my senior, one who could almost be my grandfather. In comparison, your situation seems trivial. Tang Yan mimicked Lu Miaoyan's wistful smile, as if expressing a myriad of bittersweet emotions. This shared moment made Lu Miaoyan's heart flutter unexpectedly. She had never anticipated encountering someone who not only shared her artistic interests, but also bore a remarkably similar emotional journey. In truth, I deceived you earlier. Tang Yan sighed deeply. I claimed my company was too idle, but that was merely an excuse. I have yet to move on from my own past. At this moment, Tang Yan drove to a relatively secluded area, parked the car, and, with tears welling up in his eyes, he collapsed onto the steering wheel, weeping uncontrollably. The heart-wrenching cries resonated with profound anguish. I can understand you. Please do not be distressed. Lu Miaoyan reached out, gently comforting Tang Yan's back. Though she should have felt desolate, she found herself offering solace instead. Turning abruptly, Tang Yan enveloped Lu Miaoyan in a tight embrace, continuing to sob bitterly. What does it mean to be a master of performance? What does it mean that life is akin to a play, reliant upon one's acting skills? Tang Yan fully comprehended the significance of one's ability to perform. Indeed, the notion of being with a man 30 years older, the pretense, these were all part of Tang Yan's elaborate scheme. He understood that for a woman like Lu Miaoyan, who cherished art and literature, materialism could never sway her heart. Only resonance could truly touch her soul. Given Lu Miaoyan's predicament with a third party, he decided to weave a tale even more tragic, more sorrowful, and more painful than hers. As for Tang Yan's remarkable acting prowess, one can only attribute it to Jarvis, which played a crucial role. While it could not instantly transform Tang Yan into a thespian, it could inundate him with information regarding betrayal, infidelity, and emotional turmoil, thereby creating an atmosphere of profound sorrow. In such an environment, Individuals are most susceptible to emotional contagion, which explains why Tang Yan could so effortlessly embody the role of a master performer. Chapter 37. Unrestrained. At this moment, Lu Miaoyan was enveloped by a tumult of conflicting emotions, despite having only met Tang Yan once. And even though their conversation had flowed with ease, they had yet to reach the level of intimate familiarity. By her nature, she should have forcefully pushed Tang Yan away. However, inexplicably, she found herself unable to do so. Since the rift with her husband that had led to a year of separate sleeping arrangements, being suddenly embraced in such a robust hold, with the intoxicating scent of masculinity enveloping her, caused her cheeks to flush deeper. Her heart raced uncontrollably, betraying her. Just then, Tang Yan lifted his gaze, looking at her with profound affection. Before Lu Miaoyan could utter a word, he drew closer, intertwining their bodies with fervor. Lu Miaoyan's mind was momentarily blank. Instinctively, she attempted to push him away, but after a couple of futile attempts, she surrendered. Thoughts of her despicable husband, who was likely with his mistress, mingled with the pleasant feelings Tang Yan had just evoked in her, compounded by nearly a year of abstinence. Rather than resisting, she embraced him, yielding to the moment like a flood unleashed from a dam. Unsurprisingly, moments later, the Bugatti Veyron began to sway once more, this time with even greater intensity. Though Tang Yan had already indulged once, his near-inexhaustible stamina amplified his desires, especially in the presence of Lu Miaoyan's exquisite beauty and alluring figure. The vehicle trembled increasingly under the strain of his fervor, and even its robust shock absorption could barely withstand the force. If one were to listen closely, they might catch the faint, enchanting sounds emanating from within. Tang Yan could confidently assert that such sounds could easily captivate any ordinary man. This encounter lasted significantly longer than the first, extending well beyond 40 minutes. Numerous vehicles passed by, yet this time, Tang Yan had wisely chosen a spot situated in a visual blind zone, ensuring they remained unnoticed. Thus, he luxuriated in those 40 minutes, savoring every moment. Inside the car, as they donned their clothing, Lu Miaoyan was drenched in perspiration, unsure whether it was her own or Tang Yan's. The air was thick with an intoxicating aroma, far more potent than before. Her hair clung to her skin in disarray, and she breathed heavily, her mind replaying the vivid scenes from the past 40 minutes. She could scarcely believe the depths of her own wild side. The experience of being a wife truly was unparalleled.
Tang Yan reflect inwardly.
Realizing that, in terms of this encounter, Lu Miaoyan far surpassed Wang Xinxin. The sensations Lu Miaoyan had provided him were incomparable, eclipsing Wang Xinxin by leagues. "Take me back." Lu Miaoyan finally spoke, her tone calm. "Let today be regarded as a mere accident, as if nothing has transpired."
Understood. Tang Yan replied su Kintin.
Soon enough, they arrived at the location where Lu Miaoyan worked part-time. She exited the vehicle, bidding him farewell. "Goodbye," Tang Yan said earnestly, for he anticipated a potential encore in their future. As he observed Lu Miaoyan walk away without glancing back, he couldn't help but smirk. However, this was inconsequential. He had successfully achieved his second objective and relished the taste of being with a married woman. What more could he desire? Just as Tang Yan was about to close the door and depart, Lu Miaoyan suddenly turned and rushed back. "This is my number, and my WeChat." She handed him a note, her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. After passing it to him, she swiftly retreated. It seemed that a second rendezvous was indeed on the horizon. Tang Yan raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. "Jarvis, next one." "Yes, sir." In a matter of an hour, Tang Yan had managed to charm 2 women. With the wealth of experience gained from these encounters, he felt an abundance of confidence for the remaining targets. Yet, the third target selected by Jarvis was even easier to captivate than the previous 2. She possessed an alluring physique, an enchanting face, and was dressed in revealing attire, adorned with nail polish and an array of designer brands, her makeup strikingly bold. At first glance, she epitomized the archetype of a gold digger. Upon spotting Tang Yan's Bugatti Veyron, she squealed in delight, eagerly approaching without hesitation. "Handsome, how did you end up driving for a ride-hailing service with such a fine car? Do you have a girlfriend? Is that Hublet watch on your wrist? May I see it? Wow, is that your phone? It's stunning. What, worth 100,000? Could you possibly gift me one?" There was no need for Tang Yan to exert any effort. She was already drawn to him, deliberately flaunting her assets to ensure he noticed her ample curves, even playfully brushing against him. With such an irresistible offer presented before him, how could Tang Yan refuse? He swiftly found a secluded spot to indulge in their desires. After nearly half an hour, as she cried out for mercy, Tang Yan finally relented. Upon reaching their destination, she hesitated to exit the car, leaning in to kiss him, her hands growing restless, seemingly yearning for another round. However, Tang Yan, eager to move on to the next target, had no time to linger. He casually handed her 100,000, and she joyfully departed. In the future, should anyone dare to criticize gold diggers, he would gladly defend them. Resolving matters with money was straightforward and prompt. What could be swifter than that? Chapter 38. Continuous fire. At this moment, what Tang Yan needed were gold-digging women, beautiful with enviable figures, and utterly materialistic. No need to waste time scheming to win their hearts or risk rejection. As long as he was willing to splurge, they were his for the taking. Could there be a more perfect target? Soon, Tang Yan found his fourth, fifth, and sixth targets, all cut from the same cloth. Without exception, the moment they laid eyes on his Bugatti Veyron, they gasped in delight, nearly jumping out of their skin in excitement. Once inside the car, they inevitably asked the same predictable question. Handsome, if you're so rich, why are you driving for Didi? This was Tang Yan's cue to flex. Oh, nothing much. Just bored from making too much money. Thought I'd experience the life of ordinary folks. Just bought this car, testing the waters. And if I can take a beauty like you for a spin, even better. Honestly, I didn't even want to use this one for Didi. It's the cheapest car in my collection. And so, Tang Yan delivered one boast after another, each time earning starry-eyed admiration from his passengers. If this is his cheapest car, how rich must his family be? With that thought, any woman with even a hint of ambition would eagerly ask for his WeChat or probe about his relationship status. But not all encounters were so straightforward. Take his seventh target, a woman waiting with her boyfriend. The moment she spotted the Bugatti, she abandoned him without hesitation, hopping into Tang Yan's car and leaving her bewildered partner behind. The poor guy could only stand there, helpless, forced to forgive her. Then there were the thrill seekers. Hey, handsome, I heard million-dollar supercars can do insane launches. Can you give me a taste? Of course, Tang Yan obliged. With a stomp on the accelerator, the Bugatti roared to life, pinning them both to their seats as the world outside blurred into streaks of color. Woo! Ah! Too fast. I can tia. The sheer exhilaration had the woman screaming in ecstasy, almost moaning. Naturally, not every woman succumbed to such tactics. His ninth target, for instance, was far more pragmatic, a high-maintenance queen with a face and figure rivaling Lu Miaoyan's. You say you're serious about me? Prove it. Unlike the others, she wasn't swayed by the Bugatti, bespoke attire, or million-dollar watch. She wanted tangible, immediate benefits. But for Tang Yan, this was child's play. Proof? Easy. He whisked her to the city's most luxurious mall, where money was no object. Designer cosmetics, handbags, dresses, shoes, watches, whatever caught her eye, he bought without hesitation. After all, the system had granted him a 100 million yuan budget for this mission. Why hold back? By the time they returned to the car, she was on her knees, literally. But Tang Yan wasn't one to rush. With time to spare, he made sure their session lasted a solid 3 hours. And so it went, targets 9, 10, 11 in just 16 hours. Tang Yan had indulged in every imaginable and unimaginable position with 11 stunning strangers inside his Bugatti. This alone put so-called playboy heirs to shame. This was what it meant to truly know how to have fun. Had Tang Yan been less discreet, he could easily set a Guinness World Record. Sir, the final order screening has returned no matches. Would you like to adjust the criteria? Jarvis's voice chimed in as the 11th woman departed. At 2 a.m., orders were scarce, let alone ones matching Tang Yan's exacting standards. Adjust how much? A holographic display flickered to life, showing a selection of cute, moderately attractive women. But their heavy makeup hinted at far less impressive natural looks. Pass. I've got time. No need to rush. After a day of non-stop indulgence, Tang Yan's standards had skyrocketed. What once seemed gorgeous now felt mediocre, let alone these downgraded options. Besides, 11 rounds in a single day, including encounters with women like Lu Miaoyan, had left even his superhuman stamina slightly drained. With 32 hours still remaining in the mission, why hurry? For the final target, Jarvis raised the difficulty. I want a 9-10 face and an explosive figure. Whether she fits the conquest criteria doesn't matter. Search for 10 hours. If nothing turns up, we'll revert. Emboldened, Tang Yan was ready for a greater challenge. Sir, under these parameters, I've already located a suitable order. Perfect. And to all supporters, especially those who tipped, thank you. Chapter 39. Enchantingly beautiful. So soon. Tang Yan was momentarily taken aback. But then a look of delight spread across his face. Come. Let me seize this opportunity. I am eager to see what this target you, Jarvis, have identified truly looks like. Tang Yan had complete faith in Jarvis's capabilities. If Jarvis deemed the forthcoming target to possess a striking appearance and a body that was nothing short of perfection, then there was no doubt about it. Thus, his curiosity surged, compelling him to behold the woman whom Jarvis had recognized as exceptional. In the City of Demons at the Weihao Grand Hotel. The Weihao Grand Hotel is renowned as the epitome of luxury in the capital. Without question, its presidential suite commands a staggering fee of 380,000 yuan per night, equivalent to the down payment on a modest apartment in an ordinary city. However, what is even more astonishing is that to secure a stay in this suite, one must make a reservation. For every night is booked solid, and it may take a month or two before one is fortunate enough to have a chance. For an ordinary person, arriving here is a profound reminder of how poverty can severely limit one's imagination. Isn't this the Weihao Grand Hotel? I visited once before, and it wasn't all that impressive. As he turned a corner, a sleek Bugatti Veyron suddenly appeared. Tang Yan looked up and immediately recognized the hotel's striking 100-story structure, designed uniquely like a wine goblet. Previously, he had come here, too, to experience the lavishness of a night in the 380,000 yuan presidential suite. And due to the long wait list extending a month and a half, he had even paid an additional fee to cut in line. Luckily, the person who had reserved it did not show up that day, allowing him to indulge in the experience. However, after the stay, he found it to be nothing particularly extraordinary, aside from the few ladies he had brought from a high-end club, who were utterly flabbergasted upon learning the room's price. What is that? At that moment, Tang Yan's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. At the entrance of the Weihao Grand Hotel stood a woman clad in a form-fitting black gown, adorned with diamond-like embellishments that twinkled like stars. The dress perfectly accentuated her stunning physique, delineating her alluring curves. Yet this was merely a fraction of her allure. What truly captivated Tang Yan was her visage, exquisite, breathtaking, and enchanting beyond measure. These words fell short of capturing her beauty. With lips as red as blood, eyes that sparkled with celestial light, and skin as smooth and flawless as if it had been airbrushed, she exuded not only a beauty that transcended time but also an unyielding, tenacious aura. If one were to encapsulate this aura in a single word, it would be bewitching. Astounded for just a moment, Tang Yan quickly regained his composure and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jarvis, I must say, your taste is impeccable. A grin spread across Tang Yan's face. Everyone's aesthetic sensibilities differ, so a 9-point beauty may not resonate with others as it does with him. However, the appearance of this lady firmly illustrated to Tang Yan what a 9-point beauty truly entailed. It is my honor to serve you, sir. However, the situation regarding this lady is somewhat complicated, Jarvis informed him. Complicated? Just as he uttered these words, Tang Yan caught a glimpse of several men emerging behind the woman. The leader appeared to be a young man of similar age to Tang Yan, dressed in an expensive outfit that rivaled Tang Yan's own. He was handsome but bore a hint of mischief in his expression, suggesting he was not a man of good intent. The man approached, surrounding the woman waiting for her ride at the curb, seemingly attempting to persuade her. The woman, however, remained unfazed, treating him as if he were invisible, showing no inclination to engage. The man persisted, occasionally trying to grasp her arm, only for her to shake him off, knitting her elegantly shaped brows in displeasure as she shot him a glare. Ah, isn't this the classic scenario of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Jarvis, You've truly found me a delightful task. Tang Yan smirked, promptly accelerating and steering towards the entrance of the Weihao Grand Hotel, coming to a halt directly before the woman. Excuse me, miss, I believe you summoned a ride? He said with a smile as he lowered the window. Isn't that a Bugatti Veyron Eteri Bugatti? Who drives such a luxury car for a ride-sharing service? The arrival of Tang Yan momentarily diverted the attention of the man and his lackeys from the woman, who eyed the Bugatti and Tang Yan with suspicion. The woman, however, remained unperturbed. She neither acknowledged nor confirmed his inquiry, but simply opened the car door and stepped inside. Drive, she commanded, her voice as clear and melodious as a bell. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful with an exquisite figure, but her voice was also top tier. Yet, Tang Yan understood that penetrating the defenses of a woman like her, akin to an iceberg, would be an arduous endeavor. If the gold-digging women were of easy difficulty, then this lady represented a nightmarish challenge. All right, Tang Yan decided not to linger on the matter and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the man stepped in front of the car, blocking his path. Kindly step aside. I need to drive, Tang Yan politely stated as he lowered the window. Bro, I suggest you exercise some awareness. The man narrowed his eyes, leaning on the hood of the car. That woman is mine. Let he Chapter 40, warm up. As soon as the man uttered those words, his sycophants immediately surrounded the Bugatti Veyron from all directions. Such a show of power. Tang Yan narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning sharp. Tang Yan had always adhered to the principle of mutual respect, but he would show no mercy to those who approached him without courtesy. I shall give you a chance. Bow deeply and sincerely apologize to me now, and I will pretend I did not hear your earlier remarks. Otherwise what? Do you intend to fight me? Before Tang Yan could finish, the man interjected with disdain. You little brat. Do you think driving a Bugatti Veyron makes you significant? You must not know who I am. The man coldly declared. Let me make this clear. If your car so much as moves, I will make you suffer greatly. If you have any sense, order that woman to get out of the car and scram as far away as possible. His indifference to the Bugatti Veyron revealed that this man was not someone to be trifled with. Tang Yan also noticed that the man appeared slightly tipsy, clearly having indulged in some drink and revelry. Young people nowadays truly do not heed warnings. Tang Yan shook his head helplessly. He had no intention of wasting time on these thugs, especially since it was mission time. However, given their aggressive approach, he had no choice but to reluctantly teach them a lesson. You need not show off. I will cancel this order. You should leave. Just as Tang Yan was about to unbuckle his seatbelt and step out to confront them, Su Ningxian spoke up. Su Ningxian was evidently aware of the man's background and understood that, even with a Bugatti Veyron, Tang Yan might not be able to contend with the forces behind him. Thus, to avoid dragging others into this mess, she chose to exit the vehicle. Ningxian, that's the right decision. We have finally gathered. We must enjoy ourselves. The man's face lit up with a triumphant smile when he saw Su Ningxian preparing to get out. Don't rush. Suddenly, a large hand descended, gently pressing on Su Ningxian's shoulder. I have been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Besides, you just heard how he spoke so offensively. I have a flaw. I can't stand individuals who are particularly irritating in their speech. Therefore, whether you cancel the order or not, I must resolve my grievances with him, Tang Yan said with a grin. Tang Yan spoke the truth. Ever since he injected the super serum, he had not truly tested his combat skills, as society was harmonious and did not resemble a comic book filled with supervillains. Now that he had encountered someone who delivered themselves right to him, he certainly would not let the opportunity slip away. You need not be reckless. He is not someone you can handle. Su Ningxian turned to look at Tang Yan and said coolly. In her view, wealthy young men often had a tendency to show off before women, especially in front of her even when they knew they were outmatched. They would still put on a brave front. It was evident that she had categorized Tang Yan among this group. Not someone I can handle? That only piques my interest, Tang Yan declared, unfastening his seatbelt and stepping out of the car. As soon as he emerged, the surrounding thugs closed in, their hostile gazes fixed on him, fists clenched, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Though these men were not clad in security uniforms, their muscular builds indicated that each was a skilled fighter, seasoned in combat. You little brat, you want to show off? Huh? Tell me, Which group does your family belong to? It would be best if you named one. I know, that way I can decide whether to break your leg or dislocate your arm. The man sneered. Anyone capable of affording a Bugatti Veyron surely could not be an ordinary person. They must have some backing. However, the man was unperturbed. He sought to flaunt his identity and make the gap between them abundantly clear. That may disappoint you. My family is not part of any group.
Tang Yan chúc cờ ca xua.
And it's not that I underestimate you. With just the few of you, trying to break my leg or dislocate my arm would be quite the challenge. You refuse to speak. Huh? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Tack. At the man's command, his henchmen prepared to throw punches. Wait.
Tang Yan suddenly shouted,
raising a hand to signal them to stop. The man, seeing this, immediately smiled triumphantly. Regretting your decision? Unfortunately, I do not accept regrets unless you kneel and bow your head. Then perhaps I might consider sparing you. I am not regretting. I merely wish to warm up before the fight. Tang Yan replied as he walked over to a nearby stone tablet. The tablet, adorned with the characters Weihao, was the emblem of the Weihao Hotel. The thugs regarded Tang Yan with cold, mocking expressions. If warming up were effective, why bother with martial arts? Each of them could easily take on 5 opponents, and even a martial arts master would find it futile, let alone dealing with a wealthy scion. Even Su Ningxian inside the car shook her head, sighing inwardly. What is it with men these days, each one vying to outdo the other, puffing up their egos? At that moment, Tang Yan stood before the stone tablet, turned back to glance at the crowd, and smiled faintly. Then, with a sudden and powerful punch, he struck the center of the stone tablet where the characters Weihao were inscribed. With a resounding thud, the tablet shattered into pieces, collapsing instantly. Everyone present was left aghast, their pupils dilating, mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost. All done. Warm-up complete. Tang Yan clapped his hands, still wearing an innocuous smile. Come at me. Chapter 41. Tit for tat, a single punch. What kind of joke was this? Were his fists forged from steel? The thugs were utterly dumbfounded. They had seen ruthless men before, but never one as terrifying as this. That was genuine marble. In this world, there was no such thing as internal energy or mystical martial arts. Human hands were made of flesh. No matter how powerful one's punch might be, striking stone would shatter bones before the rock itself cracked. Yet Tang Yan had casually shattered the marble with a single punch, his hand completely unscathed. If such a blow landed on a person, the mere thought sent chills down their spines. Instantly, the thugs felt a creeping dread. Too strong. Even Su Ningxian inside the car couldn't hide her astonishment. Now she understood why Tang Yan dared to confront several opponents head-on. This wasn't recklessness, but sheer capability. What are you waiting for? Attack him. The drunken man roared, his aggression barely restrained by intoxication. Though shocked by Tang Yan's strength, fear had yet to take hold. The thugs exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before finally lunging forward. Whoosh! But before they could even move, Tang Yan was already upon them. Waiting for others to strike first? That wasn't his style. Bam! 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 A flurry of movements too swift for the naked eye, and in the next moment, the thugs were sent flying. Blood sprayed, bones cracked, and agonized groans filled the air as not a single one remained standing. Less than 5 seconds. The fight was over before it even began. The man's pupils shrank, his drunken haze clearing in an instant as he stumbled back.
Pathetic, Tang Yan mutter.
Rolling his neck with a crack. I expected more of a challenge. What a disappointment. His gaze sharpened as it locked onto the man. Now, it's your turn. Cold sweat broke out. The man had seen skilled fighters, but never like this. His thugs were elite, black belts, blue belts, masters of Brazilian jiu-jitsu handpicked from security firms. Yet against Tang Yan, they might as well have been infants. The gap in power was simply insurmountable. Captain America could halt helicopters mid-air and shatter submarine glass with his bare hands, strength defying human limits. Combined with his accelerated learning, Tang Yan had absorbed countless combat techniques in mere moments. Mastery? No. But against these fools? More than enough. I gave you a chance to apologize, Tang Yan said, stepping closer. But some people only understand force. Do you know who I am? The man spat, fear flickering beneath his bravado.
Huo Hunk.
Son of Huatongha, touch me, and you're dead. Jarvis, look him up. Information flooded Tang Yan's mind. Huatongha, third in command of Sanrentang, one of Shanghai's most formidable underground factions. These shadowy organizations, remnants of warlord eras, still wielded immense influence behind the scenes. Oh?
Huatongha?
Tang Yan feigned terror before grinning coldly. How terrifying. Underground factions? If such petty forces could intimidate him, he'd be unworthy of Captain America's physique, let alone the aid of a super AI like Jarvis. You wanted me to kneel and beg for mercy, didn't you? Tang Yan's voice turned glacial. Now it's your turn. Kneel. You motherf. Slap. Poor Ihong's cheek swelled instantly, teeth and blood spraying. He clutched his mouth, howling. Kneel. I'll slap. The other side of his face mirrored the first. More teeth clattered to the ground. I never repeat myself more than 3 times, Tang Yan said darkly. Kneel. Poor Ihong's eyes finally betrayed true fear. Refuse? Then die. Whatever happens to me afterward one matter, you'll still be dead. That shattered him. Revenge meant nothing if he wasn't alive to see it. With a whimper, Hua Ihong dropped to his knees. Thud, thud, thud. 3 desperate kowtows. Scram. Like a pardoned convict, Hua Ihong fled, abandoning his men. Glancing back in terror, half expecting death to chase him. Chapter 42. I am here to save someone. Just wait. You bastard. I want you dead. Within Ho Ihong's heart, a sense of indignation brewed. As the esteemed heir of the Sanren Hall, who in the entirety of Shanghai would not give him a modicum of deference. Yet now, he found himself bested by an inconspicuous upstart. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? Although you are formidable, you have provoked Ho Ihong, leaving him in such disarray. Ho Tong and that old man will surely not let this slide. Upon returning to the car, Tang Yan heard Su Ningxian speak in her calm and melodic voice. If they are unwilling to let it go, then let them come. I too wish to stretch my limbs. As he started the vehicle, Tang Yan spoke nonchalantly. In truth, he had considered eliminating Ho Ihong right then and there to prevent future troubles. However, this was Shanghai, a society governed by law. Brawling and murder are entirely different matters. As for Ho Ihong seeking revenge, if he were to fear that, he might as well abandon this path altogether. Rest assured, this matter originated entirely from me. I will not stand by idly, Su Ningxian replied indifferently. If need be, I will find that old man once more. Her disdainful tone when mentioning the old man indicated her aversion to encountering him again. Tang Yan understood why Su Ningxian remained so composed. It seemed her background was anything but simple. As the Bugatti Veyron departed from the Weiheo Hotel, both parties remained silent. Su Ningxian's silence stemmed from her inherently cold demeanor, projecting an aura of frostiness, akin to an eternal iceberg, radiating an air of chill that screamed, no entry. Tang Yan, on the other hand, was quiet because he realized Su Ningxian was not the kind of person he could easily manage. Su Ningxian was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, so much so that she appeared almost ethereal. Her figure was stunning, with curves that spoke of perfection. Moreover, she possessed a powerful and obscure background that commanded respect. However, these attributes rendered her largely impervious to external material temptations. Thus, when faced with such a target, spending money, looking handsome, or employing charming words would be futile. Tang Yan chose to abandon his efforts. Yet soon he sensed something amiss. HM? He instinctively glanced over, noticing Su Ningxian's complexion had flushed slightly, her breathing becoming noticeably heavier, with beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. These subtle details were easily overlooked, but Tang Yan's senses had sharpened, allowing him to detect Su Ningxian's unusual state immediately. What is wrong? He inquired. I'm fine, Su Ningxian replied, taking a deep breath. But as soon as she spoke, it was as if something within her had triggered. She tilted her head back, her body writhing restlessly. Her breathing quickened alarmingly. No, you are. Tang Yan seemed to grasp the situation. Sir, her internal hormone levels are rising rapidly. Analysis suggests she may have ingested a potent aphrodisiac. Jarvis reported. What? An aphrodisiac?
Tang Yan gapet.
Casting another glance at Su Ningxian, who now resembled a ripe apple, her face flushed. Not just beads of sweat on her forehead but also glistening on her cheeks. the tip of her nose and her neck. Her eyes were closed, her form rising and falling with her intensified breaths. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, seemingly attempting to resist the drug's effects through sheer willpower. Yet how could physiological responses be resisted by mental fortitude? No wonder Hui Hong was so eager to intercept me. This was his intention all along.
Tang Yan released suddenly.
That fellow had been intent on detaining him, hoping to leave Su Ningxian behind for himself. However, Hui Hong had never anticipated that Tang Yan would emerge at this moment, not only defeating him but also snatching away the prize he had coveted. Jarvis, is there a solution? Tang Yan asked. Solution 1. Proceed to the nearest hospital. The estimated travel time is 15 minutes. Solution 2. All aphrodisiacs have a half-life. Once past that period, hormone levels will significantly decrease. However, based on the scan results, this particular aphrodisiac exhibits an exceptionally potent effect, likely leading to severe side effects. Solution 3. You should know what this entails, sir. Jarvis did not explicitly state the third solution, but Tang Yan could easily infer. To resolve this, it could only be through that particular act. Just as he was processing Jarvis's analysis, a hand reached over, resting on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Su Ningxian in a dazed state, her face alight with longing, inching closer to him. Good heavens! The potency of this drug is outrageous. Although Tang Yan had only just met Su Ningxian, it was evident she was a remarkably resilient woman with formidable willpower. Yet, within less than a minute of the drug's effect, she had succumbed completely, illustrating just how terrifying this drug truly was. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Hui Hong sought to possess Su Ningxian. Without something potent, how could he succeed? Sir, this lady's condition has escalated to its peak. You may have no other options left, Jarvis stated. I have taken control of the driving permissions and severed all manual operations to the system. Jarvis, this doesn't seem right, Tang Yan hesitated. Although he was adventurous, he considered himself a man of integrity. Taking advantage of someone in distress felt profoundly unethical. Just then, an enticing fragrance enveloped him as Su Ningxian leaned against his neck, whispering softly, igniting a fire within Tang Yan. To hell with morality. Saving a life surpasses all ethical considerations. No one shall impede my efforts to save her. Tang Yan could no longer suppress himself, and thus, he engaged with Su Ningxian right there in the car. Chapter 43. The unexpected encounter of Su Ningxian, it must be said. This was yet another extraordinary experience brought about by an unprecedented maneuver. Releasing the steering wheel during normal driving, the occupants of the driver and passenger seats collided together like kindling ignited by a fierce flame. Such a peculiar operation would leave anyone who witnessed it utterly astounded. Fortunately, it was just past 2 in the morning. Although several vehicles passed by, no one paid any heed to the happenings within the luxury car. Only a few drivers, particularly those who had a keen interest in the Bugatti Veyron, would notice that the vehicle's body swayed up and down, appearing rather unstable. This peculiar movement led those drivers to assume that the car was malfunctioning, prompting them to either slow down to avoid it or hastily steer clear, fearful of being unwittingly implicated. As for the footage captured by speed cameras, thanks to Jarvis's modifications, it displayed a perfectly normal scene of a person driving steadily, devoid of any peculiarities, thus raising no suspicions. In this way, the Bugatti Veyron circumnavigated various districts of the metropolis for over 2 hours. Finally, after this duration, the vehicle's body ceased its erratic movements and returned to normal. Inside the car, a unique and intense scent permeated every corner. Su Ningxian had regained her clarity, her eyes reflecting a complex and murky emotion as she reached for her clothing to cover her most vulnerable areas. As the effects of the drug waned and she regained consciousness, discovering herself entwined with Tang Yan without a shred of concealment, Su Ningxian was merely taken aback for a moment, her pupils constricting, biting her lip. Beyond that, she exhibited no further extraneous gestures. Unlike the typical reaction of a girl in such a situation, she did not scream or wail. It was as if she had Chapter 44. The enthusiastic technophile. Well, I believe we've reached the crux of the conversation. If we continue further, I might inadvertently divulge my core secrets. After elucidating the entire framework of artificial intelligence in a transcendent manner, Tang Yan remarked with a smile. At this moment, Su Ningxian's astonishment was unmistakable. Her perception of Tang Yan wholly transformed. Every word Tang Yan spoke was rich in essence, devoid of superfluous chatter. Each technological point he touched upon was insightful, penetrating to the very core, whether it was obscure or popular, previously published or merely conceptual. Tang Yan not only responded with remarkable fluency, but he also effortlessly traced the origins of each technology, narrating the stories behind them, while casually estimating their value and future trajectories. A person possessing such profound scientific knowledge must be a venerated authority in the field, steeped in research for at least 40 years. Yet, Tang Yan appeared to be merely in his mid-20s. The word genius involuntarily floated into Su Ningxian's mind. How do you know so much at such a young age?
Su Ningxian inquired.
Who says youth precludes extensive knowledge?
Tang Yan chúc cờ sốp ti.
Su Ningxian bit her lip, falling silent. For a moment, the car returned to a hushed stillness. Your destination is approaching. Please prepare yourself, Tang Yan reminded her. Su Ningxian did not respond but retrieved an iPhone 10 from her bag. Hand me your phone. Su Ningxian extended her hand. Give you my phone? Tang Yan looked at her, perplexed. Or you could add me on WeChat instead. Su Ningxian pressed her lips together as she spoke. Weren't you just saying we wouldn't meet again? Adding WeChat seems rather redundant. Tang Yan shot Su Ningxian a sidelong glance. There's no ulterior motive. Don't misinterpret my intentions. I simply found your technological reform proposal exceedingly viable and wish to pose a few questions later.
Su Ningxian replied coolly.
That's even less necessary. I'm particularly busy and hardly have time to answer questions. So let us drop it.
Tang Yan politely declined.
Adhering to the principle of keeping their paths separate in the future. Are you worried I might cling to you? Su Ningxian's brows furrowed, her expression hinting at annoyance. Tang Yan was rendered speechless. It was she who had declared they would not meet again, and now she was the one suggesting adding WeChat. Women were indeed difficult to appease. However, given that he had just enjoyed a slight advantage, he found himself at a loss. Adding a WeChat contact was a trivial matter. He had done so with other women before, so what was there to fear? Jarvis, pull up the WeChat QR code interface.
Tang Yan command.
With a flourish, the phone nestled in the dashboard creaked to life, projecting a holographic floating window. Is this a holographic projection? Su Ningxian's eyes sparkled with wonder as she beheld the scene. Yes, what of it?
Tang Yan replied nonchalant.
Accustomed to such marvels after using them to charm women throughout the day. Yet, to Su Ningxian, this holographic display sparked a surge of curiosity. Following the light source, Su Ningxian's gaze fell upon the phone glimmering like a crystalline droplet, nestled in the dashboard. She reached for Tang Yan's phone, cradling it delicately while scrutinizing it. The more she examined, the more her eyes shone with excitement. This is a holographic projector?
Su Ningxian inquired.
No, this is a phone I created. Tang Yan replied. The holographic projection is merely one of its many features. A phone.
Su Ningxian exclaimed, astonished.
This crystalline object is a phone? Jarvis, please instruct her on how to use it.
Tang Yan read.
Of course, sir. Jarvis responded. Beautiful lady, this is the Tang Chung phone, personally developed by the sir himself. It is a groundbreaking mobile communication device. Now, allow me to introduce its remarkable features. As Jarvis elaborated in great detail, demonstrating and operating each function, Su Ningxian, with her considerable knowledge of technology, grasped the information immediately, requiring no repetitive explanations from Jarvis. Upon discovering that the Tang Chung phone not only boasted holographic projection but also featured a remarkable 100-meter long-range wireless charging capability, an advanced reality simulation system, and an embedded chip battery, her excitement intensified, as if she had uncovered a priceless treasure. X635-foot flexible metal? This is astounding. The precision of such material could hardly yield quality products even in the world's foremost laboratories. And the accuracy of this holographic projection control, the level of intelligence far surpasses what a computer can comprehend, nearly synchronizing with my very thoughts. How is the internal chip battery compressed? What materials were used? Given current technology, compressing such a vast electric capacity into such a diminutive chip is a formidable challenge. Su Ningxian transformed from her previously aloof and distant demeanor into an ardent admirer of Tang Yan, exclaiming in awe at the incredible technological marvels of the Tang Cheng phone, her eyes ablaze with fervent admiration. Once the intense thrill of novelty subsided, Su Ningxian became aware of her earlier loss of composure and slightly reined in her exuberance. Yet, she could not quell her excitement, playfully toying with the Tang Cheng phone in her hands. "All right, we have arrived at your destination." At that moment, the car came to a gentle stop at the address provided by Su Ningxian. This was the most prestigious affluent residential area in the city, the Tangchun Yipin. "Ah, have we arrived so soon?" Su Ningxian pulled herself from her reverie, gazing at the grand entrance of Tangchun Yipin, feeling as though time had flown by. I know this request may seem abrupt, but I still wish to ask if you could sell me this phone?" Su Ningxian looked at Tang Yan with hopeful eyes, tinged with a hint of pleading. "There's no need to sell it. If you like it, consider it a gift," Tang Yan generously offered. Having fulfilled this task, he had now become a man of considerable wealth, with 300 million at his disposal. Why would he concern himself with a mere 100,000? Moreover, his next objective was to begin selling the Tangcheng phone. Given that Su Ningxian resided in such an affluent area, he wouldn't even need to promote it actively. Just displaying it would surely attract a steady stream of potential buyers. "Really? Thank you." A radiant smile finally graced Su Ningxian's exquisite face. With that, she joyfully took the Tangcheng phone and departed. "Sir, there is something I must urgently bring to your attention." As soon as Su Ningxian left, Jarvis spoke up. "What is it?" "Please take a look at the inner side of the passenger seat." Following Jarvis's gaze, Tang Yan's expression transformed, overtaken by astonishment. Chapter 45. The all-new, all-different bleeding edge armor. A crimson stain marred the surface, dried with time yet unmistakably fresh. Tony's mind raced to the inevitable conclusion. "Jarvis, this couldn't possibly be." "Indeed, sir. I've analyzed the blood composition. It is, without question, virgin blood." Tony exhaled sharply, a cold sweat breaking across his brow. Unintentionally, he had taken Su Ningxian's first. The memory of their frenzied entanglement in the darkened car flooded back. How could he have noticed such a detail amidst the chaos? No wonder she had been so tight, so vocal about the pain. He had mistaken it for the drug's effect, never imagining the truth. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. A woman of Su Ningxian's ethereal beauty, her power and influence, ordinary men would never catch her eye. Even Hua Yihong had resorted to drugging her to claim her. That she had remained untouched until now was hardly surprising. But her composure, that was what truly baffled him. To lose something so precious to a stranger, and yet remain so calm, so collected. No tears, no hysterics. It defied expectation. Enough. What was done could not be undone. Dwelling on the intangible was pointless. The real prize lay ahead, his mission reward. Following the system's directive, Tony returned to Purple Jade Manor. The moment he stepped from the car, the system's chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission completion confirmed. Retrieving mission item. He turned just in time to witness the Bugatti Veyron dissolve into nothingness beneath an unseen wave of light. No regret stirred within him. The mission's completion guaranteed a reward of 300 million. Funds he would pour into Tang City Phone's mass production. With the prototype perfected, the next step was promotion, a grand launch to propel Tang City Phones into the national, perhaps global, spotlight. The profits would dwarf the reward tenfold. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Restrictions lifted. Reward, 300 million yuan deposited into your account. The sum barely elicited a reaction. His ambitions had long outgrown mere monetary excitement. What he truly coveted were the additional rewards, the gifts that had reshaped his reality. From the super soldier serum to the super AI, each had been a game-changer. Without Jarvis sifting through orders and streamlining logistics, this mission would have been impossible. The money was trivial. The real prize was what came next. And then ding! Additional reward unlocked. The all-new, all-different bleeding edge armor. Tony's breath caught. His pupils dilated as shock and exhilaration surged through him. Yes, Iron Man armor. System. I love you. Laughter erupted from him, unrestrained and euphoric. He threw his head back, arms flailing in unrestrained joy. Had Jarvis not activated the lab's soundproofing, the entire neighborhood would have been jolted awake. 3 minutes passed before he regained composure. Coordinates locked. Initiating transfer. Transfer complete. Awaiting host's inspection. A cool sensation prickled at his left wrist. Lifting it, he beheld a sleek Iron Man emblem etched into his skin, its edges shimmering with a faint, blood-red glow in the darkness. Host, the bleeding edge armor is a nanotech marvel, forged through bleeding edge integration with your bloodstream. It resides within you, deployable at will, summoned or dismissed by thought alone. The system's explanation was unnecessary. Tony's pulse quickened, anticipation thrumming through him. Time for a test drive. Bleeding edge armor. Engage. At his mental command, hair-thin tendrils of liquid metal erupted from the tattoo, weaving across his arm, his torso, encasing his entire body in an instant. Seamless embrace of cutting-edge armor. Chapter 46. The True Flight. What a miraculous experience. Tang Yan watched as his hands, arms, and body became enveloped in steel-like filaments, intricate as circuitry, adhering seamlessly to his skin. Far from discomfort, it brought an unprecedented sense of ease. As these threads wove together, they transformed into precision-engineered metal components under a soft blue glow. The fluidity of their assembly, effortless, flawless, culminated in the formation of a power core or an exoskeletal armor. The sheer novelty and visual impact left even Tang Yan, the creator of Tang City smartphones, utterly awestruck. Layer by layer, the components stacked and interconnected, spreading from his arms until his entire body was sheathed in a delicate golden exoskeleton. It was as if he had donned a resplendent golden suit, reminiscent of a celestial warrior. Soon, the outer crimson armor emerged, encasing the exposed gears, clasps, and internal mechanisms beneath its nanotech-reinforced, impenetrable shell. Then came the helmet. As filaments swept upward past his vision and molded to his face, Tang Yan instinctively froze. Yet he soon realized their supple adherence. So seamless it seemed to displace air itself, rendered them impervious to movement. This was the virtual facial interface. Though his face appeared encased in metal, his vision remained unobstructed, granting him a panoramic view. With his limbs, torso, and head fully armored, the chest plate recessed, revealing a luminous blue arc reactor, the heart of the bleeding edge armor, the very core of Tony Stark's power. Assembly complete. The entire process, though seemingly prolonged, had taken mere seconds. So this is the bleeding edge armor. Incredible. Tang Yan raised his hands, marveling at the dark muzzles in his palms, the articulated wing-like plating, the concealed weaponry beneath his wrist guards, and the radiant reactor on his chest, each element exuding futuristic brilliance. The bleeding edge armor, one of Stark's most formidable creations, was now his. Its defining feature? Adaptability. With a mere thought, wings could extend from his forearms and back, equipped with thrusters capable of propelling him through the void of space. Host assembly complete. Transmitting operational protocols for the bleeding edge armor. The system's voice faded as knowledge flooded Tang Yan's mind. In an instant, he mastered the armor's every function. Weapons mode. He raised his hands, and the plating on his wrists unfurled like the jaws of a carnivorous bloom. The dormant muzzles awakened, particles surging with energy. Though it resembled a blooming flower, its destructive potential could level a quarter of a city. Exhilarating. It was time to experience the thrill of flight. Whoosh! At his command, white flames erupted from his feet, lifting him into the air. Unsteady at first, he took a moment to adjust, mastering the balance before pushing further. Assume full control of the bleeding edge armor. Monitor my systems. Even the sharpest mind had limits. With J.A.R.V.I.S. assistance, Tang Yan could soar without restraint. Affirmative, sir. Now, let us fly. Boom! This time he held nothing back. White flames roared as the armor shot skyward like an arrow, piercing the heavens. Woohoo! The wind howled against him, the sheer velocity and force igniting euphoria. Glancing down, he watched the city shrink into a toy-like miniature. This is flight. Planes? Gliders? Jet skis? All pale in comparison. Streaking across the night sky, a comet of white fire, Tang Yan reveled in the unbridled joy of true flight. Fear? Non-existent. With superhuman serum, the bleeding edge armor, and an AI at his command, he wielded power beyond mortal comprehension. So long as others left him be, he had no interest in conflict. Why wage war when one could live freely, wealthy, untamed? A modern-day Iron Man? Chapter 47. Iron Man strikes first. Ah, the exhilaration of soaring through the skies. Tang Yan reveled in the freedom of flight, twisting and turning in the air, shouting joyously as the white trail of his jetpack inscribed his name in the heavens. "Let us take a look at the moon," he exclaimed. With his feet together, the two jetpacks melded into a singular, larger circular jetpack through the action of nanotechnology. In an instant, he surged forth, breaking the sound barrier and creating invisible ripples in the air, transforming his iron form into an unimaginable high-speed projectile, piercing through the clouds in mere seconds, revealing the magnificent moon. What a wonder it was! From thousands of meters above, the surface of the moon, with all its craters, became vividly clear to Tang Yan's eyes. If he wished, his long-distance viewer could magnify the moon 1,000-fold, allowing him to observe the very stones upon its surface. However, merely gazing at the moon seemed insufficient for him, and he dove downwards toward the earth. On the ground, 3 convertible sports cars sped along the bridge, filled with reckless young heirs and scantily clad beauties, all screaming and cheering, mimicking the debauched antics of the characters in American films, racing against nearby vehicles and gesturing provocatively. Their revelry was infectious. Suddenly, a digitally altered teasing voice echoed beside them. Everyone turned to see a dazzling figure of red and gold, soaring through the air, matching their speed. Oh my God! The sight of Iron Man startled everyone, causing drivers to nearly lose control of their vehicles. Am I seeing things? Iron Man. He can actually fly. It's the real Iron Man. Good heavens! Iron Man truly exists in this world. Wow! That's the brand new Blood Edge armor. So cool! Hey Iron Man, can I get your autograph? Can we take a picture together? I'm your biggest fan. Marvel films were indeed still immensely popular. If one were to name the most beloved superhero, it would undoubtedly be Iron Man. Thus, the appearance of Tang Yan in his Blood Edge armor ignited a frenzy of adoration among the wealthy youth, who erupted in excitement, akin to starstruck fans. Even the beauties joined in, shrieking with delight. Yet, they quickly retrieved their phones to capture this historic moment. Until we meet again.
Tang Yan lau ghét lai ti.
Placing 2 fingers at his temples, and with a graceful wave, he unleashed a plume of white energy from his feet, propelling himself into the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind a throng of wealthy heirs who continued to cheer in his wake. Ha ha ha! What a thrilling sensation to startle the crowd.
Tang Yan chút cờ.
Jarvis, please search for any ongoing criminal activities. Soaring through the clouds, admiring the moon, and surprising Chapter 48. Su Changgu visits on the television. A middle-aged face appeared, one that Tang Yan had never encountered before. Dressed in a black tang suit, with graying temples, his seemingly ordinary gaze concealed an incisive sharpness characteristic of someone accustomed to power. The man was being interviewed by a central reporter, and beneath his visage was a prominent title, Chairman of the Hua Group, Hua Tongha. As the leader of an underground force, he could still appear on television. Truly remarkable.
Tang Yang Squin.
Had he been unaware of Hua Tongha's true identity, he might have merely regarded him as a typical corporate executive, an ordinary businessman. However, after acquiring information from Jarvis, Hua Tongha had transformed in Tang Yan's mind from a mere businessman into a nefarious underground overlord. The triad's illicit enterprises, gambling, drugs, and human trafficking, were all under the purview of Sanrintang. Not only that, but they were also involved in arms dealing and usury. It could be said that there was no business too dangerous for Sanrintang to undertake. To thrive in a place like Magic City while engaging in clandestine dealings for immense profit, and even to make appearances on television. These individuals were indeed formidable. Sir, we have a visitor, Jarvis announced. A visitor? Who?
Tang Yan inquired.
A holographic display appeared, showcasing the surveillance footage at the entrance of the villa. A Mercedes-Benz S600 had come to a stop outside, and a distinguished, middle-aged man, leaning on a cane and exuding an extraordinary aura, emerged from the vehicle. This man looked somewhat familiar. Jarvis, please look into this person's background, Tang Yan instructed. Soon, a torrent of information flooded Tang Yan's mind, and he displayed a look of realization. This middle-aged man was none other than Su Changwu, the leader of another underground faction, the Green Gang. The leader of the Green Gang? This is impressive. Tang Yan had heard the name before, often appearing in novels and television dramas. Yet, he never anticipated that the Green Gang was real, and that its leader was personally visiting him. Wait, Su? Could it be? As Tang Yan pondered, he began to understand. Jarvis's internet search yielded scant information regarding Su Changwu, with no mention of his other connections, but Tang Yan could surmise that Su Changwu must be closely related to Su Ningxian. After all, Su Ningxian had mentioned assisting Tang Yan with the matter concerning Hua Yihong. If she lacked confidence, would she dare make such bold claims? Moreover, it was hardly a rare occurrence for him to inadvertently provoke Su Ningxian's ire after taking her blood yesterday. Sir, shall I let them in? Jarvis inquired, as Su Changwu pressed the doorbell. Let them in. Though Tang Yan was uncertain of Su Changwu's intentions for visiting, it was evident that any plans to confront him would be futile. The likes of Sanrentang and the Green Gang were, in his eyes, mere trifles now that he possessed the newly acquired blood edge armor. Seeking trouble with him? They were truly mistaken. A moment later, Su Changwu, accompanied by an elderly butler and a bodyguard, entered the living room. This residence's style is quite to my liking, Su Changwu remarked upon his entrance, glancing around instead of greeting Tang Yan, who was seated on the sofa. The renowned Mr. Su from Magic City graces my humble abode. What an honor.
Tang Yan smiled,
gesturing for him to take a seat. Su Changwu cast a brief glance at Tang Yan, his eyes swiftly scanning him from head to toe. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed somewhat approving, giving a silent nod. You must be Tang Yan, Su Changwu stated, approaching the sofa. The elderly butler quickly dusted off the seat before Su Changwu sat down. His every word and gesture radiated an imposing presence. Indeed, that is I, Tang Yan nodded, adding, Unfortunately, I am not much of a tea drinker. Would you care for a bottle of beer? No need. Su Changwu raised his hand, stating, You should be aware of the purpose of my visit today. Apologies, Mr. Su, but I truly do not know. Tang Yan replied with a smile. Truth be told, I should not be here today. However, I am quite curious about what makes you so special that she would come to seek you out. Su Changwu lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Since her mother's passing, I remarried, and this is the first time she has sought me out. The first time I have heard another man's name from her lips. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan finally grasped Su Changwu's intentions. It turned out that Su Changwu was not here to reprimand him but Wraith Chapter 49. An unreasonable wish. Before his arrival, Su Changwu had already conducted an investigation into Tang Yan's background. With parents who farmed and no wealthy relatives, Tang Yan himself had just graduated less than a year ago and was striving in the bustling metropolis. Such an individual, in Su Changwu's eyes, hardly seemed capable of driving a Bugatti Veyron for ride-hailing services or affording a villa worth over 30 million. Although Su Changwu was puzzled by Tang Yan's sudden wealth, he viewed him as nothing more than a typical nouveau riche, lacking any genuine talent or scholarly attainment. It could be said that Su Changwu held Tang Yan in utter contempt. Strangely, however, Su Ningxian had developed an affection for this individual. A father knows his daughter best. Su Changwu understood his daughter's temperament and standards. Despite the many talented and handsome young men from prestigious families vying for her attention, she remained indifferent, earning a reputation for having exceedingly high standards within their social circle. Su Changwu was unconcerned with familial alliances or marital bindings. For him, expanding his influence through the sale of his daughter was utterly disgraceful. Thus, he could entirely accept Su Ningxian marrying a grounded, genuinely talented ordinary man, leading a modest life together. Yet, he never anticipated that Su Ningxian would ultimately choose a nouveau riche with nothing to commend him beyond his appearance and demeanor. Mr. Su, I believe you are mistaken. Tang Yan's gaze flickered. Firstly, my encounter with Miss Su was purely coincidental. We merely engaged in a pleasant discussion about technology. The notion of admiration is entirely fabricated. Secondly, regarding the matter with Hua Yihong, I have informed Miss Su that I do not require her assistance, nor do I need anyone to intervene. I can resolve it easily on my own. Therefore, if you wish to assist me, I must decline. I truly do not need it. Whether it's Hua Yihong or the entirety of Sanrentang, it makes no difference. Those who provoke me shall face the consequences. Ah, the youth of today often underestimate the complexities of their situations. Su Changwu shook his head. It seems you remain unaware of the predicament you are about to face. Hua Yihong is the sole son of Hua Tonghe, raised in indulgence, leading to his current arrogant demeanor. Hua Tonghe is notoriously protective of his son. Before my arrival, I had already heard that Hua Tonghe was infuriated upon learning that his beloved son nearly faced death, and he is currently searching for you. It was through my discreet efforts that they have yet to locate you. Otherwise, with your level of vigilance, you would have already been captured by Sanrentang and subjected to unspeakable torment. Having spoken, Su Changwu cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yan, eager to gauge his reaction. For the average person, hearing threats of pursuit and brutal punishment would surely elicit a change in expression. If he detected even a hint of fear or trepidation in Tang Yan, Su Changwu was confident that he could finalize this transaction and sever any ties between Tang Yan and Su Ningxian. However, to his astonishment, Tang Yan not only displayed no signs of fear, but even an air of anticipation. Am I mistaken?
Su Changwu pondered.
What was the matter with this individual? To hear of being hunted and show no fear, but rather eagerness for capture? What kind of peculiarity was this? Ah, I see. What a pity. Had you not intervened, I might have been able to enjoy the experience.
Tang Yan sighed wistfully.
Perhaps you could reconsider your intervention? The brand new blood-edge battle armor has yet to demonstrate its true combat capabilities. How exhilarating it would be to engage Sanrentang in a showdown. Moreover, Tang Yan wished to inform him that his daughter had been drugged by Hua Yihong and narrowly escaped a dire fate. Surely, at that moment, Su Changwu would not be calmly negotiating with him, but would be as furious as Hua Tonghe, storming into Sanrentang in a fit of rage. Yet, considering that he would ultimately reap the benefits of this situation and the negative repercussions it could entail, Tang Yan chose to remain silent. Ahem. Young man, you must be aware of my reputation. You should have some understanding of the power dynamics in the metropolis, correct? Sanrentang, the Qing Gang, and the Zhuyi Lu are the three most formidable factions in the city. Having antagonized Sanrentang, there is no one in the metropolis, besides myself and Zhuyi Lu, who can assist you. Su Changwu assumed that Tang Yan was unfamiliar with the power structures of the city, perhaps emboldened by his naivety, and continued to explain indifferently. Consider this carefully. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no chance for regret. In that case, in this vast metropolis, no one will be able to protect you. Su Changwu deliberately emphasized the standing of the Qing Gang and Sanrentang to convey to Tang Yan that once this opportunity was lost, it would never return. Mr. Su, I appreciate your goodwill. However, I prefer to handle this matter on my own.
Tang Yan asked. Su Changwu scrutinized Tang Yan intently,
wishing to detect any signs of bravado or forced bravado on his face. Yet all he observed was sincerity. If you refuse my assistance, so be it. However, your kindness towards Ningxian is a kindness towards me. I am not one to owe favors lightly, and since you do not wish for me to intervene, then let us negotiate another condition. As long as you sever all ties with Ningxian, I can grant you a wish that is not unreasonable. Speak freely. What do you desire? Su Changwu was resolute in his determination to prevent any connection between the two. Though Su Ningxian may not hold him in high regard, he still regarded her as a precious gem. He would not allow his jewel to associate with a person of no merit. An unreasonable wish, you say? Tang Yan's mind whirled, and he happened upon the visage of Hua Tonghe on the television. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Su, how fortuitous. I happen to have a wish that I believe you can help me fulfill. Speak plainly.
Su Changwu uget.
I wish to visit Sanrentang and meet Hua Tonghe. Chapter 50. A grand scheme for wealth. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, not only Su Changwu but also the elderly butler behind him, along with the bodyguard, raised their eyebrows, casting a curious glance at Tang Yan. How could he, while being sought after by Hua Tonghe, willingly present himself at his doorstep? What could possibly be going through his mind? I can facilitate your meeting with Hua Tonghe. Despite his inner doubts, Su Changwu remained focused on the primary objective of completing the transaction. He promptly agreed, but with a caveat. Let me make this clear. Your favor extends only to my arranging the meeting with Huatonghe. Once you meet him, how he chooses to deal with you, and what your fate may be, is entirely beyond my concern. Are you amenable to this? Su Changwu was quite astute in his calculations. If you wish to meet Huatonghe, I can arrange that. However, should you expect me to protect you afterward, you can forget it. Kindness is one thing, but clarity of terms is another. The Qing gang is already a rival of the Sanren-Tang, and for him to facilitate this connection with Huatonghe is already a significant favor. To expect him to offer protection on Sanren-Tang's turf is another matter entirely. Even if he were to agree, Huatonghe might not. Of course, no problem, Tang Yan exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face at Su Changwu's acquiescence. 3 days from now, I shall send someone to escort you to Sanren-Tang. Su Changwu rose, and the elderly butler brushed off his garments. During these 3 days, I shall grant you the opportunity to reconsider. I do not know what your intentions are in meeting Huatonghe, but once you step onto Sanren-Tang's territory, you will find it nearly impossible to escape. Choose wisely. After delivering these words, Su Changwu turned and departed. Old Fu, what do you think that young man is scheming? Su Changwu inquired once he was in the car. This young man is inscrutable. I can only discern one thing from his eyes, the old butler replied. What is it? Indifference, the butler stated, as if Huatonghe were of little consequence in his eyes. I have encountered too many such young individuals, Su Changwu remarked, his tone indifferent, conceited, unaware of their own limitations. But it matters not. At least I have achieved my objective this time. Leader, are you truly going to take him to meet Huatonghe? While Huatonghe may not be a cruel man, his younger brother is infamously ruthless. This young man may be courting disaster. And what about the young lady? It may not be easy to explain, the old butler cautioned. The consequences of his choices are his to bear.
Su Changwu replied calmly.
As for Ningxian, I shall inform her that her judgment is lacking. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose an oblivious young man. Drive on. Once Su Changwu and his entourage departed, Tang Yan could no longer contain his laughter. Sir, it seems you have encountered something particularly delightful, Jarvis observed. Indeed, not merely delightful, but extraordinarily so, Tang Yan replied, a smile gracing his lips. Jarvis, I recall you mentioning that the production of Tangchung phones would require a minimum investment of 3 billion yuan. Correct? Yes, sir. Currently, there is a shortage of raw materials, and the synthesis and production components must be outsourced to foreign entities, incurring exorbitant costs that significantly inflate overall expenses. A substantial investment is necessary to procure a myriad of equipment and establish manufacturing facilities and laboratories. If you wish to implement a fully automated process, the required investment will exceed 5 billion yuan, Jarvis explained, not accounting for transportation, marketing, and other expenses. In the realm of technology, expenditures are ubiquitous. Costs are often measured in billions. Consider that the world's largest smartphone manufacturer, Apple, invests tens of billions annually solely on research and development, excluding foundational equipment costs. While Jarvis can help mitigate trial and error expenses in research and development, a budget of tens of billions is unavoidable. Of course, Tang Yan could seek investors. Given the formidable nature of the Tangchung phone, once the project proposal is released and the product is ready, countless investors would undoubtedly rush to offer their support. At that point, a few billion here and a few billion there would easily surpass 5 billion, even reaching hundreds of billions. However, the Tangchung phone is Tang Yan's own enterprise. From the outset, he has no intention of sharing it with anyone or allowing outside investment. Therefore, all financial responsibility rests solely upon his shoulders. Jarvis, 5 billion yuan is hardly sufficient. If we are to embark on this venture, let us do so on a grand scale. I aim to invest $5 billion. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed with determination. $5 billion? Sir, your account does not currently hold such a sum, Jarvis stated bluntly. True, not at this moment, but it soon will.
Tang Yan smiled,
glancing at Huatonghe on the television. That individual is our cash cow. Indeed, this was the ultimate goal for Tang Yan. If there is anything in this world that brings wealth swiftly, it is, without a doubt, theft. From whom? From the wicked. For the more nefarious the individual, the greater their riches. How could San Rentang, a dominant force in the bustling metropolis, possibly lack $5 billion? Moreover, with the formidable blood-edge battle armor at his disposal, it is essential to maximize its potential. Isn't San Rentang intent on pursuing him? In that case, seizing from them becomes not only justified but entirely guilt-free. Furthermore, I have realized that power is a marvelous asset. With a mere word, countless individuals would rush to serve me. With another, even prominent figures would be compelled to show respect. A single command could preserve a life. Such a captivating opportunity is not to be missed. Though Tang Yan is formidable, he remains but one person, requiring personal involvement in every endeavor. Yet, with subordinates and influence, many challenges could be resolved effortlessly with a mere utterance. As time swiftly passed, 3 days soon elapsed. During this period, Tang Yan received numerous calls from a bevy of gold diggers, each eager to rendezvous. He welcomed them all, selecting a few with commendable appearances, and took them on a shopping spree at the plaza. After 3 days of indulgence, a Mercedes S600 arrived at Tang Yan's doorstep, dispatched by Su Changgu to escort him to the headquarters of San Rentang. Chapter 51. Sanren Hall. Ah, is this the headquarters of Sanren Hall? How impressive! The headquarters of Sanren Hall is situated within a luxurious estate in the bustling metropolis. Its grandeur, sophistication, and opulence are evident, adorned with fountains and lush greenery, alongside a castle-like architectural design reminiscent of European palaces. In this city, where the cost of living is exceptionally high, every element here is undoubtedly a result of immense financial investment, showcasing an unparalleled level of luxury. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt. As Tang Yan alighted, he was greeted by a long corridor adorned with fountains, leading to the grand entrance of the villa. Through the entrance, glimpses of the interior revealed a scene of resplendence, an abundance of gold, and an array of artistic treasures, each likely worth more than what an ordinary person could earn in several years of labor. Mr. Tang, a silver-haired butler, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached with a few maids in tow. The butler's composed demeanor imparted to Tang Yan a renewed understanding of the affluent class. A successful individual not only possesses extraordinary grace, but also commands a unique aura that extends to their subordinates, including butlers and servants. The esteemed guests have been waiting for some time. Please follow me. The silver-haired butler gestured respectfully, and Tang Yan followed him into the villa. Despite Tang Yan's status as a billionaire who had spent considerable wealth, his experiences were relatively limited. Thus, he found everything within the estate to be of exceptional interest, akin to exploring a museum. However, unlike the typical awe exhibited by ordinary visitors, Tang Yan's formidable confidence cultivated an air of tranquility, ensuring he did not appear inferior in the eyes of the butler and maids. Rather, his association with Su Changgu and the 3 esteemed leaders of Sanren Hall rendered them cautious not to show any sign of negligence. As a grand door, towering as high as 2 individuals, was pushed open, an expansive hall, gleaming like a palace, unfolded before Tang Yan. At the far end of this magnificent hall, 4 sofas were arranged. The golden sofa nearest to the wall was the largest, occupied by a middle-aged man in traditional attire, with graying temples. It was evident that he was the leader of Sanren Hall, Ho Tongha, the father of Hori Hong, and a director of the Hua Group, whom Tang Yan had seen on television. To Ho Tongha's left was a silver sofa, slightly shorter, graced by 2 distinguished middle-aged men also clad in traditional attire. One, an elderly gentleman with sparse white hair, bore an unremarkable visage, the kind that would blend into a crowd. Yet, the predatory glint in his gaze directed at Tang Yan was chilling, evoking a sense of foreboding. The other man, dressed in pristine white, his hair meticulously styled, sported old-fashioned round spectacles. He appeared younger than the other 2 leaders, yet his eyes conveyed a calm and reserved demeanor typical of an intellectual, a gentleman who preferred dialogue over confrontation. He scrutinized Tang Yan momentarily, seemingly approving, and nodded subtly. Seated on the bronze-colored sofa to Ho Tongha's right were 2 individuals Tang Yan recognized, Su Changgu and Su Ningxian. Ah, today's attire is simply stunning. Tang Yan's gaze fell upon Su Ningxian, momentarily captivated by her exquisite red qipao. with her ethereal beauty and flawless figure, enhanced by the captivating dress. He firmly believed that any man would be enchanted. Sensing Tang Yan's gaze, Su Ningxian instinctively averted her eyes. Yet, recalling that today's predicament was a result of Tang Yan's reckless choices, a flicker of annoyance surfaced. Chapter 52. Is it annoying? The prominent figures present were taken aback to see Tang Yan not displaying an ounce of fear. Rather, he remained remarkably calm and composed. It is important to note that this was the territory of San Rentang, with dozens of people and firearms at their disposal. One's life was precariously held in the hands of others. A single word could send one to their demise. Any ordinary person would have been petrified by this situation. Moreover, it was astonishing that a mere youth like Tang Yan could stand his ground in front of 3 formidable bosses, exuding such tranquility. He was the first to do so. Brother, this little red-haired fellow is quite interesting, the second brother, Hu Jinglong, exclaimed, his voice booming as if he were shouting. Indeed, quite audacious. Hu Wendy, the third brother, nodded in agreement. Brother Su, I sincerely apologize for the troubles my son Yihong caused Ningxian. I wish to express my regrets once more.
Huo Tong inquired Tang Yan,
instead offering a slight nod to Su Changgu on his right. Yihong, kneel before Uncle Su and admit your mistakes. Didn't we already apologize? For Yihong muttered, puzzled by Huotonghe's intentions, yet he complied and knelt before Su Changgu, bowing in acknowledgement. Children will be children. Squabbles are quite normal. However, Ningxian dislikes such environments, so please refrain from inviting her to such places in the future.
Su Changgu remarked symbolically.
Yes, I will remember, Uncle Su, Hua Yihong replied, standing up, his eyes furtively glancing at Tang Yan, filled with both worry and fear. Tang Yan found this amusing. Evidently, although Su Ningxian had informed Su Changgu and Huotonghe about Hua Yihong's persistent harassment, she had not disclosed the sordid details of the drugging incident. Su Ningxian was a person of foresight, aware that inciting conflict between the two parties was not to be taken lightly. Tang Yan, of course, remained silent, enjoying the sight of the 2 powerful figures from Modu being kept in the dark, all while he stood to gain from the situation. Brother Su, regarding our dealings, I have made amends and offered my apologies. Are you satisfied? Huotonghe inquired. Indeed, all is settled.
Su Changgu nodded.
Then should I decide to take action against this young man, you won't involve yourself, correct? Huotonghe pointed at Tang Yan. Rest assured, I am merely responsible for bringing him here. The rest is beyond my concern. Su Changgu replied without hesitation. Father, you need not worry.
Su Ningxian interjected,
her expression changing slightly as she discreetly tugged at Su Changwu's sleeve. The 3 Hua brothers noticed this detail and exchanged knowing smiles. Ah, now I understand why Brother Su would willingly give me face by bringing the one who harmed my son before me. It all makes sense now. Huotonghe chuckled lightly. Ningxian, this little red-haired fellow lacks both looks and capability, inferior even to Yihong. He is clearly a worthless individual destined for demise. How could you possibly be interested in someone like him?
Huo Jinglong dit para Tang Yan vehementin.
Let me take care of him with a shot, and you can pursue a relationship with Yihong without worry. Our families can unite and dominate Modu. Wouldn't that be splendid? Ha ha ha. Su Ningxian remained silent, but her frosty demeanor revealed her disapproval of their words, causing her more discontent. Kid, you should now comprehend your predicament, don't you? Everyone here is well aware of my temperament. Should you be unaware, allow me to elucidate. I cannot tolerate any harm inflicted upon my brothers. You have crossed a line, Huotonghe declared, taking up a cigar, leisurely trimming its end while speaking. You knocked out 11 of Yihong's teeth. I won't ask for much, just your 22. Subsequently, I will hand you over to Yihong, and your fate in his hands is of no concern to me. Given that you presented yourself voluntarily, I will show mercy and grant you some time to express your final thoughts. This is your last opportunity to speak normally in your life. Say whatever you wish, but cherish it well. With that, Huotonghe lit the cigar, inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of smoke, his gaze indifferent as it fell upon Tang Yan. Ha ha ha. Brother, your words are quite chilling. What if this little red-haired fellow gets frightened? Hu Jinglong laughed heartily. Since he has harmed a member of the Hua family, especially the sole heir, This matter must not be brushed aside lightly. Though it may seem a bit ruthless, it remains within reason. But Wendy adjusted his glasses, speaking in a calm tone. Father, you need not worry. This fellow dares to lay a hand on me. I will make him wish for death yet find no escape, Hua Yihong proclaimed fiercely. The Hua family members were not known for their compassion. Uncle Hua, Su Ningxian could no longer contain herself. Yet, the moment she spoke, Hua Tonghe raised his hand to interrupt her. Ningxian, this matter is an internal issue of Sanren-Tang. He glanced at her. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Su Changwu echoed the sentiment. Su Ningxian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, her heart in turmoil, unsure of how to proceed.
Tang Yan.
Why do you insist on being stubborn? Why do you come here? Are you seeking death? Oh dear. I hadn't anticipated that the big shots would be so direct. I initially intended to engage in some conversation with you and clarify my intentions gradually. Yet you all jumped straight to the outcome, even threatening to extract my teeth. That has genuinely startled me. Facing the calm yet menacing words of the powerful figures, Tang Yan maintained a relaxed smile. Since that is the case, I shall not dance around the subject any longer. My purpose for coming today is quite simple. A smirk curled at the corner of Tang Yan's mouth, revealing his pearly white teeth. I require $50 billion from you. Should you refuse, the three of you present will meet your demise. $50 billion. Little red-haired fellow, are you spewing nonsense? Do you believe I won't shoot you? Hua Jinglong erupted with fury, unable to contain himself as he sprang up from the sofa, shouting loudly. However, before Hua Jinglong could finish his sentence, Tang Yan's right hand suddenly transformed, enveloped in armor, and a high-velocity tracking bullet shot forth, instantly piercing his forehead. I cannot tolerate noise. Why do you shout so loudly? Is it not annoying? Chapter 53. Instant Kill. The voice of Hua Jinglong abruptly ceased, the rage in his eyes dimming instantly to a lifeless sheen as a blood hole, the size of a thumb, emerged on his forehead, and blood splattered forth. The incident occurred so suddenly that by the time anyone reacted, the second brother, Hua Jinglong, was beyond salvation, his body collapsing lifelessly. Second brother. Hua Tonghe and Hua Wendy's expressions changed dramatically. Beside them, Su Changwu was equally stunned by the unfolding scene. In a completely unanticipated act, devoid of any hesitation, Tang Yan had brazenly killed Hua Er in front of the other two brothers at the headquarters of Sanren-Tang. Is this boy insane? Su Ningxian was so taken aback by the sudden turn of events that her delicate frame trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Tang Yan. That damned little brat. Kill him for me. Hua Tonghe's eyes reddened. His teeth clenched as he pointed at Tang Yan and roared. In an instant, dozens of guns were aimed at Tang Yan, and the triggers were pulled without mercy. Bang, 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 bang. A barrage of bullets converged from all directions, forming a merciless net of firepower unleashed upon Tang Yan. Su Changwu swiftly pulled Su Ningxian to safety to avoid being hit by stray bullets. Yet, Tang Yan remained seated on the sofa, exhibiting no intent to move or evade, allowing every bullet to strike him and the sofa behind him with unerring precision. However, what happened next was even more astonishing. Ding 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 ding. A thin layer of golden armor enveloped Tang Yan, the bullets ricocheting off the armor, only sparking a few flames but inflicting no harm whatsoever. Thus, amidst the overwhelming onslaught, the sofa was reduced to shambles, feathers flying, while Tang Yan remained unscathed. Numerous steel-like threads surged forth from his body, continuously enveloping him in the golden armor, coalescing like mercury until it ultimately formed a red and gold suit of armor, marked by a cold visage. What is this thing? Hua Tonghe and Hua Wendy's anger transformed into utter astonishment as they beheld Tang Yan's sudden metamorphosis into an armored figure. Their generation, unfamiliar with the concept of Iron Man, could not comprehend the terrifying combat power of Tang Yan's armored suit. Naturally, they could not fathom how Tang Yan could suddenly sprout steel. This is unscientific. That is, armor fused with nanotechnology. He has even invented such incredible technology. Among those present, only Su Ningxian, a technology enthusiast, recognized what Tang Yan was adorned with. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with fervor as she gazed at Tang Yan with admiration. Is this the true strength of Sanren-Tang? one of the three great powers of Magic City. So weak, it is better to keep it hidden than to embarrass oneself. Tang Yan's voice dripped with sarcasm as it resonated from within the armor. With a mere thought, every armor shell on his body flipped open, resembling flowers blooming across his form, each shell revealing a glowing barrel. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dense array of laser beams erupted from the barrels. These beams, no thicker than half a finger, ruthlessly claimed the lives of the gunmen in an instant. The gunfire ceased abruptly. All the shooters bore corresponding blood holes in their hearts, foreheads, or necks. Almost simultaneously, their handguns clattered to the ground as their lifeless bodies crumpled. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Finally, peace reigned. The armor shells returned to their original positions as Tang Yan's iron mask swiftly dissolved, revealing his indifferent countenance. He surveyed the lifeless bodies around him. Due to the swiftness of his actions, the scene was not particularly bloody. Tang Yan felt no guilt over the killings, instead reveling in the satisfaction of having swiftly dispatched a horde of minions. What exactly are you? Huatonghe was now overwhelmed with shock. Having witnessed power beyond imagination for the first time, his usual composure shattered. In an instant, he was at a loss for what had transpired, as all his subordinates lay dead before him. These were the elite forces that Sanrentang had invested substantial resources and effort to cultivate. And yet, they had not even a shred of resistance against this young man, perishing within mere seconds. Huatonghe's voice trembled slightly. What I am is of little significance. Tang Yan approached Huatonghe's cigar box on the table, selected a pristine cigar, and a laser knife sprung forth from his fingertip, effortlessly slicing off the cigar's tip. Then, his finger morphed once more into a lighter. He took a deep puff of the cigar, returning to the shattered sofa, gazing coolly at the now panicked and terrified Huatonghe and Huawendi. What matters is that I just stated $50 billion, 1 cent less, and both of you will die. Tang Yan exhaled a thick plume of white smoke, speaking languidly. Is it not simply an act? As if no one else could pull it off. You are so adept at posturing. Well, it's my turn now. When it comes to matters that can be resolved with money, everything is negotiable. I am prepared to provide the funds for you right now. Huatonghe forced himself to regain composure, hurriedly dialing a number on his phone. Boss Hua, you may choose to call for help or to play tricks, but remember, you have but one life. $50 billion can buy your life, your brother's, and your son's. Whether it is a bargain or not, you know well. Tang Yan exhaled another puff of white smoke, his tone indifferent. All right. I understand. I will comply. Huatonghe finally comprehended why this young man exuded such unshakable confidence. He possessed this terrifying and mysterious weapon. Huatonghe knew that now was not the time for theatrics or revenge for his brother. Preserving his life was paramount. At that moment, ding. Consumption limit exceeded 80. New system task received. Please check. Host. Chapter 54. The fifth social task's eyes widened in surprise. Jarvis, how did I spend 80 of my 300 million all at once? Sir, the foreign orders I previously placed for you have just been confirmed, and the funds have been transferred to their accounts, Jarvis replied. Do you need to recover the amount? I can assist you in canceling the orders now. There's no need. Since the task has arrived, there's no point in trying to retrieve it. I hope the system's task isn't time-sensitive. Otherwise, extorting this $5 billion won't be easy. It would be quite simple to spend 300 million. He could casually purchase a few villas, acquire several top-tier luxury cars, or even indulge in yachts and private jets. The money would disappear swiftly. However, he was aware that the system's tasks were often time-constrained and varied in duration, some lasting merely 2 hours, others an hour, and some extending up to 2 days. During this time, found himself unable to engage in any other activities. Moreover, the tasks posed considerable challenges. Each endeavor was fraught with peril, whether it involved shortening his time or retrieving resources. Thus, he intended to seize 5 billion from to mass-produce and launch the phone, after which he could focus on completing his tasks without distraction. However, having inadvertently triggered a new task, he had no choice but to prioritize its completion. Social Task 5. Urgently assemble all key elite members of and persuade them to betray the organization, personally ensuring the demise of, and becoming their superior in the process. Task completion reward, 500 million renminbi. Task requirements. The 3 individuals must be slain by the elite members of without any interference or cheating from the host. Any violation will result in immediate task failure. Task failure penalty. Left leg retrieval. Goodness. To incite these elite members to betray their own and personally eliminate their leaders? This task is formidable, thought, his brow furrowing. Given's long-standing dominance in as one of the 3 major powers, their management and ironclad rules were undoubtedly robust and impenetrable. The loyalty of these elite members, either inherited or fostered by the brothers, was likely significant, especially after the death of At's hands. However, mused, in this world no fortress is utterly impregnable. Their loyalty may be contingent upon the weight of betrayal. If the reasons and incentives are compelling enough, their fidelity may falter. With a flicker of determination, issued a command. Jarvis, gather intelligence on all elite members of. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, sir. Jarvis affirmed. Interjected. I've changed my mind. I no longer require the money. Hearing this, S' hand trembled involuntarily, his pupils dilating, and the lurking also shuddered at the implication. Money can be negotiated, Mr. Tang. If there's anything unsatisfactory, we can reach an agreement, urged, attempting to regain composure. No, what I mean is, I'm not in a hurry for money. I find myself particularly intrigued by at this moment. Smirked, extending his left hand, a beam of light erupting from his fingers, piercing through thigh. Ah! Cried out in agony, clutching his wounded leg. Mr. Tang, please, whatever you require, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Though seething with resentment, was compelled to submit. My request is simple. Immediately contact your subordinates and instruct them to assemble here within 3 hours. If even one fails to arrive on time, I'm afraid your son will meet his demise today. Retracted his finger, exhaling another plume of smoke. S' complexion shifted. You want them here within 3 hours? What is this man plotting? Surely he cannot intend to eliminate all of in one fell swoop. No, that would be too reckless. He believed to be decisive, yet not foolish enough to enact such a plan. He must have ulterior motives. If I were you, I wouldn't linger. Is notorious for its traffic? 3 hours is ample time for your son to perish multiple times over. Said nonchalantly, all right, I understand. I will inform them immediately. Though uncertain of true intentions, saw a new opportunity in this predicament. Quickly, he dialed a number. Yes, that's correct. Inform all S2 level members that this is my command. If anyone fails to arrive within 3 hours, I will not only deal with them but will also unearth their ancestral graves. Is that clear? After conveying his furious orders, he hung up. Meanwhile, on the other end, a sense of alarm spread. 18 generations. This is the highest level of danger. The boss is in peril. Immediately notify all S2 level members. Arm yourselves and gather everyone. Chapter 55. Getting to the point behind every deeply entrenched power. There exists not only a meticulously structured hierarchy but also a set of covert communication signals unknown to outsiders. Utilizing this very aspect, Huatonghe conveyed a perilous message to others. Sir, ancestor of 18 generations is a dangerous signal from Sanrentang, and the members beneath Sanrentang have already begun to converge. Jarvis remarked. Huatonghe could hardly fathom that what he considered a secret signal was rendered meaningless under the surveillance of Jarvis, a superintelligent AI. I anticipated this. There is no need for concern. Let them come. The more targets, the greater my chances of success. Tang Yan opted not to intervene. His original aim was to facilitate the arrival of more elite members from Sanrentang, and Huatonghe's dangerous signal provided him with an unexpected assist. Mr. Tang is it enough now? Huatonghe felt a sense of calm due to successfully notifying his subordinates. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that all his seemingly clever maneuvers were entirely under Tang Yan's control. Go, check on your inept son, and make him silence himself. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yan commanded Huatonghe to hasten towards Hua Yihong. This illustrates just how much Hua Yihong, the sole heir, was cherished and indulged. However, Tang Yan was disinclined to concern himself with Huatonghe and Hua Yihong. Instead, his gaze shifted to the side, where Su Changwu and his daughter Su Ningxian, who had been hiding behind the sofa, were in a state of shock. Mr. Su, Miss Su, do not be afraid. You may return to your seats, Tang Yan declared, crossing his legs and smiling. As I previously stated, such matters of violence can be resolved by a single individual, without any assistance or intervention. Now you should comprehend why I possess such confidence in declaring this. Su Chongwu's complexion was far from serene, his emotions tumultuous. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that Tang Yan, a youth devoid of any background or influence, could wreak havoc alone within the headquarters of Sanrentang. Not only had he personally eliminated the infamous killing god Huolaer, but he had also dispatched dozens of elite fighters in swift succession. Even the formidable Hua Tongha, who had commanded respect in the Magic City for years, found himself subdued before Tang Yan, bowing low in submission. Recalling his earlier dismissive remarks about Tang Yan's naivety and lack of awareness, Su Chongwu felt a burning shame, akin to receiving countless resounding slaps across the face. He finally grasped why his daughter, Su Ningxian, a girl of discerning taste, would ultimately choose Tang Yan. It was not her judgment that fell short. Rather, it was his own lack of perception. He had failed to recognize the astonishing power concealed beneath Tang Yan's seemingly ordinary youthful visage. Tang Yan, did you invent this suit of steel? Su Chongwu hesitated, searching for words to alleviate the awkwardness. But Su Ningxian, unburdened by such concerns, stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she examined the armor adorning Tang Yan. Indeed, it is the blood-edge battle armor, crafted using nanobiotechnology combined with bleeding-edge technology, which replicates all capabilities almost one-to-one. Tang Yan replied with a smile. Remarkable. How did you achieve the arc reactor? That seems almost impossible. Su Ningxian's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. Nothing is impossible. In theory, it is not overly challenging, but there are numerous considerations and improvements required in practical application. With 3 hours to spare, Tang Yan eagerly engaged Su Ningxian in conversation about his blood-edge battle armor. Approximately an hour later, Jarvis interjected, Sir, they have arrived. Oh, so soon? I anticipated they would take some time. It seems they did not shy away from running red lights. At that moment, Tang Yan faintly discerned a rumbling sound. Not mechanical, but rather the sound of footsteps. A considerable number of individuals were approaching. A smile crept across Tang Yan's lips. Soon, the footsteps grew louder, nearing the entrance. Boss! The grand hall doors swung open, revealing a throng of Sanrentang members clad in uniform, exuding an intimidating presence. From a higher vantage point, one could see that the entire corridor before the hall had been filled to capacity. This did not even account for those who had yet to arrive. A rough count indicated at least 1,000 formidable fighters. To gather over 1,000 highly capable combatants in merely an hour, many of whom were armed, underscored Sanrentang's formidable reputation in the Magic City. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the crowd surged in. Damn it! Today, I shall see which impertinent fool dares to wreak havoc on Sanrentang's territory. Brothers, follow me, and eliminate that scoundrel. The leader, a man donning a black hat and a gray suit, his bangs obscuring nearly half his face, bellowed. With a roar, the Sanrentang members responded, creating a deafening uproar as they surged forward. Just then, a laser beam zipped past him, striking the foot of one of his subordinates. The unfortunate soul writhed on the ground, clutching his foot in agony, prompting the others to halt in their tracks. Aside from the elite core of Sanrentang, all others retreated outside. This is merely the first warning. Anyone crossing the line. Chapter 56. Heart's Judgment. Tang Yan rose from the sofa, his ironclad physique causing the core elites to momentarily freeze, their brows furrowing in confusion. Iron Man, what trickery is this fellow attempting? The boss and the third boss are in his clutches. Let us remain calm and discern his intentions. Though the key figures of Sanren Hall are known for their reckless nature, they dared not let their guard down. It is crucial to note that the headquarters of Sanren Hall is fortified like a fortress. Outsiders are unable to bring even a knife within its walls without permission. In such circumstances, the fact that their leader has been cornered to this extent speaks volumes of the adversary's formidable capabilities. Today, I have gathered you all for a simple purpose, Tang Yan proclaimed, his voice resonant yet unassuming, amplified by the electrical currents in the air, echoing clearly in the spacious hall. The Hua brothers have long reigned over Sanren Hall, esteemed figures in the Magic City, revered by thousands. Alas, Even the most prominent can stumble. They have gravely miscalculated by provoking someone of my caliber. Indeed, I refer to myself. This predicament they now face is a direct consequence of their actions. Tang Yan chuckled lightly, casting a glance at the lifeless body of Huo Er on the sofa, then shifting his gaze to Huo Wenwu, who remained frozen, head bowed, fingers trembling, and to the father and son duo of Huo Tong in the corner. At these words, a stir erupted among the members of Sanren Hall outside the door. What the hell do you mean? Among the core elites, several hot-tempered individuals, upon hearing Tang Yan's declaration, were ready to draw their weapons. Had they not been restrained by their companions, Tang Yan's subordinates might have gained another corpse. My meaning is quite clear. Tang Yan advanced step by step towards the core elites, gesturing towards the Huo brothers behind him. Do you not find them utterly disgraceful at this moment? As distinguished figures of the Magic City, the leaders of Sanren Hall, and yet they cannot even handle a mere youth. What right do they have to continue presiding over Sanren Hall? A flicker of realization crossed the eyes of the core elites. Do not tell me you wish for us to support you in becoming the new leader? Do you truly consider us fools? One of them scoffed. No, no, no. Tang Yan shook his head, a light smile gracing his lips. I harbor no interest in Sanren Hall, nor do I aspire to be its leader. However, I believe that if the Huo brothers are capable of occupying this position, then so too are you, in terms of talent, martial prowess, presence, and wisdom. Some among you are certainly their equals. Why should they be elevated above you, wielding authority over you, the true talents, while relegating you to serve their mediocrity? Upon hearing this, many core elites felt a shiver run through them, especially those who shared Tang Yan's sentiments yet dared not take any action. They cast furtive glances at him. This marked the first step in Tang Yan's campaign to sway them. He aimed to cultivate a mindset, for with this psychological groundwork laid, it would be easier for them to accept the unfolding events. Zhou Qi, nicknamed Flowerblade, was renowned for his dual daggers. He once led 13 brothers to reclaim territory from the Tiger Tooth Gang. Not only brave but also shrewd. However, to my knowledge, he seems to still oversee that street without any further advancement. Correct? Wei Hongba, known as Scarred Blade, is the foremost expert of Sanren Hall, having served under Huo Jinglong and contributed significantly. Alas, his accolades were ultimately claimed by Huo Jinglong, leaving him a mere S2 rank member after over a decade. Zhang En, dubbed the strategist, has dedicated 2 decades to Sanren Hall, earning commendable achievements. Yet now, he finds himself surpassed by an unremarkable newcomer from the Huo family, who has become his superior. Zhang En, after 20 years, is this truly the outcome you envisioned? Meng Wuxiu, you have been with Sanren Hall for 5 years, yet remain an obscure figure. You know well the reason for this. It is not due to a lack of ability, but rather because of the unspeakable event involving Huo Jinglong and your former girlfriend. This incident has forever marred your standing with Huo Jinglong, rendering you unable to gain any recognition or advancement. Tang Yan meticulously recounted the histories of each core elite of Sanren Hall, displaying an intricate understanding of their grievances and animosities. Each individual named, despite maintaining a facade of indifference, felt a shift within their hearts. This was Tang Yan's second step in sowing discord among them, targeting their vulnerabilities. The events Tang Yan selected, while seemingly trivial, were laden with emotions only the involved parties could fully comprehend. His intention was to evoke the resentment, bitterness, and fury harbored within these individuals.
Moments later,
Tang Yan concluded his remarks. A profound silence enveloped the core elites. None dared to speak. Meanwhile, those outside the door, having overheard these revelations, began to murmur amongst themselves, verifying the authenticity of the revelations. How do you know these things? One individual asked coldly. Your question only serves to affirm that what I have stated is unequivocally true. Would you not agree? Tang Yan smirked. If I am not mistaken, each of you harbors discontent towards Sanren Hall, yet you have remained silent out of fear of the Huo brothers' power. The core elites exchanged glances, speechless. It was impossible for them to claim they bore no resentment towards Sanren Hall. Yet, they had not anticipated that Tang Yan would address the very issues they were most reluctant to confront, the moments that stoked their deepest frustrations. It was better not to remember. Once recalled, all the buried emotions would resurface in a tide. Today, I offer you the opportunity to voice your anger. Among you, anyone who dares to slay either Huatong, Huowenwu, or Hua Yihong shall ascend to become one of the 3 leaders of Sanren Hall. No longer will you be mere S2 rank members, but rather S1 rank rulers, standing atop the pinnacle of the Magic City, surveying all beneath you. Chapter 57. Collective Betrayal. Kid, who the hell do you think you are? You just waltz in here and declare yourself our leader? Do you really think you're that important? Tang Yan's words drew sneers and contempt from many of the elite members of the Sanren Society. They weren't fools. The leadership of the Sanren Society wasn't something one could claim with mere words. Did he truly believe a few sentences would sway them? Yet, while some scoffed, others harbored secret thoughts. Why should we believe anything you say? Asked one of the wavering elites. Why? Tang Yan raised his hand toward the wall. Boom! A shockwave beam erupted from his palm, blasting a massive hole through the wall, sending debris flying. The gathered members and elites paled. What the hell was that? A shockwave? Is this guy actually Iron Man? As you can see, Tang Yan declared, killing your 3 leaders or any of you would be effortless. Your so-called strength is incomparable to mine. But what I want isn't your lives. It's the entire Sanren Society. His voice rang clear. I'm offering this chance for those willing to serve me. The first to step forward will earn that privilege. This opportunity won't come again. Intimidation and temptation. Though no one moved immediately, the seeds of doubt had been sown. Let me tell you one more thing, Tang Yan continued calmly. Every crime you've committed under the Sanren Society, murder, robbery, poisoning, arms smuggling, drug trafficking, I have irrefutable evidence of it all. Any one of these would be enough to get you executed multiple times over. After today, I'll expose everything publicly. Even if you walk out of here unharmed, you'll spend the rest of your lives hunted by the police. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. You have 1 minute to decide. After that, I'll send all the evidence directly to the Minister of Public Security and upload it online. By then, I guarantee you'll regret it. A holographic timer flickered to life on his wrist, counting down. The elites exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Tang Yan waited, unbothered. The system had only required that they kill their own leaders, by any means necessary. He had all the time in the world. Then one man stepped forward. Kid, are you serious about what you just said? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a square jaw and sharp brows, an air of righteousness about him. Kong Yushu? The elites recognized him instantly. A veteran of the Sanren Society for over 30 years, his reputation was well known. Of course, Tang Yan smirked. Finally, a crack in their loyalty. I don't care about being leader, Kong Yushu growled, eyes burning with hatred. But I want Hua Yihong dead, for my daughter's sake. Kong, have you lost your mind? Voices rose in protest. You're betraying the society. The consequences. Tang Yan's gaze sharpened. A long-standing grudge against Hua Yihong. Want him dead? Done. With a flick of his wrist, a steel chain lashed out, coiling around Hua Yihong's throat and yanking him forward. Spare me. Please. I'll give you anything money, Hua Yihong begged. 3 minutes, Tang Yan said coldly. Kill him and you lead the Sanren Society. Bang, bang, bang. Kong Yushu didn't hesitate. He emptied his gun into Hua Yihong, roaring with decades of pent-up fury. When the bullets ran out, he grabbed another weapon and kept firing until Hua Yihong was nothing but a mutilated corpse. The elites watched, faces grim. Then, damn it, if Kong's doing it, I'm not holding back either. Another man lunged at Huatongha, spraying him with submachine gun fire. Perfect. Tang Yan smiled. You're the second in command now. All eyes turned to the last leader, Huowenwu. Human nature was cruel. Once the first domino fell, hesitation vanished. Greed and vengeance took over. Huowenwu, remember the ambush at Jui Tower? 20 of my brothers died because of your incompetence. You're dead. Die, you bastard. A dozen elites surged forward, guns blazing. Tang Yan blinked. Well, this got out of hand. With so many killers, who would claim the third position? Chapter 58. Securing Sanren Hall. The turning point occurred in an instant, catching Tang Yan completely off guard. The previously stalemated situation had transformed unexpectedly. Not only was Tang Yan bewildered, but the henchmen of Sanren Hall outside were equally astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality before them. The renowned He brothers, once commanding and formidable figures in the Magic City, had met a pitiful end at the hands of their so-called loyal subordinates. This twist was more theatrical than any play. What an extraordinary day it was. Changgu, who had witnessed the entire event unfold, found his emotions in turmoil. Logically, he should have felt elated at the demise of the He brothers, as it meant the reduction of a major competitor. Yet, upon witnessing their fate and glancing at Tang Yan clad in Iron Man armor, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Had the ones provoking Tang Yan today not been the He brothers, but himself, he feared he might have been the one under fire from his own men. The former rulers of the Magic City had ultimately fallen to an inconspicuous figure. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought it an international jest. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Despite his shock, witnessing his subordinates eliminate Huatong and the others filled Tang Yan with immense joy. From this day forth, Kong Yushu, Lin Dongjia, and Yuan Tulin, you three shall be the decision-makers of Sanren Hall, Tang Yan declared. Upon hearing this, apart from Kong Yushu, Lin Dongjia and Yuan Tulin's eyes sparkled with unprecedented delight. As for the others, I have given you opportunities that you failed to seize. These are the individuals I have chosen. If anyone among you harbors dissent, keep it to yourselves. Anyone who dares to cause me trouble shall meet the same fate as the He brothers. Tang Yan spoke coldly. The other elite members, though still feeling a tinge of discontent, dared not utter a word. As for the affairs of Sanren Hall moving forward, I shall remain uninvolved and leave everything to the three of you. You are all veterans of Sanren Hall and should be well acquainted with its asset structure and the means to transfer property to your own hands. Of course, I will provide you with some technical assistance. Transferring assets is indeed a cumbersome task, but now that the He brothers have perished, with Tang Yan's assistance, they wield considerable power, enabling them to accomplish this with myriad methods. I have already transmitted all incriminating data to your phones. Feel free to review it thoroughly. The others received similar messages regarding their own incriminating evidence, sent in the form of multimedia messages. After glancing at the contents, their faces paled, and they hastily turned off their screens. Though it was merely a few photographs, videos, or written accounts, these materials were potent enough to ruin them and plunge them into despair. Their gazes towards Tang Yan were now laced with a hint of fear. How on earth did he come by this information? How did he obtain the evidence? The videos they had deleted and destroyed, how could he have retrieved them? How does it feel? Does it bring to mind any particularly vivid memories? Tang Yan smirked. In truth, this tactic was intended as a trump card to be unveiled gradually. Like a game of cards, one might first play for threes, then four aces, and finally the royal flush. Little did he anticipate that events would unfold more smoothly than he had envisioned. The He brothers had perished before he even deployed his materials. Nonetheless, it was not too late. It was the perfect opportunity to remind these individuals that even with the He brothers' downfall, they still had a new master to serve. Boss Tang, Yuan Tulin approached with a sycophantic smile. I look forward to your continued guidance. Those who recognize the shifting tides are wise. Yuan Tulin understood that with Tang Yan's formidable power and control over everyone's secrets, he had firmly established his authority. Therefore, to secure his position as the third boss, ingratiating himself with Tang Yan was essential. Boss Tang, Kong Yushu and Lin Dongjia, witnessing this, also approached respectfully to pay their respects to Tang Yan. And the rest of you? Tang Yan's gaze swept over the elite members. They understood that it was time to express their stance. Would they choose to embrace a new master and continue as elites of Sanren Hall? Or would they leave in indignation, risking exposure of their secrets and becoming pariahs? In such circumstances, even a fool would know how to choose. Boss Tang, the elite members clasped their hands, adhering to the customs of Sanren Hall, to convey their allegiance. They spoke up, and the henchmen below followed suit, uniformly exclaiming, "Greetings to Boss Tang." Excellent. Tang Yan nodded with a smile. With this, he had effectively seized control of Sanren Hall through a combination of force and leverage. Tang Yan recognized that this was merely a facade. Many would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him in secret. Yet it mattered not. These individuals, unaware of their predicament at this moment, would gradually come to realize how wise their decision to yield today truly was. You three have assumed the positions of the Ho brothers. Now continue to oversee this matter. I grant you 3 days to reorganize Sanren Hall. Regardless of your methods, I expect to see $5 billion deposited into this account within 3 days. There are hundreds of eyes watching. Your ability will determine whether you can maintain your positions. Tang Yan's objective today was precisely that $5 billion. Although the system's task had encountered some complications, the ultimate outcome was favorable, as he had secured Sanren Hall. Yes, Boss Tang. The three nodded in response. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Task restrictions lifted. Congratulations. You have received a completion reward of 500 million. The 500 million has been credited to your account. Please check. At this moment, the system's voice resonated. Tang Yan's expression brightened. Here it comes, the crucial moment. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired an additional reward. The PIM Particle Device. Chapter 59. The PIM Particle Device. S eyes erupted with overwhelming joy. How could he not know about the PIM Particle Device? It was the cornerstone of Ant-Man's formidable technology, primarily capable of altering the mass of living beings. In the Marvel Universe, such a capability might not raise eyebrows, but in a reality devoid of supervillains and superheroes, the existence of the PIM Particle Device epitomizes the potential to revolutionize the world. Take himself as an example. He had already attained the physique of Captain America and possessed the revolutionary blood edge armor of Iron Man, placing his combat prowess at the pinnacle of humanity. If he could shrink his form to that of an ant, he would become even more invincible. Able to infiltrate anywhere in the world, the entire planet would become his private garden. Conversely, if he were to enlarge himself, towering like a giant, could transform into a weapon of world destruction. The combination of the super soldier serum, blood edge armor, and the PIM Particle Device constituted a veritable feast of Marvel technology. Replacement device detected. 970 is modifying your device and transmitting PIM particles. As the system's prompt echoed, suddenly felt warmth at his left wrist. Raising it, he discovered that the luxury watch he had purchased for over 2 million had morphed into an unrecognizable device. To be precise, it was no longer merely a watch. It resembled a segmented, slanted design akin to a mechanical bracelet resembling a swimming dragon. Yet, it retained the functionality of a watch, such as telling time. When he lifted it, a smooth surface akin to a gemstone revealed black cylindrical particles that formed the current time. Wow, this is incredible. The relief design of cylindrical particles was leagues beyond an ordinary mechanical watch. Even someone utterly unfamiliar with timepieces would be left in awe at the sight of these particles. PIM Particle Transmission complete. Host, this PIM Particle Device has been bonded with your DNA. You can operate it through thought, using your fingertip as a pointer to target your objectives. There are 3 thought commands: enlarge, shrink, and revert. The effective range of these commands must be adapted by you. Thought operation. This is rather impressive. Even in Ant-Man, it seems they have not reached such a formidable level of thought control, have they? I shall test it later. Tucked away his thoughts. The remaining matters would be left to them to resolve. Su Gangzhu, Su Miss. The show has concluded. Shall we take our leave? Did not forget to take Su Changwu and Su Ningxian along. However, rather than flying directly out, he called for the thousands of Sanren Hall members to part ways and made his way through them. As they exited the villa, they immediately spotted a crowd rushing towards them. Boss, it is the Qin gang. Although Su Changwu had not informed them, his personal steward, seeing so many elite members of Sanren Hall accompanied by thousands, feared for Su Changwu's safety and promptly summoned reinforcements. I'm fine. Su Changwu raised his hand, casting a complex glance at Mr. Tang. No, I should now refer to you as Boss Tang, right? I sincerely apologize for not recognizing your potential earlier. Su Changwu bowed earnestly. In truth, he had no obligation to apologize to. He merely considered the possibility that might hold a grudge over previous matters. Having witnessed strength firsthand, Su Changwu was entirely convinced that he could easily obliterate the entire Qin gang alone. Moreover, it was paramount to cultivate a good relationship with, for the Qin gang and Sanren Hall could transform from adversaries into partners, potentially collaborating in certain domains to reap greater benefits. In the long run, should the Qin gang face peril, S strength could very well save them. Compared to these advantages, His apology seemed trivial. Su Gangzhu is indeed an old hand. Aha, rest assured, I have not held on to those matters. In the future, let us gather when the opportunity arises. Laughed heartily, patting Su Changwu's shoulder. At this moment, he was no longer the naive youth who could be dismissed, but rather a prominent figure at the pinnacle of the magical city. Subsequently, Su Changwu departed with Su Ningxian and the members of the Qing gang. Su Ningxian had initially wished to stay and discuss the Blood Edge armor further with, but Su Changwu insisted on taking her away, then returned to the Ziyu villa, eagerly commencing his experimentation with the newly acquired PIM particle device. 3 days elapsed quietly. On the surface, the magical city appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, monumental tremors were brewing. The Ho brothers are dead. Iron Man killed the Ho brothers? Are you kidding me? It turned out to be true. Sanren Hall has truly changed hands.
Kong Yushu, Lindongs, Yuan Kulin.
Were these not the veterans of Sanren Hall? How dare they ascend to that position? Who gave them the audacity? The heavens of the magical city are about to shift. All of the Ho family's assets have signed transfer agreements. The Ho family is utterly finished. The demise of the Ho brothers was akin to an earthquake for the magical city. Having operated Sanren Hall for so many years, they had constructed their own intricate web of relationships. Now, with a sudden change in leadership, how could it be adapted so swiftly? However, when all outsiders believed Sanren Hall was on the brink of decline, an astonishing revelation occurred. The number of partners collaborating with Sanren Hall did not diminish with the Ho brothers' deaths. In fact, it increased. Most astonishingly, the Qing gang, previously at odds with Sanren Hall, unexpectedly reached collaborative agreements in certain areas. Many were left bewildered. Sir, a deposit of $5 billion has been received. On the third day following the upheaval at Sanren Hall, received a transfer of $5 billion. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. This method of acquisition surpasses any business dealings, smuggling, or arms trading in terms of speed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 60. 300 million in advertising expenses. Not only did Tang Yan effortlessly secure $5 billion, but during the 3 days of seismic events in the outside world, he was truly elated as the instigator of this incident. Previously, whenever he visited any affluent private club, he could at most be regarded as a supreme VIP, still belonging to the clientele. After all, no matter how much money one spends, one remains merely a consumer. The manager would treat him like a deity, smiling and flattering, but that was the extent of it. However, ever since he acquired Sanren Hall, his identity became known overnight across nearly all elite private establishments, and the warmth of their reception was, in comparison, a stark contrast. Upon hearing that Tang Yan was present, club owners would drop everything to personally meet him. Those who manage affluent private clubs are invariably wealthy and powerful, yet before Tang Yan, they appeared as mere subordinates, devoid of their former imposing presence. Moreover, given the limited circle of such elite venues, within just 2 days, even the wealthy patrons therein greeted Tang Yan with utmost respect and trepidation. Mr. Tang, is there anything you desire? Please, allow me to serve you. Your happiness brings me joy. The affluent would even engage in competition among themselves, vying for the attention of women in the club. Tang Yan had previously witnessed 2 tycoons spending millions just to win over a single woman, who was utterly delighted by the attention. However, the dynamics had shifted. Now, Tang Yan could choose whomever he pleased. If a particular lady happened to be accompanied by another wealthy patron, upon learning it was Tang Yan's request, they would promptly deliver her to him without hesitation. It could be said that every time he arrived, he emanated a magnetic charm, instantly attracting all the affluent who rushed to curry favor with him. The benefits of power were thoroughly experienced by Tang Yan during these 3 days. Jarvis, initiate the mass production plan immediately. With the funds now secured, Tang Yan was ready to embark on the preordained scheme. Yes, sir. Jarvis replied, the entire mass production plan will span 30 days, after which we can commence production formally. Excellent. 30 days it is. My company is nearly established, and it is indeed time to recruit some talent to assist me. This task was also entrusted to Jarvis. Throughout the 3 days, Tang Yan remained industrious. He leveraged his connections from Sanren Hall to swiftly register a company named Tang Chang Technology, Establishing a company is no trivial endeavor, and many aspects lie beyond Jarvis's purview, requiring human assistance. Naturally, Tang Yan could summon personnel from Sanren Hall, but he had vowed to refrain from meddling in its affairs and aspired to Chapter 61, the marvelous uses of PIM particles. 300 million. The publicity director was astonished. 300 million. My demands are simple. Within a month, I want the name of the Tangxing Technology Press Conference to be plastered across every high-traffic location in all of Huaxia, be it major websites, apps, or physical advertising spaces. Is there a problem? Tang Yan's approach to problem-solving was refreshingly straightforward. Either do it or go all out. Other companies invest in advertising on a semi-annual basis, as advertising is inherently a long-term revenue-generating endeavor. The longer the advertisement runs, the greater the returns. However, Tang Yan sought no such returns. All he desired was fame, and a mere month would suffice. He firmly believed that after a month, there would be no need for further advertisements. The name of Tangxing Technology and Tangxing Mobile would resonate throughout Huaxia. No, it would echo around the globe. A month? No problem. Mr. Tang, rest assured, we will accomplish this task. If we fail, I shall resign voluntarily, the publicity director confidently vowed, slapping his chest with bravado. The entire team displayed expressions of excitement. Advertising is typically a consumer-driven endeavor, where the advertisers are treated as royalty. Yet, for particularly coveted advertising resources, one finds themselves in a position of dependency. You may spend a fortune, but others may outspend you. To secure an advertising slot at the same price point, one must engage in networking and favors. However, with 300 million, the scenario changes dramatically. Such a budget allows them to acquire advertising space at prices exceeding market value. As the saying goes, he who provides the milk is the one in charge. Those who pay the most are treated as kings. At that point, even the most premier advertising resources would come knocking, eager to earn more. If 300 million cannot secure what he needs, then the publicity director truly has no reason to continue in his role. Indeed, his initial choice was correct. Associating with a powerful, wealthy boss brings both respect and substance. This is the greatest advantage of wealth. Tasks do not require personal effort, and subordinates willingly exert themselves. For Tang Yan, who currently possessed $50 billion, 300 million was but a trifling matter. Having entrusted the advertising endeavors entirely to the publicity department, Tang Yan turned his attention to his own affairs. What was he busy with? What else but indulgence? Ever since acquiring the PIM particle device, Tang Yan had immersed himself in the exhilarating experimentation with PIM particles. He could reduce a statue the height of a person to the size of a finger toy. He could shrink a house to a miniature model akin to a suitcase. Chapter 62. The sixth social mission. While Tang Yan indulged in his daily routine of flaunting a new sports car and escorting different women around town, the advertisements for Tang City smartphones had already erupted into a viral sensation across the internet. Every high-traffic mobile application, Sina Weibo, Baidu Tieba, QQ, WeChat, Youku, Aichi, Tencent Video, Jinri Tushio, Kuaishou, Douyin, was plastered with Tang City's promotional imagery. With a single tap, a sleek black animation would unfold. A vast cosmic expanse where a comet streaked across the heavens, igniting countless stars. Half of the screen revealed an infinite starscape, while the other half unveiled a crystalline silhouette emerging from the abyss of space. Above it, bold text materialized, Tang City Technology, redefining the era, reshaping the future. Join us on date at the Shanghai National Convention Center for the unveiling of the first-generation Tang City smartphone. Embark on a journey beyond imagination. Tang City Technology? What was this? A new smartphone manufacturer? The sheer omnipresence of these advertisements was staggering. Scrolling through news feeds, users encountered them relentlessly, dozens of times in a single day. The marketing blitz was nothing short of terrifying, reminiscent of the aggressive campaigns by other tech giants. Skepticism ran rampant. Many dismissed it as another gimmick, recalling past failures like Luiko's underwhelming devices. Another overhyped, overpriced gadget, they scoffed. I wouldn't take it even if it were free. Yet, despite the backlash, the campaign achieved its goal. Tang City Technology and Tang City Smartphone surged into the top 5 trending topics on Weibo. The sheer repetition of the ads, coupled with the industry's history of flashy but underwhelming products, led many to assume the worst low specs at premium prices. Internet users even took to parodying the slogans, twisting redefining the era, reshaping the future into mockeries like dog-shit technology, overpriced junk, insulting your intelligence. Still, the buzz was undeniable. In a 5-star hotel suite, Tang Yan stirred awake, glancing at the stunning woman still asleep beside him. The previous night had been a whirlwind, cruising in his Aston Martin 1-77, followed by hours of passion that left her thoroughly exhausted. Meanwhile, his superhuman physique, akin to Captain America's, meant he required only minimal rest. Refreshed, he stretched and headed to the bathroom. Jarvis, pull up WeChat. A holographic display projected from his Tang City smartphone as he brushed his teeth, lazily scrolling through messages. His brow arched in surprise. Dozens of unread notifications flooded his screen, each from high-profile figures, tycoons, industry leaders, and Shanghai's elite. Since when had so many people reached out? A quick scan revealed the reason. Congratulations on the upcoming launch, Boss Tang. Your ad campaign is insane. I can't open an app without seeing Tang City's logo. Any chance of an early demo? The visuals are stunning. Could I get a preview unit? Clearly, the marketing blitz had caught their attention. Many had attended Tang City Technology's inauguration, aware of Tang Yan's foray into tech, but none anticipated such an aggressive rollout. Jarvis, open every app featuring Tang City's ads. Instantly, multiple holographic windows materialized, nearly all displaying the same cosmic promo. No wonder the influx of messages. The campaign's reach was staggering. Satisfied, Tang Yan skimmed his social feeds. Even his contacts were sharing the ads. Influencers had been enlisted, flooding platforms with meticulously crafted posts. Not bad for a day's work, he mused. Jarvis, notify the marketing team. Increase the budget from 300 million to 1 billion. Expand the campaign further. Just then, ding. Cooldown period expired. New social mission available. Tang Yan frowned. Cooldown? I thought new tasks required spending 80 of the reward funds. The system remained silent. Delivering the assignment. Social Mission 6. Approach 100 random women on the street and ask, interested in a hookup? Using that exact phrase. Conditions. No cheating permitted. Violation results in immediate failure. Penalty for failure. Right leg confiscation. Chapter 63. Additional mission conditions. Upon reading the task requirements, Tang Yan nearly spewed the foam from his mouth in disbelief. Asking strangers on the street if they were interested in a casual encounter? This was tantamount to inviting a violent backlash. System, your stakes are exceedingly high. Imagine walking down the street when suddenly, a stranger approaches and bluntly inquires if you wish to engage in such a proposition. It's easy to envision that a kind-hearted woman would merely frown and ignore you. But should you encounter a formidable woman, the moment those words leave your lips, you might well find yourself on the receiving end of a swift slap. This was essentially akin to brazenly harassing respectable women in broad daylight. What was the difference from being a rogue? At that moment, the system pinged with a new message. Additional success condition. The interaction must conclude with a rejection. Among 100 women, 10 must experience a profound sense of regret for it to be deemed successful. Must it end with a rejection? And they must feel a deep sense of regret? What sort of operation is this? Tang Yan felt utterly bewildered by this latest revelation. System, are you implying that I need the women to not only reject me but to also feel an intense remorse afterward for this mission to be considered successful? I can't be misinterpreting this. Can I? Yes, indeed, the system confirmed. This mission does not require you to succeed. Rather, it necessitates that you are rejected. However, it is imperative that those who reject you feel a strong sense of regret. Out of 100 individuals, at least 10 must feel an acute sense of remorse for the mission to be classified as successful. This was rather intriguing. Tang Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Initially, he had assumed it was a typical casual encounter challenge where a successful night would suffice. If that were the case, a stroll through certain districts of the city would quickly yield the required participants. It seemed the system had anticipated his thoughts and had devised a reverse condition for success. Only rejection was permitted with no room for success. Furthermore, It was essential to evoke a profound sense of regret in the women who turned him down. Instantly, the difficulty of the task escalated significantly. By the way, why had previous tasks required an expenditure of 80 of the reward amount for unlocking, and now it suddenly shifted to a cooldown limit? Moreover, there had been clear indications of reward amounts before, and now they had vanished. What was going on? Tang Yan did not forget to pose this crucial question. The funds you currently possess or are about to possess far exceed the rewards originally bestowed upon you by the system. To prevent you from indefinitely stalling on tasks, the central system has autonomously modified the unlocking mechanism to utilize cooldowns and random unlocks. Additionally, your reward amounts have been rescinded. From now on, upon completing each task, you will receive a guaranteed additional reward. Now it makes sense.
Tang Yan relieved.
It seemed the system was aware that he had accumulated too much wealth and feared that he might neglect using the reward amounts, consequently halting his engagement with system tasks. Thus, it had deliberately altered the unlocking mechanism. With cooldown and random unlocking in place, the system was evidently preparing more tasks for him to undertake. However, the advantages were also quite apparent. Previously, additional rewards were granted based on probability. Even though Tang Yan was fortunate enough to secure them each time, luck would inevitably run out. Now, however, every completed task would guarantee an additional reward. To be honest, given Tang Yan's current assets, he had little interest in rewards amounting to mere hundreds of millions or even billions. It was the additional rewards that truly mattered: super serum, combat armor, PIM particle devices. Each was an invaluable treasure that could not possibly exist in reality, unattainable even for the world's wealthiest. A tantalizing prospect for all. Now, being able to acquire such rewards with every completed task was an opportunity Tang Yan was eager to seize. Host, please prepare. In 5 minutes, you will be transported to the target area. The system's voice echoed. Tang Yan promptly rushed to freshen up, donned his attire, and quickly tidied his hair, ensuring his appearance was impeccable. When it came to approaching strangers on the street, one's visage was of utmost importance. Although the task required him to be rejected, that did not diminish the significance of first impressions. Tang Yan was confident no girl would agree to such an absurd proposition upon first meeting a stranger. Only by enhancing his appearance could he minimize the likelihood of being met with hostility. In Deep City, a bustling square, the place was teeming with people, a hive of activity, and among the most populous squares in Deep City. Tang Yan emerged from an alley, gazing across the square with a nod. Crowds abound, a vast target demographic. This place is perfect. Wait, why have my clothes changed? As soon as he uttered those words, Tang Yan suddenly realized his attire had transformed. Indeed, he had come dressed in tailored clothing. Yet now he found himself clad in a cheap plaid shirt and jeans worth mere pennies. He hurried to a nearby shop window to catch a glimpse of himself, and the sight nearly sent him into a faint. Not only had his clothing changed, but his hairstyle had also been altered. His once suave, high-fashion hairstyle had morphed into a disheveled mess, reminiscent of someone just awakened from slumber. System, what on earth are you playing at? Tang Yan erupted in frustration. Host, considering your established status and recognition in society, the wealthy king, the system will automatically adjust your appearance for optimal task execution in future missions. The system replied. What the heck? Optimal execution? With this appearance, I'll likely be met with a beating the moment I open my mouth. Tang Yan wore a look of utter disbelief. Had he maintained his original appearance, he was certain that even if the girls didn't acquiesce, they wouldn't resort to violence. After all, appearances matter, and one's hairstyle and looks could significantly sway first impressions. Yet now, devoid of any semblance of an appealing image, approaching women to inquire about casual encounters would surely invite trouble. The only silver lining was that despite the change in clothing and hairstyle, the physique bestowed by the super serum, akin to Captain America, remained intact. Although it appeared much less polished than before, it was still presentable. Forget it, whatever will be, will be. I'll find a target and test the waters. Chapter 64. The first objective. With a casual adjustment of his hairstyle, Tang Yan crossed the street and strolled towards the plaza on the opposite side. He was not in a rush to take action. This task had no time constraints, allowing him ample opportunity to select a target he deemed conquerable, to experience rejection, and to evoke feelings of regret. There was no doubt that a gold digger would be the ideal choice. Drawing from his past experiences, Tang Yan swiftly identified the target demographic he needed to pursue. It must be said, he had developed a certain fondness for gold diggers. They seemed tailor-made for his endeavors. Jarvis, can you analyze which women on this street might be gold diggers?
Tang Yan inquired.
Sir, if we rely solely on physical appearance, it is impossible to ascertain. I have been building and learning from the Human Structure Information Database. However, due to its vastness, I have yet to establish a comprehensive and effective data analysis system. Yet, if we were to invade mobile phone information and synthesize all textual, visual, and video data contained within, we might enhance the accuracy of our selections. Nevertheless, there will still be a degree of discrepancy between the analysis results and your actual encounters. Although Jarvis was a superintelligent AI, at the end of the day, it was merely software. Even possessing wisdom comparable to that of a human, it was still challenging for anyone, ordinary or otherwise, to discern which women on the street were gold diggers and which were not. A slight margin of error is acceptable. Please conduct a mass selection for me and send the results. The more detailed, the better, Tang Yan insisted. Since the superintelligent AI could not provide precise judgments, he would combine its capabilities with his own human intuition. After all, having interacted with numerous gold diggers, Tang Yan had amassed considerable experience in this realm. As Jarvis required some time for information collection and analysis, Tang Yan leisurely wandered around the plaza. According to the parameters set by the system, the entire plaza was his hunting ground. Before long, he spotted a woman by the roadside, clad in a low-cut outfit and engrossed in her phone. She had an attractive figure. While not exceptionally beautiful, she certainly belonged to the ranks of attractive women. With wavy long hair, a variety of stylish nail art, luxurious designer attire, the latest iPhone X in hand, and heavy makeup, her low-cut outfit further confirmed his assessment. Based on his experiences over the past few days, it was evident she was a gold digger. This is my first target, he declared internally as he approached her. Hello, beautiful, Tang Yan greeted her. The woman scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze, taking in his unremarkable appearance, and replied coldly, What do you want? Beautiful lady, would you be interested in a casual encounter? Tang Yan smiled. Are you out of your mind? She retorted, her eyes flashing with anger. My apologies, I was merely joking. What I meant to say is, you are truly stunning, and I would love to get to know you. He quickly attempted to clarify. Unfortunately, the impact of his initial words was too potent. Despite his rapid explanation, he could not salvage her negative impression of him. What does my beauty have to do with you? I have no interest in knowing you, she bluntly replied, her disdain evident as she took a couple of steps away from him. Is it really impossible for us to get to know each other? I noticed your Chanel bag seems a bit outdated. It's last year's model. How about I take you shopping for a new one? Tang Yan persisted, following her. Just you? With a Chanel bag? You should tidy yourself up first. She scoffed. See Chapter 65. Regret is irreversible. There's no need for thanks. It's merely a trifling amount for pocket money. Hurry and use it to buy some clothes and food. Tang Yan waved his hand, dismissing the beggar. Where are you headed, handsome? If it's on the way, could you give me a lift? The woman, twirling her hair, revealed a smile she deemed exceptionally charming, deliberately lowering her stance to accentuate her alluring attributes before Tang Yan. I'm off to attend a party. They're always pressuring me there. How about I take you to shop for something? You could join me, Tang Yan suggested. Absolutely. The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Being escorted by such a wealthy individual to shop would undoubtedly be a whirlwind experience, sweeping her through the mall as if it were a scene from a fantasy. She envisioned not just acquiring a Chanel handbag, but transforming her entire wardrobe with the season's most fashionable luxury brands. The mere thought of adorning herself in such exquisite attire and mingling with someone who drove a top-tier luxury sports car sent her heart racing. Surely, a couple of selfies shared in her circle would ignite envy among her friends. Sir, you have an incoming call. At that moment, the car phone lit up, and Jarvis's voice resonated. Whose call is it? Tang Yan inquired. It's Mr. Wang Gaosher, an executive from Xuanting Group. Wang Gaosher from Xuanting Group? The woman's expression shifted momentarily. She recognized this executive as a significant client of her company. They had met previously during a banquet where she had toasted him. Her attention sharpened, eager to confirm whether the caller was indeed Wang Gaosher. Is he reaching out regarding that project again? Tang Yan mused aloud. Let us connect and see what he has to say. Without hesitation, he switched to hands-free mode. Mr. Tang, I hope you are doing well. The woman was taken aback. It truly was the esteemed Wang Gaosher from Erupting Group. His demeanor, tone, and inflection left no room for doubt. Wang, I'm rather busy at the moment. There's no need to revisit that matter. It is what it is. I won TB raising the price. 15 billion is already quite generous, as you are aware. If this amount isn't satisfactory for your group, then let us just wait until next time. 15 billion. The woman gasped silently. Please, Mr. Tang. You know our sincerity at Erupting Group is unwavering. A few words over the phone won't suffice. We have a new proposal ready. When would it be convenient for me to visit you? Wang Gaosher's tone was exceptionally humble, almost pleading. The woman's emotions were complex. She hadn't anticipated that someone of Wang Gaosher's stature would lower himself to negotiate with others. This clearly illustrated the formidable influence Tang Yan wielded. If only she could align herself with him, ascending the social ladder would be merely a matter of a flick of his wrist. Let us postpone this until I find some time to call you back. Tang Yan concluded, abruptly ending the call. Dealing with uncooperative partners is such a hassle. They always want to negotiate numerous additional conditions. It's utterly exasperating. Tang Yan grimaced in disdain. His actions had thoroughly convinced the woman of his affluence. Indeed, you are the financial backer. They shouldn't treat you this way, she chimed in, laughing. Sir, Ms. Hua has just sent a message confirming her willingness to meet you. Jarvis's voice chimed in again. She agreed. Excellent. I was unable to arrange anything else today. It's perfect to find someone to enjoy some time with. He then glanced at the woman, who looked somewhat dazed. Apologies, but I've already made plans today. We shall speak another time. Farewell. With that, Tang Yan pressed the accelerator, his sports car speeding away, leaving her in a cloud of dust. The woman stood frozen, stunned. After a moment, she stomped her foot in frustration, her face etched with regret. Had I known, I should have agreed sooner. If I had, I might have been in the mall right now, purchasing the latest Chanel handbag and the trendiest luxury apparel. That could have been worth hundreds of thousands. Such an opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Wait. He didn't leave me his phone number, did he? Without a number, a WeChat contact, or any means of reaching him, how could she locate this wealthy individual again? The thought deepened her regret to the point of despair. Meanwhile, Tang Yan, having received the task completion update, 110, was laughing heartily in his car. All the references to Erupting Group's high-ranking official Wang Gaosher and Ms. Hua had been orchestrated by him in advance. The only unscripted Chapter 66. A kiss grants a luxurious yacht. 2 hours later, Tang Yan arrived at the renowned Demisha Beach in Deep City. As a famous free seaside beach, Demisha attracts throngs of visitors daily, particularly on weekends like today, where the crowd is overwhelming and bustling. Upon reaching his destination, Tang Yan alighted from his vehicle and began to saunter along the shore, searching for his target. What a splendid view it is! As he walked, his eyes scanned the surroundings, but alas, discerning which among the throng was a gold digger proved quite the challenge. While one might identify potential gold diggers by their attire on the streets, at the beach where everyone donned swimsuits, it became a matter of sheer guesswork. Yet, it is precisely this uncertainty that adds to the thrill. Since it is difficult to distinguish who might be a gold digger, he decided to cast a wide net and approach those who caught his eye. After all, a gold digger must possess beauty to qualify for such a title. Without good looks, pursuing wealth is merely a daydream. Before long, Tang Yan spotted a promising candidate. However, the complication arose as this young woman was not alone. She was accompanied by several friends, all engaged in lively conversation. Beautiful lady, would you be interested in a romantic encounter? After delivering this line more than 20 times, Tang Yan had clearly mastered the delivery, speaking with an ease that suggested familiarity. The moment his words left his lips, the young woman he approached seemed momentarily taken aback, only for her friends to erupt in laughter. Ah Xiong, Look at your charm. Someone is directly asking you out, remarked one friend. Are men nowadays so forward? To come right out with such words, aren't you afraid of a slap? Handsome, if you're seeking a casual encounter, at least tidy your hair first. You have a decent physique, yet you're wearing a plaid shirt and jeans at the beach. Take them off, and you might just find someone willing. The playful teasing continued among the group. At the beach, it is typical for individuals to wear swimwear or casual attire. Tang Yan, in his plaid shirt and jeans, topped with a tousled hairstyle, certainly stood out. Fortunately, the super serum had endowed him with an impressive physique, showcasing a golden ratio of well-defined muscles, even beneath his clothing. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. You should look for someone else, the girl, Asyong, replied. What about this lovely lady? Would you be interested in a romantic encounter? Tang Yan inquired of another woman. Yet, with her friends present, they all laughed and shook their heads in refusal. I was just joking with you. My true intention is to propose a game. Whoever allows me to kiss them will receive a luxurious yacht. What do you say? Tang Yan said with a smile. A kiss for a luxurious yacht? The group appeared incredulous at his claim. I assure you, I always keep my promises. It is indeed a luxurious yacht, he insisted. Is there no one willing to take a chance? After all, what do you lose by letting me kiss you? And in return, you gain a yacht? How splendid. Handsome, if you wish to kiss, just say so. And a yacht as well? Who would believe that? Exactly. Don't jest. Go find someone else to promise a yacht. We won't entertain you. They remained skeptical. Luxury yachts cost at least $1 million, right? To receive $1 million yacht for a mere kiss. Such a deal is impossible. They concluded that he was merely concocting an excuse to get a kiss. However, one girl, emboldened, raised her hand, deciding to partake in the game. All right, I'll give it a try. But remember, you promised me a yacht for a kiss. Of course. I guarantee it. Tang Yan grinned widely. The other friends did not dissuade her. They merely wished to witness the spectacle unfold. Come on. The girl stood up, closed her eyes, and Tang Yan stepped forward, embracing her and delivering a passionate kiss. Oh, the friends erupted in cheers. The commotion attracted the attention of numerous beachgoers, who gawked at the sight of a couple kissing on the sand, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disapproval. Having long navigated the realm of romantic encounters, Tang Yan was well versed in the art of kissing, and this kiss lingered for nearly a minute before he finally released her. The girl, blushing fiercely, covered her face in embarrassment while casting shy glances at Tang Yan amidst her friends' teasing. Handsome, it's time to fulfill your promise. Where's the luxurious yacht? Surely you haven't forgotten? They chimed in. The yacht is on its way. Handsome, is it a poster or a phone wallpaper? Hurry and show us. The friends continued to jest. To them, the notion of a yacht for a kiss seemed preposterous. Of course, I have it right here. Tang Yan retrieved a miniature luxury yacht toy from his pocket, grinning. The group erupted in laughter. It truly is a luxury yacht, though it seems a tad small. The girl who had been kissed stifled laughter, clearly not taking Tang Yan's words too seriously. Given your expressions, I can see that you don't believe me. That's all right, Tang Yan announced as he approached the water's edge. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some space. I'm about to perform an epic magic trick, and I would greatly appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. Hearing this, those with a hint of curiosity stepped aside, eager to witness the spectacle. Soon, a large area cleared before Tang Yan, his call attracting many onlookers. Everyone was keen to discover what kind of magic he intended to perform that required such space. The friends leaned in, eyes brimming with curiosity. Once the area was sufficiently cleared, Tang Yan smirked. Watch closely. The luxurious yacht is about to make its grand entrance. Without waiting for the crowd to grasp his words, he dramatically tossed the miniature yacht into the air. In an instant, the toy yacht appeared to swell in size, transforming before their very eyes into a magnificent, full-scale luxury yacht, crashing onto the surface of the sea with a resounding splash. Chapter 67. The Jealous Woman. Oh, the onlookers were utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets at the sight before them. The already dense crowd erupted in a unified chorus of gasps. From the resounding exclamations, one could clearly discern the immense shock this luxurious yacht had instilled in everyone present. Even those who had previously been oblivious to the commotion were startled, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden appearance of a lavish yacht by the beach. It is important to note that this beach is designated for tourist leisure, not a docking area for rented yachts or speedboats. For the safety of the visitors, yachts are strictly prohibited from approaching. Yet here it was, a luxurious yacht boldly and unexpectedly gracing the shoreline, leaving everyone in sheer astonishment. With a cacophony of gasps, enthusiastic applause soon followed. Incredible! What kind of magic is this? A magnificent yacht appearing from thin air. This trick is simply astounding. Wow! How could there possibly be a yacht here? My goodness! Unbelievable! My friend! A yacht conjured out of nowhere. Surely, this must be a jest. Oh my goodness! A yacht has truly materialized before our very eyes. Those who had previously heard Tang Yan announce a magic performance were now left in a state of utter shock. They had witnessed magic before, but never anything like this. An act performed without any preparation, without props, and without a hint of concealment. This was a first in their lives. Wow, this is truly a yacht. Ah, a luxurious yacht. It is indeed a magnificent yacht. Arlene, you have struck gold. This is no mere toy. It is a genuine luxury yacht. Handsome stranger, how did you conjure this yacht? Where was it hidden? I didn't notice it at all. At this moment, Arlene's friends were overwhelmed with envy and jealousy, their gazes towards Tang Yan shifting dramatically. This is a secret of magic, and I do not divulge it lightly. But I did not deceive you, did I? I promised a luxury yacht, and here it is. This yacht, freshly acquired, is valued at 3,600,000. Now, congratulations to this beautiful lady. This luxurious yacht is yours, Tang Yan proclaimed with a smile. Arlene, covering her mouth, could hardly believe that a jest had resulted in a full-scale luxury yacht appearing before her. Had she not pinched herself to confirm her senses, she might have thought she was dreaming. Her friends felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. They offered congratulations with their mouths, yet their hearts brimmed with envy and regret. Had they known, they should have eagerly participated in that game. After all, it was merely a kiss, and it wouldn't lead to any consequences. Wasn't Arlene perfectly fine after her kiss? Now, the luxury yacht belonged to someone else. 3,600,000. Given their meager salaries, it seemed unlikely they would ever amass such a fortune without a miracle. The thought of a yacht worth over 3 million slipping away from them, especially now belonging to their friend, stirred a deep well of jealousy and regret within them. Women are inherently jealous. It is instinctual. Even if unspoken, such feelings linger in the heart. Some women merely express it, while others conceal it. Hey, whose yacht is this? How did it come in here? Do you not know that such vessels are not permitted? At that moment, a group of beach management staff rushed over. From a distance, they had heard the uproar, and with a yacht appearing on the water, they could hardly turn a blind eye to such a disturbance. This is my yacht, Tang Yan declared boldly. Yours? A balding Mediterranean man approached, frowning. Do you see how many tourists are here? Bringing this vessel here could injure someone, or cause someone to be caught in the propeller. Do you comprehend the consequences? There is no need for explanation. This yacht is hereby confiscated. There are clear regulations against yachts approaching this area. To brazenly defy those rules warrants confiscation. At this pronouncement, the previously disheartened friends felt a wave of relief wash over them. Now, the luxurious yacht was to be seized. If they could not have it, then neither could anyone else. Director, how can you confiscate it? Just make it leave. Exactly. My friend just received this yacht. How can you simply say it's being confiscated? Can't you just issue a warning? Though they felt relieved internally, they still had to voice their objections. Enough with the idle talk. As of now, no incident has occurred, but should one arise, it would not merely be a confiscation. Someone could face imprisonment, understand. The middle-aged man stood firm. You must be the director, then?
Tang Yan interject.
You needn't say another word. No matter what you claim today, I must confiscate this yacht. The director replied impatiently. Confiscation is certainly within your rights. However, may I introduce myself? My surname is Tang. Tang Yan said with a smile. Surname Tang? What relevance does that hold? The friends beside him were filled with confusion. Yet upon hearing this, The director appeared struck by a thunderbolt, his expression shifting dramatically. You are the esteemed one from Magic City? The director altered his previously furious demeanor, now speaking with utmost caution.
Tang Yan nốt đét.
Oh dear. How was I so blind? So this luxurious yacht belongs to Mr. Tang. No wonder it is so exquisite. It is an honor to meet you. The director's tone transformed to one of utmost respect. The friends, management staff, and nearby onlookers were left dumbfounded. The man who had just been issuing orders now appeared as though he were addressing a superior. The shift in attitude was striking. As for the matter of confiscation, what I just said was all in jest. How could I possibly seize Mr. Tang's property? Rest assured, I will assist you in dispersing the crowd, so you may depart without issue. Upon hearing this, the jealousy and regret that had just begun to abate surged back within Arlena's friends, now amplified to an overwhelming degree. Chapter 68. Raising the stakes. First, they assumed Tang Yan was just another sleazy guy trying to hit on them for cheap thrills. Standing by the beach in a checkered shirt, jeans, and messy hair, had it not been for the well-defined muscles beneath his clothes and his decent looks, they would have brushed him off immediately. Yet, this so-called loser casually tossed out a luxury yacht like it was nothing. And the moment he mentioned his surname was Tang, the previously furious park director instantly turned obsequious. Clearly, this Mr. Tang was no ordinary flirt. He was a man of considerable influence. Of course, they had no idea that the director's deference was entirely orchestrated by Jarvis. While the reputation of Sanrantang from Shanghai held some sway, it wasn't enough to command such respect in Shenzhen. But what if the name dropped was the city's mayor? Before arriving, Tang Yan had Jarvis mimic the mayor's voice and call the director, informing him that a distinguished guest from Shanghai, surnamed Tang, would be visiting Dalmatia. The directive was clear. Handle any situation discreetly and extend the utmost courtesy. That was why the director's attitude shifted so drastically. Having personally interacted with the mayor before, he recognized the voice instantly. If the mayor himself vouched for this guest, then Tang Yan's status was beyond question. Mr. Tang, this area is indeed restricted for yachts. I hope you bring it in next time. It puts us in a difficult position, the director pleaded cautiously. Understood. I do it again. Tang Yan replied with a smile. I'll put in a word for you regarding that matter you've been waiting on. The director's face lit up with gratitude. Tang Yan was referring to his long-stalled promotion, a detail only insiders would know. The fact that Tang Yan was aware of it only solidified his belief in the man's connections. After dismissing the director, Tang Yan turned to the girls. Let us go, ladies. Time to check out your new yacht. Alin could barely contain her excitement. What had started as a playful dare, just a kiss, had landed her a luxury yacht. And the way Tang Yan had kissed her so passionately? Surely he was interested in her. The thought of a man of such stature being into her sent her heart racing. Her friends, of course, were eager to tag along. A luxury yacht? They'd only ever seen them in social media posts. This was their chance to experience it firsthand, and maybe snap a few envy-inducing photos. But Tang Yan had other plans. Since it's brand new, I'd like to explore it with Alin first. For the memories, the smiles on her friends' faces froze. Alin hesitated, torn between gloating and appearing gracious. But Tang Yan didn't give her much time to decide. He simply took her hand and led her toward the yacht. Wait here. We'll come back for you later. Alin called over her shoulder, practically floating on air as she followed him. Left behind, her friends seethed with envy. It's just a yacht. Who cares? Yeah. If he doesn't want us, we don't want it either. But if someone gave me a yacht, I'd ditch you all in a heartbeat. The words hung in the air, stoking their regret. A single choice, one they hadn't made, had cost them a fortune and a wealthy suitor. Why did Alin always get so lucky? 3 down, 1 to go. On the drive back from Dalmatia, Tang Yan checked his mission progress. 9-10. 3 regrets fulfilled in one go. Efficiency at its finest. After boarding the yacht with Alin, they set sail, leaving the shore behind. A private cruise, fine wine, gourmet food, and some light flirtation. Handling a girl like her was child's play for someone of his experience. And so, in the yacht's cabin, they indulged in a passionate rendezvous on the open sea. With Jarvis handling navigation, they had the entire deck to themselves. adding another unforgettable chapter to Tang Yan's already storied escapades. One more to go, might as well go all out this time. Jarvis, buy me a private jet. Chapter 69. The Private Jet. The allure of a private jet undoubtedly surpasses that of luxurious yachts and other similar indulgences. While possessing a private jet may not be the quintessential hallmark of the ultra-wealthy, it is rare for any top-tier magnate to lack such an asset. The private jet epitomizes identity, status, and financial prowess, manifesting these attributes in an unmistakable fashion. However, for Tang Yan, the utility of a private jet is largely overshadowed by his possession of the Iron Man blood-edge battle armor, which far surpasses any ostentatious display in terms of cost, technological advancement, and sophistication. Yet, Tang Yan refrains from utilizing it in public to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sir, the order for the private jet has been submitted, and the deposit has been paid. As per your specifications, I have selected a private jet valued at 2 billion. You may proceed to Yunhang Airport in Deep City to inspect it, Jarvis informed. Excellent. Let us head to Yunhang Airport at once.
Tang Yan replied.
However, he was acutely aware that completing the final challenge there would not be an easy feat. Those who can afford to fly are seldom short of funds, and the airport is bustling with hurried travelers, making casual conversation a daunting task, especially when it comes to more intimate propositions. The slightest disturbance would summon a fleet of airport security personnel in an instant. This is precisely why Tang Yan deemed the upcoming challenge to be of greater difficulty. But how could he know unless he tried? If all else fails, he could always return to the city center and seek a more populous shopping mall to employ his previous strategies once more. He had already devised a contingency plan. How much longer until we reach Yunhang Airport?
Tang Yan inquired.
Sir, based on optimal conditions, it will take approximately 4 hours and 20 minutes, Jarvis replied. 4 hours? Too long. At this rate, we will arrive by nightfall. I would rather not squander 4 precious hours of my life on a meaningless journey.
Tang Yan exclaimed.
Jarvis, find a secluded spot and pull over. Jarvis complied, locating a discreet area to park. Tang Yan then utilized the PIM particle device to shrink the vehicle down to the size of a toy. Activate, he commanded, and the blood-edge battle armor initiated, swiftly transforming him into Iron Man. With flames erupting beneath his feet, he soared into the sky at breathtaking speed, piercing through the clouds. Jarvis, how long until we arrive? Sir, it will take no more than 10 minutes. Tang Yan grinned. Now that is efficiency. 10 minutes later, he successfully landed, choosing a hillside to descend discreetly before walking to the main road and procuring a supercar. The airport was teeming with travelers. Upon reaching the entrance, he entered the bustling terminal and nodded in satisfaction at the throng of people. Tang Yan retrieved his wallet from his pocket, extracting a passport and identification card that had been shrunk to a quarter of their original size, thanks to the PIM particle device. This device proved to be remarkably convenient in daily life, allowing him to carry a multitude of items within a single wallet, much like a magical bag. I am Tang Yan. I have just reserved a private jet. Could you please assist me in locating the person in charge? He approached the counter.
Moments later,
A client manager warmly greeted him. Mr. Tang, your private jet is ready for you. Please follow me. Subsequently, Tang Yan accompanied the client manager through the VIP passage, breezing through security and arriving at the aircraft's parking area. Under the client manager's guidance, he toured the entire jet. Not bad. Although it did not rival the opulence of private jets owned by top-tier magnates abroad, it was certainly commendable, especially considering the expenditure of 1.6 billion, could hardly be deemed mediocre. Everything looks fine, Tang Yan declared, promptly signing the purchase contract and settling the remaining balance. With all procedures finalized, the private jet officially belonged to him. However, rather than remaining aboard, he opted to head directly to the waiting lounge. He had already acquired the means to impress. Now it was time to seek his target. With the aircraft prepared and no need for a pilot, as Jarvis could operate it at any moment, Tang Yan's primary objective was to find an audience to witness his display of affluence and provide him with the desired indicators of regret. Upon entering the lounge, Tang Yan first procured some snacks before casually seating himself in a corner. This vantage point afforded him an optimal view of the NT Chapter 70. Wu Xiaona. Since receiving the superhuman serum, Tang Yan's memory and cognitive abilities had ascended to unprecedented heights. even though the woman before him concealed over 95% of her skin, rendering her features utterly unrecognizable. Tang Yan remained absolutely certain. He had encountered her before. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Tang Yan abandoned his original destination and veered toward the corner where the heavily shrouded woman sat. She was engaged in conversation with a female companion, but as Tang Yan approached, she subtly lowered her head, adjusted her mask, and tightened her coat, further obscuring herself. When Tang Yan reached their table, the companion glanced up, taking in his disheveled hair, plaid shirt, and jeans before frowning in disapproval. "Hey gorgeous, care for a casual rendezvous?" Tang Yan quipped with his habitual grin. The women froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Such audacity, to proposition a stranger so brazenly in a public airport, was beyond comprehension. "Excuse me, sir," the companion interjected sternly, rising to her feet. "If you have no legitimate business here, kindly leave."
Tang Yan chút cờ.
Just a harmless jest, though. "This lady seems familiar. I can't quite place where we've met. Honestly, is that the best pickup line you could muster?" The woman retorted, her voice laced with exasperation. That voice, it struck a chord. Wu Xiaona. Recognition flashed across Tang Yan's mind. This was none other than Wu Xiaona, China's reigning superstar. A child prodigy who debuted at 13, Wu Xiaona had stunned audiences with her acting prowess. Her seamless emotional transitions and raw talent earning praise from industry veterans, who hailed her as China's future Oscar contender. Her ethereal beauty only amplified her fame, catapulting her to national darling status overnight. Unlike most child stars who faded into obscurity, Wu Xiaona defied the odds, her career skyrocketing like a comet. She swept domestic and international acting awards with staggering ease, shattering records as the youngest and most decorated performer. Collaborations with elite producers yielded chart-topping hits, one song amassing over 100 million streams in mere hours, inspiring global covers. Transitioning to film, skeptics doubted her ability to transcend television. Yet she silenced them with a single role. Her debut film grossed 2 billion yuan, earning her every major Best Actress accolade in China and invitations to Cannes and the Oscars. Her ascent was meteoric, her influence unparalleled, until health concerns forced her to scale back last year. Still, her name alone guaranteed box office gold, with films rarely earning less than 1 billion. Wu Xiaona stood unchallenged at the pinnacle of Chinese entertainment. Tang Yan, once an admirer, never imagined encountering her like this. "Sir," Wu Xiaona said with practiced poise, masking her irritation. "While I'm flattered you recognized me, I'm currently resting. Please respect my privacy." Tang Yan nodded. "Of course. But before I go, your films are exceptional. Truly." He knew his mission was futile. What could money or status offer someone like her? Yet meeting an idol intrigued him. "Thank you," she replied politely, as an apology for my earlier remark. Tang Yan reached for her half-finished milk tea. "Hey, what are you?" Wu Xiaona and her manager exclaimed in unison. Then magic. The cup expanded before their eyes, swelling into a colossal, extravagant version of itself. "Enjoy," Tang Yan said, returning the now giant drink with a smile. Stunned, they gaped. How did he do that?" Chapter 71. Fortune-telling. "Are you a magician?" With a puzzled gaze, Wu Xiaona removed her sunglasses and looked at Tang Yan. "I suppose I am half a magician. However, my true expertise lies in fortune-telling."
Tang Yan smiled.
"You can tell fortunes too." Wu Xiaona and her manager exchanged curious glances. Could this person be a fraud? Yet, if he were indeed a charlatan, they found no flaws in the cup of milk tea before them. Typically, magicians prepare their props in advance, but this cup of milk tea had been entirely handled by Wu Xiaona, with no changes in straw, flavor, or appearance, save for its astonishing enlargement, transforming from a cup into a bucket. "Of course. Would you like me to give you a reading?" Tang Yan inquired with a smile. As he spoke, he discreetly commanded Jarvis in his mind to swiftly gather all information regarding Wu Xiaona. "All right, I'm willing to believe you are a fortune-teller, and I thank you for your magic." Wu Xiaona nodded, showing no desire to delve deeper. "If there is nothing else, we'd prefer to have a moment alone." Her manager chimed in. Despite their astonishment at Tang Yan's magic, it did not spark a profound interest in them. After all, His initial comment about a casual encounter left a rather unimpressive impression. Are you sure you don't want me to read your fortunes? I am quite accurate. I've provided readings for numerous wealthy patrons. Tang Yan casually boasted. One must elevate their worth after all. Moreover, his claims were not entirely unfounded. While assisting Sanrentang, Tang Yan had performed countless readings through Jarvis, earning him a reputation as a sage. Sorry, I'm not interested, Wu Xiaona reiterated, her resolve unshaken. Very well. Since you have politely declined multiple times, I won't press further. But before I leave, let me advise you. I know you've been busy filming lately, but it would be wise to call your father, preferably via video call, to check on his well-being. After saying this, Tang Yan made his exit, returning to his corner. Call my father? Wu Xiaona pondered, perplexed. Don't pay him any mind. He's just a performer, her manager advised. Focus on memorizing your lines. You'll need to shoot soon. Xanjia, wait for me. I need to send a video to my dad. Despite her skepticism towards fortune-telling, Wu Xiaona's curiosity was piqued by Tang Yan's earlier demonstration. She opened WeChat, sought out her father's profile, and sent a video request. Her manager remained silent, equally intrigued by what Tang Yan had hinted at, questioning why he insisted that Wu Xiaona contact her father. However, after a prolonged wait, the call went unanswered. This isn't right, Dad usually answers quickly. Even if he's busy, he wouldn't take this long. A wave of unease washed over Wu Xiaona. Don't worry, perhaps your father's phone is out of reach, her manager comforted. Yet, Wu Xiaona knew her father was deeply caring and rarely parted with his phone, wanting to hear her voice at all times. She attempted to call several more times, but still no response. This unusual silence stirred a sense of anxiety within her. Xiaona, I'll make a call to see what's happening, her manager said, immediately pulling out her phone. To be Wu Xiaona's manager, one must possess connections. If Dad isn't answering, I'll try calling Mom. Wu Xiaona sent a video invitation to her mother. After what felt like an eternity, her mother finally answered.
Xiaona.
Her mother's smiling face appeared on the screen. Mom, where's Dad? Why isn't he answering my video call? Wu Xiaona asked hastily. Your father, he had a little accident. Her mother's expression turned noticeably uneasy. Mom, you're not good at lying. Please tell me the truth. What happened to Dad? Wu Xiaona pressed earnestly. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, her mother sighed heavily. Your father injured himself a few days ago. After you spoke with him that night, he slipped while using the restroom and has been hospitalized for nearly 2 weeks. He didn't want me to tell you, fearing it would disrupt your career. Wu Xiaona bit her lip, her eyes filled with a complex blend of emotions, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, her manager shot a surprised glance at Tang Yan, who was idly watching the passersby from his corner. Could that so-called charlatan truly possess the ability to foresee such events? Her father had been injured for half a month, and even his own daughter, Wu Xiaona, was unaware. How could an outsider know? This either indicated he had done some investigation regarding Wu Xiaona, or that he genuinely possessed some skill. After confirming her father's condition was stable, Wu Xiaona breathed a sigh of relief. Xinjie, I want to go see my dad. As soon as she hung up, her eyes turned red with emotion. But the film crew Xinjie began. But upon seeing Wu Xiaona's sorrowful expression, her heart softened. All right, I'll call the crew and let them know not to wait for you. I'll also change my flight to Chuan City. Thank you. Wu Xiaona nodded, dabbing her tears with a tissue. What about that magician? He is waiting in the lounge, I assume? Yes, he's right there.
Synopsis. Yan.
Who was now flirting with another target. Should we ask him again? His predictions seem quite accurate. He didn't even see anything yet spoke truths far superior to those so-called experts outside. Yet he was a bit of a flirt, engaging with women so soon after. Regardless, he had reminded her, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Moreover, there were still matters she wished to inquire of him. Wu Xiaona gazed at Tang Yan's figure, her expression filled with complexity. Chapter 72. Calculating fate. Meanwhile, Tang Yan's objective this time was remarkably smooth, with the two engaged in lively conversation. Particularly, when he mentioned possessing a private jet, the woman's eyes sparkled with interest. You have a private jet? The once disdainful expression of the fashionable lady softened considerably upon hearing this. Of course. Where is it? Can you take me to see it? Tang Yan produced a palm-sized model of a private jet. You, the fashionable lady was infuriated. Get lost. This truly is my private jet. Though it may appear small, it certainly flies without issue. Tang Yan protested. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll call the police. She retorted angrily. All right. In this day and age, speaking the truth seems to go unheeded. It's truly disheartening. Tang Yan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yet within his heart, he felt a surge of excitement. This fashionable lady had evidently taken the bait. All that remained was to subtly showcase his private jet, thereby fulfilling the last requirement effortlessly. As for the model in his hand, it was merely a regular airplane replica, not a miniaturized PIM particle device. Miss, I assure you, I am not exaggerating. The smaller Boeing outside is indeed mine. Tang Yan pointed out the window to his private jet. I shall give you one last opportunity. Are you not curious to take a look? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The fashionable lady rolled her eyes at him, her disdain palpable, but she remained silent. Well, I initially intended to invite you to the beach and perhaps visit the mall to shop for some clothes and bags. It seems you lack the fortune for such an invitation. Tang Yan chuckled, turning to leave. He was confident that she would keep her gaze fixed on him, eager to verify his claims. The journey from his location to the private jet would undoubtedly be captured in its entirety. As he approached the jet and eventually boarded, he could envision himself waving nonchalantly at the fashionable lady before soaring into the sky, her expression undoubtedly a sight to behold. However, just as Tang Yan prepared to depart, he was confronted by Wu Xiaona, clad in sunglasses and a mask, her entire appearance shrouded in secrecy, accompanied by her manager, Xian Jie. Star, what can I do for you? Tang Yan smirked, recognizing that Wu Xiaona had likely contacted her father and learned about the concealment of her injury and hospitalization. Thank you for informing me of that matter earlier, Wu Xiaona said quietly, glancing around nervously. She was exceedingly famous. Even a mere silhouette or a whispered word could lead to her identification by fans. This had instilled in her a habit of vigilance in public spaces. The last time she had been out shopping, she had been recognized by passersby, leading to a crowd that trapped her inside a clothing store until the police arrived to disperse the throng. If her identity were to be exposed here, she could expect an immediate surge of fans rushing towards her. In such a case, she would have no peace before boarding the plane. Not a problem. As I mentioned, I have studied fortune-telling. If I cannot predict this, then my title as a master is for naught. Tang Yan raised his chin, feigning a bit of arrogance. Could we speak in that corner? I would like to ask you to read for me once more. Rest assured, I will compensate you for your services. Wu Xiaona urged in a hushed tone. I'm afraid once this master has been turned down, I will not provide further readings. I already asked you several times, and you declined, which indicates our fates are not intertwined. Thus, you may need to seek another. Only I am permitted to act grandly, while you cannot play the part of a master. The initial intent of Tang Yan was to evoke a strong sense of regret, and now that Wu Xiaona had approached him, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Master, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. Xiaona merely wishes to consult you once more. I implore you to set aside past grievances and assist her. Xian Jie, seasoned in the industry, understood that appearances could be deceiving. The more Tang Yan dismissed her casually, the more convinced she became that he possessed genuine skill, concealed beneath a humble facade. As Wu Xiaona's manager, her duty was to assist Xiaona in fulfilling her wishes, so apologies were nothing new to her. Master, I was in the wrong earlier. Please help me with a reading. Wu Xiaona pleaded earnestly. Faced with such a direct request from a beloved star, Tang Yan felt a pang of compassion. If he persisted, merely offering a few vague yet plausible statements, he believed Wu Xiaona could quickly become his 10th source of regret, thus aiding him in completing his task. However, seeing Wu Xiaona humble herself to such an extent, Tang Yan, not being a heartless individual, decided to forego this regretful opportunity. Very well. Tell me what you wish me to read, Tang Yan inquired. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaona and Xian Jie's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I I wish to inquire about my romantic destiny, Wu Xiaona confessed, somewhat bashfully. Romantic destiny? Tang Yan's eyebrows shot up in surprise. With Jarvis, he could predict many things, but romantic fate was something even Jarvis could not decipher. Master, to be honest, I have never had a boyfriend. Many pursue me, yet I feel nothing. Do you think I lack something in terms of romantic destiny? Wu Xiaona asked softly. What? Now that's juicy gossip. An astounding revelation. Wu Xiaona has never been in a relationship? This tidbit was quite sensational. Regarding romantic matters, I am not a deity of love. How would I know? As for deceiving you, I do have some experience, so I suppose I can manage a few vague words. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, panic-stricken ground staff and armed officers rushed out towards the entrance of the plane. Hurry! Everyone! Evacuate immediately! Chapter 73. Plane crash. Panicked shouts reverberated through the vast airport terminal, jolting all waiting passengers as their gazes snapped toward the frantic ground crew and SWAT officers sprinting past.
Tang Yan.
Standing near the entrance, furrowed his brows at the commotion. What could possibly send airport staff and armed police into such frenzied urgency? Sir, a descending aircraft has suffered wing failure. It's lost control and is plummeting toward this location. Evacuate immediately. Simultaneously, Jarvis issued an alert. What? A crashing plane? Tang Yan was stunned. While plane crashes weren't unheard of, this timing was absurdly coincidental. He'd merely come to flirt and pick up girls. Was divine retribution really striking him down with a falling aircraft? Jarvis, can you hack into the plane's control systems and stabilize its descent?
Tang Yan demanded instantly.
As a super AI, Jarvis had repeatedly demonstrated extraordinary capabilities. Perhaps it could achieve what seemed impossible to ordinary humans. Sir, I can breach the plane's firewall and override its controls. However, the left wing is irreparably damaged. My only option is altering its trajectory to avoid this terminal. Regret laced Jarvis' tone. Even a super AI couldn't mend physical destruction. The plane's uncontrolled descent meant hundreds would perish regardless of directional adjustments.
Tang Yan sighed.
What a mess. Everyone move. A crashing plane is headed here. Leave everything. Run for your lives. Ground staff and SWAT officers roared themselves hoarse. Chaos erupted. Passengers abandoned luggage, clutching children as they stampeded toward exits. Some distant observers froze upon spotting the smoke-trailing, fire-engulfed aircraft through panoramic windows, boarding passes slipping from paralyzed fingers until the surging crowd jolted them into flight. The terminal became a screaming ant colony scrambling from death's shadow. Xiaona, hurry! Xinjie grabbed Wu Xiaona's arm, but after several strides, Wu Xiaona whirled around. Tang Yan stood motionless, gazing skyward. Master, run! Her cry drowned in the pandemonium. After 2 seconds hesitation, Wu Xiaona turned back, tugging at Tang Yan's sleeve. Are you insane? Move! You call me master, yet think I didn't foresee this?
Tang Yan glanced sideways.
You're kind-hearted, Wu Xiaona. How about exchanging WeChat? This isn't the time, pity. Should have added you earlier. Tang Yan strode toward the boarding gates against the human tide. Master! Wu Xiaona gaped as deafening roars announced the plane's approach. Now mere hundreds of meters away. Despair crystallized. Some kept running. Others collapsed weeping. Parents shielded children in futile corners. Is this how it ends? Wu Xiaona whispered, watching the looming aircraft eclipse her vision. Then, a figure ascended from the crowd. Her breath caught. That was Master. Chapter 74. Iron Man's salvation. Yes, that was Tang Yan's silhouette. Beneath his feet, white flames erupted, lifting his entire body into the air as he strode forward mid-flight. With each step, countless metallic threads unfurled from his form, weaving into intricate steel components that interconnected and spread across his body, gradually forming a suit of armor all too familiar to the stunned onlookers. Tang Yan had summoned the bleeding edge armor. Originally, he had intended to remain inconspicuous, avoiding undue attention. After all, once this technology manifested its formidable power, it would inevitably invite complications. But there was no choice now. J.A.R.V.I.S. had failed. This was a task only he could undertake. My God! He's walking in midair. His feet are emitting jets. Iron Man. Is that the Iron Man suit? Oh my. It really is Iron Man. The bleeding edge armor. The moment Tang Yan took flight, nearly every gaze in the vicinity snapped toward him, followed by an uproar of astonishment. The crowd had barely processed the terror of the plummeting aircraft before witnessing a real-life Iron Man, one far more astonishing than any theme park impersonator. Not only could he fly and stride through the air, but his armor was assembling itself before their very eyes. The dual shock waves of awe left the spectators utterly dumbfounded. Wu Xiaona tore off her sunglasses. Her striking eyes locked onto Tang Yan's retreating figure. The metallic filaments had already enveloped his back, the crimson and gold plating solidifying in her vision. She could scarcely believe it. The same man who had flirted shamelessly in the terminal, boasting of magic tricks and fortune-telling, now bore the hidden mantle of Iron Man. Despite her extensive acting career and encounters with countless mesmerizing characters, none had shaken her as profoundly as Tang Yan did in this moment. Just then, Tang Yan glanced back, his gaze sweeping over the stunned crowd. Wu Xiaona's breath hitched as she met the cold, impassive visage of his Iron Man mask. For these people, I've exposed myself. Damn it, if only I were a little more ruthless. But what can I say? My conscience is too soft. With a sigh, Tang Yan turned his attention to the airliner now perilously close to the terminal. Boom! The armor at his feet disassembled, merging into a single, massive circular thruster that unleashed a torrent of white flames. Whoosh! A sonic boom cracked through the air as Tang Yan shot forward like a human projectile, shattering the terminal's glass in an instant before reaching the stricken aircraft. Meanwhile, inside the doomed plane, screams, sobs, and desperate cries melded into a cacophony of despair, far more visceral than the panic in the terminal. The cabin trembled violently, objects hurtling through the air as the crushing weight of freefall confirmed their impending doom. God, please, open your eyes. I'm only 21. I'm too young. One Piece hasn't even ended yet. I don't want to die. Someone, save me. I knew it. I never should have boarded this flight. If I survive, I swear I'll dismantle this airline. Wah! Among the passengers were university students, successful entrepreneurs, and individuals from all walks of life, each having imagined their own demise, yet none anticipating such a cruel, undeserved fate. Most wailed openly, their terror laid bare. Only a resigned few closed their eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. Then, crash! A deafening impact jolted the aircraft, abruptly halting its violent turbulence. The sickening descent reversed in an instant, replaced by a sudden upward acceleration. What just happened? Did they fix the plane? Are we saved? Eyes wide with fragile hope, the passengers looked up. Just as outside, Tang Yan, now fully armored as Iron Man, had flipped beneath the plane, his shoulders bracing against its belly. His thrusters roared to life, white flames erupting with enough force to reverse the jet's trajectory in a split second, 180 degrees from a fatal plunge to a desperate climb. To the spectators below, the sight was nothing short of miraculous. The plane's nose missed the terminal by mere meters, a hair's breadth from catastrophe. For 5 heartbeats, silence reigned. Then, as one, the crowd turned toward the opposite windows, where the aircraft now soared skyward, borne aloft by the diminutive steel figure beneath it. Cheers erupted, deafening, unbridled, ecstatic. Strangers embraced, tears streaming, voices hoarse from screaming. The sheer, visceral relief of survival threatened to tear the roof off the terminal itself. He actually did it. Unbelievable. Wu Xiaona, who had witnessed Tang Yan's transformation from ordinary man to armored savior, stood frozen, her heart pounding. As she stared at the distant speck of crimson and gold against the sky, something deep within her cracked open and began to grow, wild and unstoppable. Chapter 75. Iron Man is a Chinese. The atmosphere in the terminal was electric. The passengers aboard the aircraft shared in the excitement. The turbulence had ceased. We are no longer descending. There is hope. I can survive this. How wonderful! How wonderful! Ha ha ha! The heavens have spared me. This is fate. Surviving a great calamity surely brings future blessings. My good days are on the horizon. Damn! I have finally lived through this. Damn! I shall never board a plane again. If I do, I might as well be a dog. It's all right now. How splendid. It's all right. Upon returning, I will indulge in every delightful experience life has to offer. To hell with money. What use is it when one is dead? As the turbulence completely subsided, and the captain announced over the intercom that the aircraft had stabilized, the passengers within the cabin finally realized they had indeed survived. Instantly, countless voices erupted in joyous celebration, expressing their gratitude for having emerged unscathed from this ordeal. Not only the passengers but the flight attendants were equally affected. Despite their professional training, in the face of death, everyone is equal. No one had truly experienced a plane crash, or they would have perished long ago. Now that the aircraft had regained stability, the flight attendants also exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling the happiness of survival, which was no less than that of the passengers. They hastily unfastened their seatbelts and opened the cockpit door. "Captain, you are incredible. Indeed, to have managed a stable flight under such circumstances is nothing short of miraculous." The flight attendants exclaimed in unison. No, it was not I who was in control. The captain wiped the cold sweat from his brow, composedly stating that the control system had been damaged long before the wing sustained its damage. Moreover, with the left wing in such a state, even the world's best pilot would be powerless. What? Upon hearing this, the flight attendants were astonished. The captain wasn't at the controls. Yes, to be precise, the aircraft is being supported by an unknown force, moving forward smoothly. The co-pilot and I have analyzed this situation, and to this moment, we lack a definitive answer. The co-pilot's face turned pale. Faced with the aircraft's descent during the emergency, their role as operators was filled with self-reproach. Hence, they felt little fear in the face of death. It was only when the aircraft inexplicably ascended and continued to fly steadily that their fears were ignited, leaving their faces ashen. Meanwhile, they suspected that this unknown force was still supporting the aircraft from below. "Sir, at the current speed of the aircraft, you can control a stable descent," Jarvis remarked. "The impact from plummeting from such heights, with its immense inertia and acceleration, is akin to that of a missile. Tang Yan could certainly intercept it head-on. With the formidable strength of the blood edge armor, he could withstand the aircraft's tremendous impact. However, this would endanger the passengers in the terminal and on board. Thus, Tang Yan resolved to first utilize the thrust of the engines to alter the aircraft's trajectory. With the inertial force mitigated, Tang Yan no longer needed to propel upwards. He swiftly reduced the thrust, shouldering the aircraft as he turned in midair, locking onto the correct runway below, and began the descent. It's Iron Man. It's truly Iron Man. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Iron Man has come to life. Honey, quick, take a picture. I want a selfie with Iron Man." The people in the terminal, upon witnessing the distressed aircraft make a turn towards them, rushed out of the building, gazing upwards with exhilaration and shouting in disbelief. As the flagship of Marvel's cinematic universe, Iron Man's impact is unparalleled, eclipsing all other heroes and firmly establishing him as the preeminent figure. Thus, regardless of age or gender, nearly everyone had some familiarity or had heard of him. Now, they needed no prior knowledge. Just glancing up to see the words Iron Man was enough to engrave this moment in their memories for a lifetime. In this way, amidst the cacophony of cheers and the sound of cameras clicking, the aircraft gradually touched down on the runway, its wheels descending automatically. The medical and firefighting personnel, fully prepared, rushed forward without hesitation and commenced their rescue operations. After confirming that everything was in order, Tang Yan released his grip and soared back into the sky. "Iron Man, you are magnificent. Iron Man, I love you. Are you Chinese or American? Can you say something? Little Nini, is that you?" Everyone waved their arms, calling out to Tang Yan with fervor. Since his identity was already exposed, he might as well embrace it fully. After today, not only would all of China know of Iron Man's existence, but the world would also recognize that he had emerged in a moment of crisis, saving hundreds of lives. A true superhero from the realm of film. Thus, continuing to conceal his identity would be of little significance. Moreover, the public merely knew of Iron Man's existence. They had no inkling that he was Tang Yan. What was there for him to fear? Even if the government came looking for him, there must be a target first. With this thought, Tang Yan chose not to fly away but rather descended swiftly in front of the cheering crowd. Hello. He waved his hand, greeting everyone. Oh! In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, especially the screams from the women, which nearly pierced the heavens. Several even came close to fainting from excitement. I am Iron Man. The Marvel film was inspired by me, but do not be mistaken. I am not American, I am Chinese. Tang Yan's voice, altered by electric currents, rendered it indistinguishable as either male or female. Simultaneously, he cast a shadow over Marvel. This way, he created the illusion that Iron Man had existed long before the movie, thereby effectively muddling the narrative and achieving his goal of distraction. After all, no matter how realistic the film was, it could not compare to the reality of him donning the iron suit and saving lives. However, what truly sent the crowd into another frenzy was his concluding statement. A Chinese. Iron Man's true identity is that of a Chinese. Chapter 76. The ex-hematopoietic agent. This phrase, uttered by the true Iron Man, struck a chord with every Chinese person present, igniting an exhilarating excitement. Who claims that we, in China, lack superheroes? Who dares to say that we are merely the land of the King Kong Calabash baby? Who suggests that we cannot even produce a proper superhero film? The genuine Iron Man is right before our eyes. A single statement from him is enough to silence the entire world. The crowd surged forward. A throng gathered at Tang Yan's feet, their voices rising in fervent shouts, eager to touch his steel armor or capture a moment with him through a photograph or an autograph. However, upon witnessing the vast sea of eager faces before him, with even more people joining from behind, Tang Yan decided against lingering any longer. All right, I wish you all well. Goodbye. With these parting words, the white flames at his feet intensified, leaving a trail of white vapor in the sky as his ironclad form soared into the heavens. Master! At that moment, Wu Xiaona rushed over from the back of the crowd but was still a moment too late. Is he really leaving? She looked up at the gradually vanishing figure in the sky, feeling a twinge of melancholy. While everyone else was frantic and panicking, only Wu Xiaona remained focused on Tang Yan. She had witnessed firsthand how he ascended into the air, how the steel filaments coalesced into his armor. It is no exaggeration to say that Wu Xiaona was the only one present who truly recognized Tang Yan's identity.
Xiaona.
Are you all right? Xian Jie hurried over, concern etched on her face.
Infine din ye.
Suddenly, Wu Xiaona recalled something. Xian Jie, I remember you are skilled at investigating backgrounds. Can you look into that master who just chatted with us? Ah. As long as you're okay. That man is merely a charlatan. Why do you want to investigate him? Besides, we don't even know his name or address. How could we find him?
Xin Yi replied. All right, Xiaona.
Let's not concern ourselves with others. We should leave swiftly. We can discuss your father's situation tomorrow. Today has been far too perilous. Fortunately, Iron Man appeared. Otherwise, our lives would have been forfeit. Yes. Okay. Wu Xiaona was pulled away by Xian Jie. Yet she couldn't help but glance back at the direction in which Tang Yan had departed, a hint of regret swelling in her heart. If only she had added him on WeChat first. At least she would have had a means of contact. It may be difficult to encounter him again. Amidst the clouds, the Blood Edge armor was racing through the skies. Truly, the newly designed Blood Edge armor was formidable. Ha ha ha. It won't be long before Iron Man's fame reverberates across the globe. This was the first time Tang Yan had genuinely unleashed the power of the Blood Edge armor. The instantaneous acceleration reversed his descent into an ascent, and he easily countered the weight of the falling aircraft with his own strength. Moreover, Tang Yan had not yet unleashed the full might of the Blood Edge armor. If he were to release all its energy, one could hardly exaggerate by likening him to a human nuclear bomb. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've successfully completed the task. At that moment, a notification echoed in Tang Yan's mind. It's completed? Tang Yan expressed surprise. He distinctly recalled that he had not yet returned to the private jet when he was intercepted by Wu Xiaona and her companion, who inquired about fate and fortune. Surely, the fashionable young lady wouldn't harbor too strong a sense of regret. Tang Yan was perplexed. Perhaps he could never fathom that the source of this final regret was none other than the starlet Wu Xiaona. But never mind that. As long as the task was accomplished, System, what is the reward? I eagerly await it. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Task restrictions lifted. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained the reward for task completion. Hematopoietic agent formula. Hematopoietic agent? What on earth is that? A look of curiosity crossed Tang Yan's face. Previously, everything he had received had been familiar, drawn from cinematic lore. Thus, he could easily comprehend their significance. Yet, this term, hematopoietic agent, was entirely foreign to him, sounding more akin to a medicinal compound. Host. The hematopoietic agent is a restorative and healing medication capable of perfectly mending and curing all potential diseases and latent viral outbreaks within a biological organism, elevating the biological state to perfection. The system seemed to have sensed Tang Yan's confusion and provided an explanation. Curing all diseases. Tang Yan seized upon this keyword, his eyes gleaming. System, are you saying that this hematopoietic agent can cure everything, from common ailments to terminal illnesses without exception? Tang Yan sought confirmation. Indeed, it can also repair deficiencies in biological organisms, effectively addressing disabilities. Furthermore, upon administering a complete dose of the hematopoietic agent, the organism will generate antibodies that grant immunity to all viruses. Based on the current array of diseases and viruses on Earth, none can breach this immunity. The system responded. However, it is essential to note that the biological organism must remain alive for it to take effect. If the organism has been deceased for over 30 minutes, it will yield no results. As long as there is a breath left, one can become impervious to all toxins after healing. Tang Yan succinctly encapsulated all the merits of the hematopoietic agent. Could this not be considered a resurrection potion? Tang Yan was momentarily taken aback. System, such a potent medicine surely has some side effects. Does it not? As the saying goes, all medicine has its poison. Any medicine will present some side effects, but the distinction lies in their severity. For all biological entities on Earth, it will not cause any adverse effects. The system explained. Now that's impressive. Excitement surged within Tang Yan. A resurrection potion without side effects? If he could mass-produce such a substance, would he ever need to worry about financial woes? However, host, your excitement may be premature. Please read the hematopoietic agent formula thoroughly before making any plans, the system cautioned. Following this, a stream of information flooded Tang Yan's mind. This information meticulously outlined all the materials and procedural steps required to produce the hematopoietic agent. Indeed, wealth is not easily attained. Tang Yan sighed after a rapid review. Chapter 77. The elixir of immortality and the resurrection potion. Upon examining the materials, procedures, and steps outlined in the formula for the hematopoietic agent, Tang Yongguang could already sense the formidable difficulty of its creation, let alone the actual manufacturing process, which seemed nearly insurmountable. Just considering the raw materials, the names of the elements mentioned comprised a significant portion of the periodic table. Furthermore, the formula alluded to synthesizing a new element from several others, necessitating exceedingly stringent conditions for the precise synthesis of the desired new element. Of course, these challenges are not insurmountable. However, overcoming them requires a substantial investment of both time and money. Jarvis, could you assess the estimated cost? Tang Yongguang inquired. Sir, I have conducted a thorough analysis. You will need to prepare at least 1 billion as initial capital for development. If you can execute the operations flawlessly as specified, this sum should suffice to complete all preliminary preparations and acquire ample research experience. However, I must inform you that the operational process of this experiment is exceedingly intricate, and the materials required for synthesis are exceptionally rare. Based on the current technological standards on Earth, the financial resources necessary for mass production of the hematopoietic agent are incalculable, Jarvis replied. Are you suggesting that no matter how much money I invest, the outcome may very well be failure? Tang Yongguang frowned. Indeed, this is a remarkably promising project, and the potential profits could surpass those of the Tang City smartphone. However, the stakes are equally monumental. The probabilities of success and failure are both 50%. Could either lead to resounding success or result in total loss of investment. Jarvis elucidated. Proceed according to your analysis. Withdraw 1 billion from the account and commence the acquisition of the necessary equipment, instruments, and materials. Tang Yongguang's eyes gleamed with determination, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to proceed. The difficulty of producing the ex-hematopoietic agent mattered not. He could not afford to miss even a sliver of opportunity. After all, this endeavor would not only affect him but also his family and friends. Having injected himself with the superhuman serum, Tang Yongguang had become virtually impervious to harm. However, his parents were not so fortunate. They remained ordinary individuals, and no amount of wealth could shield them from the afflictions of illness. Yet, the ex-hematopoietic agent promised to enhance biological perfection, allowing one to resurrect with merely a breath remaining, indicative of its nature as a form of elixir for longevity. Tang Yongguang did not aspire for his parents to live for millennia, but if he could grant them a few extra 100 or 1,000 years, he would deem any expenditure worthwhile. System, I wish to confirm. You state that the ex-hematopoietic agent can elevate biological entities to perfection. What about the elderly? Will they regain their youth upon consumption? Tang Yongguang queried. Indeed, all consumers will revert to their biological prime, sustaining the state for 50 to 100 years. Depending on the potency of the drug, the system responded. Not merely a resurrection potion. It was also an elixir of immortality. The fervor ignited in Tang Yongguang's eyes. It was evident that once he successfully developed the ex-hematopoietic agent, its impact on the world would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Imagine if one had the wealth, one could attain eternal life. How many affluent individuals would be willing to pay handsomely for Chapter 78? A sensational topic. That very night, footage of Iron Man rescuing the airplane soared to the top of Weibo's trending list, eclipsing even the scandal of a certain celebrity's marital infidelity. It became the hottest topic of national discussion. The videos captured by onlookers amassed millions of likes and hundreds of thousands of comments within hours. Holy hell, Iron Man actually exists. The movies were telling the truth. And it's the bleeding-edge armor. So freaking cool. That was terrifying. Just a split second later, and both the plane and the terminal would have been obliterated. What even caused this? A mechanical failure wouldn't have sent it careening straight toward the terminal like that. Without Iron Man, thousands would have died. The consequences are unthinkable. Iron Man is a legend. See? I told you. China is the greatest nation in the world. Even Iron Man is Chinese. Oh my God. Iron Man's real identity is Chinese. And he spoke in perfect Mandarin. I'm losing my mind. We've had a superhero all along, just hidden from the public eye. Has the 1999 incident finally leaked? The agreement wasn't supposed to expire for another decade. Hey Iron Man, this is Captain America. If you see this, contact me. Let us form the Avengers and save the world together. Korean media claims Iron Man is Korean? Give me a break. The audacity. Here they go again, trying to steal the spotlight. What part of this has anything to do with you? The moment the video surfaced, it ignited a frenzy. As viewers watched the damaged plane hurtling toward the terminal, threatening thousands of lives, their hearts clenched in dread. But when a figure suddenly appeared beneath the aircraft, redirecting its trajectory skyward, the collective gasp of relief was palpable. People replayed those fleeting seconds over and over, each viewing reigniting the same awe, the sheer intensity of the moment, the adrenaline of Iron Man's heroic intervention. But what truly set the internet ablaze was the crystal-clear footage of Iron Man hovering mid-air, waving to the crowd, and declaring himself Chinese. The moment he spoke in flawless Mandarin, the crowd erupted, cheering, clapping, hands red from sheer exhilaration. This time, the nation stood united behind Iron Man, celebrating him without reservation. Anyone who dared dismiss his feat instantly became a target of public scorn. Celebrities joined in, reposting and praising him across social media. Weibo was just the beginning. Baidu Tieba, QQ Space, WeChat Moments, and major forums were flooded with clips of the rescue. QQ Space and WeChat Moments were dominated by Iron Man content. On Tieba, discussions delved into the mechanics of his armor, analyzing materials, propulsion systems, and the impossible reality of a miniature arc reactor powering it. The bleeding-edge armor wasn't just a concept, it was real and it had saved lives. The world was stunned. International netizens were equally shaken. WTF? Iron Man showed up in China? Bullshit. No way. My favorite superhero can't be Chinese. Iron Man is Tony Stark. Period. Oh my God. China has miniaturized arc reactors and powered armor? Does this mean their tech surpasses America's? Please, tell me this is CGI. If Iron Man.'s real, is Captain America next? Were the prophecies right? Have superheroes been hiding among us all along? I'm so jealous. China gets Iron Man? Marvel was just borrowing the idea. Unbelievable. Absolutely unreal. The revelation shattered preconceptions. When the world had imagined Iron Man as a wealthy, mustachioed American, his sudden appearance as a Chinese savior shattered their worldview. How could a figure so quintessentially Western be Chinese beneath the armor? Days passed. The frenzy finally began to subside. At Purple Jade Manor, Tang Yan sipped red wine while browsing Iron Man-related posts via a holographic display. The plane crash itself had faded from public interest. Iron Man was the sole focus. Even days later, he remained a trending topic. When an entire nation fixates on something, even the smallest detail becomes magnified. Iron Man was no exception. To hasten the end of the uproar, Tang Yan had even instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to tweak the algorithm, suppressing the topic's visibility, but to no avail. Now, at last, the fervor had dimmed slightly. Still, compared to ordinary trends, Iron Man remained unmatched in popularity. Good. In a few days, it'll be time for the Tang City smartphone launch. Time to prepare. Chapter 79. A stunning debut in recent days. Aside from Iron Man, the most captivating topic has undoubtedly been the advertisements for Tangxing Technologies' Tangxing Mobile. A staggering sum of 1 billion yuan has been invested in this promotional campaign, causing the advertisement to proliferate across the internet like an insidious virus. If one engages with the internet, whether through a computer or mobile device, the presence of Tangxing Mobile advertisements is inescapable. Consequently, Tangxing Mobile has garnered immense attention and achieved remarkable renown in a remarkably short span of time. What truly piqued the interest of countless individuals is the mystery surrounding the actual appearance of the Tangxing Mobile. Despite the pervasive and fervent advertising by Tangxing Technology, no one has yet laid eyes on the true form of the Tangxing Mobile. Rumors suggest that the glass resembling a droplet featured in the promotional posters is indeed the body of the Tangxing Mobile. Furthermore, videos purportedly showcasing the device circulated online but were swiftly removed, leaving many in a state of curiosity about the true nature of the Tangxing Mobile. The ex-hemostatic agent is an insatiable abyss. Merely relying on Sanrentang's funds is utterly insufficient. The $50 billion previously acquired by Tang Yan has nearly exhausted Sanrentang's accumulated savings over a decade. The earning potential of Sanrentang over these years is clearly evident, having amassed such wealth. Yet, Tang Yan still feels it is inadequate. He desires a revenue stream capable of yielding $50 billion within a single year. Decades are simply too slow. The only avenue that could fulfill Tang Yan's ambition is the Tangxing Mobile. Sir, the company has sent word that they have invited Wu Xiaona as the spokesperson for the mobile phone and seek your opinion, Jarvis informed. When it comes to advertising, how could one possibly overlook the allure of a celebrity? The company had previously approached numerous trending stars, all of whom are currently at the pinnacle of fame. With Tang Yan's endorsement, the endorsement could commence immediately. Regrettably, Tang Yan rejected all candidates, resulting in the absence of a spokesperson thus far. Wu Xiaona? Upon hearing of this new spokesperson, Tang Yan raised an eyebrow. Did the company not mention that Wu Xiaona was taking a break and had ceased accepting advertisements? Due to your recent injection of funds, they opted to offer her double the market rate to secure her as the spokesperson. Jarvis replied, well, their choice is commendable. Tang Yan nodded. Wu Xiaona is indeed one of the few celebrities he holds in high regard in the current market. Setting aside the fact that Tang Yan has long been a fan of Wu Xiaona, the mere act of her returning to remind him at the airport speaks volumes about her character. Very well, let Wu Xiaona be the spokesperson. With only a few days remaining, have them expedite the confirmation and refresh the advertisement. After a month of incessant viewing, even I find it unbearable, let alone the users. It is time for Wu Xiaona to reclaim some goodwill. Days swiftly passed, and the day of the Tangxing Mobile launch event arrived. Scheduled for 2 p.m. by noon, all live streaming platforms across Huaxia had already opened dedicated rooms for the Tangxing Mobile broadcast. Is a trash phone being launched? Finally, it's happening. When will you remove those annoying ads? I've endured a month of app advertisements, It's unbearable. I'm here to see what kind of garbage this manufacturer is putting out. Hurry up. I've waited long enough. This must be the infamous advertising machine. Does anyone actually buy this? I'm only here for Shauna. I feel so sorry for her. How could she choose to endorse such a dreadful phone? After such a long hiatus from advertising, why return for this foolish product? With the live stream yet to commence, the audience numbers in the various platforms surged dramatically. The viewers were either those irked by the incessant advertisements of Tangxing technology or fans eager to catch a glimpse of the beloved Wu Xiaona. Simultaneously, renowned figures from the tech industry gathered on site, ready to broadcast live. Popular tech influencers like Wang Ziru and Yen from Tech Aesthetics had all assembled, set up their cameras, and awaited the commencement of the event. By 1:30 p.m., the National Conference Center was filled to capacity, primarily comprising media representatives and a multitude of attendees drawn in by the relentless advertisements. Douyu TV had prominently featured the launch event in its live stream, causing viewer numbers to rise from several thousand to over 500,000, with numbers still climbing. As more viewers flooded the stream, the barrage of comments began to dominate one-third of the screen. Unsurprisingly, the majority of the comments were critical, expressing frustration over a month of being subjected to Tangxing mobile advertisements. Finally, at precisely 2 p.m., the lights dimmed throughout the venue. The stage was illuminated solely by a spotlight. Soon, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed. A figure clad in red stepped into the spotlight. As she appeared, the live streams across all platforms erupted with excitement. It's Wu Xiaona, 66,666. Wu Xiaona has arrived. I love you, Xiaona. Indeed, that figure in red was none other than Wu Xiaona. Her entrance was akin to an atomic bomb detonating on the plains, instantly igniting the nerves of countless spectators. To start with the spokesperson, this Tangxing technology truly knows how to play their cards, chuckled the media representatives. In their eyes, Wu Xiaona was the highlight of the launch event. Most attendees had come primarily for her. Now, having chosen to unveil Wu Xiaona first to capture attention, one could only wonder what else the launch event could offer once she departed. Chapter 80. What on earth is happening? Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to the launch event of Tang City Mobile. Wu Xiaona smiled as her melodious voice resonated throughout the venue via the state-of-the-art sound system. The audience was captivated, and the barrage of comments in the live stream soared. I am deeply honored to be invited as the spokesperson for Tang City Mobile. However, I must admit, I am puzzled as to why, as the spokesperson, I have yet to see the actual phone. Moreover, I have not encountered the true speaker of this event, CEO of Tang City Technology, Tang Yan. Here, I cannot help but express a small grievance towards the organizers. Your confidentiality measures are truly impeccable. Wu Xiaona's words elicited a wave of friendly laughter from the audience. It must be said that despite being merely 21 years old, Wu Xiaona exudes a remarkable aura of composure, truly embodying professionalism. It is evident that her achievement of sweeping all major acting awards is not merely a matter of reputation. Following this, Wu Xiaona deftly introduced the situation of Tang City Technology, extolling the virtues of Tang City Mobile, and even serenaded the audience with one of her most popular songs. The moment her voice filled the air, applause erupted, and the live stream comments flooded the screen with exuberant praise. As the song concluded, the audience yearned for more. Now, I present to you the speaker of this launch event, Mr. Tang Yan, CEO of Tang City Technology. I hereby declare the launch event officially commenced. With that, Wu Xiaona was met with another round of applause. The lights illuminated the venue as she gracefully descended the stage, maneuvering through the myriad of flashing cameras, and took her place at the center, gently lifting her red gown in preparation to sit. At that moment, a cheerful male voice resonated, welcoming everyone to the Tang City Technology launch event. It was a voice that sent shivers down Wu Xiaona's spine, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her gaze instantly shifted, and she stood upright, eyes fixated on the stage. Yet, there was no one visible.
Xiaona.
Her manager, Sister Xian, whispered a gentle reminder, but Wu Xiaona remained oblivious. Her attention was firmly locked on the other side of the stage, her heart racing uncontrollably. Since her last return from the airport, Wu Xiaona had inexplicably been haunted by the silhouette of a figure. This figure, broad and sturdy, conjured images of steel wires soaring, coalescing into an iron armor whenever it appeared in her mind's eye. Even in her dreams, Wu Xiaona had been unable to capture this figure. Numerous times, she attempted to draw closer, only to awaken abruptly, overwhelmed by her immense excitement. The reason Wu Xiaona agreed to take on an advertisement for a notorious new company was twofold. On one hand, the company had implored her due to their generous offer, and on the other, she sought to divert her attention from that haunting silhouette through her work. However, Wu Xiaona could never have anticipated that the figure she had longed for, even in her dreams, would reappear at this very moment. Thank you all for your fervent support of Tang City Mobile. Of course, many of you might feel the urge to strangle me right now. The voice continued, yet Wu Xiaona keenly discerned that the source was not coming from the stage but rather from behind her. She swiftly turned, only to behold Tang Yan, elegantly dressed in a finely tailored suit, sporting a dashing hairstyle, exuding a leader's charisma, gracefully striding down the central aisle. It truly is him. Wu Xiaona's eyes widened, her heart pounding as if struck, her breath momentarily caught. Indeed, it was the familiar face that had flashed before her countless times, a visage she believed she would never encounter again, now standing before her. In an instant, Wu Xiaona seemed entranced, driven by an unknown force propelling her feet uncontrollably forward. With her gown in hand, she left her seat and approached the central aisle, her eyes sparkling with the joy of rediscovery as she quickened her pace towards Tang Yan. Huh? Wu Xiaona? Tang Yan paused, taken aback as he noticed her rushing towards him. This was not part of the event's agenda, was it? Just as he prepared to greet her with a smile, Wu Xiaona surged forward, arms wide open, and leaped into his embrace, leaving them both enveloped in a heartfelt hug. The entire venue erupted into a frenzy. Countless flashes illuminated the hall, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle, leaving the audience, along with Wu Xiaona's fans, utterly astonished. What is happening here? Why is Wu Xiaona embracing that CEO? My Xiaona! How could she embrace another man? I could kill that scoundrel. Ah! I can't take it anymore. My Xiaona! Why? Can anyone explain this madness? The uproar from countless fans and bystanders ignited a barrage of comments in the live stream, overwhelming the chat with fervent reactions. It is crucial to note that Wu Xiaona's rise to prominence was not solely due to her exceptional talent. It was also fueled by the prevailing narrative that she had never been in a romantic relationship. Despite her extensive work in television and film, she had preserved her on-screen kiss for the longest time. Yet now, the beloved national sweetheart and undisputed goddess had voluntarily leaped into the arms of a stranger, all while under the watchful eyes of the live stream. How could such a scene not send fans into a frenzy? Moreover, Tang Yan himself was left in a state of utter bewilderment. What is going on here? Is this a publicity stunt orchestrated by the talent agency? No. The compensation barely covered Wu Xiaona's appearance and performance fees, let alone any promotional expenses. Can someone please explain what in the world is happening? Chapter 81. Are they crazy for money? My goodness. Agent Xian is on the verge of a breakdown. She stares blankly at the scene, equally bewildered by what has transpired. The embrace lasted about 3 seconds before Wu Xiaona's mind cleared. Her face flushed as she hastily released Tang Yan. I apologize, everyone. I just encountered a long-lost friend, and my emotions got the better of me, Wu Xiaona explained, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. However, this explanation paled in comparison to the intimate gesture. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live broadcast were filled with indignation. Had eyes been lethal, Tang Yan would have been reduced to mere dust by countless murderous glares. Ha ha ha. So what do you think? Is this performance not captivating?
Tang Yan Edgar,
a mischievous glint in his eye as he resumed his stride towards the stage. I believe many of you have already realized that this was a carefully orchestrated act, intended to draw in more attention. The results speak for themselves. Just look at the envious eyes of the media on both sides. Tang Yan's words instantly enlightened everyone. So that was it. A theatrical opening. Thank goodness. I always knew my Xiaona would never fall for a mere CEO. After all, even a real estate tycoon failed to win her over. This guy stands no chance. Oh, the world is so cruel. My Xiao Na is forced to play along in this charade. What a vile company. A brand that bombards us with advertisements for an entire month certainly lives up to its reputation. I will resolutely boycott any phone from a company that dares to ride on my Xiao Na's coattails, regardless of its quality. The audience, filled with righteous indignation, rallied in support of Wu Xiaona, clearly indicating that Tang Yan's explanation was a resounding success. Had his justification been less than perfect, it's likely that no one would have cared about Tang Chung phones, but rather focused solely on the gossip surrounding him and Wu Xiaona. I know many of you are likely itching to tear me apart. After all, I have not only polluted your eyes for a month, but now I've arranged for your goddess to collaborate in this grand spectacle. Tang Yan confidently declared as he reached the center of the stage, smoothly adding, however, all of this serves to pave the way for the upcoming launch of the Tang Chung phone. I can assure you that prior to today, your perception of mobile phones has been confined to Apple and the stereotypes surrounding other Android devices. But after today, the Tang Chung phone will redefine what a true mobile phone is. I am not targeting any specific phone manufacturer, but rather asserting that all of them are inferior. Yes, including Apple. What? Tang Yan's audacious proclamation ignited another wave of gasps from the audience. Can't he refrain from boasting Chapter 82? Is this really a phone? Oh, when this exquisitely crafted, crystalline teardrop-shaped Tang City phone was unveiled before the audience, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Journalists and spectators alike leaped from their seats, craning their necks in disbelief as they stared at the screen displaying the phone, utterly stunned. This droplet-shaped, fully transparent crystal was actually a phone? My heavens! Is this really a phone? Murmured Agent Xian, covering her mouth in astonishment. As expected of Iron Man, even the phones he creates are extraordinary, Wu Xiaona remarked with a faint smile. Among the crowd, Wu Xiaona remained the most composed. She alone knew Tang Yan was Iron Man. If he could forge a suit of armor, what was so surprising about crafting an unconventional phone? The frenzy wasn't limited to the live audience. Viewers across streaming platforms were equally astounded. What the? Is this a joke? That thing is a phone? Seriously? Phones don't look like that. Come on. How do you even use this? No keyboard, no buttons. How do you text? How do you browse? Where's the camera? This has to be some kind of gimmick. Disbelief, skepticism, and awe flooded the comment sections. In an era where smartphones had become nearly indistinguishable from one another, the sudden appearance of this avant-garde masterpiece was nothing short of breathtaking. Youth is bold but reckless, muttered industry veterans watching the launch. A flashy but impractical gimmick won't last. It's doomed to fail. These mobile industry titans had been monitoring Tang City technology closely. The company had splurged on nationwide advertising, secured endorsements from celebrities like Wu Xiaona, and even orchestrated a dramatic spectacle to capture attention. Yet, what truly irked them was Tang Yan's audacity, dismissing all existing phones, including Apple, as trash. Now, seeing the Tang City phone's unconventional design, they scoffed. To them, Tang Yan was just an upstart flaunting minor innovations, foolishly believing he could overturn an entire industry. Watching a competitor rise only to crash and burn. Now that entertainment, one executive chuckled. As the promotional video concluded, scattered applause filled the venue, more out of lingering shock than enthusiasm. As you've witnessed, Tang Yan announced, his voice brimming with confidence. This is the first-generation Tang City phone, priced at 999 yuan. By now, I'm sure you're all wondering, can this even be called a phone? He paused, then grinned. The answer is no. If I were to define it accurately, it's more akin to a pocket supercomputer. Its existence will redefine your understanding of mobile technology. iPhones? Androids? They're relics of the past. Enough preamble. Let me unveil the true marvel of the Tang City phone. With a click of his remote, the screen transitioned. First, the body. You may assume it's crystalline, but in reality it's forged from our proprietary X635 flexible metal. What appears as glass is, in fact, an unparalleled alloy unmatched in durability. To demonstrate its resilience, bring it up. A staff member hurried forward with a metallic case. Even they had never seen the phone in person, only glimpses during the presentation's preparation. Click. Tang Yan retrieved the gleaming teardrop artifact, the Tang City phone. Gasps filled the air. It's even more stunning in person. Wait, he is not joking? It really looks like that? Before the audience could fully admire it, Tang Yan suddenly hurled the phone across the stage. A collective gasp followed its arc through the air before it struck the ground with a sharp clang. The crystalline device bounced several times before settling, and scathed no cracks, no scratches. A staff member retrieved it and returned it to Tang Yan. Observe closely, not a single blemish, he declared. The X635 alloy absorbs impact, preserving structural integrity. That said, it's not indestructible. Permanent damage would require a hydraulic press or a 50-story drop onto concrete. But under everyday conditions, a decade from now, it'll remain as pristine as today. Chapter 83. 2 hours to fully charge 160,000 mAh. Tang Yan's words once again stirred a wave of excitement. Can a device remain as pristine after 5 or even 10 years? This technology is simply beyond imagination. Frankly speaking, while this innovation may seem novel to you, for me, it is merely trivial, even the most fundamental standard not worthy of my mention. Yet, what can I say? My competitors' smartphones are notoriously fragile.
Tang Yan nonchalant remarked.
Considering the force, height, and distance with which I just tossed that phone, a typical smartphone would have long been rendered useless, wouldn't it? Therefore, to clarify the definition of a new smartphone for you all, I had to be the first to highlight it. His casual tone was utterly ostentatious. The media and audience were left in awe, with the live stream's comments section flooded with enthusiastic expressions of admiration. Merely showcasing a slightly more remarkable feature, and he begins to bask in self-importance, as if he were the only one. I am curious to see how he will sell his 999 yuan phone. The titans of the mobile industry sneered at Tang Yan's mockery, their expressions dripping with disdain. Well, enough of this chatter. Let us now welcome Tang Cheng's second marvel of technology. Tang Yan pressed the remote, and the large screen transitioned to the next image. The solution to the battery life dilemma. In this day and age, battery life is a universal concern among smartphones. Many competitors have even turned battery longevity into a marketing gimmick, boasting claims such as charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours, or super fast charging. 80 in 30 minutes, along with equipping phones with substantial 4,000 mAh batteries and so forth. However, these so-called battery life gimmicks are utterly laughable in my eyes. Is this the extent of what you call battery life? Come forth, and allow me to truly demonstrate what super endurance entails. The large screen shifted to the next image. The chip battery. The concept of chip batteries is likely familiar to many. Laboratories have already achieved breakthroughs, yet up until now, mass production at a low cost has eluded us, and transitioning to the consumer stage requires addressing numerous intricate issues. However, I can now boldly announce that all challenges associated with chip batteries have been surmounted by Tang Cheng. Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he raised the Tang Cheng smartphone in his hand. Each Tang Cheng phone contains 4 chip batteries, with each battery boasting a capacity of 41,600 mAh. Yes, you heard correctly. One battery has a capacity of 41,600 mAh, totaling an astounding 166,400 mAh when combined. A collective gasp echoed through the venue. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness. 160,000 mAh. Incredible. Upon reflection, perhaps the 999 yuan price tag holds some merit. Wow, is it truly that astonishing? With 160,000 mAh, one could game for an entire week without interruption. The audience in the live stream shared their astonishment upon hearing the figure of 160,000 mAh. What an extravagant concept. If we consider a high-capacity 4,000 mAh phone, a Tang Cheng phone would equate to the capacity of 40 such devices. Clearly, battery life is a critical factor for countless users, and this revelation has begun to sway many opinions. 160,000 mAh. Wu Xiaona expressed her surprise as well. Although she is not from the mobile industry, she frequently encounters phones with inadequate battery life. Thus, she understands the ridiculousness of a 160,000 mAh capacity. Not only have we enhanced battery capacity, but to ensure your satisfaction, I have meticulously optimized the phone system. With 160,640 mAh, if you are a light user, It will provide you with over 2 months of extraordinary battery life. If you are a heavy user, even under full power, it will last more than half a month. What constitutes battery life? This is what truly deserves the title. Though Tang Yan's voice was not loud, it resonated with authority, leaving countless listeners in awe. In the face of such remarkable endurance from a 160,000 mAh battery, all the Androids and iPhones in use today pale in comparison. Of course, merely having a high battery capacity is insufficient. I have a personal quirk. If I undertake a task, I must do it comprehensively and to the best of my ability. Tang Yan smirked, setting the stage for his next revelation. We have achieved a substantial battery capacity. But what of charging? 160,000 mAh. Surely even the fastest charging methods available would require a considerable amount of time to reach full capacity? I believe I am not alone in experiencing battery anxiety. The discomfort that arises as the battery percentage dwindles from 50 to 40, and ultimately down to 30 and 20. Thus, I present to you the perfect solution. Rapid charging. The image on the large screen shifted once more. I shall not delve into the intricacies of the rapid charging principle. I will simply state the outcome. With the rapid charging solution, to fully charge 160,000 mAh, it requires. Tang Yan paused. Silence enveloped the room as everyone fixated on him, eagerly awaiting his revelation. The more impatient viewers in the live stream began to flood the comments with their anticipation. Nearly 10 seconds passed. The entire venue remained hushed, the tension palpable. It only requires 2 hours. Boom! Upon hearing this proclamation, the entire venue erupted into a thunderous cheer. Numerous journalists sprang from their seats, hair disheveled, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Incredible! This rapid charging is unbeatable. Charging 160,000 mAh in just 2 hours? Surely this cannot be real. The endurance and charging speed can genuinely outshine any competitor. I find myself tempted to make a purchase. Oh, 160,000 mAh is simply terrifying. The live stream audience was left in shock, their minds racing. What is battery life? This is what true battery life embodies. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize, for you are celebrating too soon. Tang Yan then raised his hand to calm the crowd, smiling as he spoke. The audience looked at him in confusion. Celebrating too soon? Is it not genuine? The 2-hour rapid charge I mentioned is not the speed of wired charging. It is the speed of wireless charging. Chapter 84. The true wireless charging. Wireless charging. It is a term familiar to all present. Indeed, wireless charging has become one of the more popular features in mobile phones today, allowing users to charge their devices simply by placing them on a charging pad, without the need for cumbersome cables. However, wireless charging is not without its significant drawbacks. Firstly, the charging speed is relatively slow, failing to facilitate rapid current transmission. Secondly, the device must be in direct contact with the charging pad. If one wishes to use their phone mid-charge, the charging ceases immediately. For many users accustomed to the convenience of simultaneously charging and using their phones, this technology is merely a novelty, aesthetically pleasing but far less practical than traditional wired charging. Thus, wireless charging is often perceived as a superfluous option. Tang Yan's sudden introduction of this concept inevitably raises eyebrows. After all, isn't there already a technology that can fully charge a 160,000 mAh battery in just 2 hours? With such a substantial capacity, the need for wireless charging seems redundant. I understand that many of you may be puzzled, but the wireless charging I speak of is entirely different from your current understanding. More precisely, what you recognize as wireless charging cannot be classified as such in my context. Tang Yan unabashedly critiques the offerings from domestic manufacturers and global leaders like Apple, declaring their so-called wireless charging to be utterly worthless. Allow me to elucidate what true wireless charging entails. The screen transitions once more, showcasing the wireless charging enhancement solution. The first requisite of wireless charging is, of course, that it must be truly wireless. A seemingly obvious statement, yet one that remains unachieved to this day. Hence, I have developed a technology that allows for wireless power transmission within a 100-meter radius. You heard correctly. I am referring to a wireless charging system that enables any Tangchung phone within a 100-meter range of an outlet, regardless of its location, to enter charging mode within 2 seconds. The power will transmit akin to a Wi-Fi signal, delivering an astonishing 400 milliamp hours within 2 hours. This means that as long as you are within 100 meters of the outlet, whether standing, sitting, lying down, squatting, or sprawled in any corner, your device will charge rapidly. This is the essence of true wireless charging. Tang Yan's final proclamation resonated like a thunderclap, stirring the souls of every listener. The digital chat rooms overflowed with the expression 666, as participants flooded the platforms with their excitement and astonishment. As the fervor of the live broadcast surged, Douyu TV's viewership skyrocketed to 3 million, with total online streaming traffic surpassing 100 million. How could he have accomplished this? It seems impossible. How could such a feat be achieved? The leaders of the mobile phone industry, upon hearing this revelation, wore expressions of disbelief, their faces reflecting profound skepticism. Wireless charging has eluded even modern technology, and to claim a range of 100 meters, when achieving even 10 meters is already remarkable, seems almost mythical. The electromagnetic signal diminishes with distance. Thus, increasing the range necessitates a substantial boost in voltage. For Tang Yan to maintain the capacity to charge 400 milliamp hours from a distance of 100 meters is, in the eyes of these industry titans, nothing short of miraculous. The atmosphere at the press conference erupted in raucous applause, akin to the crashing of waves against the shore. Media representatives from the mobile industry felt a surge of exhilaration, fully aware of what Tang Yan's wireless charging technology represents. If the unique design and 400 milliamp hours battery already positioned Tangchung phones as superior to all other brands, the introduction of this wireless charging capability would decisively place them at the forefront of the market, overshadowing competitors both established and emerging. In today's world, where mobile operating systems have reached a pinnacle of perfection, battery life has become a primary concern for many consumers. The unveiling of the Tangchung phone's extraordinary battery capacity and expansive wireless charging range signifies an unprecedented advantage over all available and even experimental devices. Media personnel are already certain that the Tangchung phone will be an overwhelming success. Witnessing the birth of such a groundbreaking device is an unparalleled honor for them. Xiao Na, this phone is perfect for our work. I will request 2 units shortly. The manager, Sister Xian, could hardly contain her eagerness to upgrade her phone. The Tangchung phone, not only aesthetically pleasing but also boasting impressive battery life, is a dream come true for those who are frequently on the go, perpetually searching for outlets and carrying multiple power banks. Indeed, Xiaona nodded, her gaze fixed on Tang Yan, who seemed to radiate brilliance from the stage. All right, I can sense from your enthusiasm that you are all quite pleased with the Tangchung phone. Moreover, I would like to mention that this flexible metal significantly enhances signal amplification and reception, allowing for powerful wireless charging and extending the range of Wi-Fi signal connectivity. I estimate that under normal circumstances, you will be able to detect and utilize all Wi-Fi hotspots within a kilometer radius. Such an extraordinary feature has been casually revealed by Tang Yan. Without surprise, the previously subdued excitement in the room erupted once again, invigorated by Tang Yan's words. It appears that my Wi-Fi signal solution has resonated well with you all. However, this was merely a convenient resolution, and fundamentally, it is not a groundbreaking innovation. So I do not wish to dwell on it further. What truly holds monumental significance, and is even more astonishing than the previous revelations, is the black technology that I am about to introduce with great fanfare. Upon hearing this, all eyes fixated on Tang Yan, their hearts racing with anticipation. Is there more? And is this new technology even more impressive than the previous ones? Goodness! Just how remarkable can this black technology be? This black technology is not entirely unfamiliar to you. It is often seen in films, yet it has yet to be truly implemented for the general public. It bears a striking name, and a smile graced Tang Yan's lips as he revealed it. Holographic Virtual Projection Technology. Chapter 85. From 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. Holographic Virtual Projection Technology. Upon hearing these words, many media representatives at the scene found themselves momentarily breathless, their hands trembling involuntarily, eyes brimming with excitement. Holographic virtual projection is not an unfamiliar concept. It has long been a staple in countless science fiction films. Despite its development over the years, Everyone had only encountered it in laboratories, where the demonstrations were often rudimentary. Even the more refined versions were merely fleeting glimpses. As for its application in smartphones, that seemed an elusive dream. Yet now, Tang Yan boldly proclaimed the integration of holographic virtual projection technology into mobile phones, bypassing the military phase and making its way into civilian use. This revelation felt akin to standing just one step away from a dream, igniting their exhilaration. Many are likely aware of the principles behind holographic virtual projection, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. It is not an extraordinary novelty. In fact, most individuals present had witnessed or utilized it firsthand. However, I must emphasize that the extent of your experiences likely remained confined to mere observation. To encapsulate it succinctly, it is a case of seeing but not touching. Even the world's most advanced holographic virtual projection technology has merely begun to scratch the surface of the tactile realm. Tang Yan began with an introductory exposition. As he spoke, the large screen behind him displayed a series of images related to holographic virtual projection technology. All eyes were riveted on him, each listener as attentive as eager students, absorbing Tang Yan's discourse. One can imagine that when the design of the Tang City phone was first revealed, many harbored doubts about how to operate a device devoid of physical buttons, shaped like a droplet of water. Well, enough said. Let me now unveil what it truly means to see and touch. With that, Tang Yan raised his hand, exerting a gentle grip on the Tang City phone. The camera on the big screen shifted focus, and all media representatives quickly honed in on Tang Yan's hands. The audience in the live stream was wholly engrossed, eager to ascertain whether this phone was indeed as remarkable as Tang Yan claimed. Suddenly, a burst of light illuminated the scene, and the surface of the tear-shaped crystal in Tang Yan's hand revealed the interface of the operating system. A collective gasp arose from the audience. Unlike the operating systems of conventional smartphones, the Tang City phone, with its oval and smooth surface, featured a unique arrangement of applications. Coupled with the flawless mirror effect of the X635 flexible metal, the application icons appeared to float on the surface like droplets of water, swaying gently with Tang Yan's movements. This meticulous animation captured the attention of many discerning observers, significantly enhancing their impression of the Tang City phone. However, the true shock to their senses came with Tang Yan's subsequent actions. With a delicate swipe of 2 fingers, a holographic virtual projection of a floating window materialized before everyone. Incredibly stunning. This is not mere projection. It is a genuine holographic virtual floating window. Absolutely mesmerizing. It evokes the essence of a sci-fi blockbuster. I am ready to purchase it for 999 yuan. Just for this feature, I would willingly pay 999 yuan. As the audience witnessed the emergence of the holographic floating window, countless hearts were struck in awe, marveling at this groundbreaking technology of the Tang City phone. In reality, for the average user, the significance of the holographic floating window may not surpass that of a 160,000 mAh battery or 100-meter wireless charging. Yet the ultimate reason for its allure lies in its sheer ostentation. Imagine, if you will, being in a crowded subway or bus, or amidst a throng of people, and with a simple upward swipe of both hands, a holographic floating window, comparable in size to half your body, materializes. In that instant, all eyes would converge upon you. You would become the focal point of attention. Why do so many people opt for iPhones, especially when the majority of users belong to the average working class? The answer is succinct. Ostentation. Regardless of one's reluctance to admit it, the association between iPhones and flaunting status has lingered in the minds of many for years. If now, one could acquire a device that is even more ostentatious, more dazzling, and more impressive for a price akin to that of an iPhone X, who could resist? 999 yuan? Even 999 yuan would see countless individuals eagerly committing to the purchase. Truly remarkable. It is astounding that this young man, who seems both a magician and a fortune-teller, could develop such an extraordinary technology. The agent Xinjie marveled. Indeed, it is impressive. Wu Xiaona nodded in agreement, clearly captivated by the holographic floating window. The cheers from the audience grew deafening, akin to a concert held by Jay Chou. Tang Yan was undoubtedly pleased with such fervent applause. Yet he did not halt there. The holographic virtual projection technology, at this juncture, could only be deemed standard. What I assert is that this technology transcends the pinnacle of global innovation right here. With a sly smile, Tang Yan extended his hand and grasped the QQ icon. In that instant, the QQ penguin icon astonishingly transformed from a two-dimensional image into a three-dimensional penguin. What sorcery is this? The audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment. 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. What manner of operation is this? But the spectacle did not end there. Tang Yan cradled the three-dimensional penguin as if it were a tangible object, lifting it from the plane of holographic projection and gently placing it upon his shoulder. Now, do you understand why the Tang City phone possesses its unique form? It is because its flexible metal mirror surface can project holographic images while supporting all manner of complex and intricate virtual interactions, even enabling the transformation of two-dimensional objects into three-dimensional entities, liberating them from the confines of the plane. Chapter 86. The Ultimate Battle Royale Mode. The audience was utterly speechless, their minds reeling with astonishment. By now, they wholeheartedly agreed with the slogan from Tang City's phone advertisement. Tang City Technology, redefining the future. Without a doubt, the mere ability to project holographic floating screens from a smartphone was enough to revolutionize the entire mobile industry. Add to that a 160,000 mAh battery, 100-meter wireless charging, and the capability to transform two-dimensional animations into three-dimensional objects within the holographic interface. It was no exaggeration to say that Tang Yan wasn't just reshaping the future. He was crafting an entirely new reality. Some might question the significance of converting 2D to 3D. Wasn't it just a flashy animation? For the average user, the novelty might wear off in a matter of weeks. Tang Yan continued, his words met with nods of agreement. At first glance, transforming 2D into 3D seemed like nothing more than an impressive visual trick, a spectacle with limited practical value. Or perhaps it held meaning for niche users, but for the general public its utility remained minimal. To truly demonstrate the power of this future technology, I've integrated some engaging modes into this feature. With a light tap on the floating screen, Tang Yan opened Taobao. He swiped his hand, and the vertical display flattened, aligning parallel to the ground. This is how we typically browse shopping apps, manually searching, filtering, and clicking through images one by one, but without seeing the actual product or trying it on. Even after endless scrolling, you might still end up with something that doesn't fit or suit your taste. A smirk played on his lips as he selected an image of a man's suit. With this feature, the interface transforms like this. In one swift motion, he reached into the image and pulled. Instantly, the flat suit materialized into a three-dimensional hologram. Ah! Screams of excitement erupted from the female audience. If there was one demographic that would benefit most from this, it was undoubtedly the shopping-obsessed women who couldn't go a day without browsing online stores. No more agonizing over whether a purchase would fit. No more tedious returns. Instead, they could indulge in the thrill of virtually trying on thousands of outfits, all for free. The mere thought was enough to send them into a frenzy. When Tang Yan draped the holographic suit over himself, the screams intensified. Across live streams, women watching at home echoed the excitement. This feature is insane. Thank God my girlfriend isn't watching this. Otherwise, I'd be broke buying this phone and her shopping spree. Since when could phones do this? Take my money. I need this now. Even the men were captivated. While they might not care much for trying on clothes, this feature had immense potential for other purchases: gaming peripherals, electronics, headphones. Indecisive? Just test them out in 3D, compare, and make the perfect choice without hesitation. From your cheers, I can feel your excitement. But virtual try-ons are just the beginning. The real power lies in applications like this. With a flick of his fingers, the display shattered into streams of data, scattering across the stage before reassembling into a wrecked car, gasoline barrels, and crumbling ruins. The audience was baffled. What is this? Some kind of scene setup? No idea what's going on here. Tang Yan grinned. I love gaming any genre, any platform. Lately, I've been hooked on one competitive shooter in particular, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, or as we call it now, Chicken Dinner. The Battle Royale concept was simple. Drop 100 players onto an island, scavenge for gear, and fight until only one survives. The shrinking play zone kept tension high from start to finish. One slip up, and you're out. Its addictive formula had made it a phenomenon, dominating both PC and mobile gaming in China. But imagine stepping out of the screen and experiencing the thrill of combat in real life. Wouldn't that be even more exhilarating? Sure, there were real-life combat simulators, but they were clunky, expensive, and required gathering enough players and scheduling a trip. That's why I developed this solution. The Ultimate Battle Royale mode. Ultimate Battle Royale. Gamers in the crowd were already on the edge of their seats. Tang Yan's track record promised something extraordinary. As you can see, within a 10-meter radius of this Tang City phone, the environment has been scanned and reconstructed into a holographic battlefield. The phone itself becomes your weapon, a pistol, an SMG, a frying pan, medkits, grenades. Just lift it, pull the trigger, and fire away. Chapter 87. Awe-inspiring spectacle. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tang Yan raised his Tang City smartphone, which had transformed into an AK-47, and unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets at a holographically projected wrecked car in the distance. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets poured forth mercilessly, riddling the decrepit vehicle with unmistakable bullet holes. The windows shattered, the tires deflated, and the entire car shuddered violently. Moments later, with a deafening explosion and a towering inferno, the wreck erupted into flames, reduced to nothing but smoldering scrap metal. After emptying the magazine, Tang Yan gave his phone a casual shake. Instantly, the ammunition replenished itself. Upon entering the full Battle Royale mode, as you move, the system will scan and reveal new items, such as firearms and ammunition. Moreover, to accelerate the pace of the game, higher-tier weapons will appear more frequently. But that's not all. To enhance the mode's playability, I've introduced an array of new features: rocket launchers, armored vehicles mounted with machine guns, flare guns, and more. There are countless other intricate details within the game mode, but I want to elaborate further. The advent of full Battle Royale mode means that from now on, whenever you crave an intense battle, simply whip out your Tang City smartphone, launch the program, and the system will instantly match you with nearby teammates, propelling you straight into the action. Your surroundings, whether an office, classroom, or plaza, will be intelligently scanned and recognized by the system, transforming into dynamic cover and hiding spots. Of course, sound positioning is crucial in Battle Royale, but let us face it, most of us aren't elite trained soldiers, and urban environments are far too complex for precise audio tracking. To accommodate players, I've integrated a sound localization feature. The moment you're fired upon, a holographic marker will pinpoint the origin of the gunfire. The same applies to footsteps. With a casual wave of his hand, Tang Yan shattered all the holographic projections. Now, I've unveiled every groundbreaking feature of the first-generation Tang City smartphone. By now, you should understand why I spared no expense in saturating the market with advertisements. It's not about greed, it's about ensuring this revolutionary product doesn't fade into obscurity. Wouldn't that be a tragedy? A smirk curled on Tang Yan's lips as he surveyed the audience. Tell me, is the Tang City smartphone, priced at 999 yuan, worth it? Worth it! The crowd roared in unison, their voices brimming with awe and adoration. For just a few hundred yuan more than an iPhone 10, they could own a device that obliterated every competitor in every conceivable way. How could it not be worth it? Unbelievable. Tang City tech is insane. That battery capacity, wireless charging, and real-life Battle Royale? This thing is unstoppable. Nobody stop me. I'm buying this phone right now, even if I have to borrow money. Wife, hand me 10,000 yuan. I need this phone. I'll do 3 years of housework if you get it for me. Husband, listen, I just saw the most incredible phone. Transfer the money now. It's only 10K. If you refuse, you're sleeping on the couch tonight. Judging by the explosive barrage of livestream comments and the frantic domestic negotiations unfolding in real time, it was clear the world had gone mad for the Tang City smartphone. Women coveted it for shopping, men for gaming. From septuagenarians to toddlers, from aesthetics enthusiasts to hardcore gamers, Tang Yan had ensnared them all. One thing was certain. After tonight, every other smartphone manufacturer would begin their inexorable decline. It's over. Industry titans watching the live stream paled, their expressions ashen. As insiders, they understood the terrifying, almost absurd magnitude of the black technology Tang City had unveiled. Against the Tang City smartphone, Samsung, Apple, and every other brand stood no chance. An unstoppable storm was brewing, one that would sweep across China. No, the entire world, leaving devastation in its wake. And these once dominant companies? Mere insects, helplessly crushed beneath its fury. Tang Yan proceeded to outline additional features: built-in stealth cameras, unparalleled signal strength, and a dual-compatible system supporting both Android and iOS apps. Though these paled in comparison to the earlier revelations, they still ignited waves of fervent discussion. Bear in mind, Tang City Tech has existed for barely over a month. Given the phone's staggering complexity, we ask for your patience as we ramp up production. But as a gesture of goodwill, we reject artificial scarcity. Place your orders now, and we guarantee delivery within 7 days. Finally, with a gracious bow, Tang Yan concluded, "Thank you all for your time and attention today. I'm deeply grateful." Thunderous applause erupted, no longer perfunctory, but brimming with genuine admiration and reverence. Chapter 88. 4. 5 billion in 10 minutes. The grand unveiling concluded amidst thunderous applause. In just under 2 hours, every attendee, journalist, and viewer who witnessed the live broadcast underwent a seismic shift in their perception of Tangxing technology. Initially, skepticism and disdain had colored their expectations. Many had arrived merely to vent their boredom, eager to mock whatever lackluster product Tangxing might unveil. Yet now, the live stream chat erupted with fervent chants. "Long live Tangxing, and the era of domestic smartphones dominating the world is upon us." Such reactions underscored the staggering impact of Tangxing's revolutionary device. The moment the event ended, Tangxing's official website was besieged by over 1 million users. Had it not been for JARVI's Swift server upgrades, the site would have collapsed under the strain. Official sales were slated to commence in 2 weeks. Production lines had only just been finalized, and raw materials, components, and assembly still required time. For now, eager customers could only register their interest on the website, with an option to secure priority delivery by placing a deposit of 333 yuan. Backstage in the lounge. "Sir, within 10 minutes we've recorded 39 million registrations, 450,000 of which included deposits, JARVI's reported. A staggering figure. In mere minutes, Tangxing had eclipsed the pre-order records of Apple, Samsung, and every other smartphone manufacturer worldwide. The frenzy was undeniable. This many? Tang Yan arched a brow. He had anticipated strong demand post-launch, but not to this extent. 450,000 deposits equated to 450,000 units sold in advance. At 10,000 yuan per device, that translated to 5 billion in revenue. In just 10 minutes, during your unveiling of the 16,000 mAh battery technology, live viewership surged across all platforms. By the event's conclusion, concurrent viewership peaked at 10.68 million, an unprecedented milestone in tech live streaming. JARVI's added. Tang Yan was taken aback. Unlike inflated metrics common on platforms like Douyu, where true viewership rarely exceeded hundreds of thousands, this was raw, undeniable engagement. With such exposure, the astronomical pre-order numbers made perfect sense. "Excellent. Oversee production and logistics, ensure deliveries are prompt," he instructed. He knew that as more users experienced Tangxing's innovations, real-life simulations, holographic displays, seamless shopping, word of mouth would ignite an unstoppable demand. 999 yuan. The price was steep but justifiable. Once skeptics witnessed its capabilities firsthand, hesitation would dissolve into desire. Dominating the global market wasn't a question of if, but when. And with that dominance would come vast profits. Profits Tang Yan intended to funnel into his next venture. Hemipoietic agent. JARVI's. Allocate unlimited funds to hemipoietic agent's development. Spare no expense. Wealth was secondary. Hemipoietic agent promised more than riches. It was immortality, leverage, and unrivaled influence. Those dependent on it, whether tycoons or high-ranking officials, would kneel before its creator. Tang Yan's assent was inevitable. "Understood, sir." As he sipped victory wine, Watching pre-order numbers climb on a holographic display, the lounge door swung open. Apologies, Professor Wu. Mr. Tang is resting. Before the staff could finish, Wu Xiaona strode in, her lips curling into a bewitching smile. Mr. Tang, long time no see. Chapter 89. Attacked? My sincerest apologies, Mr. Tang. The staff quickly expressed their regrets. There's nothing, Shaoli. This is my good friend. Please continue with your duties. Tang Yan waved his hand dismissively. As the staff departed, Wu Xiaona sauntered over. Clad in exquisite high heels, she circled Tang Yan twice, her beautiful eyes gleaming with intense curiosity as she scrutinized him from head to toe. What's the matter, Miss Wu? Do I have something on my face? Tang Yan smiled. I truly didn't notice. You look so young, yet not only are you skilled in magic and fortune-telling, but you've also developed such an impressive mobile phone, Wu Xiaona exclaimed, shaking her head in admiration. Just average. Tang Yan feigned modesty, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. However, should I call you Master or Mr. Tang? Or perhaps... Wu Xiaona paused, gazing earnestly at Tang Yan, the national hero Iron Man. After uttering this, Wu Xiaona observed Tang Yan's expression closely, hoping to catch a glimpse of surprise. Yet, Tang Yan appeared completely unfazed, as if he had anticipated this revelation. It seems you are not at all surprised that I know your identity as Iron Man, Wu Xiaona remarked. Please, I activated the armor right in front of you. Isn't it quite normal for you to know my identity? Tang Yan shot her a sidelong glance, raising his hands in exasperation. Days after he had deleted the surveillance footage from the plane crash, he recalled that among those who were aware of his identity, there might indeed be Wu Xiaona. After all, in such chaotic circumstances, the only person who could have noticed him was Wu Xiaona, who had specifically turned back to save him. However, Tang Yan chose not to act. Wu Xiaona was a renowned star. Publicly revealing Iron Man's true identity would neither yield her significant benefits nor provide any other advantage, rendering it utterly meaningless. Unless, of course, she intended to use this information to blackmail him for hush money. Yet, Tang Yan believed that someone who could think of others in a crisis would find such actions exceedingly difficult. Moreover, considering Wu Xiaona's extravagant worth, she hardly needed the money. Even if Wu Xiaona inadvertently mentioned it to acquaintances, and it leaked online with Jarvis' capabilities, everything could be effortlessly erased. Thus, Tang Yan harbored no worries about his identity being exposed, and naturally felt no surprise at Wu Xiaona's knowledge of his Iron Man persona. So, you truly possess the Iron Man suit? Wu Xiaona inquired, leaning closer in curiosity. Of course, with a swift motion, Tang Yan raised his hand, and suddenly, iron components flew from his wrist, assembling into a steel gauntlet within mere seconds. With a thought, the cannon in his palm began to gather particles, radiating a mesmerizing glow. Wow! Wu Xiaona's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a starry-eyed fan. I hope you're not here merely to witness the iron suit, Tang Yan quipped, retracting the armor and casting her a sidelong glance. I'm simply exceedingly curious about who you truly are. You perform magic, tell fortunes, and can create Iron Man's suit. It seems there's nothing you cannot do. Wu Xiaona smiled slightly. Moreover, the Tangcheng phone you recently launched is something both Xinjie and I adore. As your product ambassador, I should be entitled to some perks, right? Phones are not an issue. I'll have the staff deliver two to you shortly. Tang Yan replied, leisurely sipping his red wine. Drinking alone is rather dull. Isn't it?
Pour me some.
Wu Xiaona, acting as if they were old acquaintances, unabashedly took a glass and poured some wine, then clinked her glass with Tang Yan's before savoring a sip. If your fans see you drinking wine with me, they would surely weep bitterly, Tang Yan joked. For a prominent star, maintaining a public image is paramount. Wu Xiaona, known as the nation's darling, had always presented herself as sweet, innocent, and talented. Yet here she was, in a lounge with a man drinking and toasting. If this were to leak, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. And what about you? How do you perceive me? Wu Xiaona asked, her bright, shimmering eyes fixed on Tang Yan, her tone playful yet her gaze earnest. Quite well. Tang Yan, despite never having engaged in a conventional romantic relationship, considered himself a seasoned player in the realm of love, accustomed to interacting with women. Such a trivial question could hardly perplex him. What a perfunctory answer. Wu Xiaona rolled her eyes, then produced her phone, opened WeChat, and extended it towards Tang Yan. Adding me on WeChat Chapter 90. Sweeping the globe. What kind of operation is this? Tang Yan stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Wu Xiaona actually initiated a kiss on him using her own strategy? This. Tang Yan touched his face, still marked with a faint trace of lipstick, feeling somewhat incredulous. Could it be that the person she just claimed to have foreseen was me? No, that can't be. I've only met her a few times. How could that possibly be? Tang Yan found it hard to believe that a goddess-like superstar, revered by millions in Huaxia, could have taken a liking to him. If it weren't for the palpable moment he had just experienced, he would have thought he was merely dreaming, just like everyone else. Sir, you are always so charming. Jarvis chimed in with a playful tone. Indeed, just look at who I am. Tang Yan replied shamelessly. Though there was a fleeting moment of disorientation, he quickly acclimated to the situation. So what if a major celebrity fancied him? What was there to be astonished about? After all, he was now the behind-the-scenes mogul of Tangxing technology, with a fortune surpassing 100 billion, thanks to the impending success of Tangxing phones. Furthermore, he was the internet sensation, the beloved national hero Iron Man, admired by countless individuals. In the future, he would be a guest of honor among the elite and the wealthy, revered as a godlike figure. What he was destined to conquer extended far beyond mere celebrities. Even the daughter of the President of the United States would not be beyond his reach. All right, let us pull up the data. I want to see how much it has increased. The pre-orders for Tangxing phones reached 30 million. Incredible. In just 3 hours, it had already surpassed the total pre-orders for the iPhone X. Tangxing is amazing. Even someone like me who has never changed phones in ages was tempted to pay the deposit. How could the pre-order numbers not be high? Hurry up with the shipments. I can't wait any longer. Even though Tangxing's sales had nothing to do with me, I found myself fervently hoping for those numbers to continue soaring. Seeing this pre-order volume filled me with inexplicable delight. Not only was Tang Yan focused on the data, but so were all those who had been captivated by the Tangxing phone. After watching the launch event, they were utterly enchanted and had all become loyal advocates of Tangxing phones. They eagerly monitored the pre-order numbers, and each time they refreshed the page to see a significant increase, they would feel elated, as if they were the ones selling the phones. Meanwhile, on Weibo's trending topics, the Tangxing phone launch event, Tangxing Technology's CEO Tang Yan, holographic virtual projection technology, full chicken dinner mode, a massive 164,000 mAh battery, 100-meter wireless charging, and other buzzwords, had swiftly stormed into the top 10 trending topics in less than half an hour. As more people viewed the related videos of the launch event and heard about the astonishing groundbreaking technologies, they were left utterly astounded. Unbelievable. Is this really a phone? It looks like a piece of art. This can't be real, right? Surely this isn't just a concept video? The design is stunning. Wait, 164,000 mAh. How can something so small hold such immense power? And it charges fully in just 2 hours. With such high transmission power, it won't burn out the socket, will it? The wireless charging technology is simply unbeatable. This is exactly what I need. Finally, I can rid myself of those troublesome charging cables. Tangxing technology is impressive. Holographic virtual projection. It can actually transform two-dimensional images into three-dimensional ones. Wow, incredible. How on earth did Tangxing technology invent these marvels? Are the inventors not time travelers from the future? Wow, I can even try on clothes from Taobao? Honey, I want to buy this phone. It can randomly match real people for gaming in the city? Damn, SNT that an AI feature from those online videos? I thought I'd have to wait another decade to see this. But it's here now. Wow, this is exhilarating. I'll never have to worry about not getting exercise again. I'm going to take down 99 opponents. The Tangxing phone, in terms of aesthetics, innovative features, practicality, and playability, has instantaneously outshone every other phone on the market. Moreover, this remarkable device, packed with countless cutting-edge technologies, is priced comparably to the iPhone X. This phenomenon has stirred the hearts of many, sending throngs rushing to the Tangxing Technology official website to join the pre-order frenzy. Not only on Weibo, but also on QQ Space, Baidu Tieba, and Moments, a Tangxing technology storm has taken hold. Countless individuals are sharing news about the Tangxing phone. It has not only amazed ordinary people but has also captured the attention of many industry leaders, who have expressed their willingness to pay up to 100,000 yuan to get their hands on a Tangxing phone. In reality, they only need to wait half a month to receive their Tangxing phones within 7 days. However, who among these magnates lacks the funds? What they crave is the immense prestige that comes with being among the first to possess such a remarkable device. In this half-month period, anyone who manages to acquire and utilize a Tangxing phone ahead of time will undoubtedly become the center of attention. To spend 100,000 yuan just to flaunt for half a month is simply exhilarating. The Tangxing phone phenomenon swept across Huaxia in a mere 3 days. Not only were the people of Huaxia astonished, but even foreigners who viewed the launch event videos and images were left exclaiming in disbelief. Chapter 91. Honor me as you would a deity. In the perception of foreigners, the names that have long resonated are Apple and Samsung. It has only been in the past 2 years that Xiaomi and Huawei have begun to make their mark on the global stage, introducing many to the renowned mobile brands of China. However, when discussing the most formidable among them, Apple undeniably reigns supreme, not only due to its distinctive iOS system and exquisite craftsmanship, but also its avant-garde designs, exorbitant pricing, and its role as a trendsetter in the mobile industry with each new generation. Consequently, many regard Apple as the epitome of luxury and the unattainable pinnacle of the mobile realm. As for the Chinese mobile brands, they are commendable, yet when compared to Apple, they still fall significantly short. However, with the advent of Tangxing Mobile, characterized by an overwhelming array of cutting-edge technological features, the antiquated perceptions held by many foreigners regarding Chinese mobile brands have been thoroughly upended. Indeed, it can be said that Tangxing Mobile has afforded them their first glimpse of what a true mobile device embodies. Consequently, numerous foreigners rushed to Tangxing Technology's official website. Yet, how long had Tangxing Technology even been operational? The logistics channels for international shipments were not established swiftly enough. Unable to purchase from the official site, many foreigners expressed their frustration on platforms like Facebook or Twitter, even initiating petitions for Tangxing Technology to open up international purchasing avenues. Meanwhile, those with connections resorted to enlisting Chinese friends or acquaintances to pay the reservation deposits on their behalf. It is precisely for this reason that within a mere 3 days, the reservation volume for Tangxing Mobile skyrocketed to an astounding 532 million. The number of deposits paid reached a remarkable 28 million. What does this figure signify? In just 3 days, Tangxing Mobile secured an impressive revenue of 362.8 billion. Moreover, this figure continues to ascend, with Tangxing Technology's account consistently receiving fresh payments. At the Ziyu Villa, within Tang Yan's estate, he reclined leisurely on a central leather sofa, savoring a glass of red wine. The 3 leaders of Sanrentang stood respectfully before him. Sir, the amount in Tangxing Technology's account has reached 120 billion. Jarvis's voice echoed. Upon hearing that staggering figure, even though they were accustomed to substantial sums, the terrifying speed at which 120 billion had been amassed in just 3 days still caused their expressions to shift. It is worth noting that Sanrentang, as one of the 3 major powers in the Magic City, considered annual revenues in the billions to be quite impressive. Yet, when compared to Tangxing Technology, the disparity was striking. The trio had witnessed formidable earning power before, but never to such an extent. Merely hosting a press conference and launching a product enabled thousands of individuals to willingly part with their money for deposits. In the span of 3 days, Tangxing Technology achieved 120 billion in revenue. While a significant portion of this was offset by costs, even after these deductions, it remained tenfold the income of Sanrentang. More than sufficient. Instantly, the 3 lowered their heads further, their respect for Tang Yan deepening. Allocate 40 billion to Sanrentang. Tang Yan commanded decisively. Yes, sir. Jarvis replied. Do you hear me? Tang Yan scanned the 3 with a discerning gaze, taking a sip of wine. I have stated before that Sanrentang is of no consequence to me. I have taken 5 billion from you, and within a month, I am now returning 40 billion.
Do you still believe ist?
40 billion, a figure so astronomical that it remains unfathomable to countless individuals, was uttered from Tang Yan's lips with a casualness that made it seem as trivial as 400. No, how could we dare question Boss Tang? You are destined for greatness. I have known this all along. There is no room for jest. The three hastily shook their heads, bowing respectfully. I do not concern myself with your inner thoughts. As long as your loyalty to me is unwavering, you shall have countless opportunities to bask in wealth and prosperity. However, should I discover any clandestine maneuvers, or if you presume your wings are strong enough to entertain treacherous thoughts, then all you will experience is torment and suffering. Do you comprehend my words? Tang Yan spoke calmly, yet his tone bore an unsettling chill. Understood. We certainly comprehend. The three nodded in unison, though beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. Clearly, they had all participated in their share of clandestine dealings. Tang Yan's summons was a deliberate warning. If they pursued such endeavors, they could expect to share the same fate as the Ho brothers. Let me reiterate, suppress your ambitions. If I discover that drugs or arms have infiltrated Sanrentang, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Now, with that said, consider your actions wisely. You may leave. Tang Yan took another sip of his wine. The three nodded profusely before departing his villa. Second brother, have you been foolhardy enough to dabble in those two forbidden substances again? How many times must I caution you? Stay away from them. The eldest, Kong Yushu, fumed. I didn't anticipate being summoned so soon after just making contact. The second, Lin Dongjia, replied, his face pale. Brother, do not underestimate Boss Tang. He is our Chapter 92. Release. Oh, they accepted? Tang Yan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. After initiating Project X Hematopoietic Agent, Tang Yan had utilized Jarvis to place orders with active underground research organizations abroad. These clandestine groups comprised scientific talents from various nations, united solely by monetary incentives. For the right price, they would research anything except nuclear weapons, biochemical weapons, novel narcotics, brutal weaponry. Nothing was beyond their capabilities if the compensation was sufficient. Tang Yan sought organizations specializing in biopharmaceutical research. Project X Hematopoietic Agent was a bottomless abyss of an endeavor, so complex it could resurrect the dead. The sheer difficulty of its development was staggering. How could just one artificial intelligence, Jarvis, and Tang Yan himself possibly accomplish it alone? Even if feasible, Tang Yan had neither the time nor the inclination to pour his energy into such an insatiable project. He'd much rather purchase another private island, a luxury yacht, and surround himself with dozens of beautiful women from around the world for indulgent pleasures. Bury himself in research? Preposterous. Besides, wasn't this merely a matter of money? With Tang City phones sweeping the global market, unprecedented in popularity, amassing over 500 million pre-orders in just 3 days, Tang Yan could easily throw money at the problem rather than dirty his own hands. No need. Delegate this entirely to you, handle the negotiations, Tang Yan declared. If he was going to be a hands-off overseer, he might as well commit fully. With wealth and Jarvis at his disposal, why waste brainpower? Understood, sir. Jarvis initiated the process. Moments later, Sir, the final negotiated fee is $800 million. Jarvis reported. 800 million, excluding material costs, purely for the organization's research labor. Such exorbitance underscored why these groups could develop internationally prohibited biochemical weapons and designer narcotics. If they deliver, I'd pay them 8 billion, let alone 800 million, Tang Yan stated without hesitation. Once X-Hematopoietic Agent succeeded, his returns would dwarf 8 billion, 80 billion, 800 billion, even 8 trillion would be trivial. Agreement finalized, sir. Per terms, within 1 month maximum, they will produce initial experimental results based on your provided formula. Excellent. Let us hope for a pleasant surprise. Tang Yan nodded. A month was lightning fast for pioneering an entirely new creation, though this was only possible because Tang Yan had supplied the complete formula, eliminating trial and error phases. Their task was merely executing the most complex steps. The first round would take the longest. If it failed, subsequent rounds would shorten with accumulated experience. The more familiar they became, the quicker they deprogress, but this also meant accelerating financial hemorrhage. Each experiment demanded astronomical quantities of prohibitively expensive materials. Only then would X hematopoietic agent reveal its true, voracious nature. Time slipped by. Half a month vanished in the blink of an eye. After 15 days of relentless hype, Tang City phones had achieved unprecedented, nationwide obsession. Tang Yan's personal phone and WeChat were bombarded daily by endless streams of contacts. Wealthy elites and dignitaries shamelessly begged for early access, and Tang Yan, never one to pinch pennies, gifted devices to anyone remotely familiar. Even A-list celebrities with no prior connection came pleading. Ever since Wu Xiaona acquired a Tang City phone, she'd been flaunting it non-stop on Weibo, posting glamour shots, holographic movie screenings, virtual shopping try-ons, and battle royale gameplay clips. Envy consumed the entertainment industry. As one of its biggest stars, Wu Xiaona's social web was vast. Many sought her as an intermediary to Tang Yan. While she could refuse most, those who aided her in the past left her no choice but to approach him. Tang Yan generously gifted them all. Not out of vanity, he recognized these celebrities as walking advertisements, spending a mere 10,000 per phone for relentless endorsements? A bargain. Thus, Tang City phones' already skyrocketing hype ascended further, propelled by star-studded showcases. Apple, meanwhile, had been all but abandoned in China. Its stock plummeted 5.5 a month, a loss of hundreds of billions from its trillion-dollar valuation. Dong. As Midnight's chime resonated, tens of millions, poised on Tang City Tech's official site, sprang into action. Fingers flew, refreshing pages, securing purchases, and completing payments of $9.99 in record time. The moment purchase successful. Your first-gen Tang City phone arrives on date flashed on screen. Buyers erupted, leaping, howling in euphoria. Jarvis, status? Tang Yan lounged poolside on his yacht, admiring bikini-clad beauties splashing in the water. Sir, 10 minutes post-launch. Total orders amount to 822 billion renminbi. Chapter 93. 200 million orders. 822 billion. With each Tang City phone priced at 10,000 yuan. It equates to a staggering 8 million units sold in just 10 minutes. This number is auspicious. Tang Yan could not help but chuckle. The sale of 8 million phones in 10 minutes did not surprise him. It is worth noting that over the past 2 weeks, as the popularity of the Tang City phone soared and spread worldwide, the number of pre-orders surged from over 30 million to more than 60 million. The willingness to pay a deposit signifies a strong intent to purchase. Naturally, at the moment the official sale commenced, they merely needed to swiftly complete the remaining payment of 666 yuan to finalize their orders. Thus, while the figure appears immense, the majority of purchasers within those 10 minutes had already paid a deposit. Only a little over 10 million were genuine buyers. Indeed, I underestimated the purchasing power of the global populace. As long as the product is exceptional and of high value, even the priciest items can work wonders. 8 million phones sold in 10 minutes is nothing short of a miracle in the mobile industry. Even Apple would require the cumulative sales of several months to reach such a number. This clearly indicates that it is not a lack of funds preventing purchases, but rather whether the product truly resonates with consumers. Sir, due to the overwhelming number of orders, we may be unable to fulfill all requests. Jarvis informed. 8 million phones, even with Tang Yan's preparations initiated half a month prior, would take over 80 days to produce even at a rate of 100,000 units per day. Moreover, with this figure continuously rising, subsequent demand will be even greater. Considering Tang Yan's prior promise of receiving phones within 7 days, such a timeline is utterly unattainable. No need. Allow them to continue purchasing. Tang Yan commanded. Focus first on fulfilling domestic orders. Suppress all scalper activities. The fervor surrounding the Tang City phone not only captivated ordinary users but also attracted the attention of scalpers worldwide. These opportunists, well informed through various channels, were aware of the production and capacity limitations, thus planning to acquire the phones in bulk and resell them at inflated prices once supply fell short. Consequently, those eager to obtain a phone and willing to pay an extra 1 or 2,000 yuan would undoubtedly opt to purchase from scalpers. However, the scalpers had clearly underestimated the presence of Jarvis, the super AI. The moment they began their actions and a significant number opted for deposit payments, they had already entered Tang Yan's radar. As soon as the purchasing window officially opened at midnight, the scalpers swiftly employed their pre-prepared software. Chapter 94. The seventh social task. Social task 7. Randomly create surprises for passersby. The system will assess the joy value based on actual circumstances. Accumulate a joy value of 100 million to complete the task. Task requirements. Only one individual can be counted towards the joy value at a time. Exceeding this number will result in the system disregarding it. Task failure penalty. The host's brain will be reclaimed. Additional success condition. A minimum of 10,000 joy value must be obtained daily. If the joy value falls below 10,000 for 3 consecutive days, the system will immediately deem the task a failure. Success reward. Blueprints for constructing micro-robots. Blueprints for micro-robots. Upon hearing the final line of the system prompt, Tang Yan abruptly sprang from his chair, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented excitement. System, are these micro-robots akin to the diamond-shaped ones from Big Hero 6? Tang Yan inquired tentatively, his gaze brimming with hope. His recollection of the micro-robots in Big Hero 6 was vivid. While watching the film, he was utterly captivated by their capabilities. In fields such as transportation, industrial manufacturing, and construction, micro-robots could prove invaluable. Moreover, their remarkable feature lies in the fact that users can control them through thought, allowing billions of micro-robots to accomplish virtually anything one can imagine. It is no exaggeration to assert that with micro-robots, not only would all workers worldwide face unemployment, but the entire world would undergo an unprecedented transformation. Their emergence would disrupt the future more profoundly than Tang Cheng's smartphones. Presently, their utility to Tang Yan was immense. With micro-robots, even 200 million Tang Cheng smartphones would be a mere trifle. Indeed, host, the system affirmed, prompting Tang Yan to exuberantly slap the table, a radiant smile illuminating his face. However, he quickly regained his composure. While micro-robots were indeed formidable, obtaining them hinged upon successfully completing this social task. At that moment, Tang Yan redirected his focus to the task itself. Creating surprises for passersby at random? This task seemed manageable. After reading the description, Tang Yan's eyes sparkled anew. Wasn't it merely about creating surprises? How simple! He could easily distribute items, such as the globally popular Tang Cheng smartphones under his name. Who wouldn't he be surprised? Offering financial assistance to those in need would surely evoke gratitude. Such endeavors were practically effortless. However, accumulating a joy value of 100 million. System, surely each passerby can only be counted as one joy value, right? If one person equates to just one joy value, how long would it take to amass 100 million? Host, there are no upper or lower limits on the joy value obtained. Only a restriction on the number of individuals. The system responded. That's a relief. Tang Yan exhaled. The absence of an upper limit implied that perhaps he could achieve a staggering surprise for just one person, instantly accumulating 100,000 joy values and completing the task. Yet, he understood that as the tasks progressed, the rewards would become increasingly generous along with the challenges. This task was likely not as simple as it appeared. Host, in 3 minutes, I will teleport you to the task location. Please prepare yourself, the system announced. Indeed, the first challenge had arrived. The limitation of the task's activity range indicated that he could only select targets within a defined area, further complicating matters for Tang Yan. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed. Needing to accumulate this 100 million joy value swiftly, only by completing the task could he obtain the blueprints for the micro-robots, which would enable him to produce a sufficient quantity of Tang Cheng smartphones in a short time, providing a satisfactory resolution for global buyers. Immediately, Tang Yan hastily washed up and changed into a fresh outfit. Unfortunately, 3 minutes proved far too brief. He had hoped to style his hair more elegantly. After all, he was now a globally recognized figure, and he would surely be recognized on the streets. Maintaining an excellent image was essential. However, reality demonstrated that Tang Yan was overthinking. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings shifted from the villa to a serene street lined with cherry blossom trees. Was this Japan? With a mere glance, he noticed several Japanese characters, those curvy, cryptic symbols that were utterly indecipherable. Previously, he had undertaken tasks within China, And now he had been teleported abroad. Moreover, his attire and his appearance. Alas, despite his careful selection of a stylish outfit, he had been transformed into a commonplace appearance. Similar to the last social task, the system altered Tang Yan's appearance, rendering him a completely unfamiliar man, clad not in tailored, high-end shirts but in an exceedingly ordinary casual ensemble. Host, your activity range has been designated, and you have a time limit of 2 hours. Please make the most of your time to accumulate as much joy value as possible. The system's voice echoed. Only 2 hours? Indeed, this task was proving to be far more challenging than it appeared. Limited target count, restricted area, time constraints, and a staggering goal of 100 million. Even the daily joy value must exceed 10,000. Failing thrice would result in an outright task failure. It was clear that completing this social task would be significantly more arduous than he had anticipated. Fortunately, he still had Jarvis. Otherwise, just the language barrier would pose a considerable challenge. Since he was here, there was no need to rush. It was a rare opportunity to explore abroad. As Tang Yan strolled, he marveled at his surroundings. Undoubtedly, Japan possessed commendable qualities. As the gentle breeze swept through, cherry blossom petals danced through the air, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Aside from the petals, the streets were remarkably free of litter. At that moment, a beautiful girl clad in the standard Japanese school uniform rode towards him on a bicycle. Their eyes met, and out of politeness, the girl smiled and nodded at Tang Yan. Without hesitation, Tang Yan extended his hand. Wait a moment. Chapter 95. A surprise. The female student gently squeezed the brake, coming to a halt before Tang Yan. Her adorable head tilted in confusion as she gazed at him. Is there something you need? She inquired. Jarvis, what did she say? How could Tang Yan possibly comprehend Japanese? The only phrase he knew was gleaned from years of watching Japanese anime, and to him, the rest sounded as foreign as an alien tongue. Sir, please hold on. I am implanting advanced Japanese language skills into your mind. Jarvis promptly inundated Tang Yan's brain with every linguistic nuance of Japanese. Just as previously, when he transitioned from a novice to a scientist capable of developing the Tang Chung phone, this sudden influx of information enabled Tang Yan to master Japanese seamlessly, as if he had known it all along, with no hindrance whatsoever. Are you a student from a nearby school? Tang Yan articulated in impeccably fluent Japanese. At that moment, his accent mirrored that of a native speaker, indistinguishable from a local. Yes, I attend Ryazuki Junior High. Do you know me? The female student responded. No, I do not. I am an investigator and would like to ask you if you are familiar with the Tang Chung phone? Tang Yan's eyes flickered as he assumed the guise of an investigator. Of course. The student nodded. You are referring to the Tang Chung phone from Huaxia, right? Our entire class is discussing it. I heard some classmates have asked their relatives in Huaxia to help purchase one. Would you like a Tang Chung phone? Tang Yan inquired. The female student shook her head. Why not? The Tang Chung phone is far too expensive. It costs 200,000 yen, which I cannot afford. She confessed. With the exchange rate between RMB and yen, 10,000 RMB equates to 170,000 yen. But due to taxes, the price is elevated compared to what it would be in Huaxia. For an ordinary family, 200,000 yen is a considerable sum, especially for a mere middle school student. Thus, when she mentioned that some classmates could afford the Tang Chung phone, a glimmer of envy inevitably surfaced in her eyes. In their student years, there exists a natural tendency to compare oneself with peers. The classmates have it, one feels compelled to possess it too. Yet, due to differing family circumstances, this urge is often quelled, leaving only admiration. From your tone, it seems you particularly desire a Tang Chung phone. Tang Yan remarked. The Tang Chung phone is truly stunning, the female student exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I was captivated at first glance. I even watched the release event video. The CEO is so handsome, just like a star. Upon hearing this, a proud smile crept onto Tang Yan's face. Heh, isn't being handsome expected of me? What kind of phone do you have? May I see it? Tang Yan extended his hand in inquiry. My phone is rather low-end and may not provide any value for your investigation. The female student, lacking confidence, produced a Sharp phone from her pocket and handed it to Tang Yan. Sharp is a domestic brand in Japan, known for its affordability and aimed at the lower-end market, making it popular among students with limited finances. The phone was adorned with a cute anime case, and the absence of fingerprints or scratches indicated that the student cared for her device. "This phone is decent," Tang Yan remarked as he began to remove the protective casing. "However, I feel it is not quite suited for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he forcefully hurled the phone to the ground. With a sharp crack, the Sharp phone shattered on impact, the body and back cover flying apart in opposite directions, with fragments scattering everywhere. "Ah!" The female student screamed, quickly stabilizing her bicycle and rushing to gather the shattered pieces. "How could you do this?" she exclaimed, staring at the mangled screen and the ruined casing, her eyes reddening as tears began to well up. "Even if it is inferior, it has accompanied me for 3 years. How could you treat it this way?" Sobbing, the female student sat on the ground, weeping. "I told you, that phone is not suitable for you. This one is," Tang Yan declared, pulling out a Tang Chung phone from his pocket and presenting it to her. The student instinctively widened her eyes. Upon seeing the phone in Tang Yan's hand, which gleamed like a work of art, her sobs ceased, and her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at the Tang Chung phone. You, she stammered, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, sadness, surprise, joy, and confusion, leaving her at a loss. I reiterated, "That phone is an antiquated relic, lagging in performance and battery life. What truly suits you is this." Tang Yan smirked, sweeping aside the remnants of the broken phone and gently placing the Tang Chung phone into her hands. Is this real?" she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she glanced between the Tang Chung phone and Tang Yan, her earlier disappointment now transformed into ecstatic tears. "Yes, you are exceptionally fortunate to have encountered me today. I am randomly selecting individuals to gift Tang Chung phones, and you are the first recipient. This phone is yours," Tang Yan proclaimed with a smile. Every word resonated within her like a celestial melody, and the sight of Tang Yan made him appear as if he radiated light. "This is wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you." The female student sprang to her feet, tears of joy streaming down her face as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply to Tang Yan. In Japan, etiquette is highly regarded. A bow is often a full 90 degrees, and she continued to bow several times, prompting Tang Yan to quickly intervene. Ding. Joy value, 128, 344. Chapter 96. Repeating the formula. The system's voice chimed in, a single instance yielding 1 million pleasure points. Impressive. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. If this rate of accumulation continued, merely convincing 100 individuals would amass a staggering 100 million pleasure points, effortlessly completing his mission. Though 100 targets seemed substantial, the beauty lay in its simplicity, no convoluted social maneuvering, no risk of rejection or confrontation. Compared to previous tedious tasks, this was child's play. All right, no need for gratitude. Off you go. Hurry to school. Riding high on his sudden windfall, Tang Yan waved dismissively. "Sir, may I know your name?" The schoolgirl bowed slightly. "I'm Shizuka Akita. I truly adore the Tang City phone you gifted me. It's extraordinary. I shall repay this kindness." "Well now," Tang Yan mused, intrigued. A chance encounter yielding not just points but a lovely Japanese schoolgirl. Though restrained by his current mission, once completed, he could don his blood-edge armor, revisit her, and engage in philosophical discussions about life, aspirations, and perhaps more intimate subjects. Having savored many women, a Japanese schoolgirl remained uncharted territory, a new achievement awaiting conquest. "My name is Yen Tang." He activated the Tang City phone, inputting his contact details. "If you wish to repay me, simply call." "You're Chinese? Yet your Japanese is impeccable," she remarked, surprised. "Merely passable," he chuckled. One more thing here." He handed her a charging adapter. "With this, you'll experience true wireless charging. Now, go enjoy your new phone. Until next time." With a casual wave, he turned to leave. "May I see you again?" she called after him. "Of course," he replied without glancing back. Clutching the phone to her chest, she smiled softly, watching his retreating figure before remounting her bicycle toward school. Elsewhere, Tang Yan replicated his strategy, successfully enchanting 2 more female passersby. Ding. Pleasure points, 421. 753. Ding. Pleasure points, 702. 749. Evidently, pleasure yields varied. Combined, these two barely matched the schoolgirl's contribution. His initial estimate of 100 targets now seemed optimistic. Worse, all 3 phones he'd brought were gifted, rendering his method obsolete. Should have packed more. Restricted by the mission zone, retrieving additional units from China was impossible within the time frame. Next time, PIM particles will suffice, shrink them, and a pocket could hold thousands. Yet, alternatives existed. His gaze landed on a nearby commercial complex. 30 minutes later, Tang Yan emerged, a modest gift bag in hand, deceptively light yet brimming with treasures procured from a lavish shopping spree. Thanks to PIM particles, even the most extravagant haul condensed into a single bag. Resuming his mission, he spotted a hip-hop-clad youth sporting premium headphones. Him. Approaching, Tang Yan tapped his shoulder. Hey. The youth removed his headphones. Yeah. Nice cans. What brand? Sony, the youth boasted, pointing to the logo. Cost me 50,000. 50,000 yen, roughly 3,000 RMB. Decent splurge. Decent, but the audio quality's lacking. Toss him. Before protest, Tang Yan produced scissors, severing the cables. Hey, what the? The youth erupted. You ruined them. Relax. Tang Yan soothed, retrieving a pristine pair from his bag. Yours pale in comparison. Behold, Sennheiser HD800S. The youth's anger evaporated, replaced by awe. These retail for 250,000. 14,000 RMB. Bingo. Sharp eye. As compensation, they're yours. Seriously? Mine were way cheaper. Consider it your lucky day. Unless you'd prefer 50,000? Tang Yan feigned withdrawal. No. I'll take them. The youth cradled the headphones like sacred relics, euphoria radiating. Ding. Pleasure points. 1. 570. 284. 1. 57 million worth every yen. Peering into his gift bag, Tang Yan grinned. 1 billion points? Within reach. Chapter 97. Tipping. Immediately, Tang Yan predominantly employed the strategy of first destroying others' belongings, then presenting them with superior items, thus reaping a substantial wave of joy value from the passersby on Rishita Road. Ding. Joy value 414. 236. Ding. Joy value 558. 528. Ding. Joy value 1. 927. 263. Ding. Joy value 372. 640. The joy values varied, peaking at nearly 2 million and dipping to a mere 80,000. Each individual's psychological expectation of surprises differs, as do their values. Something costly might indeed seem far superior to what Tang Yan had previously discarded or destroyed, yet the resultant joy value was modest. Task time concluded. Your total joy value currently stands at million. After 2 hours of task time, Tang Yan had amassed a total of 21 million joy value. At this rate, he needed only 5 more attempts to complete his mission. Host, shall we proceed to the next task? The system inquired. Having only spent 2 hours, he was eager to continue. Tang Yan was determined to acquire the miniature robot to address the ever-increasing mobile phone orders. Naturally, the sooner he completed the task, the better. The transmission commenced. As the system's voice faded, Tang Yan found himself amidst a bustling street. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the pedestrians around him were no longer Asian faces, but rather foreign individuals with blonde hair and blue eyes, characterized by deep-set eyes and prominent cheekbones. That is, the Empire State Building. Tang Yan looked up and instantly recognized the famous American landmark. The tragic events of September 11, 2001, where the Empire State Building was struck by an airplane, had shocked the world. After years of reconstruction, the Empire State Building had regained its former glory, standing tall and proud, prompting Tang Yan to recognize it immediately. It was worth noting that despite having heard so much about America from others, he had yet to visit officially. During his time at high-end private clubs, he often listened to wealthy patrons boast about their experiences in America, how much wealth they possessed, how many buildings they owned, how many cars they had purchased, and how much they had lost in Las Vegas. At that time, Tang Yan had contemplated a trip to America himself, dreaming of acquiring a convertible luxury car, cruising down wide, empty roads with several beautiful blonde companions, reveling in the thrill of speed and excitement. Now, the system had transported him here, unlocking yet another achievement for Tang Yan. First, he would exchange some cash, then savor a meal. He had been teleported to a foreign land solely for the task, and he had yet to eat breakfast. Although the Captain America physique had diminished his perception of hunger, 2 decades of dining habits could not simply vanish. Nevertheless, before anything else, Tang Yan decided to withdraw some cash, as this was not China, where convenient payment methods like Alipay and WeChat existed. He would be at a loss if the restaurant did not accept cards. $1 million it is. After exiting the bank, Tang Yan found his pockets filled with neatly folded cash. He casually scanned the street and selected a restaurant that seemed appealing, entering with purpose. This establishment was not particularly upscale, serving hamburgers, sandwiches, steaks, and similar fare. Tang Yan found a seat. "Excuse me, waiter." Tang Yan immediately had Jarvis transmit advanced English phrases to him. At this moment, he was more than capable of conversing at the highest levels of proficiency. A cute, bespectacled waitress with a ponytail and blonde hair approached him. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The girl adjusted her glasses and inquired. "I'll have a sandwich, pasta, and a Coke." Tang Yan glanced at the menu and confidently ordered 3 items. "All right." The girl noted his requests and prepared to leave. "Wait." Tang Yan called her back. "Is there anything else you need, sir?" she questioned. "I was curious, what is the highest tip you've ever received?" Tang Yan asked her. $100. She replied honestly. "Wow, impressive." Tang Yan nodded thoughtfully. In America, tipping waitstaff is a commonplace practice. Even in a modest restaurant, generous patrons frequently leave tips. $100, given the current exchange rate, equated to over 600 Chinese yuan. For a mere restaurant server to receive such an amount was indeed remarkable. "Is there anything else, sir?" "Oh, that will be all." The girl finally departed. Soon, the sandwich, pasta, and Coke arrived, and Tang Yan took out his Tangchung phone, simultaneously enjoying his meal while playing with it. The stunning design of the Tangchung phone, coupled with its holographic floating virtual projection window, instantly captured the attention of several foreigners, who gasped in awe and even pulled out their phones to take pictures and record videos. During this time, a few women approached Tang Yan, attempting to strike up conversations. He glanced at them, realized they were not to his taste, and politely declined. Though Tang Yan no longer radiated the aura of a wealthy and handsome man, he still appeared relatively attractive, and with the enhancement of the Tangchung phone and the liberal atmosphere of America, being approached was quite commonplace. "Waiter, check, please." After finishing his meal, Tang Yan called out. Many foreign patrons turned their gaze toward him, intrigued not only by his Asian features and the impressive Tangchung phone but also curious as to why this man had rejected 3 women's advances. It was the same cute waitress, now holding a printed bill, who approached Tang Yan. "Sir, your total is $13. Keep the change." Tang Yan produced a $100 bill and placed it in the waitress's hand. He then pulled out 10 additional $100 bills. "This is your tip." Tang Yan observed the surprise in the waitress's eyes and chuckled lightly. "I am now the holder of your highest record." Chapter 98. A gift of a handbag. What the heck? Oh my God. Many patrons nearby, upon hearing these words and witnessing Tang Yan lay out 10 $100 bills, resembling a fan of playing cards, into the hands of the bespectacled young lady, were utterly astonished. $1,000, which translates to over 6,000 RMB. Indeed, it is customary for Americans to tip. Yet this is hardly a high-end establishment. The absurdity of a $1,000 gratuity is self-evident. "Sir." The young lady with glasses was equally taken aback, mouth agape as she gazed at the 10 crisp $100 bills in her hand, her face a portrait of disbelief. "Of course. I am in a splendid mood today. This is well deserved. Please accept it." Tang Yan smiled, his demeanor warm. The young lady, covering her mouth, felt her cheeks flush. Overcome with excitement, She leaped multiple times in place before finally locking her gaze onto Tang Yan. With open arms, she enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace. Sir, thank you. I am truly grateful. The young lady was beside herself with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Ding. Pleasure value. Wait, what? Tang Yan was momentarily startled by the system's notification. A staggering 1,200,000 in pleasure value. Such an amount is rather exaggerated, wouldn't you say? Sir, do you know how much I truly need this money? My mother was in a car accident last week and is still in the hospital. This sum is incredibly important to me. I genuinely do not know how to express my gratitude. The young lady spoke through her tears. Ah, I see. Tang Yan realized immediately. It was the urgent need for funds that had yielded such an extravagant pleasure value. Please, take this money and ensure your mother receives the care she needs. He pulled out another stack of $100 bills and placed them in her hands. $10,000. The young lady squealed in disbelief. Goodness. Asians are truly wealthy. The surrounding patrons were left in awe. However, the system's assessment seemed to be a one-time occurrence. Despite the young lady's continued exuberance, her jumping and various exclamations failed to grant Tang Yan any additional pleasure value. Nonetheless, Tang Yan appeared unfazed. For him, $10,000 was but a trifling sum. The insight gained regarding a new task rule was far more beneficial. Having calmed the young lady, Tang Yan departed, not forgetting to leave his phone number behind. Such an opportunity to delve into discussions about life aspirations was not one to be easily dismissed. Assisting those in need yields greater pleasure value. Therefore, it would be prudent to specifically seek out individuals facing difficulties. Yet, the scope of potential candidates was rather limited. Where might he find individuals in need? Chapter 99. A gift. What? Upon hearing those words, the two girls exchanged astonished glances, their hands covering their mouths in delight. Oh, thank you. That joke is truly hilarious. Please, this bag is worth $130,000, enough to trade for a house and a Lamborghini. It was evident that they did not believe Tang Yan's words. In the United States, $130,000 could easily buy a luxurious mansion and an extravagant car, leading to a life of opulence. Although such gifts occasionally occur, they certainly would not easily believe that such fortune had befallen them. I never speak falsehoods. Salesperson, could you kindly assist me in wrapping this bag? Tang Yan declared with a clear voice. As his words resonated, many customers in the store turned their attention towards him. When everyone saw Tang Yan pointing at the latest handbag in the display case, astonishment spread across their faces. Sir, this bag costs $130,000. The salesperson tentatively mentioned, attempting to ascertain whether Tang Yan was jesting. After all, he did not appear to be someone capable of purchasing a handbag worth $130,000. No need to emphasize that to me, just this one, please charge it. Tang Yan was uninterested in engaging in trivial banter with the salesperson, choosing instead to produce his black card. All right? Certainly, sir. I will wrap it immediately. The salesperson's demeanor transformed, and he hurried to pack the new handbag. Could it be? Are you truly serious? Are you really giving it to me? The girl, upon witnessing Tang Yan produce the black card, shifted from disbelief to sheer astonishment, gazing at him incredulously. Yes, it is yours. Tang Yan received the valuable gift bag from the salesperson and handed it to the girl, smiling as he said, "Today, I am in a good mood and wish to randomly gift something to a passerby. You are exceptionally fortunate." Oh my goodness! OMG! The girl jumped in place, covering her mouth, unable to believe it. This cannot be. Are you truly not joking with me? Take it. If you do not want it, I shall give it to someone else. Surely many would desire this handbag, right? Tang Yan remarked, casting a glance at the other customers. How could I refuse it? The girl eagerly accepted the gift bag from Tang Yan, her excitement mounting as she beheld the pristine handbag worth $130,000, leaving her at a loss for words. I truly adore you, the girl exclaimed as she leapt into Tang Yan's arms for a heartfelt embrace. Ding! Pleasure value. 726,632. With a staggering pleasure value of 7 million, it became evident that the worth of $130,000 $000 indeed had a significant impact. Ah, I see. It seems that the greater the emotional elevation, the more pleasure value is gained, yet it can be countered by disappointment or other emotions. Tang Yan grasped another rule. Following his previous method of breaking something then gifting a brand new item, theoretically, the surprise should have been greater. However, the pleasure value awarded was not as high, thus indicating that earlier feelings of disappointment and anger had mitigated a portion of it. In this light, directly gifting items appears to be swifter and more convenient. With this realization, Tang Yan comprehended the underlying rules of this task. Moi! As a token of gratitude, Tang Yan planted a kiss on the girl's cheek, causing her to blush, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Given the circumstances, it was evident that if Tang Yan desired, he could take her away without hesitation, indulging in whatever he wished. Sir, thank you for your patronage. Here is our store's VIP card. Please accept it. The salesperson returned, respectfully presenting the black card along with a high-tier VIP card from Chanel. His gaze towards Tang Yan filled with increasing reverence and awe. Based on their earlier transaction, it was revealed that this black card was universally accepted by banks across the globe, boasting a maximum credit limit of $2 billion, with only a few in existence worldwide, each associated with significant influence. It was astounding to realize that this seemingly unremarkable Asian individual possessed such formidable status. And you? Which handbag do you fancy? Speak up. I am in a generous mood and shall gift you one as well. Tang Yan directed his gaze towards the other girl who had not received a handbag. Initially, the other girl felt a tinge of disappointment, watching her friend receive a handbag worth $130,000 while she remained empty-handed, merely observing from the sidelines. Even though she did not voice her dissatisfaction, she felt a slight unease within. However, as soon as Tang Yan spoke, her eyes lit up like light bulbs. Really? You will also gift me a handbag? The girl exclaimed in delight. Choose freely.
Tang Yan responde grandly.
Salesperson, do you have another of this latest model? I would like one as well. The girl eagerly pointed at the $130,000 handbag, unable to contain her enthusiasm. In the entire Chanel boutique, who was unaware that this particular handbag was the most expensive? With a wealthy benefactor encouraging her to choose freely, she could not possibly squander such goodwill, nor could she ignore her own eager heart. Of course, the salesperson promptly retrieved another brand new handbag. The girl clutched the new handbag to her chest, joyfully bouncing on the spot. Ding! Pleasure value, 144,461. Indeed, the previous feelings of disappointment had diluted the pleasure value significantly, resulting in a discrepancy of 600,000 in pleasure value for the same item. This further solidified Tang Yan's conviction that any convoluted strategy was unnecessary. Directly gifting items was the ultimate approach. The two girls, having acquired the latest handbags, were utterly thrilled, promptly requesting Tang Yan's phone number, Facebook, or Twitter account. While they professed their desire to express gratitude, it was evident that they hoped to receive more gifts from him. To be able to bestow handbags valued at $130,000 so effortlessly, and with two of them at that, clearly illustrated the immense wealth of this Asian individual. They were determined to grasp this golden opportunity tightly. Nevertheless, Tang Yan did not linger with them for long. After exchanging contact information, he concocted a casual excuse and departed without delay. Once the task concluded, he would leisurely seek them out for further enjoyment. Following this, Tang Yan adhered to the principle of directly gifting items and ventured into another store. The previous visit had been to a Chanel handbag boutique. This time, he entered a luxury clothing store. Madam, I believe this garment suits you perfectly.
Tang Yan approached,
Selecting the most extravagant women's outfit, smiling as he remarked. Chapter 100. Telecom Fraud. Oh, I beg your pardon. This piece of clothing. I find it acceptable, the woman remarked after casting a glance at the price tag, promptly shaking her head in polite refusal of Tang Yan's offer. No. I believe it suits you splendidly, as if it were tailored just for you. I take great pleasure in seeing fitting garments adorning the right individuals. This dress is a gift from me to you, Tang Yan declared unabashedly. What? I I do not believe we are acquainted, the woman responded, bewildered by Tang Yan's sudden generosity. At that moment, a man rushed over, declaring his intent to present a gift. To any reasonable individual, such an unexpected encounter would indeed raise suspicions. I am Yen Tang. May I know your name? Rui Li, she replied hesitantly. See, now we are acquainted. Tang Yan smiled, waving to the sales attendant. Please wrap this dress and present it to this lovely lady. The ensuing events required little elaboration. Astonishment, disbelief, followed by joy and an outpouring of gratitude, culminating in a heartfelt embrace from Rui Li. Tang Yan, in turn, successfully accrued nearly 2 million points of joy. Thus, Tang Yan roamed the mall for a full hour and a half, bestowing luxurious gifts, items most could only envy, upon various women, amassing close to 40 million points of joy. Task time concluded. Your current total joy points, million. Adding the 20 million earned in the Nisho region, in a mere 4 hours, Tang Yan had astonishingly accumulated 65 million points of joy. Success was within arm's reach. Just one more region and 2 hours, and 35 million would be effortlessly within grasp. Having mastered the art of accumulating joy points, Tang Yan felt an air of confidence, eagerly anticipating the moment he would acquire the blueprints for the miniature robot. With this thought igniting his excitement, he addressed the system, proceed with the task and transport me to the next location. Without hesitation, he proclaimed his intent. Initiating transport. Approximately 3 seconds later, with a whoosh, the scenery around Tang Yan transformed once more. Drawing from his prior experiences, he felt considerably more composed this time. Upon lifting his gaze, he intended to discern the country he found himself in, only to observe an array of Asian faces surrounding him, with all the street advertisements displayed in Chinese. Jarvis, which region am I in?
Tang Yan, inquired.
Sir, you are currently in Dongshan Province, Yuyang City, Jarvis replied. Indeed, he had returned to Huaxia. Without Jarvis's confirmation, Tang Yan might have assumed he had wandered into a Chinatown of a foreign nation. Huaxia is splendid. Gifts for my compatriots do not evoke regret. In contrast to offering gifts to foreigners, Tang Yan preferred to bestow them upon his fellow countrymen. After all, they were his brethren, were they not? With the advantage of camaraderie, he anticipated greater joy points to be garnered. Moreover, encountering some charming young women would facilitate better communication, particularly if he could exchange WeChat or phone numbers. Lost in thought, Tang Yan began to stroll leisurely down the street. Before long, he discovered a bustling mall, teeming with foot traffic. Drawing on his previous experience, he recognized that gifting within the mall was the optimal method for acquiring joy points, prompting him to head directly there. However, just as he crossed the street, a fleeting glance caught his attention, prompting him to halt. Not far off, by a flower bed, sat a girl clad in modest attire, her hair tied back in a ponytail, sobbing quietly. Passersby glanced at her with fleeting curiosity, yet the societal norms of contemporary Huaxia had cultivated a reluctance to intervene, leading them to dismiss her plight and continue on their way. What a fortuitous opportunity! For Tang Yan, encountering someone in distress was precisely what he needed. Assisting even one individual could yield him millions of joy points. Observing the girl's tearful visage, he surmised she must have suffered a significant setback. Perhaps her situation could yield even greater joy points. Without hesitation, Tang Yan approached her. What troubles you? Have you encountered a difficulty? He inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing his voice, the girl lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes clouded with despair. Noting the stranger before her, she instinctively recoiled, her gaze filled with helplessness. The girl possessed an innocent allure, her demeanor refreshingly pure, embodying the quintessential neighborly girl next door. You are a student, are you not? What troubles you? Share your burdens with me. I am quite capable. There is hardly a challenge I cannot surmount. Tang Yan reassured her, unperturbed by the dirt beneath him as he seated himself on the ground. I lost my money. The girl sobbed. You lost your money? What transpired? Was it stolen or taken by force? Tang Yan probed further. Someone just called me. Perceiving Tang Yan's interest, the girl hesitated no longer, recounting her unfortunate experience amidst her sobs. Her name was Chun Wanqing, a freshman at a nearby university, excelling academically and earning a full scholarship. Recently, she received a call from someone who divulged personal details about her and insisted that in order to secure her scholarship, she must first pay a deposit and certain fees. Telecom fraud, Tang Yan deduced, piecing together the narrative. He surmised the subsequent events. Chen Wanqing, being an inexperienced young woman, was unaware of such deception. Following the caller's instructions, she unwittingly transferred her entire savings of 9,500 yuan. Immediately after the transfer, the caller hung up, and when Chen Wanqing attempted to call back, the line was disconnected. It was then that she realized she had fallen victim to a scam. That money was my parents' hard-earned savings for my education. But now, I have lost my tuition. I can no longer attend school. To a student, 9,500 yuan represented a monumental sum. The loss of such funds equated to the loss of education, the loss of a future. Particularly for someone like Chen Wanqing, the devastation of losing all hope for the future was unfathomable. Telecom fraud? How intriguing! The glint in Tang Yan's eyes sharpened, his expression resolute. Jarvis, ascertain the location of the perpetrators. They shall face the consequences. Chapter 101. Drag him out. Indeed, sir. Based on the lady's telephone number, we have tracked down the location to room 2304, Building F, Yenyang Apartment, Nanhua Road, Zujiawi District, in the Magic City. Within a mere fraction of a second, Jarvis completed the entire process of tracking, gathering, and pinpointing the exact coordinates of the telecommunications fraud. It is worth noting that these scammers have employed a myriad of disguises to elude online investigations, implementing various methods to prevent their IPs from being traced. After all, this is their profession. They must have some security measures in place. However, in the presence of superintelligent artificial intelligence, their so-called counter-surveillance methods are utterly futile. As long as they leave even the slightest trace, Jarvis can effortlessly track them down amidst millions. The Magic City? Tang Yan chuckled. While he might not find it so easy to handle elsewhere, this was his territory. How audacious of them to commit their crimes here. Very well, classmate Chen, leave this matter to me. I shall assist you. Please wait a moment, Tang Yan declared. Jarvis, connect me with those three fellows. The three fellows Tang Yan referred to were, of course, the three leaders of Sanrentang. Given the current formidable status of Sanrentang, it is likely that only Tang Yan would dare to refer to them in such a manner throughout the Magic City, or even all of Huaxia. Yes, sir. Jarvis promptly began dialing. Are you the police? Chen Wanqing's sobs subsided considerably upon hearing Tang Yan's assurance of assistance, and her spirits lifted as she wiped her tears, red-eyed as she gazed at him. You will know shortly, Tang Yan replied with a mysterious smile. Boss Tang. Soon after, a holographic interface appeared, displaying Kong Yushu and the others, who respectfully nodded toward Tang Yan. Despite Chapter 102, micro-robots acquired, the man shrieked hysterically, struggling with all his might to break free. Yet no matter how strong he was, how could he possibly overpower the professionally trained enforcers of Sanren Hall? After several brutal slaps that knocked out multiple teeth and left his mouth gushing with blood, he finally collapsed into submission. Kowtow and apologize, Tang Yan commanded indifferently. Big brother, I was wrong. I swear I'll never do it again. Please don't kill me. Spare my life. The man trembled in terror, immediately prostrating himself and begging for mercy. Not to me, to her. Tang Yan shifted the holographic display toward Chen Wanqing. Madam, please have mercy. I beg you. It was an honest mistake. I have elderly parents and a 3-year-old child. Please, for the sake of my son, spare me. I'll never dare again. The man continued pleading desperately, his bloodied mouth and pitiful gaze impossible for a soft-hearted college girl like Chen Wanqing to withstand. All right, I forgive you. You're bleeding. Go to the hospital. Chen Wanqing urged anxiously. Women possess innate maternal instincts, their compassion easily swayed by desperate pleas. Brother Yan, let him go. Look at him, he's already. She turned to Tang Yan, her eyes brimming with urgency. He deceived you, so his fate is yours to decide. Since you've chosen forgiveness, I'll spare him. Tang Yan shrugged dismissively. Thank you. You're truly merciful. Bless you. Overwhelmed with relief, the The man burst into tears of gratitude. Handle the rest according to Sanren Hall's protocols. Ensure. The outcome satisfies me. With those ominous words, Tang Yan ended the call. Boss, what did Mr. Tang mean? The enforcers exchanged glances. Isn't it obvious? He demanded satisfaction, not the girl's, but his own. And he specified our hall's methods. So no further deliberation is needed. None of them walk out alive. Kong Yushu's declaration sent the 19 captives into hysterical despair. Yet his interpretation was flawless. Tang Yan wanted them dead. He was no bleeding heart, nor would he indulge in naive leniency like Chen Wanqing. Those who dared cross him on his turf, especially under his direct notice, would pay the ultimate price. Thus, the 19 telecom fraudsters were swiftly executed by Sanren Hall's elite, their corpses discarded at a remote pier in weighted sacks, a disposal method perfected through years of experience. Ding! Joy points! Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission accomplished. Simultaneously, as the call disconnected, the system's chime echoed in Tang Yan's mind. 4,000. He studied Chen Wanqing, who showed no overt joy, only an awkward shyness as she averted her gaze and resumed eating. The system's logic grows more inscrutable. 4,000 in one go. Initially expecting a modest 1 or 2 million at best, this windfall instantly maxed out his progress bar, completing the mission outright. But he quickly composed himself. The result was all that mattered. Mission restrictions lifted. Reward acquired. Micro-robot blueprints. A surge of exhilaration flooded him. Who claims no good deed goes unpunished? This one had reaped unprecedented rewards. Transmitting blueprint data. A torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Within seconds, assimilation was complete. So that's it. It's astonishingly simple. Micro-robots, closer to reality than anyone imagined. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed with revelation. He now fully grasped the fabrication process behind Big Hero SIXS microbots. Contrary to cinematic exaggeration, the technology wasn't impossibly advanced, merely reliant on precise data and formulae. Yet, without his cheat sheet, humanity would require centuries to decode it independently. Time to work. With the blueprints secured, Tang Yan burned with impatience to materialize his creation. Once operational, these microbots would become the cornerstone of his empire, unlocking limitless potential. He rose abruptly to depart. Brother Yan. Chen Wanqing called out timidly. Are you leaving? Your matter's settled. I've my own affairs to attend to, he replied warmly. Then, can I see you again? A delicate blush dusted her cheeks. Of course. Retrieving a pen from her bag, he scribbled his contact on a napkin. My number and WeChat. The bill's covered, enjoy your meal. Until next time. Next time. Clutching the napkin like treasure, she beamed, bouncing giddily after he exited. Chapter 103. Finally accomplished. Not long after Tang Yan departed, Chen Wanqing received a text message alerting her that 9,500 yuan had been credited to her bank account. A knowing smile graced her lips as she realized that Tang Yan had come to her aid, and she clenched the piece of napkin in her palm with renewed determination. As soon as Tang Yan exited the restaurant, he eagerly sought a secluded spot to activate his blood-edge battle armor, swiftly making his way back to his residence in the magical city. Upon landing gracefully in his courtyard, he wasted no time and entered the underground laboratory without hesitation. Equipped to handle a multitude of experiments, this underground laboratory boasted an array of the world's most sophisticated instruments. Jarvis, document and learn my production process. You will assist me in programming the core of the microrobots while I focus on refining the metal and assembling the servers, followed by integrating the magnetic fields. On his return journey, Tang Yan meticulously reviewed the entire procedure and issued his directives. Understood, sir. Jarvis replied, and the laboratory's computer screen flickered to life, immediately launching the programming software and generating a flurry of code. Unlike the effortless creation of microrobots depicted in Big Hero 6, transferring such concepts into reality is an arduous task fraught with challenges. Dressed in his lab coat, Tang Yan plunged into the manufacturing process. Diverging from the film's portrayal, he opted to utilize the casing of the Tang City phone, specifically the X635 flexible metal, as the shell for the microrobots. This X635 flexible metal is renowned for its exceptional resistance to pressure, impact, and damage. Truly remarkable. While the micro-robots in the film were depicted as highly resilient, the use of ordinary steel in reality would likely lead to deformation or failure after minimal use. Furthermore, as the micro-robots are controlled by a magnetic field core, the incorporation of X635 flexible metal enhances this functionality, resulting in micro-robots that are far more formidable than their cinematic counterparts. In addition to crafting the outer shell, Tang Yan was also tasked with personally designing the core of the micro-robots. The core consists of a diamond-shaped magnetic engine chip, capable of operating without any external power, relying solely on the presence of a magnetic field to perform its functions. However, this core presented the most daunting challenge. The size of the micro-robot is diminutive, measuring less than a third of a finger's width. Once stripped of its casing, the core resembles the size of an ant. The complexity of manufacturing components and integrating software systems onto such a minuscule circuit board is immense, where even the slightest error could lead to total failure. Therefore, without access to detailed manufacturing schematics, it would take centuries for anyone to replicate such technology from film to reality. Jarvis, ensure all phone calls are blocked. Regardless of the situation, even if the Earth were to explode, do not allow them to disturb me, Tang Yan commanded. Yes, sir, Jarvis affirmed. Now, it was time to commence the critical work. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan donned his lab attire, his eyes alight with focus as he gathered his tools and materials to begin the creation process. Meanwhile, discussions surrounding the Tang City phone had reached unprecedented heights across the nation. In nearly every forum and community throughout China, individuals were fervently debating the launch of the Tang City phone. On its first day of sales, within a mere 15 hours since midnight, the official website of Tang City Technology displayed a staggering total of 300 million sales orders. This number continued to rise as the buzz around the Tang City phone spread. 300 million orders? Does that mean that more than 20 people worldwide would possess a Tang City phone? What a ridiculous notion. Even if the data were fabricated, one would expect a more plausible figure. Tang City Technology promised delivery within 7 days. I am curious to see how they intend to fulfill 300 million units in such a time frame. Even producing 1 million units daily would require years to complete the order. To achieve such production levels, even for the most subpar phones, is merely a dream. At this point, one might wonder why they have not ceased sales. Such confidence is astounding. I eagerly await Tang City Technology's public embarrassment. Haha! Amid this commotion, many competitors rejoiced at the data. The emergence of the Tang City phone has caused tremendous upheaval in both domestic and international mobile markets. Particularly affected were brands known for their aesthetic appeal, rapid charging capabilities, and high-resolution cameras, which experienced a staggering decline in sales by over half today. An immense loss. However, with 300 million orders for the Tang City phone, and Tang Yan's bold claim at the launch event that deliveries would occur within 7 days, witnessing the humiliation of their rivals was certainly a source of delight for them. Not only them, but numerous media outlets and netizens were also closely monitoring Tang City Technology, eager to see whether Tang Yan's promise of delivery within 7 days could materialize. Even if the phones did not arrive on time, many would likely remain patient, as the holographic projection technology, 160,000 mAh battery, and 100-meter wireless charging capabilities of the Tang City phone are nearly unparalleled, leaving consumers with little alternative. However, should Tang Yan fail to deliver, it would result in a significant loss of face for Tang City Technology. Given the current popularity of the Tang City phone, it would not be surprising for them to be ridiculed for 2 to 3 months. Consequently, the employees of Tang City Technology found themselves increasingly anxious. They were eager to fulfill orders, yet they had no inventory. The 30,000 units painstakingly prepared days prior had already been dispatched, leaving them with nothing to send out. If Tang Yan had opted for a limited purchase strategy akin to Xiaomi's hunger marketing, it might have been acceptable, but he chose to promise delivery within 7 days instead. While commendable, where would they procure the stock? Surely, they could not conjure it from thin air. Even more pressing was their inability to reach Tang Yan. Every attempt resulted in an endless loop of busy signals. The following morning at 8 o'clock, as the world remained fixated on the Tang City phone, Tang Yan finally rose from his chair in the underground laboratory, stretching his arms in a grand yawn. After a night of relentless labor, he had finally accomplished his task. Chapter 104. Self-replication. Before him lay a mountain of dark, rhomboid robots, numbering no fewer than 1,000. This was the culmination of Tang Yan's laborious efforts over the span of a day and night. 1,000 freshly produced miniature robots. To the untrained eye, these unremarkable black shapes might seem devoid of significance, perhaps garnering only a compliment for their exquisite craftsmanship and uniformity. Yet, in Tang Yan's vision, these creations possessed the potential to alter the future and revolutionize the world. Let us test their efficacy. Tang Yan donned a pair of sunglasses, modified to serve as the central controller, equipped with a receiver that, when placed near his temple, would capture brain waves and relay them to the miniature robots, enabling them to perform designated actions. Of course, this was merely the rudimentary phase. Upon successful experimentation, Tang Yan intended to implant a chip beneath his skin, allowing him to control the robots effortlessly without any external apparatus. Rise! With the first thought emerging in Tang Yan's mind, the miniature robots sprang to life, moving as if animated, stacking upon one another in a manner reminiscent of a pyramid climb, swiftly surging upward. Scatter! With a wave of his hand, the response of the robots was instantaneous. They arranged themselves in a neat one-by-one grid across the experimental table. "Sir, you seem to have created something truly remarkable," Jarvis exclaimed in astonishment. While his database contained a wealth of avant-garde technological information, the miniature robots clearly surpassed anything within Jarvis's records, leaving him genuinely surprised. "Ha! What you've witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Their capabilities far exceed your imagination." Tang Yan grinned. "Come." With a mere thought and command, the miniature robots leapt from the table in unison, landing swiftly at Tang Yan's feet, then ascending his trousers to gather at his wrists, forming two black bracers composed of miniature robots, snugly adhering to his skin. All commands executed flawlessly. Now it is time to unveil your true power. After a thorough operational test of the miniature robots, Tang Yan felt reassured.
Commence production.
Tang Yan guided the 1,000 miniature robots to replicate the entire process he had employed to create them. Refining metal, crafting shells, assembling components, engraving circuit boards, and so forth. The terrifying efficiency of the miniature robots began to reveal itself. Had Tang Yan been to undertake this task alone, even with his expertise, it would have taken him no less than 10 hours to produce another 1,000 robots. After all, he possessed but 2 hands, capable of engraving one circuit board or assembling one component at a time. However, with the miniature robots at work, this limitation was completely transcended. They executed multiple tasks simultaneously, some refining metal, others engraving, and still others assembling. No longer bound by sequential steps, the robots operated in parallel, a testament to their astonishing efficiency. Moreover, there was a critical advantage. While Tang Yan was exceptionally skilled, minor errors during production could lead to the failure of a circuit board or component. This was the reason it took him nearly 20 hours to create 1,000 miniature robots. Yet, with the miniature robots, this issue was resolved flawlessly. They executed his every thought with precision. Anything he could envision, they could accomplish with remarkable accuracy. Aside from the time required for metal cooling, the remaining processes were executed in mere moments. What once demanded intense focus and energy to complete the engraving of circuit boards now took only 2 seconds, resulting in dozens, even hundreds of boards being engraved almost instantaneously. Assembly followed suit. Tang Yan would typically spend considerable time achieving a seamless outer shell, yet the miniature robots completed this task with breathtaking speed, producing flawless results without a single error. Thus, in under 10 minutes, another 1,000 pristine miniature robots emerged. Ha ha ha! Tang Yan erupted in joyous laughter, having witnessed the manufacturing speed of the miniature robots. What is true treasure? This is an unparalleled marvel. Jarvis, did you record the entire operation?
Tang Yan inquired.
Sir, every detail has been meticulously documented. Jarvis replied. Excellent. The subsequent replication process is now in your capable hands. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed. The more miniature robots he possessed, the swifter the manufacturing and completion rates would become. This meant that, with Jarvis's assistance, the entire replication process could be executed effortlessly and autonomously. Now at 2,000, soon there would be another 2,000, then 4,000, 8,000, 16,000, 32,000. until Tang Yan achieved his long-anticipated goal of billions of miniature robots. As for where to store such an abundance, with the PIM particle device at his disposal, such concerns were trivial. Whether billions or trillions, as long as the PIM particles could shrink, Tang Yan could carry them wherever he went. "Jarvis, have you secured the materials for the mobile phone?" Tang Yan asked. "Sir, as per your previous instructions, I have acquired steel from across the entirety of China and expedited its delivery. It should arrive at the Tang City factory within 2 days." Jarvis informed him. "Very well. Notify everyone. The employees in the automated factory are to be let go, with a year's salary as severance. Once the number of miniature robots reaches 100 billion, I shall personally oversee matters. With 100 billion miniature robots, who needs an automated factory or supervising staff? With Jarvis, the omnipotent superintelligence, and the miniature robots at hand, everything is within reach. Not even a 300 million order would pose a challenge, let alone a billion." Chapter 105. Trillions of micro-robots. Upon receiving the notification transmitted by Jarvis, the employees at Tangxing Technology were utterly astonished. Were all employees at the Tangxing factory being laid off? What could this possibly mean? Was the boss planning to abandon the Tangxing mobile phone project? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in their minds, they resolutely executed Tang Yan's orders. Within just 1 day, every employee at the Tangxing factory was informed of their termination, and as compensation, they were granted a year's salary as severance. Consequently, not a single employee complained. Instead, they were particularly elated. After all, Tangxing Technology had only been established for a short period, and the Tangxing factory had only just commenced operations a few days prior. Having worked for merely half a month, receiving a full year's salary was indeed a delightful surprise. A complete layoff at the factory? Ha ha ha. 630. I knew it. Tangxing Technology was digging its own grave. Just when they needed to hire a multitude of employees, they were resorting to layoffs. Quite intriguing. Now that the order volume for Tangxing phones was nearing 400 million, they had dismissed all their staff. The thoughts of today's youth truly baffle the mind. Soon enough, industry magnates became aware of this news, and they were all perplexed by Tang Yan's actions. Some tycoons even speculated that this was a harbinger of doom for Tangxing Technology. With such an abundance of orders, any prolonged delay would not only inflict significant reputational damage on Tangxing Technology, but could also incite a massive wave of order cancellations by consumers. If relevant authorities were to intervene at that point, the rising star of Tangxing Technology would be utterly shattered in midair. What could be more delightful than witnessing one's rival self-destruct? As time elapsed, it was now the 3rd day since the official launch of the Tangxing mobile phone. Only 4 days remained until Tang Yan's promised 7-day shipping timeframe. The excitement surrounding the Tangxing phone continued to escalate. With merely 30,000 units dispatched worldwide, those fortunate enough to possess a Tangxing phone had become the envy of many, generating considerable buzz online. On platforms like QQ Space or WeChat Moments, anyone showcasing their Tangxing phone would undoubtedly attract countless inquiries and admiration. The same held true in workplaces and schools. If one happened to purchase a Tangxing phone and became one of the initial lucky users, they would be regarded as a treasure within their company, drawing the attention of colleagues and even entire office buildings. If a student were to bring a Tangxing phone to school, the situation would be even more extraordinary. Not only students, but even teachers and principals would be eager to witness this sensational device, hailed as the most powerful technological marvel in history. The student holding a Tangxing phone would experience a level of admiration akin to that of a celebrity, even sparking envy from the wealthiest of peers, who coveted the holographic projection technology. Perhaps it was precisely this fervor that incited a shipping frenzy on the Tangxing Technology official website. Millions rushed to the forum, inundating it with posts and comments, urging Tangxing Technology to expedite their shipping. "Xiao Tang, please, I can't wait any longer. Hurry up and ship my order. Oh, it's unbearable. I saw a colleague's Tangxing phone today, and it was so stunning I cannot find words to express it. When will you ship, CEO Tang? Could you please provide a specific date? The waiting is agonizing. Is this a joke? When will shipping commence?" I was among TH Chapter 106. 200 million units a day. The concept of secondary folding, as its name implies, refers to Tang Yan's ability to reduce the size of objects for a second time. For instance, if one were to shrink a box filled with items and then place that box into a larger box, subsequently reducing the size of the larger box, one could effortlessly achieve a secondary spatial folding. Not only can he perform secondary folding, but Tang Yan is also capable of tertiary, quaternary, quintuple, and even more levels of folding, akin to an infinite cycle, nesting within itself, making it feasible to fit the entire Earth within. Hence, despite the seemingly modest size of the shipping container, it harbors several diminutive containers brimming with countless miniature robots. After all, how could a single container possibly accommodate such a staggering number of tiny robots? With a rush, countless miniature robots surged forth like a black tide, swiftly infiltrating every factory under Jarvis's precise control. All machinery was activated, and the factories resumed operation. However, unlike the previous automation and human labor, most machines, such as conveyor belts and robotic arms, had become practically obsolete. With the presence of miniature robots, the speed of both transportation and assembly far surpassed that of any automated machinery or manual labor by countless magnitudes. Moreover, since the entire process was managed by Jarvis, a superintelligent AI, what would be insurmountable for humans multitasking became a matter of effortless multithreading for it, allowing simultaneous control over numerous miniature robots to accomplish a myriad of tasks. Furthermore, automated machinery tends to age, malfunction, and lag. Human employees require rest, nourishment, and occasionally indulge in idleness and conversation. The most critical factor, however, is the yield rate. Why is the iPhone X so expensive? Because its yield rate is merely 8. This statistic indicates that out of 100 iPhone X units produced, only 8 are flawless and suitable for sale, while the remainder must undergo reprocessing. Thus, the price of the iPhone X approaches $10,000. The craftsmanship of Tang Cheng's smartphones is even more intricate, with a more complex system and finer components. Were it not for Jarvis's constant oversight of the automated machinery, the question of whether 3,000 units or even 300 could be produced would be entirely moot. Yet with the advent of miniature robots, everything became straightforward. They operated under Jarvis's precise guidance, working tirelessly around the clock without a hitch, ensuring an exceptionally high yield rate and output. It can be asserted that with the assistance of miniature robots, the yield rate of Tang Cheng smartphones could reach an astonishing 100. Among 100 Tang Cheng smartphones, not a single unit would exhibit any flaw. This yield rate, whether in the smartphone industry or manufacturing sector, is nothing short of miraculous, a pinnacle to aspire to nearly unattainable. Yet, with the emergence of miniature robots, one must ponder what remains impossible. Sir, the first batch of Tang Cheng smartphones has been completed. The output stands at 130,000 units. In less than a minute, an astounding 130,000 Tang Cheng smartphones were produced. The sheer efficiency elicited a smile from Tang Yan. Excellent. Now, transport them to the storage and logistics area for loading, and notify the cooperating truck drivers to deliver them to the logistics location for dispatch across the nation. Tang Yan had gone to great lengths to conceal the existence of the miniature robots. After all, their presence was too startling. If it were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of not only China but all nations worldwide. At that point, Tang Yan's predicament could be imagined. Until he possesses sufficient strength, he must remain as inconspicuous as possible. Even if his concealment were to fail at that time, when he reveals his iron battle suit, he trusts that those who are not foolish will refrain from seeking trouble with him. However, before that, Tang Yan's immediate goal was to generate profits and develop the X-hematopoietic agent. With the X-hematopoietic agent in hand, all concerns would be effortlessly resolved. Yes, sir. The vast multitude of miniature robots swiftly packaged the first batch of Tang Cheng smartphones with perfection and rapidly transported them to the designated storage and logistics area, directly loading them onto trucks. Once a large truck was filled to capacity, it was controlled by miniature robots to exit the factory premises, awaiting the truck driver to transport it to the specified logistics point for the swiftest delivery nationwide. This way, shipments could essentially be dispatched the same day, arriving the next day. Consequently, the logistics costs would naturally be exorbitant. However, with nearly 8,000 yuan profit per Tang Cheng smartphone after costs, A slight increase in logistics expenses was of little consequence. Yet, this was still rather cumbersome. Once the hematopoietic agent was finalized, I intend to establish a logistics system belonging to Tang Chung Technology. Even though the process had been simplified to the utmost degree, it still felt somewhat tedious to Tang Yan, who pursued perfection. For other tech companies, logistics may be inconsequential as long as their products sell well. But for Tang Yan, his company must possess its own logistics. All components must be in place. Naturally, his primary task at this moment is to finalize the hematopo.